I have been invincible for 100,000 years, without a single rival. My cultivation has reached the limit, yet I have no successor. I felt that living was truly becoming meaningless. But when my divine sense swept across the earth, I laughed with excitement. That is my own bloodline. I'm going to Earth to be a father. I stand on the streets of Hang City in early September, looking at the Yi family villa, adorned with lanterns and streamers. The corners of my mouth curl up slightly. I carefully sense that bloodline it belongs to a girl. After 100,000 years, I finally have the daughter I longed for. Hey handsome, are you here for the Yi family banquet too? Xu Yiyi sized me up with curiosity. She seemed captivated by my extraordinary aura. I am here to pick up my daughter. Ignoring her, I moved forward with steady, firm strides. Step by step, I walked toward the Yi family's main gate. Xu Yiyi stomped her foot in frustration, watching me without an invitation. She was certain the guards would throw me out. I ignored the managers and guards at the entrance, as if they did not exist at all. I walked straight through the crowd and entered. Xu Yiyi watched in shock as I entered as if into an empty field. She grabbed her companion and cried out, "I have seen a ghost." The companion laughed and teased Xu Yiyi for going mad, claiming there was no one at the gate at all. I looked back at Xu Yiyi 20 meters away. I smiled and sent a telepathic message, "I am no ghost." Xu Yiyi was so terrified her skin broke out in goosebumps. With a scream, she turned and bolted away, thinking she had truly encountered a phantom. I could not help but muse that ghosts are not the scary ones. I slowly began to survey the Yi family estate. Decorations filled with the stench of the nouveau riche. Guests were marveling at the Yi family's wealth, celebrating their rise as a great martial arts house. Everyone looked up to Yi Wuxuan with admiration. A middle-aged man lowered his voice, mentioning rumors that Yi Wuxuan stole his talent from infant blood. An elder beside him silenced him instantly and told him to leave, clearly terrified of offending the current Yi family. My brow furrowed deeply. My gaze turned cold in an instant, realizing this talent was actually gained by consuming blood. Killing intent surged within my heart. If this has anything to do with my precious daughter, the Yi family shall be washed in a river of blood today. Just then, a furious roar erupted. Someone cursed at a little girl, telling her to get back. A little girl, barely 5 or 6 years old, stumbled and fell onto the red carpet. With a face full of terror, she cried out for her mother. A guard with a hideous face threatened the child, vowing to lock her in a pitch-black, sunless room. Xu Yiyi trembled at the mention of the dark room. She seized a moment of distraction to run for her life. I watched as the little girl bumped into my arms. That visceral connection, thicker than water, made me want to roar toward the heavens. Suppressing the turmoil in my heart, I asked with a trembling voice if her surname was Xu. Xu Yiyi clutched my sleeve in a panic. Pitifully, she begged me to save her. She said she wanted to find her mother. I reached out to wipe the tears from her eyes, promising her with a gentle smile, "Daddy is here. I will take you to find mommy right now." But Xu Yiyi shrank back warily, calling me a bad man, thinking I wanted to trick her into letting me drink her blood. Hearing the words "drink blood," the killing intent in my heart boiled over instantly. The very sky above the earth changed its color. The burly guard walked over impatiently, ordering me to hand the girl over to him, or face the dire consequences. I laughed from extreme rage. The moment my voice fell, the guard's body exploded into a cloud of bloody mist. I had already covered Yi's eyes. Softly, I told her that Daddy is here. From now on, no one shall ever hurt her again. Xu Yiyi caught a scent of safety from me. Timidly, she asked if I was truly her father. I let go of my hand and looked into her eyes, watching her doubt turn into pure joy. My heart was filled with nothing but tenderness. With red eyes, Xu Yiyi hugged my neck tight, crying out "Daddy" with all her grievances. It felt as if my heart was about to melt. The banquet hall instantly descended into chaos. Yi Wanqing appeared, dressed in a red gown. She let out a sharp, cold shout, followed by over a dozen menacing guards. The guests looked warily at this woman, known as the Scorpion Beauty of the Yi family, whispering about her ruthless methods. Yi Wanqing wore a hypocritical smile, reaching out her hand for Yi to come over, telling her not to be with a stranger like me. Xu Yiyi shook her head like a rattle. Clinging to me, she cried that Auntie Qing would prick her again. The fire of my rage was completely ignited. Staring at Yi Wanqing, I asked, "Have you decided how to die?" The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Yi Wanqing froze, then sized me up carefully. "Who exactly are you? How dare you break into the Yi house?" I calmly stated my name, Su Lai. I am Yi's biological father. Yi Wanqing mocked me for abandoning them 5 years ago, asking what scheme I had by showing up now. I did not defend my departure from 5 years ago, but simply stated my purpose here. I am taking my daughter away. Yi Wanqing imperiously claimed Yi belonged to the Yi family, declaring she would never allow me to take her. She immediately ordered them to break my legs. The guests let out a collective sigh. They all looked at me with eyes full of pity, thinking I was doomed for provoking this mistress. At Yi Wanqing's command, the guards brandished their clubs and rushed me ferociously. Xu Yiyi trembled in my arms, terrified. Crying, she told me to run quickly, fearing that I would be hurt. I stroked my daughter's hair, soothing her with a smile, telling her there was no need to run. I gestured to her that Daddy is a peerless master. None of these people are a match for me. Seeing this, Yi Wanqing's face turned even colder. She urged her guards to finish me off immediately. Xu Yiyi hesitated in the crowd for a long time. In the end, she dared not offend the Yi family for a stranger. The Yi family was a titan her Xu family could not compare to. A dozen clubs swung toward me, whistling through the air. I stood my ground, motionless as a mountain. I did not even blink. An invisible surge of energy erupted from within me, sending all the guards flying in an instant. Yi Wanqing narrowed her eyes, looking at me with surprise. Though shocked I was a martial artist, she remained fearless. A figure leaped down from the second floor. It was the Yi family's consecrated master, Han Buming. The guests recognized this Taekwondo grandmaster, marveling at the Yi family's deep foundations. While simultaneously breaking into a cold sweat for me, Han Buming stood with hands behind his back, full of arrogance. He critiqued my moves as being crude and unrefined, judging me to be merely a 4th-grade martial artist. A cold light flashed in Yi Wanqing's eyes. Hypocritically, she said she would give me own chance to cripple my own cultivation and leave Hang City forever. I curled my lip in disdain. I tore right through her hypocritical mask, mocking her for being a saint in public and a devil in private. The guests were left speechless and stunned. None expected me to insult the Yi heiress while facing death. Yi Wanqing's knuckles turned white with rage. She ordered Han Buming to kill me immediately. Leaving me alive would be a stain on the Yi family's honor. Han Buming cracked his neck with utter contempt, boasting of his 5th-grade cultivation level, advising me to end my own life to avoid further pain. I muttered to myself in feigned confusion, saying that Taekwondo does not even exist in the 3,000 great Daos. Han Buming flew into a towering rage, feeling deeply insulted by my words. With a thunderous roar, he launched his attack, focusing all his strength into his instep. He delivered a sweeping whip kick. The speed was so great it left afterimages behind. Surrounding furniture was shattered by the sheer wind. I looked indifferently at his so-called terrifying strike. In my eyes, this was nothing more than an ant shaking a tree. The scene that followed left everyone paralyzed with shock. How dare a worm who knows nothing of death face the radiance of a great emperor? Facing Han Buming's assault, I remained calm and uttered but a single word. In an instant, Han Buming felt his scalp tingle and his hair stand on end. It was as if he were seized by a primal terror, a crisis born of an ancient beast. Han Buming suppressed his fear and did not pause for even a second. Instead, he increased his speed, vowing in his heart that this man would never dare provoke the Yi family in his next life. Seeing that the opponent was intent on seeking death, I no longer held back. I decided to fulfill the wish of this ignorant ant who knew not the vastness of the heavens. Before the eyes of the crowd, Han Buming's body inexplicably soared 10 meters into the air. Then, like a meteorite, he slammed into the ground, every bone and sinew shattered. The guests in the banquet hall gasped in unison. They could not believe that this once glorious 5th-grade powerhouse was instantly annihilated in a heartbeat. After a brief moment of shock, Yi Wanqing demanded my identity in a frigid voice. She refused to believe that Xu Yi's father could be such a master of the martial path. I responded with indifference, stating that I am indeed Yi's father. Today, I am not only here to take her away, but also to demand justice for my daughter. Yi Wanqing sneered, saying that while killing Master Han showed some skill, demanding justice from the Yi family was the height of arrogance. Facing her mockery, I simply asked a question in a calm tone. Does the Yi family truly believe they are worthy of Yi's blood? Yi Wanqing proudly declared the Yi family as the premier house of Hang City. Her brother, Yi Wushuan, was a future martial grandmaster, making him more than worthy. The elites who understood martial ranks were shaken to their core. They never expected Yi Wushuan to be a seed for the legendary martial grandmaster rank, a position of heavenly power. I remained oblivious to their shock. I merely asked a casual question. What exactly is so impressive about a so-called martial grandmaster? A middle-aged man strode in from outside, laughing out of sheer rage. He barked at me with authority, claiming a grandmaster could kill me as easily as slaughtering a chicken. I turned to look at this sudden arrival. My tone remained unruffled as I inquired, "And who might you be?" The guests immediately recognized Tang Yi, president of the Hang City Martial Arts Association. His external cultivation was legendary, making him invulnerable and peerless in his rank. Tang Yi bowed slightly to Yi Wanqing with a smile. He stated his uninvited presence was merely to show respect to the Yi family's eldest daughter. Yi Wanqing immediately pointed at me to lodge her complaint with Tang Yi. This man not only killed Master Han, but also showed great disrespect to a grandmaster. Please, punish him. Tang Yi was secretly startled. He did not expect this fair-skinned, elegant young man to have dispatched Han bumming with such ease. Perhaps he, too, was a 5th grade master. Tang Yi considered his own peak 5th grade status and invulnerable technique, wanting to curry favor with the Yi family. He suppressed the slight trace of apprehension in his heart. Tang Yi donned a stern face and began his interrogation. He demanded my name and origin, threatening to strip my martial status and cripple my cultivation. I looked at this clown standing on his high horse, trying to decide my life and death. There was no ripple in my eyes, only cold indifference. The guests in the hall all turned their gaze toward me. Some felt pity, others watched with cold detachment, all waiting to see if I would die standing or live on my knees. Yi Wanqing's lips curled into a faint, amused smile. She looked forward to seeing me kneel and beg for mercy in utter despair. Xu Yiyi shrank into my arms in fear, whispering softly. She felt that this shouting man looked very frightening. I gently comforted my daughter, telling her not to fear. I then looked up and told Tang Yi, "Due to your ignorance, I shall spare you the death penalty. But if you make another sound, you die." Tang Yi laughed out loud as if he had heard the world's greatest joke. He boasted that a single word from him could leave me without a grave. Before Tang Yi's words could even settle, a bloody hole abruptly appeared in his forehead. His body collapsed with a thud. He did not even finish his sentence before he died. The banquet hall fell once again into a deathly silence. Everyone watched this terrifying scene of remote killing with horror. I stood there holding my daughter. In the eyes of everyone, my figure suddenly became towering and immense, like a demon god descending upon the world. Yi Wanqing's expression changed for the first time. She asked in a chilling voice, having seen 2 people killed, if I truly intended to fight the Yi family to a mutually destructive end. I shook my head seriously and corrected her. This is not mutual destruction. It is the Yi family that dies, while I, Su Lai, live. A massive sense of crisis welled up in Yi Wanqing's heart. Her brother was not home, and her trump cards were exhausted. For the first time, she felt a sense of sheer panic. Hiding her cowardice behind a stern facade, she shouted, demanding to know what I truly wanted, warning me not to think the Yi family was an easy target. I repeated my demand in a calm voice. I only wanted to know who gave them the courage to take Yi's blood for her worthless trash brother. Yi Wanqing finally tore off her mask of a refined lady. She screamed that taking a little blood was the brat's honor, and the honor of my entire family. I took a deep breath. In these 100,000 years, I have seen countless people, but never an existence as utterly shameless as Yi Wanqing. With a hideous expression, Yi Wanqing claimed that it was she who had saved Xu Yi's life back then. Therefore, taking some blood now was not excessive at all. I closed my eyes, deducing the truth of 5 years ago from these few words. The suppressed killing intent in my heart began to surge. Back then, Ruan Tang had begged Yi Wanqing in the heavy snow not to take the child, because she had treated her as the only friend she could trust. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. I did not expect that Yi Wanqing had not only betrayed Ruan Tang, but had also forcibly taken Yi and notified the Ruan family. Seeing that I knew the details, Yi Wanqing dropped all pretense. She admitted her jealousy of everything Ruan Tang possessed, including her man. Yi Wanqing made no effort to hide the envy in her voice. She could not endure that in the eyes of all men, there was only Ruan Tang and never Yi Wanqing. She recalled the proud Ruan Tang begging for money. Looking so humble and desperate, a proud and satisfied smile appeared on Yi Wanqing's face. Xu Yiyi understood that this bad woman was bullying her mother. Crying, she waved her tiny fists, wanting to hit Yi Wanqing. Yi Wanqing was not ashamed of being a villain. She took pride in it. She boasted of the mental torture she inflicted on Ruan Tang using the child. Excitedly, Yi Wanqing described how she discovered that Xu Yi's blood could enhance cultivation. It was as if she had discovered a human-shaped heavenly treasure. The elites of Hang City listened to the truth from Yi Wanqing's own mouth. All were stunned by the sheer ruthlessness of this venomous woman. Yi Wanqing noticed the shift in their gaze but did not care. She insisted her brother was the chosen one, and that possessing this medicinal ingredient was only right. With a cold expression, she gave her final ultimatum. Leave the child and get out of Hang City, or your family of 3 shall die without a grave. My voice turned icy as I remarked on her stubbornness. That she dared to treat my precious daughter as medicine. She was simply begging for death. I reached out with my palm. Yi Wanqing's body floated toward me uncontrollably. Her neck was gripped tightly in my hand. The head of the Yi family, Yi Tianan, and his wife, Xu Yiyi, finally broke. They rushed out from the crowd, shouting for me to release her. Xu Yiyi snorted, stating that taking only 100 milliliters of blood a day would not kill her, warning me that if I hurt her daughter, death would be too good for me. I narrowed my eyes, my heart aching with pain. Had Yi not possessed my bloodline, she would have likely died long ago in this inhumane torture. Seeing my silence, Xu Yiyi thought I was afraid. She pushed further with provocative mockery. I bet you would not dare touch a hair on my head. I replied with a flat tone, what is there to fear? With a single glance, Xu Yiyi was instantly transformed into a cold corpse. Eyes closed, Xu Yiyi asked in an anxious voice, Daddy, are they bullying you? My cold gaze instantly softened with tenderness. Do not be afraid, Your father is very powerful. None of these bad people are a match for me. Since you dared to lay a finger on the daughter of Su Lai, I will make you regret ever coming into this world. The pride and coldness I displayed before Hang City's top clan left everyone wondering if I truly had no fear of Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wanqing's eyes were bloodshot, her gaze filled with venom. My brother has the potential of a great emperor. He won't let you go. I casually tossed Yi Wanqing onto the ground, stating in a flat, unimpressed tone, I shall wait right here for this so-called Yi Wuxuan. Crawling on the floor, Yi Wanqing glared at Yi with hatred, regretting she had not simply crippled the girl's legs back then. Suddenly, the sky over Hang City was swallowed by dark clouds. Thunder shook the very foundations of the heavens. A torrential downpour erupted, fueled by resentment. The guests were startled by the thunder and looked outside. Through the curtain of rain, a silver streak of light approached rapidly. The silver light halted 50 meters above the Yi estate. As the glow faded, a young man with flowing long hair emerged. The pupils of every guest present contracted in unison. They recognized the pillar of the Yi family, Yi Wuxuan, radiating a sharp, awe-inspiring sword intent. Yi Wuxuan slammed onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the entire hall. Finally locking onto me, under the crushing weight of his physical pressure, the guests felt a chill. They collapsed in a sorry state, not daring to utter a word. Only then did they realize his terror far exceeded their imagination. The ability to arrive from the sky made him seem like a deity. Yi Wanqing wept bitterly as she told her brother the tragic news of their parents' deaths, begging him to avenge their family and their fallen parents. Rainwater evaporated instantly within a yard of Yi Wuxuan. He looked at me with a gaze as cold as ice. I will give you own minute for your final words. I looked at this prodigy who had been hyped for so long, and shook my head in utter disappointment. To me, he was nothing more than another piece of trash. Empowered by his presence, Yi Wanqing stood to pronounce my death, vowing to sell Ruan Tang into a life of misery. Yi Wuxuan stood with hands behind his back, arrogance in his eyes. Having grasped the heavenly Tao, I have reached half-step grandmaster, a height that people like you can only look up to. A collective gasp of shock filled the room. So Yi Wuxuan truly had touched the threshold of a grandmaster. No wonder he remained dry in the rain and could fly through the air. Xu Yiyi whispered softly to me, Daddy, this man bullied mommy. This caused a trace of frost to flicker in my normally calm eyes. Yi Wuxuan remarked with casual indifference that not killing Ruan Tang was an act of mercy. Slapping her was merely a small lesson. I did not wait for him to finish speaking. From 10 meters away, I raised my hand and delivered a slap. The movement was as casual as shooing away a fly. Before he could react, Yi Wuxuan was sent flying backward. He tore a deep trench into the floor until he crashed into a wall. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood mixed with teeth, his left cheek swelling up like a pig's head. Furious, he let out a roar to summon his long sword. Yi Wuxuan uttered a single word, kill. The water-formed sword pierced the air, making the void tremble. The banquet hall began to collapse under the sheer sword intent. The elites of Hang City were paralyzed with horror. None believed I could block this world-shaking strike from a half-step grandmaster. Under their shocked gazes, I raised my hand again, performing a slap that was as simple as could be. That long sword, radiating lethal intent and chilling power, shattered inch by inch in mid-air. It could not get within a fraction of an inch of me. Yi Wuxuan watched with eyes full of disbelief, as the shattered water sword transformed into countless palms, slapping his own face with frantic intensity. The crisp sound of slaps rang out without end. From screams of agony at first to total silence at the end, nothing remained but a pool of blood. Every guest in the hall was frozen in shock. The invincible prodigy, Yi Wuxuan, had actually been slapped to death. Drenched and shivering, Yi Wanqing stood blankly like a drowned rat. She could not believe the pride of her family had vanished like mist. This was the man who supposedly had the potential of an emperor. She collapsed by the bloodstain, wailing in grief, unable to accept that the future world's number one had died in such a humiliating and pathetic manner. Xu Yi's eyes widened, watching as her father easily shattered the Yi family nightmare. She happily praised me for being truly amazing. I withdrew my killing intent. At this moment, I was merely the father of a child. I smiled and praised her mother for being the most amazing for giving birth to such a lovely daughter. In my warm embrace, Xu Yi felt sleepiness wash over her. Muttering that she was tired, she fell into a deep sleep. Yi Wanqing stood up and looked at me with a hateful glare, wishing I would fall into eternal purgatory, never to be reborn. I snapped my fingers. The souls of Yi Tianen, Xu Ru, and Yi Wuxuan drifted out. They floated in the air with blank, confused expressions. The rest of the Yi family who had ever bullied Xu were also pulled uncontrollably into the air, letting out screams of sheer terror. Yi Wanqing tried to flee, her scalp tingling with fear, only to find her own body rising into the sky as well. She was completely unable to move. With a wave of my hand, I took all the souls and people away. What awaited them was 100,000 years of slow, agonizing torture. From this day forward, for 100,000 years, they will remember my name in the depths of purgatory. I stood in the midst of the pouring rain, tightly holding my daughter, who had already fallen asleep. Though my figure looked solitary, I stood as firm as Mount Tai. In the eyes of the guests watching with complex emotions, there was only deep, profound dread. For they had witnessed this man's terrifying power. The legendary names Tang Yi, Han Buming, even Yi Wuxuan, had all fallen silently at the hands of this man. I did not explain anything to anyone. In my eyes, all life and death are but the cycle of karma. Had the Yi family not harmed Yi, I would not have bothered with them. If not for the harm done to his daughter, he would have preferred to just find his wife and child and live a peaceful, ordinary life. I looked up at the sky and muttered to myself, rain on the joyful day of reuniting with my daughter. I wondered if the earth's heavenly Tao was targeting me. At my command, the dark clouds vanished in an instant. Along the streets of Hang City, the gardenia trees quietly bloomed at that very moment. I watched the snow-white petals swaying in the breeze, and finally revealed a satisfied smile. Softly, I said to the daughter in my arms, "Yi, I am taking you home." Xu Yi was sleeping soundly on a soft cloud I formed with power, completely unaware of the earth-shaking events that had occurred. I looked down at the mortal world and began to worry, though I found my daughter and knew where her mother was. Explaining a 5-year disappearance was quite a puzzle. In my helplessness, I sent a telepathic message to the first divine general, Tao Tai, in the heavenly palace, ordering him to Earth to help me come up with a plan. 10 minutes later, Tao Tai arrived through a rift in space. Looking at the exquisitely beautiful Xu Yi, he immediately knelt on one knee in the void, showering the little princess with praise. Hearing my subordinate boast that my daughter looks just like me, and that she would surely be a great beauty in the future, a look of satisfaction appeared on my face, and my mood brightened considerably. Then, my expression suddenly slumped. Your lady mother surely hates me to death right now. How can I win back the heart of my child's mother? It turned out this fellow's head was filled with nothing but fighting and killing. I kicked away the Tao Tai who tried to solve the problem with brute force. I called you here for a plan to win a woman's heart, not a war. I sighed, realizing that if you want something done right, you must do it yourself. I decided I still had to find my own way to face Ruan Tang. After all, avoiding the issue is never the solution. I suddenly remembered the forbidden zone of the Western Immortal Realm. The sealed Black Dragon clan had been restless lately. I ordered Tao Tai to catch 2 tender dragons to nourish my daughter's body. I calculated in my heart that black dragon meat is extremely restorative, perfect for making a delicious soup and some braised meat, to properly mend my malnourished daughter's health. After Tai left, I struggled with my thoughts for a long time. Finally, I decided to go straight to Ruan Tang once my daughter woke up. Dragging this out forever was not a long-term solution. Ruan Tang was currently standing in the CEO's office of the Ruan Fashion Company in Donghai City, staring blankly at the traffic. Since this morning, she had been calling Yi Wanqing with no response. Her heart was filled with unease. She vowed to find a way to rescue her daughter. She heard the secretary report that a man with a child had broken into the company. She turned instantly, her eyes burning as she asked who it was. When Ruan Tang heard the secretary say the name Xu Yiyi, she, who usually remained unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before her, ran out of the office with a rare, frantic excitement. Anxiously pressing the elevator button, she found it stuck. Without hesitation, she kicked off her high heels and sprinted down the stairs at full speed. I was currently standing in the first-floor lobby, patiently explaining to the 4 guards lying on the floor that I truly was here to find my wife. On my shoulders sat Xu Yiyi, now dressed in clean clothes. The little girl swung her legs back and forth, asking with a sad face if Mommy did not want us anymore. Ruan Tang pushed open the stairwell door. Seeing her longed-for daughter sitting on a man's shoulder, tears instantly fell uncontrollably from her eyes. She ran over and pulled Xu Yiyi tightly into her arms. Her voice choked as she spoke, "Mommy missed you so much." She was terrified that all of this was just a dream. Xu Yiyi looked up and wiped the tears from Ruan Tang's face with her tiny hands, softly comforting her mother, telling her not to cry. She even turned to ask me if Mommy would not be pretty if she cried. Hearing the title Daddy, Ruan Tang warily took 2 steps back. When she finally saw my face clearly, she froze for 30 seconds before gritting her teeth and shouting, "Su Lai." She roared at me in a rage, "You still have the nerve to show your face to me." Clearly, 5 years of accumulated resentment exploded at this moment. I coughed awkwardly and tried to call her wife. As a result, I was immediately interrupted and denied by Ruan Tang. I could only change my tone and suggest we find a place to talk slowly. Ruan Tang finally realized they were in the middle of a public lobby. Not only was the secretary there, but other employees were also watching the scene in stunned silence. To prevent more people from making a joke of her, she could only take Yi and me back to her home in Baiyun district. Even though she was 100% unwilling in her heart, I sat on the living room sofa, staring back and forth with Ruan Tang. The atmosphere was tense and hostile. Only Xu Yiyi was carefree, looking exceptionally happy while eating an apple. Ruan Tang broke the silence first and interrogated me. "How did my daughter end up with you? And what exactly is your relationship with the Yi family?" I explained that the Yi family had been wiped out. The daughter missed her mother, so I brought her back. I am the child's father, after all. "How can you be so heartless to me?" Ruan Tang looked me in the eye and said indifferently, "While I was being tortured by the Yi family and oppressed by my own family, you were already dead to me in my heart." Seeing this, Xu Yiyi immediately grabbed Ruan Tang's sleeve. She said pitifully, "Please do not make Daddy go away." That aggrieved look would make it impossible for anyone to stay hard-hearted. Ruan Tang looked at her daughter's pouting mouth and falling tears, suddenly finding herself at a loss. She could only softly comfort her. "Mommy was just joking with Daddy." Xu Yiyi looked at her mother expectantly. "Mommy, Yi wants the whole family to be together forever." She said all the other children had their parents with them, and that she also wanted a complete home. Though Ruan Tang intended to drive this heartless man away, facing her daughter's only request, she truly could not bear to refuse and could only nod in helpless agreement. She watched her daughter happily give her a big kiss, then run over to give me own as well. Though anger still lingered in her heart, for the sake of her daughter's smile, she could only endure for now. After the daughter ran off to play, Ruan Tang regained her ICCO persona. "Su Lai, this does not mean I have forgiven you. I just do not want Yi to be without a father." When I heard the proposal for a contract marriage, I raised an eyebrow. The mother of my child was angry. I could not rush things. In order to stay, I nodded and agreed. I made a solemn promise that I would spend the rest of my long life making it up to them. I vowed to make them the happiest women in the universe. Ruan Tang stated she would draft a 5-year contract. If either met someone they liked during that period, the contract would be void. Also, how exactly did you rescue Yi? My mouth twitched slightly as I made up a random excuse to brush it off. Then I said, "Since we are acting as a couple, let us go get registered tomorrow." Ruan Tang was stunned by this man's train of thought. She explained it was just a contract and no registration was needed. She also demanded that I go out and find a job, not just live off her. I pondered for a long time but could not find a suitable job, so I suggested helping out at Ruan Tang's company. In response, Ruan Tang dismissed me with a look of utter disdain. My heart was filled with anticipation for this ordinary life. I silently set a small goal for myself, to turn this contract marriage into a real own as soon as possible. I received a telepathic message from General Taotai saying the dragons were caught. In an instant, 2 snake-like creatures appeared in my hand. I carried them directly into the kitchen. I got busy in the kitchen, preparing these 2 precious black dragons, rare even in the Immortal Realm, into soup and braised meat to nourish my daughter's body. Ruan Tang heard noise in the kitchen. She walked over and saw me handling what looked like snakes. She instantly turned pale with horror. "Where did you get snakes? I will absolutely never eat those." I solemnly corrected her. "This is black dragon meat. It is very precious." But Ruan Tang did not believe it at all. Sneering, she slammed the kitchen door, saying she would not eat if she starved. Soon, an irresistible aroma wafted through the living room. Xu Yiyi sat in her chair, her eyes sparkling like stars. She took a piece of braised meat, her face full of pure bliss. Ruan Tang watched her daughter feasting with gusto, though she worried the food might be unclean. The smell made her stomach give an unceremonious growl. With a half-smile, I urged Ruan Tang, "Some. It prolongs life and enhances beauty." Though Ruan Tang said she would not eat, her body honestly picked up the chopsticks. With the intent to just try it, Ruan Tang took a piece of meat. She instantly felt the dragon meat melt on her tongue. A warm current surged through her entire body. Though she stubbornly said the taste was just average, the speed of her chopsticks grew faster and faster, completely ignoring her image. I looked at the tsundere, stubborn Ruan Tang and curled my lip. I thought to myself, this woman is just as duplicitous as ever. In the end, even the soup was finished by the mother and daughter. Ruan Tang looked at the changes in her skin and aura in the mirror, and a trace of doubt could not help but surface in her heart. She shook her head, forcing herself not to believe my nonsense, thinking it was merely an illusion after a satisfying meal. It was impossible for it to truly be some kind of dragon meat. While I was washing dishes in the kitchen, I asked Ruan Tang if she had ever thought of becoming the ruler of the universe, controlling the 6 paths of reincarnation. After serious thought, Ruan Tang said she could not imagine things so far-fetched. She gently held Xu Yiyi in her arms, saying her only wish now was for her daughter to grow up healthy. Ruan Tang received a call from her sister, Ruan Lan, learning the news that the Yi family of Hang City had been wiped out by a mysterious master. In her shock, she subconsciously glanced at me in the kitchen. Though she had questions in her heart, she did not say much over the phone. After hanging up, she busied herself contacting Xinghe Kindergarten to arrange her daughter's schooling. Xu, getting sleepy, started clamoring for bed, and proposed the dangerous idea of sleeping between her mommy and daddy. This left Ruan Tang instantly dumbfounded. Ruan Tang firmly objected and signaled me with her eyes to refuse. Instead, I said that while her idea was dangerous, we would make an exception just this once. I completely sold her out. Before she could refuse, she saw her daughter on the verge of tears. She could only succumb to a helpless compromise. But in secret, she gave me a sharp kick as punishment. I looked at my clever little daughter and praised her in my heart. This assist was absolutely brilliant. Though my foot throbbed with pain, my heart was filled with bliss. Ruan Tang took her daughter to wash up, and when they came out, she took her straight to the bedroom. Deliberately claiming the girl was asleep, she shut me out of the room. I looked at the closed door and Ruan Tang's calm eyes, and could only accept reality with a sigh. Obediently, I took my pillow to the guest room to sleep. The next morning, Xu Yiyi finished washing up and put on a white dress. Carrying her little backpack, she sat in Ruan Tang's BMW, chirping happily. At the kindergarten gate, Ruan Tang received a call from her secretary. Originally intending to witness her daughter's first day, her expression began to fill with hesitation. I smiled and said that if the company was busy, she should go. After dropping off Yi, I could look for a job along the way. Ruan Tang kissed her daughter's forehead, then looked at me and said, "Thank you for the hard work." Only then did she reluctantly drive away in her BMW 3 Series. I held Xu Yi's small hand, intending to enter the kindergarten, but was stopped by 4 guards at the gate because I was a new face. After listening to my explanation, the captain of the guards learned that Xu Yiyi was a new student checking in. He smiled and said that although the gates were not officially open, I could go in. I nodded in agreement. On the way to the office, I had a casual chat with the captain about the general situation of the kindergarten. The captain explained that this kindergarten was famous in Donghai City, It offered elite education for the nobility, with tuition over 300,000 yuan a year. Only then did I realize that money alone was not enough to get in. Own needed incredibly strong connections and relationships. No wonder the captain was being so polite. The teacher, a recent university graduate, had a gentle smile on her face. She reminded me that Yi's father must leave the premises before 7:30. I nodded my thanks and planned to show my daughter around. Xinghe Kindergarten was massive and fully equipped. Just then, a chubby little boy named Qian Xiao, dressed in designer brands, blocked our path with an exceptionally arrogant posture. Qian Xiao sized up Xu Yiyi and muttered that she was quite pretty. He then claimed to be the boss of the kindergarten and told her to call him Brother Qian. Xu Yiyi hid behind me, somewhat afraid. She looked at him timidly and refused softly, saying she would not do it. Qian Xiao spoke with an air of mock maturity. Woman, your ignorance has piqued my interest. I am the sole heir to the Qian group. Looking at this 6-year-old child, I was momentarily speechless. I wondered if the kid was just asking for a lecture. Qian Xiao brandished a colorful cotton candy in his hand. Just call me Brother Qian, and I will give you a bite. This is a limited edition. You can't buy it even with money. Xu Yi's eyes widened at the cotton candy, and she quietly swallowed her saliva. But she still said softly that she would never call him Brother Qian. She claimed she did not want to eat it at all. Qian Xiao ruthlessly exposed her. If you can't buy it, just say so. Do not make excuses. Just call me Brother Qian, and I will protect you in this kindergarten. Xu Yiyi retorted, my daddy is the most powerful person in the world. He can surely buy it. I simply do not want to eat it, that is all. Hearing this, my heart instantly warmed. I casually snapped my fingers. A white cloud in the sky drifted down like smoke, condensing into pure white cotton candy. Qian Xiao blinked hard to make sure it was not a hallucination. Seeing that the cloud in the sky had indeed vanished, he was completely stunned. Smiling, I handed the large, white cloud candy to my daughter. I told her to taste the flavor of a real cloud. Xu Yi's eyes crinkled into beautiful crescents. She looked gorgeous. After taking a large bite, she stood on her tiptoes to let me have some too. I took a bite and was surprised to find the taste was unexpectedly good. It seemed cotton candy made from clouds was indeed a delicacy. Qian Xiao looked at the limited edition cotton candy in his hand. Suddenly, it did not taste as good as before. It had lost that flavor that symbolized his status. Xu Yiyi quickly finished the cotton candy. She tilted her little face up and looked at me expectantly. Daddy, Yi wants another own. I smiled, agreed, and beckoned again. A large cluster of cirrus clouds drifted down as smoke to form more cotton candy. Xu Yiyi took small, deliberate bites, as if purposely to annoy Qian Xiao. While eating, she asked if she could eat a dark storm cloud next time. I doted on her, saying she could have any cloud she wanted. Watching Qian Xiao swallow his saliva repeatedly, I found it quite amusing. Qian Xiao's envious eyes were glued to the candy, unable to look away. He asked longingly what a cloud tasted like. He whispered a plea. Ask your daddy to make own for me too. Xu Yiyi refused him flatly. No way, this is my daddy. My daddy only makes them for me. Go ask your own daddy to do it. Qian Xiao smiled sheepishly. My dad. He does not know how to do that. Tell you what, from now on, you are the big boss of this kindergarten. If anyone misbehaves, I will beat them up for you. Hearing this, Xu Yiyi could not have been happier. Then, Xu Yiyi turned to look at me. Daddy, can you make a cotton candy for him too? I smiled and pinched my daughter's little cheek. Alright, I will do whatever my Yi says. If he says make own, I will make own. Xu Yiyi gave a wave of her small hand. Under Qian Zhao's incredibly expectant gaze, she showed her little tiger teeth, smiled sweetly, and said, still not giving it to him. Qian Xiao was instantly stunned, looking utterly wronged. His nose began to twitch. He looked like he was about to burst into tears at any second. Xu Yiyi was startled and hurriedly said, I was just teasing you. Xu Yiyi handed the cotton candy I made to the tearful Qian Xiao. Qian Xiao was instantly revitalized and excitedly took the candy. After taking a huge bite, he felt as if his body were soaring through the clouds. After finishing it, Qian Xiao said with total devotion, from now on you are my big sister. And uncle, you are my real father. I palmed my forehead looking at this 6-year-old boy. I thought to myself, although this kid is unreliable, with him around, my daughter will be able to integrate into the group. I left the kindergarten at 7:30 and wandered the streets. Regrettably, I spent the whole morning without finding a suitable job. I arrived at Ruan Tang's company to discuss employment, only to see a young man in a suit presenting roses. Li Jie stood by the office door with a warm, practiced smile. Handing a large bouquet to Ruan Tang, claiming flowers suit a beauty. Ruan Tang hesitated to accept the gift. The Li family had a major deal and promised her a storefront. Refusing might jeopardize their entire cooperation. Li Jie sensed Ruan Tang's inner conflict. He stated the flowers were merely a token of admiration, not business, and invited her to a class reunion at noon. A subtle, triumphant smile flickered across Li Jie's face. He was confident Ruan Tang would fall into his trap. As her company's capital chain was on the verge of breaking, I walked straight over and took the roses from Li Jie's hand, pulling Ruan Tang into my arms and presenting the flowers to her. Wife, these 99 roses represent my heart. Ruan Tang's heart suddenly began to race. Though she wanted to stomp on my foot, she blushed and lowered her head, playing along with this sudden drama. Watching Ruan Tang's shy expression, Li Jie was nearly bursting with rage. He had pursued her for 7 years, only to be intercepted by a stranger. He demanded to know if I was just borrowing his flowers to offer the Buddha. I shook my head, sighing at how forgetful the world is. I had only been out of fashion for 5 years, yet no one remembered me. 5 years ago, Ruan Tang and I caused a storm with our unwed pregnancy. Li Jie instantly felt a surge of crisis within. Ruan Tang, do not choose this man who abandoned you. I promised to treat Yi as my own biological daughter. Ruan Tang hesitated for a long while, then deliberately stated, I am already engaged to him. Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept. Li Jie's expression soured, but he forced a smile. The reunion at noon, you will still attend that, right? He intended to reclaim his dignity at that venue. I spoke up a step ahead of him. Do not worry, I will accompany Ruan Tang. My sudden intervention completely disrupted the plan Li Jie had in mind. He gave us both a deep, searching look. Manhwa tea house. Be there or be square. He then turned and left. I, however, asked with total sincerity, wife, what kind of job do you think I should get? A man as exceptional as your husband will bring a revolution to whichever industry he joins. Ruan Tang rolled her eyes at me. How was Yi's situation today? I smiled. Very good. Yi just recruited a subordinate. Well, she made a new friend. The school is great, but the tuition is truly expensive. Ruan Tang said not to worry about money. She could handle it, but seeing her financial report, I asked if her capital chain was broken. I declared with high spirits that if she wished, our family could become the world's richest today and solve everything. Ruan Tang's lips twitched as she handed me a credit card. She told me to use it until I found a job so our daughter would not suffer. After giving me the card, Ruan Tang looked worried. The reunion is full of people from wealthy families. You might end up being excluded or bullied. I shrugged noncommittally, thinking to myself, regarding family background, I fear no one. So, I followed Ruan Tang to the gathering. I entered private booth 17 with Ruan Tang. The room fell silent in an instant. Everyone sized up Ruan Tang's rumored boyfriend. The classmates saw my appearance and clothes were ordinary. I looked like a complete bystander. They could not help but feel disappointed and amused for Ruan Tang. Xu Yiyi waved happily from a corner, signaling Ruan Tang to come over. She was Ruan Tang's college roommate and one of her few true friends. Yiyi complained angrily that these classmates were fair-weather friends. They took Ruan Tang's favors back then, but now won't even say hello. Ruan Tang comforted her softly, saying it is normal for people to seek the elite. She did not care about the cold shoulders from those she once helped. Zhu Feng asked Ruan Tang to pour tea for everyone with a biting tone. Jealous of Ruan Tang's past glory, she wanted to trample her now. Xu Yiyi retorted indignantly that the booth had waiters. You are truly ungrateful wolves. If not for Ruan Tang's help back then, I doubt you would even have a place in this city now. Song Qin adjusted his tie and snorted that his success was purely from hard work. He completely denied Ruan Tang's contribution in introducing connections. Yiyi was stunned by the shamelessness of this couple. She demanded to know why Li Jie was not speaking up to help. Li Jie, however, chose to remain a cold bystander. He stated indifferently that pouring a cup of tea was no big deal. He wanted to use this to make Ruan Tang face reality. She was no longer the unattainable goddess. Her capital chain was about to snap. Xu Yiyi was so angry she tried to pull Ruan Tang away. Ruan Tang smiled and stopped her, saying the tea should be poured, using it as a way to see the true colors of people. I moved a step ahead and picked up the teapot. Under Ruan Tang's complex gaze, I filled the cups one by one, diffusing the current embarrassment. Seeing this, Li Jie picked up his cup and jovially played the peacemaker. He proposed a toast to everyone, but except for Yiyi, no one paid any attention to us as a couple. Throughout the meal, everyone constantly flattered Li Jie. Zhu Fang and Song Qin occasionally mocked Ruan Tang and me, in order to curry favor with Li Jie. Li Jie expressed regret that they could not dine at the Fenghua Pavilion, but his uncle told him a VIP booked it, so they stayed in a regular booth. Zhu Fang's eyes lit up learning Li Jie's uncle was the tea house manager. She immediately raised her glass with a flirtatious smile. Young Master Li is so successful now. If there is a chance, do not forget to give Song Qin a hand. Just then, a middle-aged man with a square face walked in. Li Jingnan, with his beer belly, laughed heartily, saying since his nephew was hosting, he had to come toast a cup of tea. The classmates, learning this was manager Li Jingnan, all felt a surge of excitement and stood up, flattered, to return the salute. Li Jingnan shared an embarrassing childhood story of Li Jie to build rapport, then left, saying the boss was at Fenghua Pavilion welcoming a VIP. After his uncle left, Li Jie became the center of even more attention. The classmates began to drink heavily, wildly praising Li Jie's family background. Song Qin returned from the restroom with a palm print on his face. He cursed and grumbled, saying he accidentally bumped into an old man and got slapped. Li Jie frowned, but thinking of his uncle's power, he patted his chest and guaranteed that he would cover everything if anything happened, telling everyone to relax. The booth door was kicked open, startling everyone. An old man with white hair but a spirited appearance entered. The old man's gaze locked onto Song Qin. He barked sternly that he had finally found the good lad. Clearly, he was here to settle the score. Song Qin, fueled by alcohol, slammed the table and pointed at the old man. Zhu Fang joined in the cursing, saying the old man was crazy to hit someone and then come looking for them. The old man snorted coldly. He told his bodyguard, Wang Long, to remember this woman for a later slapping, and ordered Song Qin to kneel, apologize, and slap himself 100 times. Li Jie stood up and frowned, saying there was no need to be so aggressive. He tried to use his own identity to settle this sudden storm. The female classmates were laughing, thinking Li Jie's uncle had them covered. They felt the outsider could not possibly stir up trouble on Li Jie's turf. Zhu Fang glanced at me, mocking me for being a coward who did not dare stand up. I, however, grabbed a handful of melon seeds and watched the show with interest. I admitted I was afraid of death, but kept cracking seeds nonetheless. Looking at that martial artist bodyguard, I felt another good scene was coming. Wang Long's gaze swept over everyone, but he only frowned at me, because he could not see through this young man who had no cultivation, yet watched the show with such total composure. To show off in front of Ruan Tang, Li Jie announced his background, saying he was Li Jie of the Donghai Li family. He thought it would be settled with a single sentence, but something unexpected happened. I continued cracking melon seeds and sipping my beer, savoring the farce unfolding before my eyes. Li Jie, full of himself, threw around the name of the Donghai Li family, with a smug smile plastered across his face. He tried to settle the grudge by inviting them for a cup of tea. Wang Long was not buying any of it. He raised his hand and sent a fierce slap crashing across Li Jie's face. Who do you think you are to ask for face? Li Jie laughed in a fit of rage, yet found himself utterly helpless. He could only pull out his phone and call his uncle, vowing to make these people pay for what they had done. Still cracking seeds, I even started a conversation with Ruan Tang. Dear, which of these two groups do you think will win? The sound of my seeds cracking made Ruan Tang's heart skip a beat in fear. She hastily gave me a sharp pinch on the arm, signaling me to stop stirring up more trouble. Li Jingnan rushed to the booth in a panicked sweat, seeing his nephew's face beaten into a swollen mess. The fury in his heart erupted instantly. Just as he was about to lash out, his eyes fell upon Wang Long and the old man. His body turned rigid in an instant. He stood frozen on the spot, lost in sheer disbelief. With bloodshot eyes, Li Jie looked up at his arriving uncle, expecting this elder to use thunderous means to punish the opponent. Facing his nephew's expectant gaze, Li Jingnan felt his legs go weak. Trembling, he called out to the old man, "Master, what are you doing here?" He quickly realized his nephew had offended the boss's VIP. He cursed these brats in his heart for being so suicidal. In an instant, he dropped to his knees on the floor. Jiang Laobie ignored the kneeling Li Jingnan, instead turning his gaze toward Li Jie. Against a martial artist of this level, I could not even find interest. Li Jie knew his every word concerned the survival of his family. Without hesitation, he demanded Song Qin kneel and apologize, and ordered Zhu Fang to slap herself 100 times. Seeing this scene, I directly burst out laughing. As everyone's gaze shifted to me, I put on an innocent face. I am just a spectator. Please, carry on and ignore me. Jiang Laobie stared at me with a cold, hollow smile. You brat, You actually dare to laugh out loud. Are you deliberately challenging my authority? Ruan Tang knew well how ruthless and tyrannical the eighth master was. Terrified to the core, she hurriedly bowed in apology, explaining that I absolutely had no intention of provoking him. Jiang Laobie scrutinized Ruan Tang and suddenly laughed. For the sake of this woman, if you apologize, I won't make things difficult for them. To settle the matter, Ruan Tang nodded repeatedly. She anxiously urged me at her side. Hurry and bow your head to apologize to this great man. I stood my ground with my hands behind my back. My eyes revealed an arrogance that looked down upon the world. I said indifferently, he is not worthy. The booth fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone doubted their own ears. They could not believe someone dared to speak to eighth master like that. The smile on Jiang Laobie's face gradually vanished. Wang Long, give this ignorant boy a lesson he will never forget. Ruan Tang and Xu Yiyi were frantic with worry. They begged me to back down and yield, fearing I would truly lose my life here. My eyes were as deep and vast as the starry river. In a flat tone I stated, it should be him begging me for mercy instead. Li Jie burst into laughter upon hearing this. He thought it was the biggest joke of the year, convinced that I was merely seeking my own death. Jiang Laobie laughed out of extreme anger. I have seen many big talkers. They all ended up nailed to a wall. Wang Long, do not hold back. Kill him. I will take the fall. Wang Long's eyes, sharp as an eagle's, locked onto me. With a roar, he charged like a mad bull, shattering the table. Ruan Tang cried out in terror at the horrifying momentum. She closed her eyes in despair, unable to watch the bloody end. I stood still, not moving a single inch. The aura that suddenly erupted from my body sent Wang Long flying, embedding him deep into the wall. It took half a minute for Wang Long to crawl out of the crater. He pointed at me with a face full of horror. He tried to speak, but collapsed into unconsciousness immediately. I shook my head, not bothering to explain I was an immortal. I have absolutely no interest in martial artists of this caliber. Song Qin, Zhu Fang, and the others stared at each other. They could not fathom how a loser like me could possibly defeat eighth master's top enforcer. Li Jie's pupils shrank as he made a bold guess. He thought eighth master ordered the guard to fake a loss, just to find an excuse to wipe me out completely. Jiang Laobie maintained a fake smile, praising me as not bad. Inside, however, he was panicking wildly. His hand instinctively reached for the weapon at his waist. Xu Yiyi rushed into the booth at that moment, looking tense. She sighed in relief seeing I had not started a bloodbath. Abandoning her plan to greet me formally, she turned and whispered a warning to Jiang Laobie. I raised an eyebrow, recognizing the woman. It was Xu Yiyi, whom I had met at the Yi family villa. I did not expect her to be the owner of this tea house. Jiang Laobie gasped upon hearing the Yi family's fate. Only then did he realize the young man before him was a terrifying existence capable of eradicating a great clan. To please the eighth master and Xiao Su, Li Jie shouted for Xiao Su to uphold justice. He gloated internally, thinking he could kill 3 birds with one stone. Jiang Laobie's facial muscles twitched in pure terror. He cursed Li Jie for being a fool who wanted to get him killed. He wished he could tear the man apart on the spot. Xu Yiyi asked about Li Jie's identity with a smile. After receiving confirmation, she fired Li Jingnan and ordered him to leave with his nephew. Li Jingnan was completely stunned. Once he snapped out of it, he slapped his nephew hard, cursing the fool for making him lose his job. As guards dragged him away, Li Jie still yelled it was for the master. Jiang Laobie's face darkened as he sentenced him to death in his heart. Xu Yiyi elegantly clapped her hands to clear the room. She softly apologized to the other guests, announcing that the tea house would be closed for the day. Song Qin and Zhu Fang were already scared out of their wits. Hearing they could leave, they fled the booth in a frantic, joy-filled scramble for survival. I was about to leave when Xu Yiyi called out to me. Ruan Tang grabbed my arm in worry, telling me to run. She stomped her foot, certain that I was in for a beating. I gently stroked her hair, calming her and telling her to wait for me at the entrance. Then, my figure disappeared behind the closing doors of the tea house. After being tossed out, Li Jie stayed waiting at the gate. He gloated, confidently predicting that I was currently being tortured to death by eighth master. Ruan Tang bit her lip, looking at the tea house with deep anxiety. Though she felt uncertain, she still held her ground and retorted that I would be fine. Inside, Jiang Laobie was kneeling before me, trembling. All of his previous arrogance had vanished. He humbly begged for my forgiveness. I looked at the kneeling Jiang Laobie with a calm face. 10 minutes passed before I slowly uttered, "It is fine." Xu Yiyi apologized to me with a respectful expression, explaining that her main purpose in coming to Donghai was specifically to recruit a master like myself. I looked at this woman who feared ghosts with a half smile. I told her to speak her mind directly, and to stop with the roundabout schemes. Xu Yiyi offered a staggering 30 million yuan a year to hire me as a consecrated master for the Xu family. I would only need to help in times of family crisis. Jiang Laobei gasped at the mention of the sum. He did not expect the Xu family would pay such a price, just to recruit me into their ranks. I remained indifferent to the massive fortune. Instead, I was more concerned whether this money could be transferred to my wife as an investment. Xu Yiyi immediately understood and agreed, promising to pay in installments without Ruan Tang ever knowing. I emphasize once more, it is only natural to work for pay. But 30 million only buys own intervention from me. Think carefully before you make your decision. Xu Yiyi agreed without a moment's hesitation. Then she tentatively inquired of me, asking if I needed a job to provide a cover for my identity. I specified the job should not be too busy, preferably 9 to 5. After all, I need to make time to care for my daughter in kindergarten. Xu Yiyi had a sudden flash of inspiration. She suggested I become the school doctor at Xu family's elite university. This would provide a relaxed role and a respectable identity. My eyes lit up at the mention of the word university. I immediately envisioned a perfect plan for when my daughter attends, ensuring she won't have to fear any punks or delinquents. Xu Yiyi looked at my gentle, fatherly smile. Though she did not quite understand, she respectfully arranged everything. When I stepped out of the tea house, Li Jie was utterly dumbfounded. He demanded to know why the 8th master had spared this man, a loser who should have surely been dead by now. Seeing me ignore young Master Li, Zhu Fang jumped out. She accused me of lacking manners and etiquette, forgetting how pathetic she looked kneeling and slapping herself earlier. I mocked them for having knelt so long they forgot how to stand. Better to become someone else's pillar than to curry favor with others. To save face, Song Qin forced a desperate explanation, claiming Hou Su spared them only for the sake of his uncle Li, though Li Jie felt something was off. He had no choice but to accept this explanation. Before leaving, he pointed at me, claiming I owed him a life. Ruan Tang drove the BMW, carrying me away from the scene. From the back seat, Xu Yaoyao's sharp eyes spotted something. The supreme black card that Xu Yiyi had given to me. I explained honestly that Xu Yiyi hired me as a martial consecrate, but Ruan Tang frowned, dismissing it as a blatant lie. She told me there was no need to fabricate such stories. Xu Yaoyao's imagination ran wild as she cried out, "Do you and Xu Yiyi have some sort of scandalous secret?" The shock made Ruan Tang slam on the brakes instantly. I glared back, retorting that Yao Yao was slandering my innocence. I emphasized that my relationship with Xu Yiyi was purely professional. Ruan Tang silently released the brakes and continued driving, though a ripple of emotion stirred in her heart. She claimed we were only a couple in name and would not interfere. After returning to the office, I continued to explain to Ruan Tang, "Wife, do not misunderstand. There really is nothing between us." It seemed the road to mending our relationship would be long. Ruan Tang was very surprised to learn I would be a doctor at Dongli University. She mentioned that her younger sister, Ruan Lan, studied there too. As I listened to Ruan Tang recount the past, how she was cast out for giving birth to an uncontrollable rage began to surge within my heart. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Ruan Tang looked so lonely. She mocked herself for having lost everything, only wishing for her daughter to have a complete home. Standing beside her, I made a solemn promise. I will ensure you take back every single thing you lost. Every item, without exception, shall be returned to your hands. Ruan Tang rolled her eyes, telling me not to get too into character. Though her words were tough, deep down, she still yearned to reclaim her stolen dignity. Suddenly, the secretary ran in, looking frantic and panicked, reporting the chairman of Huasheng, the fashion giant, was here. Ruan Tang was stunned by the news. She could not fathom why a titan like Huasheng would ever seek out her tiny, struggling company. A slight curl appeared at my lips, a smile of hidden merit. I thought to myself, Xu Yiyi truly works with incredible efficiency. The meeting lasted for a full hour. After Ruan Tang saw the Huasheng chairman off, a smile bloomed on her usually icy, beautiful face. I keenly captured that fleeting, precious smile. I asked her with a grin if the talks went smoothly. Ruan Tang let out a sigh of immense relief, stating the funding was solved and the company had a new life. She then gathered the staff to arrange the upcoming work. Seeing her busy, I did not ask further questions. I left the company alone to pick up my daughter from kindergarten. Xu Yiyi was already waiting at the kindergarten gate. She stepped out and handed me a folder personally. I opened the folder, finding the Donglei University offer and a new phone and SIM card. Xu Yiyi took out a small pink hair clip. Smiling, she said it was a gift bought specifically for Yi. She was confident that Yi would like it. I accepted the gift, giving her a deep, searching look. I praised her for being both thoughtful and clever in her work. Xu Yiyi beamed with a radiant smile, knowing she had made the right move with this gesture. She then made an excuse to take her leave first. Finally, the school bell rang for dismissal. Xu Yiyi came charging toward me at full speed. She happily gave me a big, moist kiss. She looked around, searching for her mother's figure. I explained that mommy was busy earning money at the company to provide for both daddy and Qian Xiao stood nearby, patting his chest proudly, boasting he would chase away a boy who tried to bully Yi. Watching Qian Xiao's face, practically begging for praise, I felt this kid's thick skin promised a bright future. I pulled out the prepared cloud cotton candy and handed it to him. Qian Xiao devoured the candy in just a few bites. His eyes sparkled as he shouted how delicious it was. I put the new hair clip on Yi, then took my daughter's hand to walk home, quietly enjoying our warm father-daughter time together. Back at home, Xu Yiyi clung to my arm. Acting spoiled, she said, "Daddy, I am hungry." I went into the kitchen and searched my storage space, finally selecting a fish whose scales shimmered with starlight. "Daddy will make a fried starfish for you to taste." Xu Yiyi stood on her tiptoes, looking at the beautiful fish. Her large eyes were filled with curiosity and wonder. "Yay, I love everything Daddy cooks." Ruan Tang returned home at 9 in the evening. Seeing me on the sofa, she asked where he was. I pointed to the meal I had left for her on the table. He just finished eating until she was full. I have already coaxed her to sleep. Ruan Tang washed her hands and began to feast heartily. She was shocked to find the fish crispy outside and tender inside. A sudden thought popped into her mind. Maybe being married to me would not be so bad after all. Ruan Tang immediately slapped her own face hard, warning herself not to be bought over by a single meal. This man had been missing for several years, after all. For the next 3 days, I became a full-time stay-at-home dad, dropping off and picking up Yi, and handling all the cooking. Though Ruan Tang kept shouting about needing a diet, she ate more than anyone whenever I served my delicacies. On September 10th, I went to report at Donglei University, officially beginning my career as a school doctor. Xu Yiyi personally showed me the campus and met the principal, indicating I was only there to experience life, telling him to just turn a blind eye to my activities. The principal understood perfectly, wearing a knowing look. He then led me to the clinic to introduce me to colleagues. Thinking it would be a simple life of slacking off at work, an unexpected scene suddenly took place. Xu Yiyi arranged a relaxed position for me. I followed the principal to the school's medical clinic. Zhou Feng had assumed the director position would be his. Seeing someone jump the line, his expression turned hostile. He chased the principal for answers in vain, then slammed the door. Lu Nanwei gave me a cold warning. Zhou Feng has a good background and always saw himself as director. He took his spot, she said. Better watch your back. I shook my head with a bitter smile. I am only here to pass the time. I have no interest in being a director at all. I did not expect the future work atmosphere to be so grim. Zhao Cixi pushed open the door while clutching her stomach. She whispered that she was a freshman with an upset stomach. In truth, she was plotting how to fake illness to skip military drill. Lu Nanwei took Zhao Cixi's pulse. She told her indifferently that it was nothing serious. Just go back, rest well, and drink more hot water. I saw through the girl's act of faking illness at a glance. Facing Zhao Cixi's pitiful gaze, I could only nod in agreement. Yes, drink more hot water. After the student left, Lu Nanwei remarked flatly that it was likely a student dodging drill. She then focused back on her medical journals. I sat in the office chair and closed my eyes for a nap, pondering whether to visit my sister-in-law, Ruan Lan. I asked Lu Nanwei if she knew her. Hearing me ask about the campus belle, Ruan Lan, she assumed I used connections to enter the clinic just to chase girls. She coldly refused to answer. I was unaware of my colleague's misunderstanding. At 5 of the clock sharp, I got ready to leave. After assigning Zhou Feng to the night shift, I prepared to go pick up my daughter. Lu Nanwei called Zhou Feng to notify him of the shift. She heard the sound of a bottle smashing on the other end. He roared, asking who I thought I was to assign him work. Hearing Zhou Feng's attitude, I was not even angry. I simply stated I had to pick up my daughter and cook. Then I left the school clinic. Lu Nanwei looked at my back with even more disgust, thinking I was a family man still flirting around on campus. She decided to report the situation to the logistics department. I took the bus back to the Baiyun district. The moment I opened the door, I heard my daughter's laughter. Inside, I saw my sister-in-law, Ruan Lan, playing with Yi. When Ruan Lan saw me return, the smile on her face instantly turned into anger. She snorted, "The heartless man is back." Her attitude was exceptionally hostile. Ruan Tang emerged from the kitchen with charred tomato and eggs. She kept a stern face, telling her sister to have a better attitude. "That is your brother-in-law, after all." Ruan Lan turned her head away in a huff. She vowed not to call me that and said she was going back to school. Clearly, she held a deep-seated prejudice against me. Ruan Tang frowned, urging her sister to eat before leaving. After all, the food was already prepared. Besides, her sister had lingered at the gate for a long time before entering. Ruan Lan stared at the bowl of burnt tomato and eggs. After hesitating, she suggested eating out instead, fearing her sister might blow up the kitchen like last time. I was shooed into the kitchen by Ruan Tang to cook. I gave a meaningful glance toward Ruan Lan, who had just roasted her sister's cooking, and got to work. In the living room, Ruan Lan teased Yi, praising her niece for surely being a great beauty in the future. She was overjoyed when Yi complimented her beauty in return. Ruan Tang poured a glass of water for her sister, exposing her habit of rubbing her nose when she lies. She asked if she would come here because she was treated unfairly. Suppressing the bitterness in her heart, Ruan Lan forced a smile and said she just came to see them. She did not tell her sister the real reason. Ruan Tang saw she did not want to talk and did not push. The two sisters chatted about family matters. Ruan Lan could not help but ask why she would gotten engaged to me. Xu Yiyi chimed in innocently from the side, saying Mommy and Daddy were very much in love. She even asked if Mommy liked Daddy the most. Her little eyes were full of expectation, facing her daughter's watery, expectant eyes. Ruan Tang gritted her teeth and admitted she liked Daddy. Internally, she was nervous due to her sister's sharp intuition. I finished a lavish spread of 6 dishes and a soup. The aroma instantly filled the entire dining room. Ruan Lan still mocked my cooking as a trick to fool girls, but her body was honest. She put a piece of braised pork in her mouth. Ruan Tang asked if the food was to her sister's taste. Ruan Lan devoured half a plate of braised pork like a whirlwind. She then finished 3 whole bowls of rice. Looking at my ravenous sister-in-law, I asked with a smile how it tasted. I only received a comment that it was about the same as the canteen. Xu Yiyi stared at Ruan Lan with wide eyes. "Auntie," she said innocently, "you can really eat a lot." He wants to work hard to eat as much as Auntie. Ruan Lan collapsed, teaching her niece never to praise a woman's appetite. Then Ruan Tang mentioned my job as a doctor at Dongli University. I realized Zhao Cici's fake illness was Ruan Lan's idea. So, I told Ruan Lan to go back and tell Zhao Cici, "Remember to drink more hot water." Ruan Lan's head felt like it would explode with rage. So the school doctor who rejected Cici's leave request was me. After dinner, Ruan Tang and I walked Ruan Lan to the subway. On the way back, Ruan Tang worried her sister. "Might have noticed we are only a couple in name." Xu Yiyi suddenly stopped walking. She looked at an old beggar kneeling by the roadside. She spoke up to me, "Daddy, I want some change. I want to help that old man." I saw at a glance that the old man was terminally ill. I let my daughter go and give him the money. But then I stopped her from giving to the fake cripples ahead. Though Ruan Tang did not believe I could diagnose just by looking, she still cooperated and gave the money. She asked curiously why I taught the child such things. I explained seriously, because Yi's future status will be extraordinary. She must learn to distinguish good from evil, knowing who to help and who to ignore. Jiang Tingyun lay on a chair in the Jiang estate in Yanjing, asking his men if they found who killed the Yi family. The men knelt on the floor, trembling in fear, promising to find the truth and bring back the killer in 3 days. They also mentioned they were searching for top-grade jade. Jiang Tingyun deduced that Yi Wuxuan's rapid progress was due to absorbing the blood of infants. A demonic light flickered in his eyes. He craved that kind of power for himself. The next morning, Qian Shao waited at the kindergarten gate. Seeing Xu Yiyi, he ran over excitedly to carry her backpack, looking exactly like a little devoted lackey. I was left speechless at the sight. I barked at him to go inside and read books, not to waste time at the entrance. When I arrived at the medical clinic, Zhou Feng stared at me with a dark, brooding face. He would tried many people but could not get me removed. He was harboring a belly full of rage. I paid no attention to Zhou Feng's provocations. Being ignored made him feel like he was punching cotton. He grew even more frustrated. Lu Nanwei only appeared when the shift changed. Just as she sat down, a boy ran in frantically, saying a friend had a heart attack on the ball court. Hearing the history of heart disease and intense exercise, Zhou Feng cursed, "Is he out of his mind?" But he still got up immediately to go save him. Lu Nanwei grabbed the emergency kit and rushed out. She quickly ordered the onlookers to move aside, quickly checking the condition of the fallen boy. I followed them to the ball court. I saw the boy's lips were purple and his pupils dilated. Clearly, the situation was extremely critical. But I was pushed aside by my colleagues. Zhou Feng roared while dispersing the crowd. He began performing CPR. He and Lu Nanwei tacitly ignored me. They connected higher. There was no professional equipment here. Heart disease was already a major problem, especially an acute attack like this. Their expressions grew increasingly grim. Dr. Li Shouzhong arrived at that moment. He performed more first aid, but there was still no effect. The faces of the three grew more and more solemn. I, who had been ignored all along, crouched down. My divine sense delved into the boy's body. Then, something completely unexpected happened. Su Lai, this is a matter of life and death. There is no room for your antics here. Step aside immediately. I am saving a life, not joking. The problem in your eyes is, to me, nothing more than a trifle requiring a sliver of spiritual energy. Ridiculous, you are just a crony who parachuted into the clinic through connections. Do you truly think you are a legendary healer reborn? Move aside now. Do not waste my time. Lu Nanwei knit her brows in frustration. Director Su, this is no time for jokes. The patient's condition is critical. Please, stop causing trouble here. I shook my head. I am not joking. If he dies in my hands, I will take full responsibility. But the truth is, under your rescue, he is already dead. Zhou Feng's face turned livid upon hearing my words. How dare you say such a thing? If he truly dies in your hands, can you actually shoulder that responsibility? I am not mocking you. After all, Dr. and this Dr. Li have already done your absolute best. Now, please leave the rest to me. Li Shouzhong looked up, gasping for breath. He looked at the young man in disbelief. Are you certain? This student has already suffered cardiac arrest. I nodded. It is merely cardiac arrest. Using spiritual energy to jumpstart a heart is a very simple task for me. Zhou Feng laughed. Truly hilarious. A patient 3 professional doctors could not bring back. And you claim 100% chance of saving him. Zhou Feng suddenly had a realization. I see, you are afraid of being held accountable by the school later. So you are putting on a deliberate act right now, just to shift the blame away from yourself. I grew a bit impatient with the repeated interruptions. Your failure to save him is due to your poor medical skills. Do not project your limits onto others. The surrounding students grew agitated and began to denounce me. Does he take us for fools? Claiming a single touch is a rescue, this is pure madness. A patient CPR could not bring back after nearly half an hour. I forcibly pushed Li Shouzhong and the other 2 aside. I pressed a single finger against the patient's chest, injecting a stream of spiritual energy within. From the moment I acted to the moment I stood up, less than 3 seconds passed. My daughter's school is letting out. I am leaving. You can handle the follow-up. Having said that, I walked away from the crowd. The students stared at my retreating back. The field fell silent for a moment, followed by even more furious rebukes. Director Li was saving lives while you were hiding in some corner. Director Li was saving lives while you were hiding in some corner, you fraud. Director Li was saving lives while you were hiding in some corner. Li Shouzhong's expression turned cold to the extreme. If a real doctor wanted to try a last-ditch rescue, he would have no complaints even if it failed. Lu Nanwei was the closest to the patient. At this moment, she remained silent. Suddenly, her brows twitched and she blinked hard. She thought she just saw the patient's finger move. Lu Nanwei suspected it was a hallucination, but a second later, the finger moved again. Furthermore, the patient's chest began to heave. He was breathing. The boy had actually come back to life. Li Shouzhong's eyes widened as he stared at the patient. Seeing the boy open his eyes with a dazed look, a wave of sheer shock surged through his heart like a tide. Zhou Feng let out a scoffing laugh. Lu, stop joking around. The person has completely stopped breathing. Even Director Li was helpless. How could he possibly come back to life? Lu Nanwei stomped her foot in frustration. She gently patted the patient's face on the ground. She asked loudly, "Student, can you hear me?" Zhou Feng turned around in confusion. He saw the patient, who had no breath a moment ago, not only opening his eyes but sitting up on his own. As he turned into a zombie, Li Shouzhong was incredibly excited. He barked at Zhou Feng, "You are a doctor. Please believe in science. This is respect for the patient and the medical path. This is a miracle. Zhou Feng was bewildered, leaping 3 meters back in fright. When was I ever disrespectful? Clearly, it was Su Lai who was being disrespectful. What on earth is going on? Li Shouzhong marveled at the sight. This is quite literally a medical miracle. The patient who could not be resuscitated even after nearly half an hour of CPR was saved with a single finger. Li Shouzhong wished he could discuss this with me for 3 days and nights. He grabbed Zhou Feng's arm and asked urgently, "What is your director's phone number?" Zhou Feng saw Director Li staring at him with bloodshot eyes. He backed away repeatedly in fear. I do not know. I did not save that Su Lai's number." Facing Director Li's inquiry, Lu Nanwei also shook her head, saying she had not saved it. This whole matter was simply too shocking. The ambulance arrived late. The person was already fine. The students dispersed while discussing the event. Who knew the school clinic held such a great master? I knew it all along. This director is a divine healer. The students marveled one after another. To tell you the truth, the band-aid I got at the clinic yesterday was given to me by him. This morning, the wound was completely healed. I arrived at the kindergarten and found my daughter in Ruan Tang's car. My lady wife held the steering wheel, her brows slightly knit. She seemed to be lost in thought. I sat in the passenger seat and buckled my seatbelt. I asked with concern, "Did something happen at the company? You look like you have something on your mind." Ruan Tang shook her head. "It is nothing. Let us go home." Her mind was actually a mess, but she did not want me to know. She could only force herself to hide the sorrow in her eyes. Xu Yiyi leaned forward and whispered, "Daddy, I think Grandma just called on the phone. But Mommy won't let me tell you." She even glared at me. I looked helplessly at my wife. "Why bully our daughter? Is my mother-in-law all right? You and your sister are alike. You both love keeping secrets." Ruan Tang hesitated for a long time before biting her lip. "My parents have come to Donghai City. They want to meet with us. In truth, I feel quite uncertain about this." I said casually, "Then let us meet. I happen to want to meet my parents-in-law as well. After all, they are your parents. And Yi should eventually meet her grandparents, right?" Ruan Tang let out a self-deprecating laugh. How could things be so simple? Since being kicked out of the Ruan family 5 years ago, we have not been in contact for a long time. Let me think about it some more. Xu Yiyi ate her fill at dinner. She lay on the sofa with her mother, drinking black tea. "Daddy, come quickly and watch TV with us." I was washing dishes in the kitchen and replied, "Coming right now." Though Ruan Tang was unwilling to admit it, my cooking was indeed excellent, and I had taken over all the household chores. Ruan Tang watched me busy myself and sighed inwardly. Such a life was something she never dared to hope for before. Since I moved in, there had been only benefits and no drawbacks. I sat at the other end of the sofa, as if seeing through Ruan Tang's thoughts. I spoke with a grin. "Do you find having me around wonderful? My lady wife is truly a tsundere." Ruan Tang kept a straight face. "You are overthinking it." However, looking at her daughter's happy laughter, I also decided to go meet her parents tomorrow morning. "On the road this Thursday," Qian Shao exclaimed in surprise. "Sister," Uncle Su said, "the swirly lines on the cloud candy are gifts from the lightning." Xu Yiyi gave a massive roll of her eyes. "Look at you, acting like you have never seen the world. Though the storm cloud candy does taste better than the white ones." Qian Shao chuckled. "There is always candy when following Uncle Su. Now I feel as if my body is drifting on the clouds. The taste of this cotton candy is simply too good to make a good impression on her parents." Ruan Tang took me to a barbershop and specialty stores. "This set, that set, and this own, wrap them all up. Go and try them on." I looked at the price tag of nearly 5,000 for a pair of pants and gasped. Usually I dress very casually. Putting on formal wear now feels quite unfamiliar. Ruan Tang was stunned when she saw me come out in the new clothes. That deep, profound aura could not be faked. Own glance, and it felt as if Own would be pulled into its depths. I leaned into Ruan Tang's ear and whispered, "Is your heart fluttering?" Watching her push me away in a panic, I thought to myself that my wife is sometimes truly adorable. Ruan Tang nervously cautioned me with a worried look. "Do not say anything reckless when you meet my parents later. And whatever you do, do not let our secret relationship slip." I looked at Ruan Tang and gave her a small smile. "Do not worry, honey. Leave everything to me." Ruan Tang pushed open the booth door and gasped in shock. "Uncle, Aunt, why is it you? Where are my parents? Was not it supposed to be my parents who wanted to see me?" Ruan Qingshan set down his teacup. He let out a heavy, cold snort. "What, are you disappointed to see us?" Song Are you scrutinized me thoroughly from head to toe. she said indifferently. Both of you, sit down first. So, you are Xu Yiyi. First, tell us about your family background and your profession. I answered truthfully, an ordinary family, currently working as a school doctor. Upon hearing those two things, the aunt did not look disappointed. Instead, a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. Song Ryu took a sip of tea and spoke as if to herself. I know that girl Ruan Lan went to see you yesterday. She must have told you she is about to be betrothed to the Fong family. Ruan Tang asked anxiously. Fong Cheng was in a car accident years ago and is in a vegetative state. He can't even wake up. Why did my parents agree to this marriage? Song Ryu barked sternly. Shut up. Young Master Fong is only in a temporary coma. He will surely wake. Marrying into the Fong family is Ruan Lan's blessing. Why would not they agree? Ruan Qingshan spoke up as well. That is right. The Fong family promised that after the engagement, they will help the Ruan family enter real estate for a share of the market. This is for the sake of the family's interests. Ruan Tang's beautiful face turned icy with anger. Another business marriage. I do not agree to this match. The Fong family is clearly humiliating my sister. This is simply going too far. A glint of greed flashed in Song Ru's eyes. I heard you recently signed a major contract with Huasheng. I believe you should transfer your company to the Ruan family for free. Ruan Tang suppressed her rage and asked coldly. You kicked me out of the house 5 years ago, and now you want to seize my company. Is this grandpa's decision, or yours? Song Ryu spoke with fake sincerity. It is my decision, but this is all for your own good. Now that you have a child, your focus should be on the family. My son is more than capable of managing the company. Ruan Tang was so angry she was speechless. Aunt, please speak with a clear conscience. Are you really doing all this for my own good? What a line, for my own good, how shameless. I, who had been silent, suddenly laughed. The smile was chilling. Since you are her blood aunt, why are you selling Ruan Lan to the Fong family? Ruan Qingshan slammed the table and said in a harsh voice. Ruan Tang, is this the ignorant trash you found? Speaking with such sarcasm and insolence. The Ruan family's affairs do not need an outsider's interference. My gaze swept over them with icy coldness. Watching Ruan Qingshan's horrified expression, I said, the two of you actively contacted the Fangs to broker this marriage. Quite a clever calculation. Having her motives exposed, Song Ryu turned from shame to rage. She pointed at me and said with disgust, Qingshan, do not waste words with this fellow. You, get out, we do not need an outsider meddling here. Ruan Tang's expression was frozen like ice. She said word for word, he is not trash. Nor is he an outsider. He is my fiancé Xu Yiyi. Ruan Tang continued, I will not transfer the company, and I will never let my sister marry Fong Cheng. Ruan Qingshan shouted angrily, fine, you ungrateful wolf. The Ruan family raised you for all these years, and you can't even part with a single company. Song Ryu added coldly, Ruan Tang, I did not expect you to be so unappreciative. You have truly disappointed me. Ruan Lan's marriage to the Fangs is already set in stone, and you must sign the company transfer agreement. Ruan Tang felt sickened. She stood up and grabbed my hand to leave. Xu Yiyi, let us go. Staying one more second makes me nauseous. Song Ryu suddenly spoke up. Your little brat's name is Xu Yiyi, is not it? Xinghe Kindergarten lets out at 5:30 in the afternoon. Ruan Tang whirled around. Staring intensely at Song Ryu, she demanded, what do you mean? What are you trying to do to my daughter? Song Ryu said casually, the streets are narrow and crowded with cars. It is easy for a little accident to happen. The possibility of a mishap is not small, is it? I have heard many children have gone missing lately. Ruan Qingshan said with a jovial smile. Indeed. Niece, you better keep a close eye on the child. Do not give bad people a chance to strike. Ruan Tang was trembling with pure rage. She pointed at these two shameless elders and cursed. How can people like you even call yourselves family? Ruan Tang, what are you saying? Your uncle is doing all this for your own sake. Why do not you reconsider the matter of the contract? After all, the child's safety is what matters most. Ruan Tang gritted her teeth hard. I will sign, but you are not to touch a hair on Yi's head. Otherwise, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Ruan Qingshan and Song Ryu exchanged a glance. Triumphant smiles appeared on their faces. Sure enough, Ruan Tang's weakness was her daughter. I gave Song Ryu and her husband a long, deep look. I hope you won't regret this. And do not come begging to return the company to Ruan Tang. Song Ryu snorted with utter contempt. She thought to herself, once something is in my pocket, who would be foolish enough to take it back out? After leaving the tea house, Ruan Tang sat in the car, her shoulders shaking. She looked utterly helpless and fragile. I hesitated for a moment, then gently patted her back. Go ahead, cry. You will feel better once it is out. Ruan Tang said through her sobs. Xu Yiyi, I am so scared. I am so afraid something will happen to Yi. I can't give her a complete home. And I can't even guarantee her safety. I'm so useless. I said softly, wife, do not worry. No one can harm thee, and no one can snatch a single cent from our family. They will spit it all back out with interest. Please, believe in me. Ruan Tang kept wiping her tears. Stop talking nonsense. I only hope my daughter can grow up safe and sound. I am sorry, I lost my composure. Can you leave me alone for a moment? I nodded and stepped out, choosing to give Ruan Tang some space. Alright, take some time for yourself. I will be waiting for you outside. Standing by the roadside, I took out my phone and called Xu Yiyi. I need you to do something for me. Xu Yiyi's respectful voice quickly came through. Mr. Xu, please tell me. I will surely get it done. She had already made up her mind. No matter how difficult my request was, she would do her utmost. After stating my plan, I hung up the phone. I sneered in my heart. You want my wife's company, but whether your son can afford to keep it, that depends on whether he has the life to spare. Meanwhile, Wang Jin sat in the CEO's office. From now on, this company is mine. He scrutinized the secretary standing nearby with a sour expression. His smile was full of immense satisfaction. Wang Jin thought that while Ruan Tang's company was not huge, with that Huashang contract, the annual profit would be at least 30 million. Ruan Jin tilted his chin up and looked at the secretary. Compile the files of all unmarried, single, and female employees under the age of 25. Do not forget to include your own profile. Just then, Ruan Jin heard a knock on the office door. He shouted impatiently, who is it? Can't you see I am busy? An employee reported from outside, the chairman of Huashang is here. He says there is something important to discuss. After Ruan Tang returned home, she sat in her chair staring blankly. She was someone always used to being busy. The sudden idleness made her feel uncomfortable. I sat down beside her and peeled an apple for my lady wife. Ruan Tang took a look and shook her head. She had no appetite right now. On the other side, Ruan Qingshan was frantically calling Ruan Tang. As soon as the call connected, he spoke in a domineering tone. Ruan Tang, I am your uncle. You come to the office to work immediately. Just now, the chairman of Huashang specifically asked for Ruan Tang. He said only she can be in charge of this project. If the person is changed, they must pay a massive termination fee. Ruan Tang hung up the phone directly with an icy face. She thought, you stole my company and still want me to work for free. In your dreams. Ruan Qingshan was cursing loudly at the company. Her wings have grown. She actually dares to hang up on me. Fine. Keep using your phone to call her. I turned off Ruan Tang's phone directly. All you need to do now is get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow morning, Ruan Qingshan will come begging you to return. When that happens, just claim you are ill and stay home. Ruan Tang was in low spirits. 5 years of her hard work had been snatched away just like that. Her heart was aching with immense pain. I thought to myself in secret, I could have used brute force to make the Ruan family submit, but that would be too boring. I want them to feel true despair. Ruan Lan learned that her sister's company had been seized. She could not get through to her sister on the phone. Out of worry, she rushed over to the apartment. Ruan Tang gave her sister a sharp, stern look. Your marriage, I do not agree to it. The Ruan family is clearly using your happiness as a bargaining chip. Ruan Lan lowered her head, pretending to be nonchalant. Sis, it does not matter who I marry. I have accepted it. This is the helplessness of being born into a great clan. Xu Yiyi clung to Ruan Lan's arm and said softly, Auntie, why do not you marry someone you love? He does not want Auntie to be sad. Xu Yiyi looked at me expectantly. Daddy, please help Auntie. Daddy is the most powerful person in the world. Print. He is right. I am going to Hang City tomorrow to pay a visit to this Fong family. The next day, I held my daughter's hand to take her to kindergarten. I noticed a black Mercedes-Benz parked downstairs. Ruan Qingshan sat in the car with a cold, gloomy expression. That woman Ruan Tang actually dares to ignore my calls. Seeing me, Ruan Qingshan put on an air of high authority. Tell Ruan Tang to come out and see me. I said indifferently, she is ill and needs rest. Please leave. Do not disturb her here. Song Ru's eyes flashed with fury. She was fine yesterday, and now she is suddenly sick today. Who are you trying to fool? Tell her to come out right this instant. Song Ru continued her tirade. We have already condescended to come to this shabby neighborhood. And yet she puts on airs. Who does she think she is? I stopped paying attention to the three of them. I took my daughter's hand and began to walk away. Let us go. He let us go to school. Fuming with rage, Ruan Jin stepped out of the car and looked at me. Kid, did not you hear what my mother said? How dare you ignore us? Ruan Jin's gaze was freezing cold. He thought to himself that he was the future heir of the Ruan family. To him, I was simply asking for death. Ruan Qingshan said in a deep voice, let us go home. Since she wants to refuse our generosity, do not blame us for being heartless. Song Ryu grew anxious. Why are we going home? If we do not get Ruan Tang back to work, do we really have to pay that 30 million penalty? That is a massive fortune. Ruan Qingshan spoke with a meaningful tone. The Fang family's martial consecrate will arrive in a couple of days. Let Ruan Jin handle the contact. Ruan Jin suddenly understood his father's intent. I understand, father. I will make sure to entertain that master well. Meanwhile, Xu Yiyi respectfully opened the car door for me. Mr. Xu, 8th master has already booked a hotel in Hang City to welcome you and celebrate your arrival. I frowned slightly. Do not go to such trouble in the future. I am only here to handle a few matters. There is no need for such a grand display. Xu Yiyi explained. That building over there is the stadium. Hang City holds a half-month-long Jade convention every year. Today is the final day. Jiang Laobei asked with a smile, is Mr. Xu interested? Shall we go take a look? It is still early after all. I felt a bit of interest stir. I thought to myself that jade gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Perhaps I could find some useful materials. As we walked, I looked at the stalls with some disappointment. The quality of the jade inside these stones was extremely low. None of it was even worth a glance. Xu Yiyi crouched down and looked for a long time, finally sighing and deciding to give up. She did not know much about stone gambling. I suddenly pointed at 3 stones. The one in the corner, and this one. These 3 are not bad. Though surprised, Xu Yiyi bought all 3. Boss, I want these 3 stones. How much in total? The boss narrowed his eyes and smiled. 3.7 million total. The lady truly has a great eye. These are top-tier materials. The onlookers began to gossip. Forget it, they won't yield anything. Master Fang already looked at this stall. Clearly they are just dross. Xu Yiyi was nervous but still said, boss, cut them for me. No matter what others say, I believe in Mr. As the master cutter began his work, Xu Yiyi felt a surge of joy. I see green, the color is excellent, keep cutting. Old Zhang, the cutter, grew solemn. With each bit of stone removed, the interior of the rock was revealed. The crowd gasped in shock. The screen. It is imperial jade. Heavens, they actually cut out imperial jade. Xu Yiyi said with high spirits, the second one, and the third. Cut them together. It seems my luck is truly good today. The crowd stared intently at the cutting process. As the 3 raw stones gradually revealed their full forms, the eyes of the onlookers were filled with pure envy. Some even tried to buy them on the spot. Though the vendor felt a chill of regret, he still smiled and congratulated Xu Yiyi. Truly, own cut to poverty, own cut to wealth. Xu Yiyi rejected the acquisition offers from the crowd. She asked respectfully, Mr. Do you plan to sell your jade here? I gave Xu Yiyi a deep look. I said to her casually, you paid for them. Naturally, this jade belongs to you. Jiang Laobei's admiration for me was like a surging river. Witnessing me pick out 3 pieces of imperial jade at random. What terrifying insight that required. After asking Xu Yiyi for the location of the Fang family, I smiled and walked ahead, saying, want to play a bigger game with me? Fang, the manager of the Fang family stall, was shocked to see Jiang Laobei and Xu Yiyi treating a total stranger as their superior. Jiang Laobei had none of his usual authority. He followed half a step behind me with a smile, not daring to overstep in the slightest. Xu Yiyi similarly dared not overstep that seemingly trivial half-step of distance. She smiled at Fang. We are here to buy jade. I observed for about 5 seconds, then suddenly stomped my foot, making the ground vibrate. Among the stones sent flying, exactly 37 rolled to my feet. Fang looked at me with a solemn expression. He deduced that I was a master, a senior far beyond the reach of a 4th-grade martial artist. I smiled and asked the 2 beside me, if you trust me, pay up. I am gifting you a massive stroke of fortune. Fang felt the stones and gave a bitter smile. Senior, these stones have no spiritual energy. You will only lose money if you buy them. I was slightly surprised he could sense spiritual energy. Confirming the purchase, I said indifferently, if you believe it, I am granting you fortune. Xu Yiyi very decisively wrote the check. Though this was a gamble involving the Xu family's future, she trusted me unconditionally. Jiang Laobie gritted his teeth and wrote a check for 100 million. This was practically all the liquid capital the Jiang family had. My command to cut was like a tsunami, sending the entire crowd into a frenzy of excited discussion. Fang An personally took the cutting machine. With confusion, he made the first cut, only to find that every single stone was of the highest grade. The crowd went from shock to daze, then to total numbness. Looking at the floor covered in imperial jade and ice-type jade, they were completely dumbfounded. This man's power was terrifyingly profound. Afterward, the three of us were invited to a VIP booth. Fang An now held absolute admiration for my stone viewing skills. Jiang Laobie's grin was nearly stretching from ear to ear. He said excitedly that 100 million check was worth it. I will make at least 200 million back. Fang Zheng, the head of the Fang family, rushed over upon hearing the news. Seeing me, he immediately clasped his hands, his voice trembling. Greetings, Mr. Fang An's mind suddenly exploded with realization. He finally understood that the person before him was the mysterious master who slaughtered the Yi family's elites. He might even be a martial grandmaster. Breathing heavily with excitement, Fang An dropped to one knee. He shouted loudly, "Third-grade martial artist of the Fang family. Greetings to the Lord Grandmaster." Fang Zheng's face twitched. He followed suit, kneeling and shouting, "Fang Zheng, head of the Fangs. Greetings to the Grandmaster." I started to say something but hesitated. Finally, I said casually, "Fine. If that is what you think I am, then that is what I will be." I looked at the awestruck Fang Zheng and Fang An and spoke slowly. "I need your Fang family to handle a few matters for me." Fang Zheng's tone became eager and hospitable. He asked if there was anywhere the Fang family could assist. He faintly sensed that something fishy was going on. Jiang Laobie let out a mocking laugh and said, "You are about to become relatives with Mr. Tsusum, who would dare to order a great figure like you around." Fang Zheng was utterly confused. When he heard his son was to marry the sister of Mr. Su's wife, cold sweat began to pour down his forehead. Trembling with terror, Fang Zheng wailed, "Mr. Su, spare the fangs." This was all arranged by that scoundrel Ruan Qingshan. I stated helplessly, "I am a very reasonable man. Both of you stand up first. Tell me the details of how this marriage came to be." Fang Zheng braced himself and recounted how Ruan Qingshan had taken the initiative to seek an alliance with the Fangs. He declared he would immediately reject the marriage proposal. My eyes lit up upon learning the Ruans had 90 million with the Fangs. "Help me freeze that money. In exchange, I will wake your comatose son." Fang Zheng's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Then, with reddened eyes, he choked out, "If my son can wake, I will do anything you ask." Suddenly, I let out a cold sneer. I kicked a chair across the floor, smashing it into the corner, forcing out the assassin who was hiding in the shadows. Tan Chong revealed himself after dodging the chair. He said in surprise, "You actually managed to discover me. It seems you truly do have some skill." Fang An broke out in goosebumps from the shock. He realized that if this man had attempted an assassination just now, he would undoubtedly be a dead man by now. Tan Chong said in a raspy voice, "Interrogate them right here. Tell me exactly what happened that day or die." Facing the dagger Tan Chong hurled toward me, I merely extended 2 fingers. With a crisp sound, I caught and pinched the blade. Fang An saw Tan Chang's figure vanish into thin air. His face turned pale with dread. Such a concealment technique was simply unheard of. Tan Chong prepared to circle behind me to slit my throat, only to find that a foot was already pressing down on his head. I curiously observed the first martial artist on earth who could use qi. Tan Chong roared in exasperation, "If you do not move your foot, do not blame me for using my ultimate move. My phantom sting is enough to kill those of a higher rank." Jiang Laobie felt a terrifying pressure spreading through the room. He hurriedly warned Mr. Su, "Please be careful." Tan Chong shouted with a hint of a sob while threatening, "Ek, do not step on my face. I told you not to step on my face. Are you even human?" I threatened him with a grin, "Another word and I will crush you to death. Show me your ultimate move first, then I will consider letting you go." Tan Chong let out a furious cry and unleashed his phantom sting. A claw entwined with black mist suddenly lunged out from within the shadows. With a light touch from me, that seemingly terrifying claw shattered inch by inch. It was as fragile as a piece of paper. Tan Chong gasped in horror. "You are a grandmaster. It was you who killed Yi Wuxuan and wiped out the Yi family. Why have not you carved your name on the heaven rank?" Fang An explained from the side that every new 7th grade grandmaster must climb Mount Shu to leave their name on the heaven rank. This is regarded as a sacred tradition. After a moment of contemplation, I spread my divine sense. I quickly located the peak at Mount Shu that pierced the clouds. A mountain face covered in carved names. I chuckled and decided to follow local custom. I will add a strike, so that those who follow may have another path to take. I shall fulfill this destiny. Deep in the Mount Shu range, a peak suddenly shot up another 1,000 meters. A towering intense soared into the sky. Only a single character appeared on the peak, Xu. Hidden masters across the country sensed the anomaly at once. They all looked up toward the heavens, turning toward Mount Shu with expressions of shock or bewilderment. I withdrew my divine sense, which was as vast as a sea of stars. I mused that on Earth, I can only use a negligible fraction of my power, lest the very laws of heaven collapse. Tan Chang, pinned under my foot, screamed for me to let go. But he only heard me ask indifferently, "Do you have any final words?" Learning he had nothing left to say, I said flatly, "Since there are no last words, then you may be on your way." Tan Chang screamed in terror, "The Jiang family of Yanjing." Those 4 words were like a massive mountain, pressing down on the hearts of Xu Yiyi, Jiang Laobie, and Fang Zheng. Xu Yiyi cautioned me with hesitation. "Mr. Xu, the Jiangs are an undisputed martial powerhouse in Yanjing. Killing their martial artist may bring immense trouble." I raised my right foot, completely unconcerned. Tan Chang thought I was afraid of the Jiang family. He hurriedly poked his head out, trying to seize the chance to flee. But to his utter shock, my left foot came down on him again. I asked with a half smile, "Did you think you could escape just because I switched feet?" Tan Chang was about to explode with rage, but he did not dare utter a single word of it. He forced a strained smile onto his face. He begged me to release him and forge a good bond with the Jiangs today. Fang Jing explained that the young master of the Jiang family was likely Yi Wanqing's fiancée. Tan Chang nodded repeatedly, saying that was exactly the case. Jiang Laobie cupped his fists and advised, "Mr. Xu, it is best to kill him. I have heard that the shadows of the Jiang family are elite assassins trained from birth. The trouble will be endless." Tan Chang anxiously offered to swear a poison oath, though his technique meant he would not live past 35. Who would not choose to live if they had the chance? Jiang Laobie reminded me, "Tan Chang has the Jiang family's special mark. He cannot be trusted." Tan Chang's mouth twisted in anger as he cursed the old man in his heart. I placed my hands behind my back. I stated flatly that I could remove the mark for him. The condition was that he must follow me. Otherwise he dies. Shockwaves crashed through Tan Chang's heart. He could not believe I could remove a mark even a grandmaster could not break. But he only had one second to consider. Hearing that the alternative to following was death, why would he need even a second to think? His face darkened as he shouted his willingness to follow Mr. Xu. After I lifted my foot, Tan Chang felt the invisible threads bound to his body vanish. This discovery caused his expression to shift in total shock. Tan Chang realized the mark the Jiangs had branded into him had truly, genuinely disappeared. He asked me with a wary look, "Who exactly are you?" I answered simply, "I am just an ordinary man." A wide smile spread across Tan Chang's face. He was overjoyed that he no longer had to die for the Jiang family. After a loud laugh, Tan Chang leaped through the window to escape. Xu Yiyi cried out in alarm, "Not good, he is running." I curled my lip, not caring in the least. Never mind a mere 6th grade martial artist. Even a 9th grade grandmaster is but a child before me. Tan Chang, already 100 meters away, was laughing wildly, celebrating his newfound freedom. Suddenly, his body turned rigid, unable to move a single inch. My cold voice reached him through telepathy. "I give you a choice, keep running and die, or come back obediently." Tan Chang's face turned deathly pale. He realized the man was likely an 8th grade upper grandmaster. His eyes flickered with uncertainty as he hesitated for a long time. Ultimately, he gave up on escaping. My voice came again, "Very good," and I released the binding. A streak of white light arrived before Tan Chang in an instant, imprinting itself directly upon his palm. Tan Chang was dazed, wanting to ask what this petal was. But no matter how he shouted, I ignored him. Zhou Feng looked at me coldly, stating he was retracting his previous bias. He expressed a desire to compete fairly for the position of clinic director. Lu Nanwei told me in a frigid tone that Director Li Shouzhong from the city hospitals waited all day yesterday. He seemingly wished to discuss medical techniques with me. As soon as she finished, the clinic door was pushed open. A sweat-drenched Li Shouzhong saw me, and his eyes lit up. Su, please, take a seat quickly. With a gaze full of a thirst for knowledge, Li Shouzhong questioned me. How exactly did you restart that boy's heart with just one finger? Seeing me hesitate for a moment, Li Shouzhong mistakenly thought this was a secret craft I was unwilling to teach. He smiled bitterly, saying if it were an ancestral secret he should not have asked. I explained that I was not afraid of outsiders learning a unique trade, but rather that it required spiritual energy, which cannot be taught. Nevertheless, I agreed to discuss medicine with him. Zhou Feng let out a scoff, thinking that just because I saved own patient, I was starting to think far too highly of myself. Hearing the two of us discuss herbal ingredients, Zhou Feng interjected. He pointed out there are fewer than 13,000 known medicinal herbs, and claimed I was talking absolute nonsense. I calmly stated that mountains, rivers, wind, and lightning can all be medicine. Just because you do not know it, does not mean it is not possible. Zhou Feng and Li Shouzhong could only shake their heads in frustration. The discussion grew increasingly intense. It was mostly Li Shouzhong asking, me answering, and Zhou Feng refuting. I was not annoyed, slowly resolving the doubts in their hearts. By the end of the debate, regardless of Eastern or Western medicine, I was the one teaching while Li Shouzhong was the one listening. Li Shouzhong's expression became one of profound respect. My well-reasoned explanations were a revelation to both of them. It even gave Li Shouzhong the illusion that this was exactly how medical science was meant to be. Lu Nanwei did not join the debate but listened in silence. Her beautiful eyes flickered between confusion and sudden brilliance. She began recording notes rapidly in her notebook. In a moment of inspiration, I spoke at great length. By the time I realized it, it was nearly 6 o'clock. I hurriedly apologized, saying I had to pick up my daughter from school. After saying that, I departed in a rush. The three in the clinic remained immersed in that vast ocean of knowledge. Lu Nanwei asked Li Shouzhong whether he thought what I had just said was true or false. Li Shouzhong's face was flushed with excitement. He said 70% was true. The rest needed time to verify, because I had nearly overturned all existing medical theories. The usually conceited Zhou Feng fell into a long silence of confusion. Based purely on this advanced medical theory, I was absolutely an expert among experts. The kindergarten lets out at 5:30. Since I was 30 minutes late, I teleported there instantly. I caught sight of Xu Yiyi, her little mouth pouting in unhappiness. I walked over, coughed, and offered an apology. Daddy forgot to come pick you up. Xu Yi's little face remained tense. She snorted and turned away, ignoring me. With a grim face, I asked Qian Zhao nearby, "Did you do something to make my daughter angry?" Qian Zhao's small face was a picture of immense confusion and innocence. He explained he wanted to tell me that Yi had been praised. Xu Yiyi glared at him with her large eyes. Terrified, Qian Zhao shrunk his neck and bolted away. He did not dare provoke this big sister of the school. My heart was full of self-reproach. I knelt before my daughter and promised never to be late again. Xu Yiyi asked skeptically, "Is that true?" Only after receiving a firm answer did she leap into my arms. She whispered that she thought her parents did not want her anymore. I feigned anger and asked how that could be possible. "Mommy and Daddy love you very much. How could we ever not want you?" Xu Yiyi pulled out a little red flower awarded by her teacher. She proudly announced she could recite the multiplication tables. The teacher gave her the little red flower as a reward. I kissed my daughter's forehead. I praised her warmly, saying she was truly amazing. Xu Yiyi lifted her happy little face and said she wanted to eat meat. Upon returning home, Xu Yiyi showed off to her mother. "Mommy, the teacher praised Yi today. She said Yi is so smart for knowing the multiplication tables." Ruan Tang offered her gentle praise. "Our Yi is truly the best. Come here and let Mommy give you a hug." Dinner consisted of various exotic delicacies once again. The mother and daughter were extremely satisfied with the meal. After dinner, I cleared the dishes. Under Ruan Tang's guidance, Xu Yiyi practiced the piano. Seeing that Ruan Tang was clearly distracted, I asked if she was still thinking about company matters. "Actually, you do not need to worry. I am here for everything." Ruan Tang merely smiled and shook her head. Then she suggested hiring a bodyguard for Yi. Ruan Tang felt her uncle and the others were brewing some wicked scheme. After Ruan Tang coaxed our daughter to sleep, my figure flickered and vanished into thin air. I reappeared in a deserted demolition zone in Donghai City, atop the roof of the tallest abandoned building. Tan Chang was squinting through a nap, planning to find some food. He suddenly found a figure standing right beside him. He backed away repeatedly in sheer fright. Tan Chang's voice was cold, his heart full of horror. "As a top-tier shadow assassin, He had not noticed at all when I had appeared by his side. With my hands behind my back, I gazed at the moonlight. You are going to help protect a girl. The person is my 5-year-old daughter, Xu Yiyi. When Tan Chong heard it was a female, he even fantasized if he would be like a protagonist in a novel, developing a romance with the person he protected. Learning she was only 5, he gave himself a sharp mental slap. When I promised to help him reach the 7th grade as a reward, Tan Chong thought he had misheard me. He then doubted me. Even a grandmaster would not claim to help another breakthrough. Tan Chong suspected I had found some heavenly treasure. His eyes flashed with greed for an instant, but remembering I was a grandmaster, he realized he could not steal it, and his heart sank halfway. Tan Chong sighed and accepted the task with bitterness. He knew the grandmaster realm was out of reach. With his hidden injuries, the 7th grade was impossible in this life. I snapped my fingers and spoke. Before me, there is nothing that cannot be done. The moonlight falling from the sky suddenly transformed into butterflies. Tan Chong gasped as he watched the lunar butterflies flood his body. The warm moonlight instantly healed his internal injuries. A powerful aura began to fill his being. By the seaside, a little girl following her mother pointed at the sky in amazement. Look, the moonlight turned into butterflies and is flying. But her mother did not believe her words. Own butterfly veered from the group and landed in the girl's palm. The girl laughed happily as she touched the butterfly. Finally, the butterfly turned into a beam of light and merged into her. The mother urged the little girl to come home. The girl rubbed her eyes in confusion, finding the butterfly gone. For a moment, she wondered if she had seen it wrong. No one imagined that 10 years later, a woman with footwork like a butterfly would emerge across the world. Honored by posterity as the first sword grandmaster of 300 years, Xu Yiyi. I watched Tan Chong absorb the massive amount of lunar butterflies and nodded. I felt that while this kid's life was destined to be a bit short, he did possess a fair amount of talent. Tan Chong used the massive energy to forcibly break into the 7th grade. Every second felt like 1,000 cuts of agony. With a pained face, he roared as he endured it all, until I grew tired enough to yawn. An astonishing pressure soared into the heavens. Tan Chong stood up, a terrifying aura swirling around his successful promotion. A half-moon vision appeared in the sky, though it only lasted a minute. Still, it was seen by many martial artists, leaving them in shocked awe. In the martial world, whenever a heavenly vision appears, it signifies the emergence of a new grandmaster. This meant another top-tier powerhouse had been born. Upon entering the master bedroom, I acted like a total gentleman. So I spoke up, "Wife, why have not you rested yet at this late hour?" Facing my concern, Ruan Tang reminded me with a cold expression. "When our daughter Yi is not present, just call me by my name. We are but a couple in name only." I, however, appeared casual and natural. It would become real sooner or later. I feigned a serious tone to remind Ruan Tang. It would not be good if he was not asleep and overheard our conversation. Her brows furrowed slightly as she retorted with icy sarcasm. "I hope that when our daughter cries for her father in the night, you, as her father, can also appear just as promptly." Ruan Tang slammed the apple onto the table and returned to her room in a huff. I, meanwhile, muttered to myself about the act of wasting food, and casually picked up the apple to take a couple of bites. Just as I was munching on the apple, Ruan Tang suddenly turned back. She saw the apple she had spent 10 minutes peeling being eaten by me, and her entire being was instantly on the verge of an explosion. I appeared somewhat stunned and innocent. I had originally thought the other party had gone to her room to sleep, never imagining she had only returned to grab a water glass. I scratched my head, attempting to diffuse this inexplicable awkwardness. Instead of apologizing, I stated with total sincerity, "Though you took a bite, I do not find it distasteful at all." Ruan Tang was speechless with rage and instinctively gripped her glass tight. Seeing this, I hurriedly offered the remaining half of the apple, advising her to just say so if she wanted it back. In order to make up for my mistake, I took the initiative to speak up. "How about I prepare a lavish midnight snack for you as compensation?" Although Ruan Tang resolutely refused at first, using weight loss as an excuse to restrain her appetite. The moment I mentioned the name stir-fried crawfish, her resolve clearly began to waver. I immediately threw in braised pig's trotters as the main highlight, knowing well that no one could resist my culinary skills. Ruan Tang ultimately could not withstand the charm of the delicacies. To save face, Ruan Tang declared she had forgiven me, and suggested that I add a soup to the meal. I, however, was shocked by a woman's appetite, as it seemed to me to be a portion meant for 3 people. Ruan Tang nearly cleared out a whole basin of spiritual shrimp from the Immortal Realm that took 1,000 years to raise, along with an entire large pig's trotter. Such an appetite made me feel the pressure doubling. Full and satisfied, Ruan Tang was in a great mood and put her worries aside. She looked at me as I sat deep in thought, staring at the shrimp shells, and bashfully explained she was just afraid of wasting food. To break the awkwardness, Ruan Tang then mentioned taking me shopping on Saturday, and hesitatingly invited me to come along. I agreed without hesitation to this chore of being a manual laborer. I knew well this was a golden chance to bond with my daughter. That night, I drifted into a dreamland with a wonderful mood. The next morning, the group arrived at the department store. The late arriving Ruan Lan found my presence quite strange. She brandished her claws at me in a show of defiance. I remarked that Ruan Lan has the foundation but can't afford the mine. This teasing caused the young and spirited Ruan Lan to fly into a rage. A game of cat and mouse ensued right there in the mall. The innocent Yi asked what a foundation was. Ruan Tang embarrassedly told her daughter to ask her aunt. This follow-up blow made Ruan Lan feel her pride was hurt in an instant. Though indignant, Ruan Lan could only follow along with the shopping. Amidst the laughter, she also observed us in secret. Finding that my sister and I walked a full meter apart, this state of zero interaction, appearing like total strangers, instantly made Ruan Lan suspicious. She began to doubt if the two were truly doing this for their daughter, faking a marriage to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Facing Ruan Lan's questioning about the wedding and their cold relationship, I reacted swiftly by taking Ruan Tang's hand. I explained it was because her sister was thin-skinned. Having wandered all morning, I had not only been a mobile clothes rack, but was also forced to carry a huge pile of garments. Clearly, this drudgery is truly not easy to handle. In the evening, Ruan Lan received a heavy phone call. Knowing she had to return to the Ruan family for the marriage, she looked listless. Ruan Tang perceived the look in her younger sister's eyes. She firmly insisted on accompanying her sister to face the family. Ruan Tang could not bear to see her sister step into that family fire pit. At that moment, I received a respectful call from the martial artist Fang An. Fang An stated he would represent the Fang family to reject the union tomorrow, and invited me to be present to witness it together. I readily agreed to the request, deciding to accompany my wife back to the Ruan family the next day. I hoped to settle the trouble once and for all through this move, even if Ruan Lan worried this action might harm her sister. Returning home late at night, due to the room allocation issue, Ruan Lan refused to leave the guest room, putting Ruan Tang in a bind. If Ruan Tang did not stay with me, the truth would surely be exposed. Once inside the master bedroom, I acted very gentlemanly. I offered to sleep on the living room sofa once our daughter fell asleep. This caused a trace of guilt to arise within Ruan Tang's heart. To coax Yi to sleep, I began to tell a fantasy story of the venerable Qingfeng. The novel plot not only attracted the child, but even Ruan Tang listened with total fascination. I reached a climax in the story and deliberately left them in suspense. Ruan Tang, however, was relentless and demanded I finish it. This scene made me realize my wife was actually a story lover. Upon hearing the story of how the venerable Qingfeng swept through the Western Black Dragon clan alone, her eyes sparkled. She sincerely praised that such was the true character of a man. Little did she know the very man was right beside her. When Ruan Tang sighed that such a heroic figure was unfortunately fictional and could never be met, my heart felt incredibly complex. For I was that very venerable Qingfeng who shook the starry river. Ultimately, I did not reveal the truth on this quiet night. I gently tucked the mother and daughter in with the blanket, then went alone to the living room to endure the sofa for a night. The next morning, Ruan Lan stayed in bed due to stress and was teased. Then, the group headed to the Ruan family with complex emotions. The Ruan estate was currently decorated with lanterns in a festive mood. The entire family believed clinging to the Fang family was a great blessing. Even the servants had smiles plastered on their faces. The current head, Ruan Su, was formally accompanying Fang An for tea, though the Fang family head's absence made him feel slight regret. He did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Ruan Qingshan's family, meanwhile, appeared exceptionally arrogant. They believed that by facilitating the union of Ruan Lan and the Fangs, their branch would surely obtain a very high status in the family. In contrast, Ruan Lan's biological parents, Ruan Yinshan and Zhu Fun, appeared cowardly and humble. In private, Zhu Fun kept complaining that her husband was useless. Zhu Fun vented all her anger onto her eldest daughter, Ruan Tang. Hearing Ruan Qingshan mention Ruan Tang's return and the company transfer, a complex look of calculation appeared in her eyes. I was well aware of the stakes behind this marriage alliance. I not only wanted to protect Ruan Tang but also wanted those self-righteous Ruans to pay the proper price. As the luxury fleet slowly drove into the manor, Ruan Tang's mood appeared exceptionally heavy. She did not know if what awaited her would be family warmth, or yet another round of cold shoulders. I walked behind them with a face of total indifference, as if nothing in this world could make me frown. Everyone in the main hall turned their gaze toward the entrance. When they saw the long-absent Ruan Tang reappear, various complex expressions intertwined on everyone's faces. The moment Fang'an saw me, his eyelids twitched wildly. He hurriedly stood up to salute, but was stopped by my gaze. He could only suppress the shock in his heart and remain calm. I accompanied my wife and daughter back to my father-in-law's home. Ruan Tang took a deep breath, clutching little Yi's hand tightly. With my steady and calm gaze supporting her every step, she slowly entered the Ruan family's cold and imposing hall. The moment Ruan Qingshan saw me, he exploded in a fury. Where on earth have the security guards gone? How can they let such low-life scoundrels inside? Throw them out of here this instant. Hearing this, Fang'an's hand trembled, nearly dropping his teacup. The horror in his heart instantly transformed into a searing rage. He slammed the table with a thunderous strike. How dare you? Ruan Qingshan was startled by this sudden, angry outburst. Regaining his composure a moment later, he pointed at me, hiding behind Fang'an's borrowed authority. Even Mr. Fang says you are bold and reckless. He continued his mockery. You frogs in a well probably do not know, but Mr. Fang'an is a true martial artist, possessing terrifying power that mortals cannot even imagine. Fang'an looked at Ruan Qingshan's face and nearly burst with rage. Ignoring his public image, he pointed at Ruan Qingshan's nose and roared, "Ruan Qingshan, shut your mouth." The smile on Ruan Qingshan's face froze instantly. The man was completely dumbfounded. He could not fathom why this Fang family patron would curse his own ally. But then a thought crossed his mind. Rumor has it many martial artists suffer mishaps during training, which ends up damaging their brains. To him, this Mr. Fang'an was surely a living example of that, though Ruan Su's expression was incredibly dark. As the head of the household, he was far more calculating and composed than the others. Since you are here, take a seat. Lana, do not just stand there. Come behind your grandfather. I maintained a composed and natural expression, as if I could not feel the hostility radiating from my surroundings. Gently protecting Ruan Tang, who held our daughter in her arms, I walked straight to the chair that symbolized the lowest status. Ruan Lan gritted her teeth in silence. She gave her sister and brother-in-law a look full of complex emotions. After a moment of hesitation, she finally lowered her head and stood obediently behind her grandfather, Ruan Su, sitting at the head of the table. Fang'an's gaze inadvertently swept over Ruan Lan's striking features. He clicked his tongue inwardly in quiet amazement. No wonder the clan head had not rejected this alliance immediately. He finally understood his master's original thoughts. Such a beauty indeed possessed the capital to move anyone's heart. Unfortunately, the situation had shifted entirely. Song Ryu sat to the side, staring coldly at Ruan Tang. Before we discuss Ruan Lan's marriage, Ruan Tang, you would better return to the office this afternoon. Being the family's punching bag, Zhu Fen poked her head out cautiously at this moment. Seeing her sister-in-law's domineering and arrogant manner, she asked weakly, "Sister-in-law, what is the monthly salary?" Song Ryu shot a sidelong glance at Zhu Fen. A contemptuous curve formed at the corner of her mouth. She said indifferently, 3,000. Take it or leave it. Hearing that number, Ruan Tang laughed out of pure anger. Even the company's cleaning staff earned more than that. Song Ryu was clearly trying to humiliate her in front of everyone. She recalled the journey to the Ruan estate, where I had already warned her about the traps in the Huashang contract. This turned her panicked heart into something exceptionally firm and calm. Ruan Tang straightened her back and looked Song Ryu in the eye. It is impossible for me to go back, since you were the ones to breach the contract first. Prepare to pay the 30 million yuan termination fee. Upon hearing those words, Ruan Jin leaped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He pointed at Ruan Tang's nose and began to curse wildly. Did you and Huashang conspire to set me up? Facing her cousin's frantic accusations, Ruan Tang's face remained calm as still water, her eyes untroubled. She simply uttered two words in response, "I did not." Seeing her dead pig unafraid of boiling water attitude, Ruan Jin's anger surged to his head. How dare you lie? He grabbed a teacup and hurled it at her. Fang'an nearly lost his soul watching this scene unfold. If the Grandmaster's wife was injured in front of him, how many lives would he need to pay for such a failure? He let out a thunderous roar. Enough, stop this. With Fong An's roar, which was infused with inner power, the glass teacup flying through the air seemed to slam into an invisible wall. With a loud bang, it shattered into dust in mid-air. Astonishingly, after the teacup burst, not a single shard of glass fell to the floor. All the fragments seemed held by an invisible giant hand, suspending them all quietly in the empty air. This scene possessed an immense visual impact, causing the faces of the Ruan family to turn pale. Their eyes widened in shock. Is this the legendary power of a martial artist? They marveled. This is simply too terrifying. Little did they know, Fong An was just as shocked to the core. In his heart he screamed, Mr. Xu is truly a legendary grandmaster. His strength is unfathomable. Looking at the suspended fragments, Fong An knew well that this was not his doing at all. It was my mastery of hidden power, reaching a level of absolute perfection. I gently patted my startled daughter. My indifferent gaze swept across the entire room. I slowly uttered a single word, continue. It was as if I were reminding Fong An of the matter at hand, the marriage. Fong An shuddered upon hearing that word. He slapped his forehead. Right, I almost forgot the main task. I am here today on behalf of the Fong family to discuss the marriage. Song Ru's spirits lifted instantly. She launched a rapid fire of questions without waiting. Is the date set? Where will the wedding be held? Does the bride price all belong to us? Even my cheap mother-in-law, Zhu Fun, who usually lacked any presence, pricked up her ears at this moment, greedily waiting for Fong An's answer. Only Ruan Lan, upon hearing the words marriage alliance, felt a flash of pure despair in her eyes. She lowered her head bitterly, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes. Her knuckles turned white from the sheer force of her grip. Ruan Tang's beautiful face turned icy, looking at her family's willingness to sell their daughter for glory. She wanted to stand up in a fit of rage, but my hand gently pressed down on hers. I signaled her to remain calm, because I knew Fong An's next words would be like a thunderclap on a clear day for the Ruan family, utterly shattering all their greedy dreams and fantasies. Fong An took a deep breath and stood tall. With a loud and clear voice, he announced, after careful consideration by the clan, the Fong family officially decides to reject the alliance with the Ruans. Ruan Xu was just about to nod in agreement, but his face changed drastically when he heard the second half. He asked in disbelief, reject, Mr. Fong, what exactly do you mean by this? Fong An looked at Ruan Xu's stunned old face. He repeated himself with a cold, expressionless look, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. Exactly what I said. The matter of the marriage alliance is hereby terminated. Ruan Lan looked up abruptly. Her dull eyes were instantly filled with a pleasant surprise. This sudden light at the end of the tunnel made her wonder if she had misheard him. Song Ru fell into a state of frantic anxiety. She shouted in a panic, then. What about Ruan Lan? She and the second Master Fong are a perfect match. How can you just cancel it like that? She knew very well that if the Ruan and Fong families did not unite, the grand plan to pivot the Ruan family into real estate would vanish like a burst bubble. Zhu Fan likewise stood up in a panicked state. She was counting on her daughter marrying into the Fong family, so that she might finally become a true high society lady. Fong An looked at this group of mercenary people. With a solemn expression, he provided a single reason. The second master of the Fong family is not worthy of Miss Ruan Lan. This is our Fong family's self-awareness. He added silently in his heart, that is the sister-in-law of a grandmaster. Even with 100 times the courage, the Fangs would not dare reach so high. That was the true reason for rejecting the union. However, this honest truth tasted completely different in the ears of the Ruan family. They thought it was merely an excuse, and that Ruan Lan had actually been rejected and despised by the Fangs. The old master Ruan pleaded unwillingly, Mr. Fong, please see if the Fong head can show some leniency. We can continue the cooperation, even if we have to give up more profit. But Fong An did not even give him a glance. He stood up and walked straight toward me in the corner, under the stunned gazes of everyone present. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply in a respectful salute. His tone was humble to the absolute extreme, like a subordinate reporting his work to a superior. Mr. Xu, are you satisfied with this outcome? Mr. Xu, are you satisfied with this arrangement? I intended to keep a low profile, but my strength would not allow it. Fong An's words and sudden actions left everyone in the Ruan family in a state of total shock. The The hall became so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. I just stood there quietly watching them perform, wearing an expression that said, I am just here for the show. Fang An is a consecrated master of the Fang family. His status is supreme, usually looking down on everyone. Yet now, he actually asked a nobody like me if I was satisfied. This was simply beyond belief. Ruan Su's face turned incredibly grim. He believed Fang An was deliberately showing me favor, specifically to humiliate the Ruan family, trying to keep them as the laughingstock of the city. He felt Fang An's intentions were truly malicious. His expression suddenly darkened. Mr. Fang, you have gone a bit too far. Though my Ruan family has lost its influence, we are not to be insulted. Fang An raised an eyebrow, turned around, and looked coldly at Ruan Su. Marrying your granddaughter to our second young master, do you have no shame? Ruan Qingshan shouted. Is not a marriage alliance perfectly normal? Ruan Lan and the second master are a match made in heaven. This was all for the sake of Ruan Lan's lifelong happiness. Fang An could not help but let out a mocking laugh. He shook his head, sighing at how strange people are nowadays, clearly doing something for a sliver of personal gain, yet insisting on calling it a pursuit of happiness. He pointed at Ruan Lan and questioned loudly. A young girl of 18 or 19 years old, marrying a man in a vegetative state, you call that happiness? These words were like a slap across the face of the Ruan family. How could that ever be happiness? Ruan Lan stood there with an expressionless face. At this moment, she felt completely chilled to the bone by this family. Fang An noticed my calm demeanor, and seemed to receive a slight nod of approval from me. His spirits instantly lifted. The heavy stone in his heart finally hit the ground. He had finally fulfilled the clan head's instructions. He knew that after today, as long as the Fangs clung to the Grandmaster tree, why would they ever be limited to a mere Hang city? The future of the Fang family would be the Sea of Stars. Ruan Qingshan gritted his teeth and demanded, Su Lai, what exactly is going on here? What benefit did you give Mr. Fang to make him side with you like this? Ruan Tang and Ruan Lan also looked over in confusion. To be honest, both women were also in the dark. When did I ever have such immense face that a Fang family master would bow before me? I let out a soft chuckle. The Fang representative is right here. If you have questions, ask him. Ask me. Is the answer written on my face? I looked at Ruan Qingshan with mockery. You do not dare blame the Fangs, so you want to find a scapegoat, just to give your pathetic self-esteem a bit of comfort. Ruan Qingshan was choked up by my words, his face turning the color of a pig's liver, because that was exactly what he was thinking. He did not dare offend the Fang family, so he could only vent his anger on a soft target like me. I added in a leisurely tone, and do not forget, your son still owes Huashang 30 million. Instead of shouting at me here, you would better think about how to pay that money back. Upon hearing this, Ruan Jin's face changed instantly. He had not been worried before, because he held Xu Yiyi as a trump card, planning to use the child to force Ruan Tang's compromise. Now it seemed that was impossible. Fang An was clearly standing on my side. His greatest reliance was gone. He suddenly cried out in terror, Grandpa, save me. Ruan Su furrowed his brows and asked in a deep voice, what is this, what 30 million? He was so angry his beard was trembling. He gave Ruan Jin a look of utter disappointment, but he still spoke to Ruan Tang in a commanding tone. Ruan Tang, get back to the office immediately. Help your uncle's family fulfill the Huashang contract. This is a family order. Ruan Lan stood up indignantly and said, by what right? That was clearly my sister's company, and it was snatched away by uncle and the others. Now that there is trouble, you want my sister to fix it. Ruan Su barked imperiously, because we are family. The name Ruan is written the same way for all of us. Ruan Tang, I am talking to you, do you hear me? Ruan Tang gazed at the familiar yet increasingly strange Ruan family members and said slowly, 5 years ago, though I was kicked out of the Ruan house, I still held on to certain illusions. Ruan Su thought she was yielding. He nodded with satisfaction. Come back. As long as you return and fulfill the contract, I can let bygones be bygones, and restore you to the family genealogy. Ruan Tang coldly interrupted Ruan Su, saying word for word, but today my heart has completely died. 5 years. Do you know how I lived these 5 years? You people have not changed a bit. Ruan Su's expression shifted. You dare speak to me like that? Do you know the consequences of refusing the family? You will lose everything. Ruan Tang picked up our daughter without a shred of nostalgia. She said calmly, I will not return to the company. From now on, I have no further connection to the Ruan family. Su Lai, Ruan Lan, let us go. Ruan Lan did not even have to think about it. She walked straight to her sister's side. She had long since had enough of this household. At this moment, she felt an immense sense of relief. Grandpa Ruan Su was trembling with rage. Ruan Lan, you want to leave the Ruan family too. If you leave, do not you ever come back. I will act as if I never had a granddaughter like you. Instead of being startled, Ruan Lan was delighted. She turned back, made a face and said, those are your words. Do not you dare regret them. I have no desire to stay in such a heartless family anyway. Ruan Su was speechless with rage, able only to pant heavily with a dark, brooding look, staring intensely at their retreating backs. Ruan Qingshan grumbled and cursed. Brother, you have truly raised two wonderful daughters, each own more ungrateful than the last. Are they trying to kill the old master with anger? Ruan Su also turned his head and shook it in disappointment. Inshan, I am very disappointed in you. You can't even discipline your own daughters. You are truly incompetent. Ruan Inshan's expression flickered with uncertainty, always a bully to the weak and a coward to the strong. Facing the old master's cold, accusing gaze, he could not help but roar at his daughters. Apologize to your grandfather and your uncle. Ruan Tang stopped abruptly, turned, and shielded her sister. She looked coldly at her father. Ruan Lan is right. There is no need for an apology. The one in the wrong is this family. Ruan Inshan glared. Shut your mouth. If not for you, how would your grandfather have stripped me of my position? I have fallen to this state all because of you. Ruan Tang's expression was one of absolute disappointment. Her father's professional ability was atrocious. When he held a key position in the family business, he made a total mess of every deal. It was always her cleaning up after him. Knowing her father's cowardly, blame-shifting nature, she simply fell into silence. She knew that in this house, no matter what she said, it would be wrong. Zhu Fan also chimed in with her own selfish motives. Ruan Tang, listen to your father. Apologize with your sister to your uncle and grandpa. There might still be a chance to return and enjoy family life. But Ruan Tang ignored her completely, as if she were hearing the buzzing of a swarm of flies. She turned with Xu Yiyi and left resolutely, leaving them with a cold and proud silhouette. A cold smirk played on my lips. Ruan Lan and I quickly followed her, under the stunned gaze of the entire Ruan clan. The three of us strode out of the Ruan family gates. Ruan Su slammed the table in a fit of rage. They have all lost their minds. From this day on, they are no longer members of my Ruan family. Even if they die out there, do not any of you care. Fong'an looked at this group of clowns. He remarked mockingly, no wonder the Ruan family is in decline, guarding a mountain of gold without knowing it, and instead pushing a true dragon away. Fong'an shook his head and asked meaningfully, do you know what the Ruan family has given up? For the sake of such petty gains, you have abandoned the very ladder to the clouds. Everyone in the Ruan family was stunned. They did not understand why Fong'an would say such things. In their eyes, driving away Ruan Tang was merely shedding a burden. Ruan Tang looked at Ruan Lan beside her. You have completely broken away from the Ruan family now. Your income is cut off. What will you do in the future? Ruan Lan said with a grin, I will take it own step at a time. To be honest, sis, I want to enter showbiz after I graduate. I want to be a movie star. In the backseat, Xu Yiyi blinked her large eyes. She asked in a milky voice, does that mean Yi will see Auntie on TV later? Ruan Lan turned her head and said seriously, that is right. Then you can proudly tell your classmates that your aunt is a top-tier superstar. Ruan Tang reached out and tapped her sister's head ruthlessly. Stop daydreaming. The entertainment industry is a shark tank. Focusing on your studies is what matters. Ruan Lan rubbed her head and muttered in dissatisfaction. Do not tap my head, it will make me stupid, and I'm not a child anymore. Sis, stop lecturing me all the time. I have my own plans. Just then, Ruan Qingshan and the others chased after them, panting. They blocked the path right in front of the BMW 3 Series. Song Ryu pointed at Ruan Tang's nose and shouted, get out of the car. Ruan Tang did not get out, nor did she even lower the window. She simply pressed the horn with an expressionless face. Beep, a long loud blast. She used it to express her utter impatience. Song Ru's face was incredibly sour. Fearing the car might actually drive away, she hurriedly pounded on the car door and said, Ruan Tang, open up, we are here to apologize. Ruan Lan and Ruan Tang exchanged a look, both stunned. Is the sun rising from the west today? They were so high and mighty a moment ago. Why chase us down now to apologize? Seeing Ruan Tang slowly roll down the window, Song Ryu suppressed her rage and spoke directly. Ruan Tang, you may have clung to the 8th master, but it is really nothing special. Ruan Tang was completely confused and asked in doubt. What 8th master, what are you talking about? She truly had no idea about any of this. Could it be Jiang Laobie from Luqing? Song Ru said impatiently, stop acting. Can't we just apologize to you? The company is being returned to you. Now, hurry and tell 8th master to stop targeting the Ruans. Consider it a plea from us. Ruan Qingshan and his son, Ruan Jin, stood to the side. They still wore arrogant expressions, as if this apology was some grand gift to Ruan Tang. They lacked any hint of a proper attitude for asking a favor. Ruan Tang became even more bewildered. Her only interaction with 8th master was a few days ago at the tea house reunion, when Li Jia and Song Qin provoked him. She did not even have the 8th master's contact info. Wait, she suddenly remembered. 8th master and Xu Yiyi had stayed behind with Xu Lai. Could all of this be related to Xu Lai? Ruan Tang recalled what I told her to comfort her when her company was first taken away. But it all felt so unrealistic. She shook her head inwardly. Xu Lai is just an ordinary man back from the military. How could he have the influence to make the powerful 8th master act against the Ruans? Ruan Lan looked at these so-called relatives and snorted. Uncle, is this your attitude when begging for help? Who are you showing those nostrils to? You have no sincerity at all. Ruan Jin roared, what else do you want us to do? We have already chased you out here. Do not push us too far. Enough is enough. Do not be ungrateful when we give you face. Ruan Lan rolled her eyes and shouted directly. Since they do not want to apologize properly, let us go. There is no need to waste time with them. Ruan Jin was terrified the moment he saw the car move. If they left, where would he borrow 30 million? Was he really going to end up behind bars? He gritted his teeth and bowed his head unwillingly. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I am sorry. Those 2 words seemed squeezed out through his teeth. Ruan Lan put a hand to her ear. Pretending to struggle, she said loudly, what? I can't hear you. Did you not eat today? Such a big man, yet speaking so quietly. Ruan Jin's face turned beet red with rage. He used all his strength, nearly crushing his own teeth. He bellowed, I am sorry. Are you satisfied now? Sitting in the back seat, I said leisurely, your attitude is insincere. I do not accept it. If apologies are meant to be shouted, then why do we even need the police? Ruan Qingshan barked. Ruan Lan, Xu Lai, do not go too far. We have already bowed our heads. We are still relatives after all. Do not make this too ugly. I looked at him coldly. The ones going too far are clearly you. You stole my wife's company, forced Ruan Lan into a marriage alliance. You even tried to kidnap me, which one of those many things was not going too far. Ruan Qingshan took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. Then what exactly do you want? Lay out your terms. As long as it solves the problem, everything is negotiable. My expression remained calm, as if I were discussing something completely ordinary. I slowly uttered 3 words, kneel and apologize. That is the only solution. Ruan Qingshan shouted, impossible. You want me to kneel to you? You are dreaming. This was a total trampling of his dignity. I shrugged with a look of total indifference. In that case, there is nothing left to talk about. Honey, we are going to be late. Let us drive. Ruan Jin's face changed instantly upon hearing his father's words. If Ruan Tang really left, it would be a disaster. The entire Ruan family might suffer because of this. While Ruan Jin was still struggling intensely in his heart, Ruan Qingshan's knees suddenly went weak beside him. Without any warning, he knelt heavily onto the ground. Ruan Qingshan kept his head bowed low. His voice hid a deep, thick sense of unwillingness, and a trace of suppressed resentment could even be heard. He gritted his teeth and said, Ruan Tang, I am sorry. Ruan Tang watched this scene with a calm expression. She had never dared to imagine that her uncle, who was always so majestic in the family, would one day kneel before her to beg for forgiveness. Ruan Tang felt no joy of victory in her heart, nor any hysterical anger, so she simply stood there quietly, without saying a single word. Seeing this, Song Ru's face shifted again as she shrieked. What do you mean by this? Your uncle has already knelt to you. You still won't forgive us. Are you trying to drive us to our deaths? I stood behind Ruan Tang, my cold gaze sweeping over these pathetic clowns. My tone was flat, yet it carried an unquestionable authority. The 2 of you kneel down as well. Ruan Qingshan looked up abruptly. He said through gritted teeth, I will contact the lawyer immediately to return full ownership of the fashion company to you. Hearing they had to surrender the company, Ruan Jin let out an unwilling shout. Dad, that was the result of our hard work for so long. How can we just give it back to her like that? Ruan Qingshan no longer cared about his dignity. He turned back and let out a furious roar at them. All of you kneel down. Is this the time for nonsense? Though filled with resentment, Ruan Jin and Song Aryu could only kneel down reluctantly under the old master's rage. Ruan Tang, we are sorry. Ruan Tang gave the pathetic trio a cold, condescending glance. She did not linger a moment longer. She rolled up the window and signaled me to drive away. Ruan Jin watched the receding car, clenching his fists in grief and indignation. A massive surge of fury welled up in his heart, and he slammed his fist into the hard ground. Ruan Qingshan slowly stood up, brushing the dust off his knees. Today was about the survival of the Ruan family. Is face more important, or is the family? It seems 8th Master is quite sensible after all. Ruan Lan spoke happily while munching on chilled watermelon. Sis, things went so smoothly today, but why exactly did 8th Master decide to help us? I never expected it to be this easy. Ruan Lan suddenly leaned in closer. She grinned gossipy. Did that 8th Master take a fancy to you? After all, you are the greatest beauty in Hang City. Ruan Tang spat out the water she had just sipped. She shot her sister a sharp glare. What kind of nonsense are you talking about all day? Ruan Tang scolded her with a hint of annoyance. Jiang Laobie is old enough to be my grandfather. You really need to watch that mouth of yours. I listened to the sisters' conversation from the side. The corners of my mouth curled up. Just as I was about to interject, Ruan Tang snapped coldly, does this have anything to do with you? Ruan Tang looked at me suspiciously. Her woman's intuition told her for some reason that Su Lai was hiding something important from her. Facing my wife's interrogation, I nodded very honestly and seriously, yes, it does. Because I was the one who arranged all of this behind the scenes. Ruan Lan could not help but curl her lip. Stop bragging. If you could actually order 8th Master around, I, Ruan Lan, would finally accept you as my brother-in-law. Ruan Lan waved her small fist and vowed confidently. From now on, any other man who tries to get near my sister, I will chase them all away for you. I nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, all right, then it is a deal. Sister-in-law, you are as reliable as ever. I have high hopes for you. However, Ruan Tang looked at the two of them with an icy gaze. She interrupted in a blunt tone. I'm not a betting chip for you two to use. Ruan Lan had a sudden lapse in judgment and blurted out. Then I will be the chip, how's that? If this is true, I will marry him myself. Better to keep the goodies in the family, right? This time, it was my turn to spray tea everywhere. I was left utterly dumbfounded by my sister-in-law's shocking words. I nearly choked to death on the spot. Ruan Tang's voice went up an octave, her face flushed with rage. Ruan Lan, what on earth is going on in that head of yours? Get back to school and go to class, right now. Ruan Lan realized she had gone way too far. She made a playful, mischievous face, grabbed her backpack and vanished in a flash. Ruan Tang turned her head and warned me with a piercing gaze. If I ever find out that you have any strange thoughts or designs on my sister, I will kill you myself. I shrugged helplessly. So, it is fine if it is towards you then. After all, you are Yi's mother. That is only fair and reasonable. I gazed deeply into Ruan Tang's eyes with affection. Do not worry. Though I am the dream man of every woman, I only have eyes for you. With a gentle smile at the corners of my mouth, I said, I looked into your eyes and knew I would found the own. In this lifetime, besides you, Ruan Tang, I won't give anyone else a second glance. Ruan Tang looked at this man talking nonsense with a straight face. She suddenly felt exhausted. How could her daughter's deadbeat father be so thick-skinned? Ruan Tang gritted her teeth inwardly. I looked into your eyes and knew you are the own I want to slap. If it was not for Yi, I would really kick you out of here for good. After lunch that day, the Ruan family lawyer arrived with the drafted contract. At Ruan Tang's house, the documents were signed, and the company was officially hers again. On the first afternoon of Ruan Tang's return, orders began to flood in like a tidal wave, amounts ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions, leaving her completely overwhelmed. Ruan Tang looked at the financial reports in astonishment. She wondered if Huashang Group had helped open up these channels. Otherwise, how could there be so much business? But I knew very well in my heart that behind these orders were the great clans of Hang City. They had caught wind of the situation and were simply trying to curry favor with me. I watched all of this silently. I noted their gesture of goodwill. Though I do not need these mundane aids, making my wife happy is a nice bonus. Just then, my phone vibrated with an unfamiliar number. I answered, and Tan Chang's familiar voice came through. Come to the beach. I have business with you. I frowned slightly. I glanced at my daughter playing and refused flatly. I am at home watching my daughter. No time for small talk. Tan Chang's voice on the other end carried a hint of annoyance. Not even a grandmaster can invite you out. I am a grandmaster now. Give me some face. Listening to his inflated tone, I could not help but chuckle. It seems this kid is getting a bit ahead of himself. Just reached the grandmaster level and already putting on airs. I thought to myself, his realm probably is not even stable yet. Who gave him the nerve to act tough in front of me? But for my daughter's safety, I should go. I nodded perfunctorily into the phone. Fine, Grandmaster Tan. Since you have invited me so warmly, I will find time to go and witness your majesty. Tan Chang hung up the phone with immense satisfaction. He felt himself filled with infinite power, even having the illusion that he could punch through the void. Though he knew I was the one who helped him promote, and he had promised to protect my daughter. His status was different now, after all. I held Xu Yiyi's hand, and strolled leisurely along the narrow coastal path at dusk, as if I did not know someone had been waiting all afternoon. Tan Chang narrowed his eyes at the man who made him wait. You finally showed up. Xu Yiyi, do you have any idea that I have been waiting here for a full 4 hours? Facing the interrogation, I simply said calmly. It was too hot during the day. The sun was too strong. My daughter did not want a tan, so we waited for it to cool down. Tan Chang's eyes nearly popped out at that excuse. Then why did not you call me in advance? You made me waste all this time. I shrugged with an innocent look. You did not ask what time I was coming. I thought you enjoyed the sea breeze and the sun to reflect on life. Tan Chang was choked up, unable to say a single word. He thought to himself, what you said makes perfect sense. But I really want to beat you to death right now. Except, I still can't beat you. Xu Yiyi blinked her big, watery eyes. Taking small bites of her cloud cotton candy, she asked in a milky voice, Daddy, this grandpa is so strange. Hearing the word grandpa, Tan Chang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. His use of concealment techniques had shortened his lifespan, but he was actually only in his 30s. Tan Chang touched his face, thinking with grief and indignation. Even if I look a bit older than my age, calling me a grandpa is just too heartbreaking. Tan Chang raised an eyebrow at me, clearly displeased. Xu Yiyi, your daughter's mouth is as sweet as honey, is not it? She sure knows how to please people. Before I could even speak, Xu Yiyi replied happily, really? Then I will say some more. Grandpa, your beard makes you look like an old immortal. I fought hard to stifle my laughter. Inwardly I praised, this is definitely my, Xu Yiyi's, daughter. Every word she says is more infuriating than the last. This talent for verbal assists is truly innate. Tan Chang went straight to the point, though you helped me reach Grandmaster. I only have about 25 years left to live. So, I will only serve you for 10 years. After 10 years, return my freedom. Hearing this, I nodded in agreement without any hesitation. 10 years is more than enough. When the time comes, you are free to go wherever you please. In truth, I have long been invincible in this mortal realm. How could even a top-tier grandmaster hope to scratch me in the slightest? I simply did not want to handle every trivial matter personally. Tan Chang nodded with satisfaction. 10 years was ample time to repay this life-changing favor. For the remaining 15 years, he would roam the world as a respected grandmaster, free and easy. If the billions in the Immortal Realm knew what Tan Chang was thinking, they would surely think he was a fool. This was a chance to serve the emperor himself. Tan Chang gave me a deep, searching look. Furthermore, what exactly is your realm? To let a peak 6th grade cross that threshold. An ordinary grandmaster could never achieve such a feat. I smiled but did not answer. Instead, I took Xu Yiyi's hand and laughed. The view at the beach is lovely. Let Daddy sing a little tune to liven things up. Xu Yiyi clapped her little hands and cheered. He loves hearing Daddy sing the most. Daddy's songs are definitely better than the kindergarten teachers. My voice drifted gently along with the sea breeze. Grant me a moment of intoxication. For the days ahead hold no flavor, though the journey spans 1,000 miles. None remain to climb the heights with me. Desolate and lonely, Xu Yiyi only thought her father's voice sounded beautiful, and felt nothing more beyond that. But Tan Chang heard the profound sense of isolation, of one who has already become peerless in the world. None remain to climb the heights. What staggering arrogance. Even a 9th grade great-grandmaster would not dare say such a thing. Tan Chang cupped his fists and spoke loudly. Tan Chang, thanks Senior for your guidance. I will never disclose your relationship with me. Please rest assured, Senior. My lips are sealed. Tan Chang lowered his voice and added, Xu Yiyi, I understand your hardships. I will protect your daughter well. This is my mission. Go about your business with peace of mind. I listened, utterly bewildered. I had no idea what kind of grand drama this guy had cooked up in his head. What are you talking about? What hardships? I do not understand a single word. Tan Chong wore an I understand everything expression. Give me own last day. Once I have left my name on the heaven rank of Mount Shu, I will be your daughter's shadow from tomorrow on. Having said that, Tan Chong cupped his fists before him and performed a standard martial arts salute. He turned and departed with a solemn expression. His retreating back radiated a sense of tragic resolve. Though I found it quite bizarre, I still nodded. Fine, go ahead then. I wondered if he had scrambled his brains during his training. I watched Xu Yiyi running around happily on the beach, and a gentle smile appeared at the corners of my mouth. I really enjoy this current life. It is very peaceful. No fighting, no killing, and no frustrating troubles. This is truly the life I have always dreamed of. Little did I know at that moment that Taodai, the divine general acting as regent of the heavenly court, when facing mountains of paperwork late at night, was always missing me with tears streaming down his face. Xu Yiyi cupped a bit of seawater in her small hands, suddenly splashing it on me with a laugh. Then she shouted, "Daddy, let us have a water fight. Watch out for my super water bomb attack." I feigned a fierce look and lunged forward. "You dare sneak attack your old man? Watch my counterattack. Here comes the monster." 2 hours later, I stood there completely drenched, beside Xu Yiyi, whose clothes were also half soaked. Like two primary schoolers who had done something wrong, we stood in the corner as punishment. 3 steps away from us stood Ruan Tang with a face as cold as ice. She had her arms crossed, radiating a chill that made neither father nor daughter dare look up. Xu Yiyi tugged at the corner of her skirt with her tiny hand, her beautiful large eyes misty with tears. "Mommy," she said aggrievedly, "Daddy wanted to play in the water. He did not know anything about it." I stared at my daughter in disbelief. In my heart I roared, "Daughter, how could you set me up? You were clearly the one who started it." That was a record-breaking speed for shifting the blame. Ruan Tang glared with her beautiful eyes and scolded, "Su Lai, you are something else. Leading the way in splashing water like that. Do not you know the temperature difference between day and night is huge? What if E catches a cold?" I tried to defend myself. She is a child. What is wrong with liking to play in the water? Besides, I am a divine healer. Even if she catches a cold, I was cut off before finishing. Ruan Tang sneered. "So it really was you who led the way. It is own thing to be reckless yourself, but to take our daughter along with your madness. Do you have even a shred of fatherly responsibility?" I was truly at a loss for words. Ultimately, I could only let out a helpless sigh. Fine, I accept my fate. Who else would take the fall if not me? I do dote on my daughter, after all. Ruan Tang pointed at the corner. "Face the wall for an hour. Think long and hard about what you have done." Having said that, she picked up E and headed to the bathroom to wash her. Once they were finished, Ruan Tang went to her room to blow dry her hair. Xu Yiyi walked sheepishly toward me while I was still facing the wall. Her little face was full of apology. Xu Yiyi tugged at my sleeve. "Daddy, I am sorry. He sold you out just now, because he did not want to be scolded. Will you be mad at he?" I gently pinched my daughter's nose. I gave an indifferent smile. "Daddy understands. After all, your mother is terrifyingly fierce. Daddy's skin is thick." "I am not afraid of a scolding." Xu Yiyi nodded repeatedly. She stole a cautious glance at the master bedroom, then whispered, "But teacher said we must apologize for mistakes. I want to make it up to Daddy." With that, the little girl slipped her tablet into my hand. She looked at me with a gaze expectant of praise, as if to say, "See, I am a good child." I curiously turned on the tablet. My face quickly darkened. The photo album was filled entirely with pictures of Ruan Tang. I put on a stern face, giving Xu Yiyi a gentle flick on the forehead. "If your mother found out about this, you would be in trouble." I handed the tablet back. "In the future, be an upright person like your father. I will pretend I did not see anything today. You should forget about it too." Xu Yiyi nodded her little head vigorously. The guilt on her tender face deepened even more. Not only did Daddy not scold her, but he also helped her cover it up. He truly is the best father in the world. After showering, I started cooking diligently. A lavish meal of 3 dishes and a soup. As a spoonful of lotus root soup entered her mouth, Ruan Tang narrowed her eyes in pure bliss. This soup was quite simply a world-class delicacy. The fresh aroma flowed through every inch of her body, wiping away all of Ruan Tang's fatigue in an instant. Her mood brightened as well. Just then my phone rang. A respectful voice came through. "Mr. This is Fang Zheng. Do you have some time recently?" Sensing Fang Zheng's hesitation, I had already guessed his intention. "Speak your mind. No need to beat around the bush. Fang Zheng hurriedly said, I wanted to ask you, what medicinal ingredients are needed to treat my son, Fang Cheng? I want to prepare them in advance. I will pay any price as long as my son can be saved. I said flatly, no special ingredients are needed. Tomorrow just bring your son directly to the Dongli University Clinic. I work there. Fang Zheng was left speechless. A literal grandmaster working in a university clinic. Just how massive is the background of that school? But he did not dare ask more and could only agree. Seeing me hang up the phone, Ruan Tang casually asked who was calling. It could not be another one of your weird friends, could it? It is nothing major, just a vegetative patient who needs my treatment. The family is quite anxious and asked when I would be available. Ruan Tang rolled her eyes hard, not taking it seriously at all. She just said flatly, all right, stop bragging. V and I are heading to the room to rest. You should come too. Hearing this, my spirits instantly lifted. My eyes lit up. Honey, you finally feel bad for me. Coming, I am on my way. A beautiful flush instantly appeared on Ruan Tang's face, but her eyes turned exceptionally cold. I am asking you to come tell a story to coax the kid to sleep. Seeing my wife like this, I instantly deflated. I threw my hands up in an innocent gesture and said, then you should be clearer next time. Ruan Tang gritted her teeth in anger. This guy actually had the nerve to blame her for not being clear. What an incredibly dense and unreasonable blockhead. Knowing when to stop, I cleared my throat and began to passionately narrate the invincible path of the Qingfeng Venerable. My voice was deep and magnetic. Ruan Tang was still angry at first, but she was quickly drawn into the story, especially when hearing about Qingfeng Venerable being hunted by the immortal sex, and drawing the 9-color thunder tribulation to successfully counter-kill 90,000 enemies. Qingfeng Venerable survived a near-death experience, and used the bloodlines of 100 immortal sects to defy the heavens and change his fate. He finally broke the talent shackles that had bound the human race for 10,000 years, and achieved the heavenly venerable realm in one fell swoop. When Ruan Tang heard that the human ancestral land finally birthed its first 10,000-foot Dao candle, and countless human cultivators tearfully chanted Qingfeng's name, she felt a profound empathy. She could not help but secretly wipe away the moisture at the corners of her eyes. Watching my wife's reaction, I continued to explain. This meant that the human race finally had its first heavenly venerable. They would no longer be suppressed by the heavenly Dao. The human race had truly risen. Ruan Tang's heart surged with emotion. The human race, suppressed by the heavenly Dao for countless ages, had finally ushered in hope. My voice gradually grew more elevated. The human race began its journey of ascendance. In just a short 1,000 years, the 10,000-foot fortune candles, symbolizing human destiny, increased to a staggering total of 17. Ruan Tang listened, completely entranced. As for Qingfeng Venerable's fortune candle, because his realm broke through once again, it grew to a terrifying 100,000 feet. The human race successfully secured the number one spot on the myriad races ranking. As I reached the end of the story, my voice became unusually calm, void of any fluctuation or emotion, as if narrating a past event that had nothing to do with me. Ruan Tang looked at the man in front of her. An inexplicable emotion welled up in her heart. Carrying so many heavy missions, that legendary Qingfeng Venerable must have lived a very exhausting life, right? Hearing this, I paused slightly. Then, looking firmly at the moonlight outside the window, I said, he is not tired. Not at all, because this prosperous and brilliant golden age is exactly as he wished. Ruan Tang fell into a long silence. Compared to that ethereal and illusory Qingfeng Venerable, she cared more about her life right in front of her, but she was also deeply touched by the phrase exactly as he wished. At this moment, Xu Yiyi blinked her big eyes. She did not react like her mother, or get infected by that sense of mission to secure a destiny for the human race. The little girl simply thought the immortal realm her daddy described was so beautiful. I watched my daughter yawn and fall asleep, and a gentle smile curled at the corners of my mouth. I softly tucked her in. The next day, Qian Xiao was sitting on a swing inside the kindergarten. Even though it was the weekend, he still came to Galaxy Kindergarten, because his house was too lonely and no one was there to play with him. When the little guy saw that familiar boss lady silhouette, he, who had been bored to death, instantly got a gleam in his eyes. Big sissy, why are you here? Xu Yiyi sniffled, and looked at him with a serious face. I'm sorry, Qian Xiao. I had a nightmare yesterday that you died, so I came specifically to see if you were still alive. The smile on Qian Xiao's face instantly froze. He turned into stone right there on the swing. He was not sure if his boss lady was happy he was not dead, or disappointed that he was not dead, but he did not dare to ask a thing. Standing at the school gate and watching this scene, I shook my head helplessly. No wonder my daughter adamantly refused to go to the office with Ruan Tang this morning, and made a fuss about coming to the kindergarten instead. To ease the awkwardness, Qian Xiao said, "My parents are usually super busy with work, so I just stay at the kindergarten on weekends. Big sissy, do you want to come in and play together?" Xu Yiyi turned her head, and looked back at me with hopeful eyes. "Can I, Daddy? I want to play with Qian Xiao in the kindergarten for a bit. He is all alone at home anyway." Terrified I might disagree, Qian Xiao quickly patted his chest and guaranteed, "Uncle Su, please do not worry. Our kindergarten's security measures are excellent. It is absolutely safe. Nothing will go wrong." I smiled and nodded. "Go ahead. Be safe inside and do not bully Qian Xiao." Actually, even without security guards, I felt perfectly at ease. After all, there was a martial ancestor-level expert secretly watching over her. Xu Yiyi cheered and rushed into the kindergarten like a happy little bird, watching my daughter's joyful back. And knowing Tan Chong was hiding in the shadows, I left with peace of mind. At this moment, Lu Nanwei was bustling about in the school infirmary. Not only did she and Zhou Feng not dare to kick out the group of old men in the room, they even had to respectfully serve them tea and water. Zhou Feng looked at Li Shouzhong sitting on the chair, and the old friends beside him. They were all top experts in the medical field. Any single one of these old guys would shake up the entire region if they stepped outside. I was completely unaware of this at the time, and Zhou Feng had no way of notifying me. He could only watch helplessly as this group of experts was left hanging for a whole day, feeling both frustrated and helpless inside. Right then, Fang Zheng wheeled in a young man covered in oxygen tubes, walking into the school infirmary with an anxious expression. It was a good thing the infirmary was spacious enough. Otherwise, there really would not be enough room for everyone to sit. Seeing the person who just entered, Lin Qiu could not help but ask in surprise, "Fang Zheng, why are you here?" She instantly recognized the head of the Fang family. Fang Zheng looked at everyone in the room with some surprise. "Professor Lin, why are you here too?" Ever since his son Fang Qing fell into a coma, he had sought out almost every medical professional in related fields. Lin Qiu sighed, "I came to seek out Su Lai to discuss a few problems, but has your son still not woken up? We had multiple consultations before, and his condition is indeed extremely tricky." Fang Zheng did not hide anything. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. "Mr. Su said he has a way to wake my son up. As long as there is a sliver of hope, I won't give up." Hearing this, Lin Qiu and the other three elders almost said in unison, "Impossible. We know Fang Cheng's condition better than anyone. It is absolutely impossible for him to wake up." Hearing this categorical denial, Fang Zheng's heart inevitably sank. "Respected experts, I know your judgment is highly authoritative, but since Mr. Su has offered, I want to give it a try." It took me a full half hour before I slowly strolled into the school infirmary. Pushing the door open and seeing the crowd, I could not help but raise an eyebrow. Why is everyone gathered here, having a meeting? Lu Nanwei was as icy as ever. "Director Su, Director Li along with these professors and experts have been waiting here for you since yesterday, and you should recognize this Mr. Feng." I glanced at Fang Zheng and nodded. "I know. I am the one who told Fang Zheng to come. I am sorry to have kept you all waiting so long. Let us all grab some hot pot for lunch." Zhou is treating. Hearing this, Zhou Feng's face turned green. He almost jumped out of his chair. "Why should I treat? You are the one who was late and made everyone wait. Why are you making me the fall guy?" I said righteously, "Because I have not been paid yet. You know I have only been here a few days and my pockets are empty. At worst, I will just treat you back once I get my salary." I casually glanced at Fang Cheng on the hospital bed. If I had known the condition was this minor, I would not have bothered coming. Hearing the words minor condition, Li Shouzhong and Fang Zheng felt their hearts skip a beat, knowing trouble was brewing. Sure enough, the old expert Lin Qiu's expression instantly turned icy. "We exhausted countless manpower and resources just to keep him alive, and you call it minor?" Facing their doubts, I remained calm and nodded. "Indeed, it is very minor. To me, it is nothing more than lifting a finger. You all think it is severe because you have not found the right method." An old man shook his head in anger. "Ridiculous, you do not understand medicine at all. All those things you discussed with old Li must have been fabricated nonsense or just things you heard from others, right?" Li Shouzhong broke into a sweat and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Perhaps Director Su did not express his meaning clearly. From his perspective, he might just feel it is relatively simple. I smiled, not in a hurry to explain myself. Instead, I turned to Zhou Feng and said, Dr. Zhou, pour me a glass of water. Zhou Feng glared at me. You want me to go, so I have to go. I am a doctor, not your assistant. He thought to himself, I am the one competing with you for the director position. Can you take this seriously? I ignored his complaints, wrote down about a dozen Chinese herbs on a piece of paper, and handed it to Zhou Feng. Go to the pharmacy and buy these for me. Make it quick. Just as Zhou Feng was about to refuse, he felt Fang Zheng's icy gaze locked firmly onto him. A chill ran down Zhou Feng's spine. He did not dare utter another word of nonsense. He could not bear the wrath of the Fang family's patriarch. He could only frustratingly grab the piece of paper, and like a bullied little wife, turned around and dashed to the dispensary to fetch the herbs. Watching this scene, the corners of Lu Nanwei's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing Zhou Feng forced to swallow his pride in front of me, it seemed Zhou Feng had finally met his match. An hour later, Zhou Feng ran back to the infirmary, sweating profusely and panting heavily. He heavily slammed the individually packaged herbs onto the table. In his heart, he had cursed me 10,000 times over. I looked at the herbs on the table and nodded. Grind each of these herbs into powder, one by one. Zhou Feng finally could not hold back his urge to curse. Forget it, grind it is. Who is afraid of whom? Zhou Feng wept silently in his heart. Fortunately, the infirmary had herb grinding tools. It took another hour of agonizing work to grind all 13 herbs into powder. I looked at the freshly ground herbal powders, took just a tiny pinch of each, and sprinkled them into a white bowl filled with water. The motion was as casual as sprinkling black pepper, showing absolutely no sign of medical rigor. I picked up the bowl of murky herbal water, handed it to Fang Zheng and said, Have your son drink this and he will wake up. The tone was as flat and simple as telling someone to drink boiled water to quench their thirst. Fang Zheng did not dare hesitate. He carefully took the bowl. His hands were trembling slightly. This bowl of medicine carried all his hopes. He prepared to personally feed it to his son. Zheng Ping, the hot-tempered old doctor, was incredibly disappointed. He originally thought I could actually pull off a miracle, but it turned out to be just casually grinding herbs into powder, mixing it with water, and making the patient drink it. Suddenly, Zheng Ping realized something. He had not even noticed what the herbs were just now. Now, looking closely, they were all highly toxic, even lethal herbs like aconite and nux vomica. Zheng Ping felt his scalp tingle with fear. This was not saving a life. This was clearly murder. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Do not drink it, the medicine is toxic. All 13 of these herbs are lethal poisons. Startled by the yell, Fang Zheng's hand jerked, nearly dropping the bowl. He said angrily, Zheng Ping, what are you doing? You scared me to death. If I spilled this life-saving medicine, could you afford to pay for it? Zheng Ping pointed at my nose and cursed, You quack doctor. These 13 herbs are all poisonous. What are your intentions using these in a prescription? Are you trying to kill young Master Fang? However, Fang Zheng roared furiously, Have you had enough? This is my domain. I decide who gets to treat him. Since when is it your turn, you bunch of quacks, to dictate things here? As the patriarch of the Fang family, the aura Fang Zheng unleashed at this moment intimidated everyone present. It is own thing that you can't save my son, but to actually falsely accuse Mr. Zheng Ping and Lin Qiu were both stunned. The fact that those herbs are poisonous is the truth. We are doing this for your own good. But they were also people of status and prestige. Being treated this way instantly made them displeased. Fang Zheng looked at me, only to see me staring blankly at the summer cicadas on the willow tree outside the window, completely ignoring the noisy argument in the room, as if all the disturbances in this world had nothing to do with me. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and ignored the dissuasion of those around him. He poured the bowl of pitch-black herbal water into his son's mouth. Even if it was poison, he accepted it, because this was his only hope. The expressions of Lin Qiu and the others changed drastically. Even if they verbally claimed that his life or death had nothing to do with them, with a healer's benevolent heart, how could they just sit by and watch? They hurriedly reached out to stop him, but unfortunately, it was too late. I continued to watch the cicadas on the tree. It seemed the summer cicadas were far more interesting than the people and things inside the room. This infuriated all the doctors present. Many scoffed coldly, turning around to leave. Li Shouzhong grew anxious and hurriedly shouted, Do not go, everyone. We're not here to discuss medical skills. Let us wait a bit longer. Maybe there will be a miracle. Just then a faint cough. made the infirmary instantly fall silent, because that cough came from the hospital bed. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Fang Cheng, who had been in a coma for years and pronounced unable to ever wake up, actually opened his eyes. Fang Cheng's lips moved, and he softly called out, "Dad." This call was like a heavenly melody. Fang Zheng's nose stung, and tears instantly streamed down his face. He choked out, "Thank you, mister." Fang Zheng asked expectantly if his son could still practice martial arts. However, I shook my head with regret. Although Fang Cheng is awake, his bodily functions have been damaged. His path in martial arts is severed. Though Fang Zheng was disappointed, the joy of his son waking up still outweighed the regret. After all, being alive was the most important thing. As long as the person is still here, that is better than anything else. I did not reveal that Fang Cheng actually possessed a spirit root, and could embark on the path of immortal cultivation. I thought to myself, if I allowed the earth's spiritual energy to revive, perhaps it could change the destinies of many people. Zheng Ping and the others now looked as if they had discovered a rare treasure. On by on, they gathered around the bed to examine Fang Cheng. Confirming that Fang Cheng was truly cured, they all stared at me with burning gazes. Facing everyone's questions, I smiled faintly and said, "Are not I a quack?" This single sentence filled the crowd with deep shame, especially Zheng Ping, who had cursed the loudest just moments ago. At this moment, his face and neck were flushed red, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. To alleviate the awkwardness, Zheng Ping said, "You old geezers have subpar medical skills, yet you doubted Director Xu." I firmly believed all along that Fang Cheng would wake up. Everyone was shocked. How could this person be so shameless? Zheng Ping said to me with feigned heartache, "Director Xu, please forgive them. They are still just innocent children who do not know any better." These words made even me chuckle, and I did not hold it against them too much. But I soon regretted it, because for the rest of the morning, I was pestered by this group of old children debating medical knowledge. It was as if they had pushed open the door to a new world, utterly thrilled. In the end, Li Shouzhong and the others obediently listened to my lecture, completely acknowledging my status as a senior in the medical field. If this scene were to get out, it would probably shake the entire medical world. Zhou Feng watched all this and gave a bitter smile. He knew he had thoroughly lost. My medical expertise could be considered the absolute pinnacle of the medical community. What did he have to compete with me? Finding a quiet moment, Zhou Feng came before me and said solemnly, "Director Xu, I was narrow-minded before. From today on, I will earnestly work and learn under you. I will never compete for the director title again." Lu Nanwei's beautiful eyes sparkled with extraordinary brilliance. Looking at my young, handsome profile, a ripple formed in her heart. But then, thinking of the marriage arranged by her family, she could only let out a long sigh. I was right in the middle of giving a lecture to the medical bigwigs. At this moment, the door to the school infirmary was pushed open. The person who arrived was actually my sister-in-law, Ruan Lan. Ruan Lan stood at the door and peered inside. When she saw the dense crowd of people, she could not help but be startled by the grand lineup. Lu Nanwei, as a member of the school infirmary, immediately noticed the commotion at the door. She took the initiative to step forward. "Excuse me, student, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Lu Nanwei used to stubbornly believe that the reason I was willing to stoop to being a school doctor at Dongli University was entirely because of Ruan Lan. Ruan Lan pointed at me. "I am looking for Su Lai. He is lecturing inside, right? Please ask him to come out for a moment. I have something extremely important to discuss with him." Instantly, Lin Qiu, Zheng Ping, and the other doctors who were quietly listening swept their gazes over in unison. Their eyes carried a faint hint of hostility, because I had just reached a crucial point in explaining the medical concepts. This sudden interruption made them highly dissatisfied, as if their moment of enlightenment had been violently cut short. Being stared down by so many big shots of the medical world, Ruan Lan instantly felt a tingling numbness in her scalp, but she forced herself to keep up appearances and huffed. "Su Lai, do not pretend you can't hear me in there. Hurry up and come out with me for a second. I have something to tell you, right now." Immediately, Ruan Lan's words carried an unquestionable tone of command, as if in this family, or at least in front of me, she was used to taking the dominant role. Looking at the expectant eyes of the crowd, I could only give a helpless, bitter smile. I stood up from the crowd, cupped my fist and apologized to everyone. "I am truly sorry, everyone. There is an urgent matter at home I need to attend to. That concludes today's lecture. We will chat again later." As I spoke, I squeezed through the dense crowd, and quickly left the school infirmary. From the back, it almost looked like I was fleeing in a panic. I strolled alongside Ruan Tang across the Dongli University campus, finally having escaped from that pile of fanatical doctors. If I had kept lecturing, I probably would not even have had time for dinner today. Ruan Tang stopped, turned around, and looked at me suspiciously. What were so many of you doing in there just now? Sitting all over the floor own by own. It looked so creepy. I shrugged and explained with a breezy, nonchalant expression. It was nothing major. They were just asking me for advice on some medical issues. After hearing this explanation, Ruan Tang just let out a cold chuckle. She unceremoniously rolled her eyes hard, her face written all over with disbelief and mockery. Asking you for medical advice. Xu Yiyi, your skin is truly thick enough. Even though I do not study medicine, I recognized that several of the people in there are doctoral advisors from the medical department. Ruan Tang's expression suddenly turned serious. I did not come to find you today to pick a fight. In 5 days, it is my sister's birthday. You should be well aware of this, right? I was slightly taken aback, but then the specific significance of that date surfaced in my mind. I understand. I will make sure she has a happy birthday this time. It won't be like the past anymore. What do you understand? You do not understand anything at all. That day is not only her birthday. It is also the exact day 5 years ago when she was kicked out of the Ruan family, becoming the biggest joke in Hang City. I do not care if your engagement to my sister now is real. If you have any conscience left, you should do something for her. On that day, you would better take her out on a trip. Go somewhere with no people to lay low for a while. Whatever you do not trigger her sad memories at a time like this. I fell silent for a moment. I did not directly continue this heavy topic. Instead, I changed the subject, looking at Ruan Tang and asking earnestly. I will take care of those unhappy matters. I want to ask you, what is your sister usually like? I want to give her a gift on her birthday. Ruan Tang shot me an annoyed glare, her tone carrying a hint of frustration at my ineptitude. No matter what you give her, nothing compares to giving her freedom. Do you understand? I instantly felt a wave of helplessness. I thought to myself, am I really that unbearable in my sister-in-law's heart? Have I actually become a shackle to her? Ruan Tang also realized her words just now were a bit out of line. If her elder sister found out, an endless lecture would be inevitable. She could not help but sigh and wave her hand, saying, forget it, forget it. You would not understand even if I told you something profound. My sister. She likes the stars in the sky. Hearing this, I looked up at the azure sky thoughtfully. Then I nodded and said with extreme seriousness, since she likes stars, then I shall give her stars. As long as it is what she wants. Let alone the stars, even the moon, I will pluck it down for her. Hearing this, Ruan Tang was utterly dumbfounded. She looked at me like I was a complete idiot, completely unable to comprehend this man's thought process. Her original intention was to have me gift a telescope or a starry sky projector lamp or something. Yet this man actually had the audacity to boast that he would gift her actual stars. Sure enough, as unreliable as ever, Ruan Tang also lost her previously somewhat decent tone. Fine, then I will just wait to see your stars. Let us see what you pull out to embarrass yourself when the time comes. Having said her piece, she stormed off indignantly. I did not mind Ruan Tang's mockery at all. Standing there alone, my eyes flickered slightly. I muttered to myself, 5 more days. I did not return to the infirmary to continue working. Instead, I arrived early at the gate of Donghai Kindergarten to wait. Just then, the Xu family's young lady, Xu Yiyi, walked over quietly. She stood respectfully about a meter away from my side, and lowered her voice, saying, Mr. Xu, I apologize for the sudden intrusion. We have already finished processing the jadeite you cut open the other day. It sold for exactly 1 billion yuan in total. After discussing it with 8th Master Jiang, we decided to keep half as operating capital. Please, you must accept this other half. It is what you rightfully deserve. She then quickly explained, as for this second check of 30 million, it is from the head of the Fang family, Fang Jing, who specifically asked me to pass it to you. The money earned from the jadeite was the stroke of fortune I casually gifted to the Xu and Jiang families back then. Xu Yiyi understood this clearer than anyone else, and that 30 million for performing a single task was the rule I had established previously. Clearly, Xu Yiyi had truthfully informed Fang Jing of this rule. Normally, I should not accept this massive sum of 530 million, but after a moment's thought, living in this mortal world, there would inevitably be places where I needed to use money in the future. Therefore, I did not decline too much. I reached out, took the checks, and gave a faint nod. All right, I accept this money. Thank them on my behalf. In Xu Yiyi's consistently lowered gaze, a gleam of irrepressible pleasant surprise rippled through. If her family were to encounter a life or death crisis in the future, I would absolutely not stand by and watch. To Xu Yiyi, this was absolutely a highly profitable trade with zero losses. Being able to use money to buy the protection of a peerless powerhouse was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Xu Yiyi did not stick around to be a nuisance. After completing her task, she very tactfully and quietly took her leave, not disturbing my time picking up my daughter. School's out. Let us go to the company to pick mommy up and go home. Watching my daughter running over, I smiled and waved my hand. Daddy, I am here. Hearing my call, Xu Yiyi immediately trotted over to me on her little short legs, her ponytail bobbing up and down. I had just walked out after accompanying my child's mother to her company's team-building event. As an imperial sovereign, this was the first time I felt that my child's mother was this beautiful. The bright moonlight spilled over her, accentuating her cool elegance, making her look like a fairy from the moon palace. For a moment, I was utterly mesmerized. I have lived for 100,000 years. It is not that I have not seen peerless beauties. I have seen the 9 heavens profound maiden and the holy maiden of the demon race. But at this moment, my heart stirred only for her. Before, my desire to marry Ruan Tang was merely because she was the mother of my daughter, nothing more. It was born out of responsibility and guilt. But now, looking at Ruan Tang under the moonlight, I felt my heartbeat suddenly quicken. This kind of palpitation was something I had not experienced in a very long time. I thought to myself, oh no, this is the feeling of falling in love. This imperial heart, which had remained dormant for 10,000 years, was actually sent into a flutter by this mortal woman. As if noticing my burning gaze, Ruan Tang did not get angry. Instead, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and lowered her head somewhat bashfully. She took our sleeping daughter from my arms, gently cradling her against her chest. Her expression was so tender it felt as if it could melt into water. Sitting on a street bench, she curled her lips into a rare smile. She looked at the prime estate district ahead. Xu Yiyi, did you know our Ruan family almost had the chance to move in here? The major families and dignitaries of Donghai and Hang City all own properties here. It is a symbol of status and position. When I was little, Grandma used to take me for walks here. She often pointed at those villas and said, that will be our new home in the future. I did not say a word. I just stood quietly to the side, looking at her tenderly, listening quietly as she poured her heart out, being the best listener. But later, Grandpa could not bear to spend the money. And then Grandma passed away before it could happen. Grandma never liked Ruan Lan or Ruan Jin. She only liked me and only doted on me. My name Ruan Tang was also given to me by Grandma. She said crabapple blossoms are very proud and do not just follow the crowd, which suits my personality. Grandma also said, after people pass away, they turn into stars in the sky. So I love looking at the starry sky, because I know Grandma is looking down at me from above. As she spoke, Ruan Tang's eyes welled up with mist. A teardrop gently fell onto a flower petal at her feet, as if it were the sound of something shattering deep within her heart. I listened silently. I took a pack of tissues from my pocket and handed it to her. My eyes were filled with pity. At that moment, a decision had already formed in my mind. Ruan Tang did not take the tissue and said stubbornly, I am not crying. A gust of wind just blew into my eyes and got some dust in them. I did not expose her facade of strength. Instead, I took the initiative to pull out a tissue and gently wiped away the falling pearls from Ruan Tang's face. Since Grandma liked this place, then we will buy it. Ruan Tang smiled through her tears. Though she felt it was highly unlikely, she still nodded and played along. We will. As long as we work hard, there is always hope. In her view, they definitely could not afford the prime mansion at the peak of the mountain. But for a villa at the foot of the mountain costing 50 or 60 million, if she worked hard for a few years, there was still hope. I am tired. Let us go home. Ruan Tang took a deep breath, composed her emotions, and stood up holding our daughter. I drove the car, with soothing music flowing through the cabin. Neither of us spoke again, but the atmosphere was much more harmonious than before. I safely escorted Ruan Tang and Xu Yiyi back home. When I saw that they were completely asleep, my figure instantly vanished from Earth, as if I had never been there. Simultaneously, a supreme divine thought transmitted to the heavenly court, countless billions of light years away. Another divine thought was sent to Tan Chang, who was guarding in the shadows. In the darkness, Tan Chang's eyes snapped open. He bowed respectfully toward the void. Then, without a word, he silently left to execute his orders. Meanwhile, far away in the heavenly court, the first divine general Taoai, who was handling complex affairs, suddenly looked in the direction of Earth. A look of sheer horror appeared on his face. The imperial sovereign is going to the forbidden ground, the sea of samsara. That is a dead zone that even great emperors fear. What is the imperial sovereign trying to do? The sea of samsara controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation across the heavens. It was the starting point and the end point of life and death. It contained the universe's most fundamental, yet most terrifying rules. No one can achieve eternal immortality. Even a great emperor, invincible in the cosmos and arbitrary across all ages, will eventually turn to dust before samsara. Any cultivator below the emperor realm would have their life force stripped away and turned into nothingness the moment they stepped into the sea of samsara. That place had become the #1 forbidden ground since ancient times. The imperial sovereign was only 100,000 years old now. He was at the very prime of his life. He still had nearly 1,000,000 years of lifespan. He was incredibly young. Why would he risk entering the sea of samsara? On this day, I charged alone into the forbidden ground, the sea of samsara. That silhouette was isolated, absolute, and domineering, as if to trample over all the taboos in this world. No one knew that to find a single soul. How massive a price I paid. It was an obsession that could make even the heavens tremble. Only that on that day, a heaven-shaking imperial might erupted from the depths of the universe. Countless ancient entities slumbering within Taoist lineages and holy lands opened their eyes in absolute shock. They all simultaneously looked toward the direction of the sea of samsara in terror. There was more than own imperial might. That was the terrifying aura of great emperors engaged in a chaotic melee. When she woke up the next morning, Ruan Tang habitually reached out to the spot beside her, but she found I was not home. The bed was already cold. There was not even any breakfast prepared on the dining table. There was only a short note. It read, "Going out for business for 2 or 3 days. Do not worry about me. Who would worry about you, you self-absorbed guy?" Helpless, Ruan Tang went to the kitchen and fried 2 eggs for her. She took a carton of milk from the fridge. That simple meal served as breakfast for the 2 of them. Over the next few days, whenever Ruan Tang called my phone, it kept saying out of service area. This made her both worried and highly irritated, because Xu Yiyi kept crying and looking for her daddy. Every night, it took a long time to coax her to sleep. Ruan Tang was mentally and physically exhausted every single day. At the same time, over these past few days, a large number of reporters had been blocking the company's entrance, severely affecting the company's normal operations. They were not there to inquire about the company's status. They were there to dig up gossip on Ruan Tang. After all, 5 years ago, the unwed mother Ruan Tang being kicked out of the Ruan family on her birthday was massive news that shook all of Donghai City. Now, hearing that Ruan Tang's daughter and husband had returned, if they could drop a bombshell scoop at this time, would not a promotion and a raise be easy to get? Ruan Tang refused to accept any interviews whatsoever. Even so, Ruan Tang's mood was negatively affected by these fly-like people. She looked quite haggard overall. Ruan Lan was even more furious. She paced back and forth at home, saying angrily, "I told Su Lai to take my sister out to lay low. But look at this Su Lai, he actually ran off himself at the crucial moment, leaving this mess for us. It is absolutely outrageous." It was no wonder Ruan Lan was so angry. In her view, whether a man or a woman, when faced with problems, one should take responsibility. But I clearly had not. On the day before Ruan Tang's birthday, Ruan Lan opened the room door and was just about to call for her sister. But she was startled by the sight before her. A scream got stuck in her throat, almost unable to come out. In the middle of the living room, I was sitting cross-legged on the floor, covered entirely in fresh blood. My face was pale white, and it was unknown whether I was dead or alive. With trembling hands, she checked my breathing, discovering that I was still breathing. Only then did she feel the blood flowing back through her body. And at that exact moment, I opened my eyes. With a deep exhaustion in my eyes, I said, "Do not be afraid. It is not my blood. I am fine. What happened to you? Where on earth did you go?" Ruan Tang was both heartbroken and angry. Tears swirled in her eyes, and her voice was trembling. I did not answer her questioning. Instead, I spoke as if talking to myself. "Ruan Tang, did you know that there are no 2 identical leaves in this world?" Ruan Tang frowned slightly. I know. With her delicate perception, she noticed that I, who was usually glib-tongued, had actually called her by her full name instead of calling her honey. "I went to a place very far away and found your grandma, but I was one step too late. She had already crossed the bridge of forgetfulness and drank the soup of reincarnation. She has severed the karma of her past life and is about to begin a new own. I could forcefully extract her soul and bring her back to life, to continue being your grandma and stay by your side. However, I cannot restore her memories. After all, leaves cannot be identical, and neither can people. That would just be an empty shell without memories. So I did not disturb her. I'm sorry. I tried my best, but I could not bring the complete her back. For a moment, Ruan Tang did not know how to respond. If anyone else had spoken such fantastical words, she would have rolled her eyes at them long ago. But my tone and expression at this moment did not seem fake. That regret and sorrow of being powerless made her deeply empathize and feel a sharp ache in her heart. Finally, she sniffled and said softly, "Hurry up and go wash yourself. You are covered in blood. I will mop the floor, otherwise E will be worried about you when she sees." I nodded, propped up my body and stood up, staggering towards the bathroom, my silhouette looking somewhat bleak and desolate, as if I had suddenly aged immensely. I could indeed resurrect a dead person, but a grandma without her memories was no longer the kind old woman in Ruan Tang's memories. So I did not interfere with her reincarnation. But it was not that I did absolutely nothing. Instead, I expended Emperor's blood to bestow upon her a massive karmic fortune, ensuring that her next life would be safe, joyous, wealthy, and free of sorrow. Fortunately, I did not return entirely empty-handed either. I looked at a soft orb of light resting in my palm, and finally revealed a faint smile of relief. After showering, I changed into clean clothes. I looked much more refreshed, though my face was still somewhat pale. Just then Ruan Lan came home with me. Seeing me sitting on the sofa, the little girl's eyes instantly lit up, and she pounced on me. "Daddy, you are finally back. He missed you so much." "My sweet daughter, Daddy is home. Daddy missed you too." I happily picked Yi up, and spun her around in the air, making her continuously giggle with joy. Ruan Lan stomped her feet in annoyance from the side. She huffed in mock anger. "You little ingrate. You forget all about your auntie the moment your dad is here." I set my daughter down and looked at Ruan Lan and Ruan Tang. With deep sincerity I said, "It has been hard on you both these past few days while I was away." Ruan Lan glared at me with her hands on her hips. "You actually have the nerve to come back. You disappear without a trace. And do not even pick up your phone. Were you trying to worry us to death?" I pointed towards the sky, and spouted nonsense with a straight face. "I went to pluck stars." "I think you went to outer space and got your brain knocked silly." She could only silently make up her mind inside that she definitely had to make her sisters stay far away from me. That entire evening, Ruan Lan refused to speak to me, but she did not eat one bite less of the dishes I cooked. Her chopsticks moved faster than anyone else's, having absolutely no backbone whatsoever. She even turned her anger into appetite, eating more than usual. After all, I had returned to the heavenly court and brought back many premium ingredients, most of which were peerless delicacies that did not exist on earth. They were exquisite flavors that even deities in heaven rarely got to taste. That premium 10,000-year newer Hong wine. The moment the jar was opened, the aroma of wine overflowed. Ruan Lan did not dare to drink too much either. She only carefully tasted a tiny sip. Even so, her little face turned rosy red. With hazy, drunken eyes, she slurred. "Sis, did you know? Haitang Mountain has been entirely booked out tomorrow by a mysterious person for 10 million. I heard it is to celebrate a birthday. The whole mountain is sealed off." Ruan Tang's reaction was flat. She just gave a soft seemingly not very interested in the matter. Ruan Lan slammed the table and said with righteous indignation, "This is clearly targeting you on purpose, acting as if she were the one being wronged. In the past, when we celebrated your birthday, it was always at the Haitang Hotel at the foot of Haitang Mountain. Although it was not the best, it was considered a tradition. Is not this blatantly trying to stop you from going?" Ruan Tang frowned and comforted her sister. "Do not overthink it. They have money and can do what they want. It has nothing to do with us." Though she said that, she still cared a bit inside, because since childhood, she had always celebrated her birthday at the Haitang Hotel. Although ever since her grandma passed away, she had never formally celebrated a birthday again. She would still go for a walk there every year on her birthday. Riding on her liquid courage, Ruan Lan pointed at my nose and loudly scolded. "Look at how grand someone else's man is, and then look at you." I put down my chopsticks and looked calmly at Ruan Lan. With an unruffled tone, I asked, "If I said I was the one who booked it, would you believe me?" Ruan Lan scoffed loudly. "You might as well say you actually plucked the stars. You brag without even drafting a script." After finishing her complaint, Ruan Lan swayed to the side, collapsed onto the sofa, and fell fast asleep. Ruan Tang gave me an apologetic look. She sighed helplessly, and began to coax our daughter to sleep as well. The house finally quieted down. The incident of Ruan Tang being kicked out of the Ruan family 5 years ago was the topic of gossip for so many people, especially with Haitang Mountain being booked by a mysterious tycoon tomorrow. It instantly caused everyone to bring up the old story again. Ruan Jin wore a gloating smile on his face. Tomorrow Ruan Tang is going to be utterly humiliated. The whole of Donghai City is waiting to see the joke. Let us see what face she has left to stay in Donghai. Song R, you could not be more comfortable right now. This woman actually made us kneel and apologize. It is absolute rebellion. She deserves this bad luck. Ruan Qingshan shook his head with some regret. It is a pity we can't witness that scene with our own eyes. Truly a great regret in life. Ruan Tang slept very restlessly that night. She had a dream. In the dream, she was alone, steering a small boat, sailing across an endless, pitch-black and profound ocean. On the sea, there was a long bluestone bridge connecting heaven and earth. Pedestrians hurried across the bridge, although their faces could not be seen clearly. Strangely, everyone was walking in the same direction. In the crowd, there was a kindly, plainly dressed, and very inconspicuous white-haired old lady. She was staggering forward. Ruan Tang, who was steering the boat, blinked hard. Her heart suddenly clenched. That old lady's silhouette was so familiar. Ruan Tang used all her strength to scream, "Grandma, do not go." But the elderly woman on the bridge never looked back. She just kept walking slowly, as if she could not hear her calls at all. Who knows how long passed? It felt like a day but also like a year. It felt as long as a whole lifetime had passed by. Only then did Grandma finally reach the end of the bridge. Her kind and gentle face smiled, filled with deep reluctance and maternal love. Her lips moved slightly, and only own sentence carried over. "Tang Tang, you must be well. Grandma misses you so much." Ruan Tang desperately reached out her hands, wanting to keep her grandma, but all her efforts were in vain. Heartbroken, her tears soaked her entire pillow. The next morning, while still deep in a dream, I felt my body being shaken violently. Xu Yi's porcelain doll-like face was written all over with anxiety. "Daddy, wake up, quick, wake up." Mommy was just crying in her room. I naturally understood the reason behind it. I gently patted the little girl's head. "Today is Mommy's birthday. Let us give her a kiss in a little while." Hearing this, Xu Yi's eyes instantly lit up. She nodded her little head obediently like a kitten. Then, as if remembering something, she leaned mysteriously into my ear and whispered in a low voice, "He prepared a gift for Mommy. It is a huge surprise." Looking at my daughter's mischievous and clever expression, I instantly grew curious. "What kind of gift is it? Can you tell Daddy first?" Xu Yi immediately covered her little mouth, her big eyes rolling around playfully. Then she shook her head firmly. "No way, it is a secret." I dotingly pinched my daughter's little nose, my eyes full of warmth as I spoke. "You little rascal, go wash up quickly. We need to get ready to head out." As the clock hands slowly pointed toward the afternoon, Ruan Tang, who had been sleeping for a long time in the bedroom, finally stirred awake. A hint of confusion lingered in her eyes. Ruan Tang slowly opened her heavy eyelids, and instinctively touched her cheeks. Then she looked at the pillow beside her. It was clearly soaked with the tears she had shed in her dream. She did not get up with her usual vigor. Instead, she rarely chose to linger in bed. She curled her body up and hugged her knees, painfully closing her eyes once more. But no matter how hard she tried to lie still, it was impossible to re-enter that warm dreamland. She could not return to the beautiful dream that made her never want to wake up. My magnetic voice rang out from outside the door at just the right time. "My lady, time to get up and wash up. We need to go out." Ruan Tang was currently immersed in a deep sadness she could not escape. She pulled the blanket over her head, her voice small but stubborn. In her dream just now, she had vividly seen her late grandmother. It was a long-lost feeling of warmth, making her feel an immense resistance to facing the real world. Standing outside the door, I could sense my wife's sorrow. I let out a soft sigh, my tone filled with helplessness. A dream is just a dream, after all. Ruan Tang remained tightly wrapped in her quilt, like a child throwing a tantrum at her parents. Her muffled voice drifted out from under the covers. "Still those same 2 words," I said. "No." I raised an eyebrow, a trace of a smile curling onto my lips. "If you do not get up now, I am coming in to strip that blanket off myself." Hearing this, although Ruan Tang felt a bit nervous, she still braced herself and said, "You would not dare. I do not believe you would dare come in." Suddenly, the door made a soft click sound. I actually pushed the door open and walked in. I walked straight to the bedside, and unceremoniously lifted a corner of the quilt. Seeing the despondent look on Ruan Tang's face, I knew when to stop and pulled my hand back. I will give you an hour. Remember to change into a beautiful outfit. Ruan Tang froze for a moment and instinctively asked, for what? Today is not any special day. Why do I need to change specifically and go out? I gave a mysterious wink, not answering her question directly. I simply left an intriguing smile. You will know in a bit. Left with a man who walked away after only telling half the story. Ruan Tang felt quite annoyed in her heart, but out of some hidden anticipation, she still finished everything within the allotted time. Even Ruan Tang, who usually went bare-faced and never wore makeup, sat specifically before the mirror today, and carefully applied a delicate layer of light makeup, because she vaguely guessed that I not only remembered her birthday but had woken her up on purpose, specifically to celebrate her birthday on this special day. Ruan Tang composed her emotions. Despite her inner anticipation, she still asked with a cold expression, "Alright, what are we doing?" I sized up the stunning Ruan Tang but did not answer directly. Instead, I asked as if to myself, how far is it from here to Haitang Mountain? Ruan Tang frowned slightly, her mind full of confusion. She had no idea why I was suddenly asking such an irrelevant question, but she answered nonetheless, about 20 kilometers. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. In that case, let me perform a magic trick for you. Consider it a small surprise to open the day. Before Ruan Tang could even react, I coolly snapped my fingers and chuckled. Close your eyes for 5 seconds, then open them. You will discover a whole new world. Though Ruan Tang did not know what would happen next, looking at my certain expression, she set aside her doubts, and slowly closed her eyes. Then, she felt the sound of the wind around her ears change. The breeze blowing past carried a salty scent. She could even clearly hear the crisp cries of seagulls nearby. My gentle voice rang in her ear once again. Alright, my lady, you can open your eyes now. Look where we are. My words made Ruan Tang hesitate for a long moment. She slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the scene before her, she was so shocked she gasped for air. They were actually at the peak of Haitang Mountain. She was standing right there, looking down at the bustling view of Donghai City, and the vast, boundless sea in the distance. Ruan Tang turned her head in disbelief to look at me. Her voice trembled. How did you do this? How is this possible? In just 5 seconds, they had teleported 20 kilometers from their living room to the mountaintop. This was not a magic trick at all. This was something humans simply should not be able to do. I put a finger to my lips, acting mysterious. Do not. If you must, just call it magic. Besides, this is just the appetizer. It does not even count as the gift yet. I tilted my chin up slightly, pointing at the magnificent scenery before us. I said grandly, this sea and the entirety of Haitang Mountain. I have booked it all out for you. These words sounded exactly like a cheesy line from a romance drama. If anyone else said them, it would feel greasy. But coming from my mouth at this moment, it sounded exceptionally sincere. Ruan Tang looked at the man before her. Even though she thought the lines were cliché, she could not stop her heart from racing. She asked stutteringly, "What do you mean?" I gazed deeply into her eyes, explaining earnestly, "From now until tomorrow morning, there won't be a fifth person here. Only us. I had a friend help book this place just for your birthday. For some reason, the news leaked out. You do not mind being watched from afar, do you?" Ruan Tang looked down at the familiar villa district at the foot of the mountain, her gaze gradually turning soft. Through the clouds, she could vaguely see the path she walked with Grandma for years. This sudden surprise caused tears to slide uncontrollably from her eyes. How could she possibly mind? She was so moved she barely knew how to thank me. Just then, Xu Yiyi suddenly jumped out from behind a large tree. "Happy birthday, Mommy. He and Daddy wish Mommy to be forever young and beautiful." Ruan Lan, who had been hiding in the back, also walked out with a complex expression. She looked at her sister and brother-in-law, her heart full of shock and a trace of inexplicable envy. In the morning, I had Ruan Lan bring Yi to the mountaintop to wait. She initially thought I was just daydreaming. Only after my repeated assurances did Ruan Lan arrive with a wait-and-see attitude. To her surprise, she was greeted respectfully by the staff, and led all the way to the summit without a single obstacle. Only then did Ruan Lan realize that all of this was actually real. I had truly gone to such grand lengths to book the entire Haitang Mountain, just to give her sister a surprise. Looking at her adorable daughter, a brilliant smile blossomed on Ruan Tang's face. She crouched down happily. "Thank you." Xu Yiyi immediately gave her mother a loud, wet kiss. Under the little girl's expectant gaze, Ruan Tang carefully opened the gift. She found a vibrant drawing made with colored markers. On the paper were 3 people. It was a portrait of our family of 3. The softest part of Ruan Tang's heart was instantly touched. She could not help but kiss her daughter's forehead again. "Thank you. Mommy loves it very much." I then took a step forward, pulling a bracelet shimmering with a strange light from my robe. That was Yi's gift. Now it is time for mine. The bracelet was composed of 10 crystal-clear stones, each emitting a deep, ethereal glow, as if they contained the stars and seas of the entire universe. Even Ruan Tang, who usually had no interest in jewelry, was deeply mesmerized the moment. She laid eyes on the bracelet. Seeing the adoration in my wife's eyes, I smiled gently. "Here, give me your hand. Let me put it on for you. Let us see if it fits." Ruan Tang hesitated for a moment, but looking into my sincere eyes, she nodded shyly. She slowly extended her wrist, which was as fair as white jade. After fastening the clasp, I mischievously gave her palm a light tickle. The tingling sensation made Ruan Tang flinch as if struck by lightning. She had been completely captivated by the bracelet, but now her face flushed a deep crimson. She looked up and glared at me coldly, though there was not much real anger in her eyes. I let out a fake cough to hide my embarrassment, and quickly changed the subject. "Do not glare at me, my lady. There is an even bigger surprise coming up." Hearing that there was more, Xu Yiyi immediately jumped up with excitement and asked curiously, "Daddy, where is it? What is the surprise?" I patted my daughter's head, and gazed deeply toward the distant horizon. I slowly uttered a single word, "Wait." My smile hid a boundless confidence. Xu Yiyi tilted her head, looking utterly confused. She continued to press, "Wait for what? Are we waiting for a big monster to come out?" I laughed, shook my head, and pointed to the setting sun. "Wait for the dark. Wait for nightfall. That is when the magic truly begins." By now, there was less than an hour until dark. The afterglow of the sunset dyed Haitang Mountain in shades of gold and red, a breathtaking sight. I had already prepared a professional grill at the summit, along with various high-end ingredients. There was fresh seafood, a whole lamb, and various meat skewers. In such a romantic setting, the birthday feast would not be a formal banquet, or expensive Western cuisine, but the most down-to-earth barbecue. I was busy grilling amidst the swirling smoke, while Ruan Tang, Ruan Lan, and Xu Yiyi sat together, watching the sunset's glow spill over the sea. The wind swept through the forest, and the crabapple blossoms across the mountains swayed gently. The only slight regret was that most of the blossoms had already withered or had yet to bloom. Looking at the somewhat desolate scene, Ruan Lan could not help but sigh. What a pity! If the whole mountain bloomed at once, it would be stunning. Hearing this, I only smiled faintly and did not respond, staying focused on the task at hand. I skillfully sprinkled a handful of cumin over the sizzling meat skewers. The 3 of them enjoyed the delicious barbecue, while waiting for nightfall in the mountaintop breeze, savoring this rare peace and warm family time. When the moon climbed high into the sky, and the entire land was shrouded in deep night, Ruan Tang put down her bamboo skewer, and looked at me expectantly, waiting for the so-called surprise. Seeing this, Ruan Lan nudged Xu. The little girl immediately understood, and cupped her hands like a megaphone, shouting, "It is dark. Where's the surprise, Daddy?" A crisp snap of fingers echoed through the night air. A smile played on my lips. With that single snap, the scene that followed left all 3 women completely stunned. The crabapple trees across the mountain, silent in the night, instantly seemed to receive a command of life. They all burst into bloom at the exact same moment. First one, then 100, then 10,000. Finally, countless blossoms competed in beauty, turning the entire mountain into an ocean of flowers. Furthermore, every single flower emitted a faint, soft light, like stars fallen to the earth. The once dark summit was adorned like a fairy tale world. The whole city was bathed in the scent of crabapples. This was not just a visual feast, but a baptism for the senses. The air was filled with a refreshing, soul-soothing fragrance. In every corner of Donghai City, couples walking the streets, elderly ladies dancing in the squares, even office workers lounging at home watching TV, all of them were deeply moved. They simultaneously looked up toward the sky, watching the glowing petals dancing through the air. Their pupils contracted in unison, and they all let out a collective gasp of shock. Some tried to reach out and catch the petals, but the moment their fingertips made contact, the petals dissolved into motes of light and vanished. They were impossible to touch physically. Others tried to take photos of this wonder to post on social media. However, all phones and camera equipment, without exception, displayed nothing but static. It was as if they were being jammed by some unseen power. At the same time, Tan Chong, hidden at the foot of the mountain, was leaning against a large tree, with a blade of grass in his mouth. He squinted at the celestial anomaly in the sky. He mused to himself. As expected, there is an unfathomable grandmaster behind Xu Yiyi. This kind of technique is not something a common martial artist could use. It is absolutely earth-shattering. If I remember correctly, the grandmaster known as the flower fairy in her youth. Her favorite flower was the crabapple. Although I had done everything with extreme secrecy, leaving not a single trace, Tan Chong realized everything, thinking he had easily seen through it with his superior wisdom. At the summit, Ruan Tang gazed at this breathtaking scene that no woman could ever forget. Tears of emotion burst from her eyes once more, blurring her vision, because she saw, to her astonishment, the narrow winding path she walked countless times with Grandma. It seemed to be specially illuminated by the blossoms. The flowers on both sides of that path bloomed exceptionally thick and beautiful, as if welcoming her return, and whispering a longing that transcended time and space. I walked to the side of the child's mother. My voice opened softly, "Give me your hand. Shall we walk that path together?" Ruan Tang extended her hand with almost no hesitation, placing her palm into this man's hand. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, the two fell into a tacit silence once more, simply holding hands tightly, accompanied by the rain of flowers filling the sky. They walked step by step onto the path carrying countless memories. This path was actually not very long, only a distance of about 500 or 600 meters. Usually, it could be finished in a few minutes. Yet at this moment we walked for a long 10 minutes. With every step taken, childhood memories kept flooding into Ruan Tang's mind. Her grandmother's voice and smile seemed to be right before her eyes, intertwined with these crabapple blossoms in the sky. Reaching the end of the path, Ruan Tang stopped her pace, gazing at the void of the night sky, falling into a long silence. It was as if she were conversing with a departed loved own. I gently took her shoulder, pointing forward. The bridge Grandma crossed is called the Bridge of Forgetfulness. On that bridge I once promised her that I would take good care of you and Yi for a lifetime. Grandma's spirit in heaven has agreed, so Ruan Tang married. Before I could finish saying marry me, Ruan Tang suddenly pushed me away with force. Staring with red eyes, she said, "Nonsense, my grandmother has been gone for 7 or 8 years. What exactly did she agree to?" I was instantly stunned, my face full of confusion. I complained wildly in my heart, why is not this woman following the script? Should not she be moved at a time like this? Seeing my dumbfounded expression, the corners of Ruan Tang's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. Then she quickly composed herself and regained her coldness. She turned around indifferently, tidying her hair that had been tousled by the wind. "Let us go. Yi and Ruan Lan are still waiting up there. Do not make them wait too long." However, at the moment she turned, with her back to me, her lips moved silently. It seemed as though she said 3 words, which drifted away with the wind into the sea of flowers. Whether it was "thank you" or "I am willing," or some other sweet words. Even after many years had passed, this remained a mystery. Time flew by amidst warmth and emotion. In the blink of an eye, it was 11 of the clock at night. Ruan Tang glanced lingeringly at the scenery above and below the mountain, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. She let out a soft sigh. Despite the reluctance in her heart, she said rationally, "It is getting late. He must be sleepy. Let us go home." I smiled and nodded. Yes, it is time to go home, but I did not lead them down the mountain. Instead, I followed a wide main road toward the far east. Ruan Lan, seeing the route was wrong, hurriedly reminded, "Wrong way. There is only one building there, the Haitang Villa, known as the King of Donghai. It is worth hundreds of millions." Ruan Lan stomped her feet in anxiety. "Are you crazy? Even though you gave my sister plenty of surprises tonight, Xu Yiyi, how can you be so overconfident?" Ruan Lan nervously explained, "Haitang Mountain might be private, but it is open to the public Monday through Friday. Haitang Villa, however, is strictly private territory. Before, many tourists thought no one lived there, so they climbed the iron gate to sneak photos. They were caught on the spot by security and reported directly to the police for trespassing." Ruan Tang also pulled my sleeve with uncertainty. "Xu Yiyi, do not be reckless. Do not tell me that you even booked the Haitang Villa." I instinctively flicked Ruan Tang's nose. Seeing my lady's face showing signs of anger, I hurriedly coughed and said seriously, "What nonsense is that?" I pointed at the building still magnificent in the night, and said domineeringly, "That is our home. Coming back to our own home, what is there to book?" Ruan Tang was stunned again, her mind going blank. Completely unable to process this sudden information, she froze on the spot. "Come on, do not daze out. I will show you the new home." I took Ruan Tang's hand and beckoned Ruan Lan and, walking with large strides toward Haitang Villa. Actually, after I left Earth to handle things a few days ago, I sent out 2 divine thoughts. One was for the divine beast Taotai to find the stars. The other was for Tan Chong to buy Haitang Villa. The price of this villa was neither high nor low. Exactly 500 million. To ordinary people, it is an astronomical sum. To me, it is just a drop in the bucket. Under my lead, the group stepped into the gates of Haitang Villa with apprehensive yet excited hearts. Upon entering, they were deeply shaken by the scenery. The villa was saturated with a rich Chinese style, with pavilions, rockeries, and gardens all present. The layout was exquisite, and the interior decoration was luxurious yet elegant. This was not just an ordinary residence. It was like the palace of an ancient emperor. Ruan Lan's mouth hung wide open. At this moment, she was too shocked to speak. Even seeing the brand new property certificate on the table, which clearly bore her sister Ruan Tang's name, Ruan Lan still could not believe it. "You really bought it?" Ruan Lan spoke stutteringly, "And it only has my sister's name on it. This is 500 million, not 500 yuan. The massive Ruan family could not even afford a villa at the foot of the mountain. Yet I, who was despised and kicked out by the family, had bought the Haitang Villa at the summit. What an irony. If the people of the Ruan family knew, their faces would probably be swollen from the embarrassment. An inexplicable sense of satisfaction surged in Ruan Lan's heart. I, however, remained nonchalant, as if I had only bought a head of cabbage. It only cost 500 million. As long as you all like it, that is what matters. Listen to that tone. Only 500 million. Ruan Lan felt critically wounded by the boast. "Xu Yiyi, I am so jealous. I am practically drowning in bitterness." With a thump, Ruan Tang knocked her sister's head hard. She scolded with a stern face. "Do not talk nonsense in front of me. Act like an aunt should." Ruan Lan rubbed her head aggrievedly, but her eyes could not stop wandering around the mansion. Her heart was full of envy, yet she was also genuinely happy for her sister. Handing a bank card to Ruan Tang casually. "There are 20 million left in here. Ticket. Renovate it however you like." This time, Ruan Lan was truly envious, turning into a complete lemon spirit. She huffed, "Having money is not that big of a deal. I do not care at all." She crossed her arms, striking a haughty pose. "Even if you booked the mountain tonight, used tricks to make a city-wide flower rain, and gave her this big villa. My sister has not seen much of the world lately, so she might be easily won over by your sugar-coated bullets. But I, Ruan Lan, am not so easily fooled." She raised her chin and declared, "My future brother-in-law must be a graceful, gentle, and elegant gentleman of extraordinary character. I still do not like you." I did not take my sister-in-law's provocation to heart at all. Simply said, "I heard your sister say you do not like the school dorms. So move in here with us." I pointed to the spacious hall. "The house is huge anyway, and there are plenty of rooms. You sisters can live together. You can look out for each other, and I will be at ease." Ruan Lan, who was unyielding a second ago, instantly changed her face. She cheered, "Wow, brother-in-law, sis, you guys are the best. I want the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Do not anyone fight me for it." Ruan Tang and I looked at each other, both speechless. What an unyielding sister-in-law. For the sake of a luxury mansion, she even called me brother-in-law. Come with your auntie, we are going on an adventure. Let us see if there is any treasure hidden in this big house." Suddenly, only Ruan Tang and I were left in the living room. The atmosphere turned a bit awkward. Suddenly, only Ruan Tang and I were left in the living room. The atmosphere turned a bit. Suddenly, only Ruan Tang and I were left in the living room. The atmosphere turned a bit subtle. Ruan Tang gave me a sideways glance and huffed dotingly. "What else are you keeping from me?" From the moment she opened her eyes, I had given Ruan Tang far too many surprises today. It left her feeling a bit lightheaded, still unable to believe all of this was real. This man had vanished for 5 years, and upon his return, he had become unfathomable. He was definitely hiding quite a few things from her. A woman's intuition told her that this was just the tip of the iceberg. Looking into my wife's searching eyes, I said in a deep voice, "Now that you mention it, there is indeed one thing I have not said. And it is a big matter, a matter concerning our entire future. But this is highly confidential. You cannot tell anyone else. Lean in closer. I am only telling you. Ruan Tang's curiosity was piqued. She obediently leaned toward my ear, holding her breath as she waited for what came next. She wondered, could it be some earth-shattering secret? But the words I spoke instantly made her turn red from her face to her ears. That matter is the fact that I have liked you for a very long time. Ruan Tang pushed me away in shy annoyance and shot me a fierce glare. She gritted her teeth and scolded, "You are never serious." Then, with a flushed face, she turned and hurried away. I watched her retreating back with a smile on my face. Was there something wrong with what I just said? It was just a confession. My wife is still too thin-skinned. Once everyone had dispersed, I stood alone by the window, gazing out at the mountains and the sea. My gaze instantly became sharp. With a sudden stomp, the earth trembled. As I uttered a single, calm yet majestic word, "Condense." Endless spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to gather rapidly, surging frantically toward Haitang Villa. Finally, on a level invisible to the naked eye, a terrifying pressure gradually took shape among the mountain range. It was a giant dragon formed by the convergence of spiritual energy. This was none other than a legendary divine dragon. Using a supreme divine ability, I had forced a true dragon vein into existence right here, as a guardian beast for our home. I glanced at the majestic spiritual dragon and remarked flatly, "Passable, I suppose. Not as good as a true dragon from the Immortal Realm, but enough to guard a house." I had decided to reside in Haitang Villa for a long time, so naturally, I needed a guardian beast to ensure the safety of my wife and daughter. With that own step, the mountain spirit had transformed into a dragon. Just then, Xu Yiyi's voice drifted down from upstairs. "Daddy, come quick." I hurriedly retracted my aura. I'm coming." At that moment, Tan Chang, who had been hiding at the foot of the mountain, rubbed his eyes hard. What had he just seen? That dark shadow flying across the sky. It looked exactly like a legendary dragon. But he was not sure if his eyes were playing tricks on him, or if he was so tired he was hallucinating. As he pondered, Tan Chang felt a drastic change in the surrounding air. Haitang Mountain, which originally had average spiritual density, was suddenly flooded with a massive amount of spiritual energy. It was as if the spiritual energy of the entire world was being forcibly drawn here. A light of self-assured wisdom gleamed in Tan Chang's eyes. He had heard that there was a realm beyond the peak of the 9th grade, known as the Divine Gate Realm. Tan Chang slapped his thigh. No wonder Su Lai had me by Haitang Villa. So this was all part of the Flower Fairy's plan. This is all for the sake of her illegitimate son. The Flower Fairy is truly terrifying, willing to exhaust her cultivation, just to create a dragon vein by force. He mistakenly thought the crabapple blooms earlier were related to the Flower Fairy, and filled in the rest of the story himself. Overnight, several bombshell news items seemed to grow wings, spreading through the entire martial arts circle. Haitang Mountain has become a spiritual vein. The Flower Fairy has broken through to the Divine Gate. Ruan Lan stayed in the second-floor master bedroom with the best view, while Ruan Tang and Xu Yiyi stayed in the first-floor master bedroom. I stayed in the guest room across from them. Upon waking up, Ruan Lan felt inexplicably refreshed and her body light. The fatigue of recent days had vanished completely, as if she had taken some miracle elixir. At this moment, her mood was exceptionally grand. She felt as if the world was in the palm of her hand. No wonder Haitang Villa was called the King of Donghai. It lived up to its name. Ruan Lan hummed a tune happily as she opened the door and went downstairs, only to find that I was already awake, wearing an apron and preparing breakfast in the open kitchen. She leaned against the kitchen door, watching my back, and suddenly asked, "Su Lai, I thought about it last night. Are you and my sister just in a fake engagement, just for the sake of it?" I did not stop what I was doing. Without turning my head, I said flatly, "This." I did not hide it anymore. After all, anyone could see it with a bit of observation. While skillfully chopping vegetables, I said calmly, "Find a way for me to truly marry her. Make her want to marry me of her own free will." Ruan Lan's eyes widened as she pointed to her own nose. "You wanting to marry my sister is your business. Why should I be the one to find a way? I'm still just a kid." As if I had eyes in the back of my head, I said without looking up, "In exchange, you can live here for free, and you can get a free meal every single day." I added the clincher. "Otherwise, pack your bags right now. Go wherever you like. This house does not support freeloaders." Ruan Lan instantly flared up. "You actually have the heart to kick out a young, beautiful, and lovable girl like me. Are you even a man? Does not your conscience hurt? Ruan Lan's heart ached. She was the recognized school beauty of Dongli University. She had countless pursuers at school. So many people begged for a chance to treat her to a meal. Xu Yiyi, this insensitive guy, actually wanted to kick her out. It was too much. What a complete waste of a treasure. I turned around, spatula in hand. I'm not just a man. I am your future brother-in-law. Move aside, you are blocking the way. I need to get eggs. I opened the refrigerator door, took out 3 unusually large eggs, and skillfully cracked them into a bowl to start frying. The golden eggs sizzled in the pan. Ruan Lan poked her head in to look. She cried out dissatisfied, "Why only 3? Where's mine? I want to eat too." She hurriedly reached in herself and pulled another egg out of the fridge. But the more she looked, the more off it seemed. Why is this egg so weird? It was 5 or 6 times larger than a normal chicken egg. I explained nonchalantly. Nothing special. It is just a phoenix egg, as if I were talking about a common grocery store egg. Ruan Lan figured I was just talking nonsense and stopped caring what kind of egg it was. As long as it smelled good and was edible, it was fine. Whether it was a phoenix or a common hen did not matter. While staring at the eggs in the pan, Ruan Lan muttered softly, "Fine. For the sake of breakfast and the house, I will think of something for you later." But no guarantees. I immediately broke into a smile. I served up the fried eggs. "Sister-in-law, you can have my portion too. Eat too to nourish yourself. It has been hard on you." I was beaming with joy, thinking to myself, sister-in-law is reliable after all. This is when you need an assist from an insider. In truth, Ruan Lan had always been biased against me. The main reason was that I left without a word 5 years ago, making her sister suffer far too much. Her sister was kicked out by the Ruan family, and endured so much grievance and bullying while raising a child alone. I was the culprit behind all of it, but looking at it now, I really seem to have changed since I came back. Not only was my strength unfathomable, but I could also provide a better life for Ruan Tang. Naturally, her bias had faded quite a bit. I got off work right on time at 5 in the afternoon. As usual, I went to the kindergarten to pick up my daughter, Xu Yiyi. Qian Xiao, the usually cheerful little chubby boy, was sulking today. His mood even made Xu Yiyi, who was beside him, feel a bit unhappy. I walked over, crouched down, and asked with concern, "What is wrong? Did someone bully you at school?" Qian Xiao lowered his head, his eyes rimmed with red. "Our kindergarten is organizing an outing, and parents need to come along. But my mom and dad do not have the time. Everyone else is going, but I can't." Hearing this, I made 2 cloud candies and handed them to Qian Xiao and, "Go back and have a good talk with your parents. Work is important, but family and companionship matter just as much." Qian Xiao spoke with deep emotion while munching on the candy. "Uncle Su, you are the best. You can even perform magic to make candy. Auntie Ruan Tang must be incredibly happy to be married to you." I glanced at the distant sky and said wistfully, "I am not sure about the happiness part, but at least your Auntie Ruan is still alive and has not died of anger yet." The candy in Qian Zhao's hand suddenly lost its sweetness. "Fine, chatting with you adults is just too exhausting. You are always saying things I can't understand." Xu Yiyi sat on my shoulders, happily eating her cloud candy. She spoke in a soft, pampered voice. "Daddy, I want to go on the outing with my classmates." Hearing my daughter's voice, my heart bloomed with joy. I agreed without a moment's hesitation. "All right, as long as Yi wants to go, Daddy will accompany you." Xu Yiyi tilted her little head and thought for a moment, a trace of worry appearing on her small face. "But Mommy seems so busy. She definitely won't have time to go with us." I reached out and gently patted my daughter's leg, my tone filled with the confidence of the head of the household. "It is okay, I will talk to her. A true warrior dares to face death head-on, after all." Xu Yiyi was instantly moved to tears of joy, giving me a loud kiss on the cheek. She shouted sweetly, "Daddy, you are so wonderful. You are Yi's big hero." I was instantly overjoyed, just for this kiss from my daughter. Even if Ruan Tang makes me kneel on a washboard later, it will be absolutely worth it. Ruan Tang was currently sitting behind her desk at home, head down, dealing with a mountain of documents. She said coldly without looking up, "I have an important meeting tomorrow. I do not have time." Xu Yiyi was hiding behind the crack of the study door. Hearing her mother's refusal, those large eyes that were previously full of expectation instantly became a bit despondent. Keenly sensing my precious daughter's change in mood, I slammed the table hard and shouted loudly, "Woman, you are going too far. How can you let our daughter down?" Hearing this, Ruan Tang slowly raised her head. Those beautiful eyes now looked at me with an icy stare. She uttered a single oppressive syllable. Are you sure? My momentum instantly hit rock bottom under that gaze. A fawning smile appeared on my face as I said, the meeting can wait. Give me some face, won't you? I have already promised our daughter. Ruan Tang leaned back lazily in her chair, the corner of her mouth curling into a half smile. She beckoned with her finger, signaling for me to lean in. I cautiously brought my ear close to her. After listening, I immediately jumped away in shock. You want me to give you a kiss? No, absolutely not. Ruan Tang looked at this drama king, completely stunned. When had she ever said such a thing? She clearly told him to cook some crawfish and other delicacies to bring on the trip. Xu Yi's weak voice drifted in from outside the door at just the right time, providing an expectant assist. Daddy, it is okay to give mommy a kiss. I put on an expression as if I were facing certain death, gritting my teeth and saying with great reluctance, fine, for the sake of my daughter, I will do it. The moment the words left my mouth, I moved with lightning speed. Amidst Ruan Tang's shocked expression, I gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, and then bolted out of the study. Once Ruan Tang realized what happened, a flush of crimson rushed to her face. Then, her furious voice echoed through the entire Haitang villa. Su Lai, you jerk, get back here. Ruan Lan had just arrived home. When she saw her cheap brother-in-law leaning against the balcony railing, looking completely miserable, she could not help but ask curiously, brother-in-law, what is wrong with you? Xu Yi answered first, her face full of admiration. My daddy is a hero. To take Yi on the outing tomorrow. He agreed to mommy's outrageous request. After Ruan Lan heard the whole story from Xu Yi, her expression became incredibly complex. She thought, how could my sister possibly make that kind of request to Su Lai? This was clearly Su Lai being a hooligan. Ruan Lan looked at my back and could not help but remark, brother-in-law, your skin is thick enough. You took advantage of my sister and still made Yi admire you. That is quite a move. I propped my hands on the railing, looking out at the distant sea with a profound gaze. Acting deep as I said, the wind is quite noisy today. Ruan Tang happened to change clothes and come downstairs. Hearing the noise, she looked over. I immediately greeted her lazily, honey. Your sister was just giving me some bad ideas. Ruan Tang cut me off coldly, her gaze slicing through the air like a knife. Think standing on the balcony is too comfortable. Do you want to kneel on the washboard to clear your head? Seeing this, Xu Yi ran over, puffing out her cheeks to defend me. Daddy can't fight with mommy. We need to happily prepare things for the outing tomorrow. Ruan Lan giggled with delight. She walked over, patted my shoulder, and said earnestly, brother-in-law, any act of selling out your teammates will be punished by heaven. I fell completely silent, quietly calculating in my mind what to prepare for the outing. Xu Yi said the outing would last 3 days. The destination was Zhi Mountain, on the border of Donghai and Lucheng. As I thought it over, I remembered that the area had both a lake and a hot spring resort. Most importantly, there was a vast forest, rich in flora and fauna. It was indeed an excellent location. I silently rejected my wife's idea of preparing the food first, and then packing it to bring along. I am a man with a storage space after all. Ingredients, of course, are only most delicious when freshly prepared. Ruan Tang and Ruan Lan took advantage of the evening glow to take Xu Yi to the mall for essentials like swimsuits. Since there were hot springs, girls always need to be fully prepared when going out. Shortly after the three of them left, I suddenly felt something and looked down the mountain. My gaze pierced through the void, seeing 2 figures rapidly approaching the perimeter of Haitang Mountain. Yen Tingshan was a white-haired old man, who had to gasp for breath after walking for a while, but his eyes flickered with a sharp light. So this is Haitang Mountain. Wang Lu, acting as his disciple, reminded him somewhat hesitantly, but master, there are rumors in the martial arts world that this is the blessed land where the flower fairy entered the divine gate realm. It is reserved for her son. Yen Tingshan suddenly felt a gaze watching him. In an instant, cold sweat soaked his entire body. He felt that if he moved even slightly, he would be crushed by that terrifying existence. Wang Lu was even worse off at this moment. Under that heaven-shaking pressure, it felt as if a giant mountain were resting on his shoulders. His knees buckled, and he knelt directly on the ground, howling, "Master, save me." Yen Tingshan could barely save himself, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Just as he was in despair, the pressure suddenly vanished. He immediately cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Senior, this junior meant no offense. We are leaving now." Yen Tingshan grabbed his limp disciple by the collar and left quickly. He did not stop until they were far away. Looking back at Haitang Mountain, which was suddenly shrouded in mist, Wang Lu coughed up a mouthful of blood and asked hoarsely, Master, is the flower fairy at Haitang Mountain? That aura was too terrifying. I feel like my bones were about to shatter. Yen Tingshan lowered his gaze, lamenting with lingering fear. I am not sure, but there is definitely a grandmaster there. Since when did 9th grade grandmasters become so common? At this moment, I stood on the balcony, which looked like a fairyland amidst the mist, stretching out my hand to touch the 10-foot-long divine dragon. I said calmly, if you can avoid killing, then do not. Ruan Tang and the other 2 ladies finally returned home at 9 in the evening. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the sofa at the same time. Ruan Tang said flatly, my decision on the renovation is final. Ruan Tang decided to save the 20 million yuan renovation fund. I will renovate this house again as a dowry when Yi gets married. Su Lai, what do you think? I smiled and responded, whatever you say. You are the head of the household. These simple 5 words gave Ruan Tang an inexplicable sense of warmth. Hearing that a mansion worth hundreds of millions would be a dowry, Ruan Lan shed tears of poverty. She hugged Yi's leg and wailed, Yi, Auntie's future depends entirely on you. You can't just ignore your poor auntie. Ruan Tang gave her worthless younger sister a kick. By the way, Ruan Lan, I have contacted the moving company. Help me keep an eye on things tomorrow. We need to finish packing up the apartment as soon as possible. The next day, I sat in the last row of the business van wearing flip-flops, gazing at my wife dressed all in white beside me. I could not help but marvel, honey, you are so beautiful. Ruan Tang merely twitched her lips at the compliment, thinking to herself, a man's mouth is full of lies and deceit. Then she looked at the extra passenger, Qian Shao. Do your parents know about this? Qian Shao sat next to Xu Yiyi and said happily, I told them Auntie Ruan Tang would watch over me, so they let me come. Qian Shao was also a total drama king. Fearing Ruan Tang might disagree, he started to wail. Looking at the crying Qian Shao, Ruan Tang felt a headache coming on. Alright, stop crying. I will just take you with us. I really give up on you lot. Xu Yiyi covered her ears, unable to take it anymore, and shouted, stop whining. Whine again and I will ban you from eating cloud candy for a month. This trick worked instantly. Qian Shao shut his mouth, not daring to make a sound. Qian Shao thought to himself, I am a mentally mature 6-year-old boy. I am definitely not shutting up because I am afraid of losing my candy. That would not fit my status as the boss of Donghai Kindergarten. Ruan Tang asked curiously, what is cloud candy? Does such a candy actually exist? How was it that she had never heard of it? Qian Shao explained that it was candy made from clouds. He said enviously, I really envy Big Sistery, to have such a great father like Uncle Su. I want on too. Qian Shao then uttered something shocking. Auntie Ruan, why do not you let Uncle Su be my daddy too? Since you and my mom are such good friends, she would probably agree to let me have a godfather, right? I leaned toward Ruan Tang and teased her with a grin. What? Can't bear to let go. This kid actually wants me to be his godfather. It seems my personal charm is quite immense. Ruan Tang's face darkened as she glared at me. Own more word and you are walking. Though she was fierce with her words, she actually felt that with a chatterbox like Qian Shao around, the journey was quite pleasant. Miao Momo, as the lead teacher, gave a 10-minute speech after arriving at Zhi Mountain. She then arranged for the parents and children to begin pitching their tents. Miao Momo smiled and beckoned for Qian Shao to come over. Qian Shao, the principal asked me to look after you. Stay with me these few days. Qian Shao replied bashfully, a man and a woman alone. Is not that a bit inappropriate? With a dark face, I grabbed Qian Shao by the scruff of the neck and handed him over. This kid won't give up on our daughter. I have to keep a close eye on him. I can't let him take advantage of Yi. Watching the other parents practice tent pitching techniques, Ruan Tang grew anxious, her forehead covered in sweat. I glanced at the manual and quickly began the assembly. I was so fast it was as if I were flying, becoming the center of attention. Seeing that their tent was the fastest and best built, Xu Yiyi happily made a face at the 2 girls who had mocked her earlier. She could not have felt more satisfied. Watching me busy at work, Ruan Tang thought back with complex emotions to the question her sister had asked. If that incident 5 years ago had not happened, would she have been willing to know me and date with marriage in mind? Ruan Tang shook the unrealistic thought from her head. She laughed at herself. There are no ifs in this world, but the sense of security I gave her right now was very real. Many parents nearby cast strange glances at Ruan Tang. The women from wealthy families had contempt in their eyes. They felt that getting pregnant out of wedlock and being exiled was a supreme disgrace. Ruan Tang remained calm in the face of this. She had long since grown used to it and learned to ignore it. The rumors and gossip that failed to crush her would only become the fuel for her progress. Lu Qingyin, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, chuckled as he shared some gossip. Have you heard? Haitang Villa was bought by a mysterious tycoon for 500 million. This news is absolutely authentic. As Lu Qingyin's daughter, Lu Mengmeng, saw her father becoming the center of attention, and proudly lifted her chin, she looked provocatively at Xu Yiyi, as if flaunting her superior family background. Facing Lu Mengmeng's provocation, Xu Yiyi did not talk back. She just puffed out her pink little cheeks, looking both aggrieved and incredibly adorable. Qian Shao could not stand by and watch anymore. He shouted decisively, Lu Mengmeng, how many times do I have to tell you? If you target the big boss again, I won't play with you anymore. Lu Mengmeng stomped her foot in anger. Ever since Xu Yiyi came to Galaxy Kindergarten, Qian Shao spent every waking moment calling her Sister Yi or Big Boss. He had completely stopped noticing her. Lu Mengmeng gave Xu Yiyi a harsh glare, then turned and shouted loudly to her father, Daddy, I do not want to play with them, I want barbecue. Hearing his daughter's request, Lu Qingyin agreed very readily. With a confident smile on his face, he said, Daddy will make barbecue for you right now. In his youth, Lu Qingyin's first business venture was a barbecue stand. Though he had not made much money, the skills he learned traveling the country were naturally quite impressive. Xu Yiyi tugged at the corner of my shirt, looking up at me and whispering pamperedly, Daddy, I want to eat barbecue too. Can we make some too? Looking at my adorable daughter, my temper was extraordinarily good. I granted her every wish. And Qian Shao, what do you two little gluttons want to eat? I will conjure it up for you. My words made both Qian Shao and Xu Yiyi widen their eyes in surprise. Then the two little ones shouted in unison, we want to eat meat. Lu Mengmeng in the distance had been watching the whole time. Her eyes darted around, and she suddenly shouted loudly, Look, Yi's daddy said he is going to perform magic. Lu Qingyin and the other parents looked over curiously. They thought that in this wilderness without any magic props, trying to conjure something up was simply pure fantasy. I ignored the mocking and ridiculing gazes from the people around me. I simply reached out into the void with a calm expression. Something appeared within my palm. Under the collective gaze of everyone, a whole lamb, already skinned, appeared out of thin air in my hand. The meat was fresh, as if it had just been prepared. The entire area fell into a sudden silence. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, completely unable to understand where the lamb had come from. Lu Qingyin's eyes widened even more in shock. His heart was full of confusion. How did he conjure that up? Could he be hiding some large-scale mechanical device on his person? Looking at the surprised expressions of the two children, I maintained that same gentle smile. I asked softly, besides lamb, what else do you want to eat? Xu Yiyi and Qian Shao had not yet recovered from their shock. Hearing the question, they instinctively shouted in unison again, meat. We want more meat. I honestly did not know why these two little ones had such a deep obsession with meat, but with a wave of my hand, I took out quite a lot of meat from my storage space. The ingredients I brought out were no ordinary fare. There was not only top-tier dragon meat, but even extremely rare venison, all emitting a spiritual aura that drew people in. I knew very well in my heart, black dragon meat is precious, but they have already had it once. This venison, however, came from sea deer living deep in the ocean. Every single one possessed the cultivation of a venerable. Lu Qingyin was both shocked by my techniques and annoyed at having his thunder stolen. He spoke up sarcastically, what is a barbecue without a grill? The crowd was waiting to see me humiliate myself. A flash of light appeared before me and a tall grill appeared. It even included a complete assortment of sauces. The parents all looked at Lu Qingyin with peculiar expressions. The latter felt as if he had been slapped hard across the face. His face was flushed with intense embarrassment. While I was setting up the grill, I muttered to myself, let us have some seafood too. How can a barbecue be complete without garlic oysters? Following my words, a pile of lively, jumping seafood appeared before us. There were fish, shrimp, and all sorts of crabs and conchs. Every single one was incredibly fresh. However, this seafood looked different from what people usually eat. The oysters alone were as large as wash basins. They shimmered with a crystalline light under the sun. Some people in the crowd were already involuntarily salivating. The scent of the ocean wafted toward them. Just looking at such high-end ingredients made Owen's appetite surge. In contrast, Lu Qingyin's barbecue consisted only of ordinary meat and vegetables in a very simple style. It was nothing like my side, which was as rich as a seafood night market. Ruan Tang lightly touched my arm, her face full of astonishment as she could not help but ask, How did you do that? This is simply unbelievable. Ruan Tang recalled how I had teleported her 20 kilometers a few days ago. She thought to herself, how could this be something a human achieves? This man is far too mysterious. Henchman number On, Qian Xiao, was already in position. He strained his voice and roared at the top of his lungs. Uncle Xu is the greatest magician in the whole world. Uncle Xu is simply legendary. Xu Yi's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons from laughing. She looked at Lu Mengmeng with a smile and asked, can your daddy perform a magic trick like this? Refusing to admit defeat, Lu Mengmeng shouted, of course my daddy can. He is a magician too. Daddy, you perform On for them to see as well. Lu Qingyin's face twitched violently. He felt bitter inside. I would love to perform On, but the problem is, I do not know how. He could only manage a forced smile. I will do it another day, but Lu Mengmeng would not let it go. Throwing a tantrum and on the verge of tears, she cried, no. I want you to do it right now. Xu Yi's daddy can do it, so why can't you? Lu Qingyin's expression was unsightly in the extreme. Unable to lose his temper with his daughter, he and his wife had to keep trying to comfort the little girl. Inside, however, he was about to explode with rage. Lu Qingyin's wife curled her lip and said, what is there to show off? So he knows a few magic tricks. Magic tricks can't put food on the table these days. No one around echoed her words. Being able to send their children to Galaxy Kindergarten meant the parents' insight and upbringing were of a high standard. They all knew that with just that own magic trick, I could definitely sweep away any other magician. If not the best in the world, being number one in China was no problem. A hearty burst of laughter suddenly rang out. You speak with very little class. Everyone can see that for themselves. Is it so hard to admit that someone else is excellent? The speaker was a burly man. He carried the frankness typical of northerners. He raised a large wine jar in his hand. Mr. Sulai is, I am Mao Gaoshan, Mao Dou's father. You have the meat and I have brought wine. How about a drink together? Your magic is absolutely brilliant. It is definitely not some lowbrow skill. I truly admire people with real talent. I looked at this boisterous man and responded with a smile, you are welcome. Meeting like this is fate. Since there is wine and meat, let us sit down and eat. Although Ruan Tang was also full of curiosity about me, she quickly calmed her emotions. She warmly invited the other solo families to come and eat. After all, the ingredients I conjured were far too plentiful. Wasting food is a terrible habit. Sharing it together made the atmosphere even more lively. I also took the opportunity to make many new friends. While devouring meat brimming with spiritual energy, I drank the strong liquor in large gulps. I felt incredibly invigorated. Even Ruan Tang drank a large bowl of saber wine from Mao Gaoshan's hometown. Her pretty face glowed with a charming, drunken flush. She appeared even more radiant and alluring. Every smile and glance from Ruan Tang was full of elegance, making it hard for many fathers to look away. They could only stare blankly at this beautiful, moving woman. Then, a chorus of sharp gasps filled the air. The fathers had all been given a sharp pinch by their own wives. They grimaced in pain. Only Mao Gaoshan raised his voice and said loudly, Su Lai, you really are a lucky man. Being able to marry such a beautiful wife is truly enviable. Mao Gaoshan's wife looked at him with a half smile. Sensing a murderous aura, Mao Gaoshan's body stiffened. He hurriedly corrected himself, but still a bit less lucky than me. Ruan Tang chuckled, raised her glass and said, then let me toast my sister. Thank you for taking such good care of Brother Mao, and for giving us wine to drink. I also raised my glass and laughed. The toast to sister. In my next life, I will strive to be like my brother here, and marry a beautiful wife just like you. Mao Gaoshan's face was full of confusion upon hearing the first half. He wondered what this brother of his was up to. It was not until I finished the second half after a long pause that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Xiao looked at me with eyes full of admiration. Although Uncle Su might have to kneel on the washboard at home, this feeling of being a bit playful is truly joyful. The barbecue lasted from noon until late afternoon. Counting the kids and teacher Miao, my side had fewer than 20 people, but everyone was completely stuffed. In contrast, Lu Qingyin had over 80 people. The grill was small, and he was the only one slowly cooking. Forget the adults. Even the children did not get enough to eat. Moreover, I was not sure if it was an illusion, but the parents eating at my table all felt their skin had become much clearer than before. Acne they would had for years had vanished. What surprised Mao Gaoshan the most was that he usually felt stomach discomfort whenever he drank, but this time he had wine and a huge amount of seafood. yet he felt perfectly fine. Mao Gaoshan tapped his forehead and thought to himself, I must be drunk and hallucinating. How could he, with a seafood allergy, be fine after eating so much? Only I knew the reason why. After consuming these spiritual treasures, adding 10 years to a mortal's life is no problem. Minor ailments would naturally be cured. I saw the truth but did not speak it. During my time living on Earth, sitting with ordinary people I just met to eat and drink was a rare and precious experience for me. Everyone praised, this barbecue is simply too delicious. In all my decades of life, this barbecue is definitely the tastiest, without exception. Facing the crowd's praise, I simply smiled, keeping my accomplishments and fame hidden. I did not explain the true source or value of the ingredients. Teacher Miao spoke up, the afternoon is free time. Parents can take their children hiking, to the hot springs, or rest. But please be sure to stay safe. Ruan Tang and I also chose to go hiking. Although Qian Shao really wanted to tag along, Miao Momo grabbed him by the scruff of his neck of fate. Qian Shao shouted in tragic indignation, Sister, Teacher Miao can take my body, but she can't take my heart. I will forever be your number-one subordinate. Xu Yiyi covered her face and whispered to us, Daddy, Mommy, let us go quickly. Qian Shao is so shameless. I am too embarrassed to even look at him. By 6:00 p.m., all parents and children had gathered. After the roll call, a bonfire was lit. The warm glow of the fire illuminated everyone's smiling faces. The children took turns volunteering to perform on the open ground. There was singing, dancing, and even poetry recitals. The group of parents watched on, brimming with joy. Qian Shao leaned in beside me with a mischievous look in his eyes. He chuckled and said, Uncle Su, I have a grand plan. Do you want to hear it? It is absolutely earth-shaking. I shot a glance at Qian Shao, then turned my head back to the children performing in front. I said flatly, I do not want to hear it. Nothing good ever comes from you. Qian Shao looked deeply hurt. How can you say that? I am the boss of Galaxy Kindergarten, and Xu Yi's number-one lackey. Can't you show me some respect? Qian Shao thick-headedly continued to whisper, Uncle Su, I will be going on stage to perform magic in a bit. I want to conjure cloud candy. Can you teach me? I refused decisively. How can I just teach you a spell like that? What if you use it to cause trouble? Just sit still and watch the show. Qian Shao pleaded, Uncle, I beg you. I have everything except a talent that can keep my subordinates in awe. Just imagine how cool that scene would be. An image flashed through my mind, a kid holding cloud candy, looking down his nose at everyone, strutting around arrogantly and stirring up trouble everywhere. Go play somewhere else or no more candy for you. Qian Zhao's grand plan for world domination was ruthlessly crushed. He could only mutter dejectedly, Fine, I will stop talking. I do not blame you for not understanding my great ambitions. I heard Qian Zhao's mumbling. The more I looked at this kid, the more he seemed to need a good lesson. At such a young age, where did he get these wild ideas about ruling the world? The bonfire party continued until 9:00 p.m. Teacher Miao announced the end of the activity. That is it for tonight, everyone. We have to get up early tomorrow to see the sunrise at the summit. And do not forget we will be collecting specimens. Just then Lu Chengyin called out to everyone. Everyone, please register your names with me. We will be staying at the Jiang family's hot spring resort tomorrow night. I need to arrange the rooms. Amidst sounds of gratitude, everyone went back to their tents to sleep. Lu Chengyin took a photo of the list and sent it to the manager, specifically arranging the worst rooms for me and Mao Gaoshan. Lu Chengyin went to sleep feeling quite satisfied. He muttered to himself, that is what you get for stealing my spotlight, and for insulting my wife. This time, I am going to make sure you suffer a little. At noon the next day, I was cooking back at the campsite. This time, I was only boiling simple noodles. But the aroma drifted across the entire camp. Quite a few people were secretly salivating. They thought that if they could just have own bite, they would surely transcend to immortality. Xu Yi's culinary skills had reached a truly divine level. However, Xu Yiyi pouted her little lips, looking at the plain noodles in her bowl with disappointment. Daddy, there is no meat. I want to eat meat. I won't have any strength if I only eat noodles. I said dotingly, all right, I will add some right away. As I spoke, I dropped several slices of meat into the soup. The fragrance became even more overwhelming. Aside from the thick-skinned Qian Shao, no one had the nerve to ask for a share. They just ate their own food, which now tasted like sawdust. Secretly, they vowed to practice their cooking skills when they got home. After lunch, the 30 families boarded the luxury bus sent by the resort and headed toward the Jiang family estate. To everyone's surprise, The trees on both sides of the road were covered in balloons and banners. The scene was incredibly grand. The banners even exaggeratedly read, "Welcome, Mr." Lu Qingyin's wife pretended to be confused and asked loudly, "Hubby, who is this Mr.? With such a big welcome, could it be you?" Lu Qingyin chuckled and feigned modesty. "I suppose so. Young Master Jiang always likes these formalities. I did not expect him to go this far." "Please excuse the extravagance, everyone." The other parents gasped in awe, marveling at how much respect the Jiang family was showing him. Instantly, the way they looked at Lu Qingyin became very respectful. All sorts of flattery began to pour in. Mao Gaoshan, the burly northerner, watched Lu Qingyin showing off. With a hint of mockery curling his lips, he said, "How grand. What a show of power." Sitting in the row in front of him, I smiled but said nothing. I naturally saw through the trickery, but there was no need to expose it just yet. I just needed to wait and see what would happen. Soon, the bus stopped in front of the resort's main lobby. The lobby manager, Song Yen, was already waiting there. Seeing Lu Qingyin, he hurried over. With a professional smile on his face, Song Yen said, "Mr. Lu, you have finally arrived. The third young master specifically instructed me to take excellent care of you and your friends. Good afternoon, distinguished guests." The parents were all a bit reserved. This was one of 8th master's men. They usually never had a chance to meet someone like this. Now that he was being so polite to them, they could not help but feel flattered. Lu Qingyin frowned, catching the subtext. "Are you saying the third young master is not at the resort today? Did not he say he would host the banquet personally?" Song Yen said regretfully, "The third young master has an urgent matter and can't host you in person. But he said he would try to rush back as early as possible. We ask for your understanding, Mr." Lu Qingyin was very frustrated. He had spent so much time bragging that Jiang Zhou would host them personally. In the end, the man did not show up. Even though the welcome was grand, it was still a bit embarrassing. Lu Qingyin forced a smile to hide his disappointment. "Manager Song is too kind. Young Master Jiang is a busy man." "We understand. Everyone, please go to the front desk to get your room keys." Qian Shao asked, "Sister, which room are you in? Are we neighbors? If we are close, we can play games together tonight." Ruan Tang looked at the room card in her hand. Her expression darkened. It read, Section C, Room 50. Looking at the others, they were mostly in Section B. They were clearly being singled out. Only Mao Gaoshan was in Section C, Room 49. Mao Gaoshan saw the situation and roared in anger. "Lu Qingyin, what is the meaning of this? Why were we put in Section C?" Lu Qingyin feigned surprise. "What Section C? Is not everyone the same? I do not know anything." "The manager must have arranged it." Mao Gaoshan laughed from sheer anger. "Everyone is in Section B, except me and Su Lai, who are at the very end of Section C. How old are you to be using such petty tricks?" Mao Gaoshan did not actually care about the quality of the room, but he felt that this blatant discrimination was a personal attack. He simply could not swallow this insult. Lu Qingyin continued to play dumb and asked Manager Song what happened. Song Yen cooperated with a sigh. "Section B is currently under renovation, and we happen to be short 2 rooms. We had no choice but to arrange Section C." The other parents had mixed reactions. Some frowned, feeling Lu Qingyin had gone too far. Some gloated, waiting to see the drama unfold. And some simply sneered. Mao Gaoshan's temper flared instantly. He clenched his fists and was about to charge forward. If his wife had not desperately held him back, he definitely would have gone up to vent his anger. Qian Shao immediately said, "Uncle Su, you take my room. I will go to Section C." Miao Momo also repeatedly offered to give her room to Mao Dou's family. Ruan Tang said firmly, word by word, "No need. If there are no rooms in Section B, then I will pay for a room in Section A myself. It is fine if we pay for it ourselves, right?" Song Yen shook his head. "I'm sorry, we do not take outside bookings here. However, if Mr. Lu speaks to the third young master, perhaps an exception can be made," I said nonchalantly. "You only need 3 feet of space to sleep. What does it matter where? Let us go look at the room first. As long as the family is together, it is all the same." I pushed open the wooden door to room C50. A musty smell hit us instantly. The sheets and floor were filthy. It clearly had not been cleaned in a long time. The environment was abysmal. Xu Yiyi covered her nose. "Daddy, Mommy, it smells so bad. He does not want to stay here tonight." I frowned slightly. I thought Lu Qingyin would at most arrange a room with poor decor. I did not expect him to be this malicious. In that case, there was no need to stay. Though Mao Gaoshan was furious, he considered that their luggage had not arrived yet. And Mao Dou said he was hungry. He hesitated. How about we eat here before leaving? The kid is hungry. No matter how much we are in a hurry, we can't let the kids go hungry. I will cook a feast for you, then we will leave together. As if by magic, I produced various ingredients, pots and pans. While I was cooking, a Mercedes sedan pulled up to the main entrance of the lobby. Resort manager Song Yen was stunned when he saw the car. Eighth Master, why are you here? And without letting us know in advance. Then an unexpected scene occurred. I was busy cooking for everyone, completely unaware that Eighth Master Jiang had arrived nearby. But then an unexpected scene occurred. Seeing Eighth Master Jiang come to oversee operations, Song Yen reported everything that had happened today to him. The moment the name Su Lai was mentioned, Eighth Master Jiang's breathing instantly became rapid. His voice carried an irrepressible sense of urgency. Bring me the list for this kindergarten field trip immediately. Song Yen was dazed by Eighth Master's reaction, but he did not dare to ask a single question. He obediently went to fetch the roster. Eighth Master Jiang seemed to find Song Yen too slow. Unable to wait, he shouted again, Su Lai, Mr. Is he really here today? Hearing the title Mr. Song Yen felt his scalp go numb. The title Mr. was not something to be used lightly, especially coming from the mouth of Eighth Master himself. Cold sweat began to pour down Song Yan's forehead uncontrollably. His legs felt weak, and his voice trembled like a mosquito as he replied, Su Lai seems to be here. Upon hearing this, Eighth Master Jiang's face lit up with irrepressible excitement. He waved his hand and gave a sharp command. Quickly, take me to him right now. Now, Song Yen was completely hesitant. He stood there at a loss, not knowing whether to reveal the truth. After all, he had assigned them to the worst room in Section C. Eighth Master Jiang keenly noticed the strange look on Song Yan's face. His gaze turned cold as he barked. Did you somehow neglect Mr. Song Yen shuddered violently, shaking his head like a rattle. He denied it repeatedly. No, I would not dare, I would not dare. Even with 100 times the courage, I would not dare neglect a VIP. Deep down, he was still clinging to a sliver of hope. What if the Su Lai Eighth Master knew? Was not the same Su Lai Lu Qingyin had targeted? Eighth Master Jiang pushed open the door only to find the room empty. But when he saw the filthy, chaotic state of the room, his expression instantly turned incredibly dark. Is this the room you arranged? Knowing Eighth Master's ruthless methods, Song Yen did not dare hide anything anymore. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and confessed the entire story truthfully. Disregarding his status, Eighth Master Jiang ran toward us. He stopped a few meters away from me, calling out cautiously, Mr. By the lake with the children, Ruan Tang heard the voice, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She looked back. It was actually Eighth Master from Luqing. Why was he appearing here? Ruan Tang did not know the true relationship between Eighth Master and me. She just felt a baseline sense of unease. She quietly reached out to shield our daughter, Su, behind her. I remained calm and gently ruffled my daughter's hair. Then I looked at Mao Gaoshan and his family, who were about to eat, and said with a smile, dinner is ready. Then, my gaze swept toward Eighth Master Jiang. The smile on my face gradually faded as I said flatly, since you are here, do not just stand there. Sit down and have a bite with us. Sensing the subtle shift in my attitude, Eighth Master Jiang felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His body was instantly soaked in cold sweat. He would not dare sit down even if given 10 times the courage. Eighth Master Jiang could only speak awkwardly. A humble smile plastered on his face. Mr. Su, you are too kind. I'm not hungry. I will just stand here to the side. Mao Gaoshan, on the other hand, could not stand the sight of it. He raised an eyebrow and said bluntly, Oh man, why all the nonsense? If he tells you to eat, just eat with us. Then, under Song Yan's dumbfounded gaze, Mao Gaoshan actually reached out and forced the feared Eighth Master Jiang to sit on a small stool. While handing Eighth Master Jiang a pair of chopsticks, Mao Gaoshan said familiarly, Old man, it looks like you work at this resort too. You be the judge. This Song Yen guy. Mao Gaoshan pulled Eighth Master Jiang into a venting session, recounting Song Yan's terrible behavior from earlier. Eighth Master Jiang listened while sweating profusely, nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. While wiping his sweat, he apologized repeatedly, with a sincerity that did not look like a tycoon at all. I'm sorry, sir. I'm truly sorry. It was my poor management. Song Yan's face was now deathly pale. He knew he had caused a catastrophic disaster. Kneeling on the ground, his body trembling, he said, Mr. Su, Mr. Mao, I was wrong. Mao Gaoshan waved his hand and said, "You do not need to apologize to us. We will leave after we finish eating. Or do you want to kick us out right now? We definitely won't linger." After Mao Gaoshan finished speaking, the hand patting 8th Master Zhang's shoulders suddenly froze. He finally caught the flavor of the words. "Old man, you just said, poor management. Whoa, are you part of the management too?" 8th Master Zhang's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He waved his hands hurriedly, a sheepish smile on his face. "Not at all, I just manage things haphazardly." Mao Gaoshan did not suspect a thing and said grandly, "My name is Mao Gaoshan. I am in the liquor business. Next time you are in Donghai, give them my name. You will get 10% off at all the major restaurants." Then, Mao Gaoshan looked at 8th Master Zhang curiously and asked, "Old man, you have quite an extraordinary aura. What is your name? I will try to support your business if I have the chance." 8th Master Zhang gave a bitter smile and answered truthfully, "They all call me Jiang Laoba, 8th Master Jiang. As for business, do not use my name when you are out. It is bad luck." The name Jiang Laoba struck Mao Gaoshan's mind like a bolt of lightning, leaving him completely stunned on the spot. In the entire city of Luqing, aside from that legendary figure, who else would dare call themselves Jiang Laoba? There was no one else but him. The expression on Mao Gaoshan's face froze instantly. He stuttered, "8th Master, please forgive me. I truly failed to recognize a titan. I did not know it was you. I just had too much to drink." Watching this scene, I calmly interrupted everyone's terror. I said flatly, "All right, stop dazing out and eat. We need to head back to Donghai after dinner." Hearing this, 8th Master Zhang panicked instantly. As an old veteran, he naturally understood the weight of those words. If I left now, this connection would be severed forever. He knew that if I left here today with anger in my heart, we would become complete strangers with no further ties. All previous efforts would go down the drain. Immediately 8th Master Zhang said anxiously, "Mr. Su, please stay. I will have Wang Long arrange the best room for you immediately. The kids are tired after a long day. Let them soak in the hot springs tonight." Xu Yi's large eyes darted around. Although she was young, she could see that Daddy was very angry right now. So she immediately ran over and hugged my arm. The little girl acted spoiled in a soft voice. "Daddy? He has not tried a hot spring yet. He wants to soak in the hot spring with Daddy and Mommy. Pretty please." I frowned slightly. Looking at my daughter's expectant eyes, my heart softened. I turned to Ruan Tang and asked, "Honey, since he wants to play, what do you say?" Ruan Tang was still a bit dazed. She did not understand why the famous 8th Master Jiang was being so incredibly polite to me. His attitude was like a subordinate facing a superior. But recalling the experience at Manhua Tea House, and Ruan Lan's sudden change in attitude during the Su family incident, a faint suspicion began to form in Ruan Tang's mind. Ruan Tang knew very well that all of this must be closely related to some unknown relationship between me and 8th Master. She really wanted to find out the reason behind it. So Ruan Tang said softly, "Since we are already here, and he wants to play, why do not our family stay here for own night?" Seeing that both my wife and daughter felt this way, I finally nodded, implicitly agreeing to the suggestion to stay. Seeing this, 8th Master Jiang finally felt his heart settle. At this moment, Xu Yiyi gave 8th Master Jiang a mischievous wink. 8th Master Jiang saw this clearly, and he was moved nearly to tears. This little ancestor is truly my savior. 8th Master Jiang knew very well in his heart that without Xu Yi's help, no matter what he said today, he would not have been able to make me stay. He engraved this favor deep within his heart. Grateful beyond words, 8th Master Jiang immediately shouted, "Wang Long, what are you standing there for? Hurry and prepare the 2 best rooms. Have Mr. Su and the others' luggage sent over." Wang Long immediately replied, "Yes." Then he shot Song Yan a fierce glare. "Lead the way, why are you standing here like a statue? Have you no common sense?" Song Yan knew Wang Long was helping him in a roundabout way, giving him a chance to redeem himself through service. He nodded gratefully, scrambled up from the ground, and ran off to make arrangements. I glanced at the sky and said flatly, "Let us eat first." It was only 5:30 p.m., and the sky was still bright. But since the 5 dishes and soup were ready, it would be a waste not to eat them. Seeing that everyone had picked up their chopsticks, 8th Master Jiang then cautiously picked up a piece of food from the dish closest to him. His movements were as timid as a newlywed bride's. However, the moment the food entered his mouth, his body jolted, and his eyes widened in shock. "What is this flavor? This is simply a heavenly delicacy." It was clearly just an ordinary-looking plate of tomato and eggs. Yet 8th Master Jiang was momentarily dazed upon tasting it. He felt as if he saw his childhood self running through the fields. Seeing 8th Master Jiang's mesmerized look, Xu Yiyi exclaimed happily, "Grandpa, is this your first time eating it? My daddy's cooking is the best in the whole world." 8th Master Jiang snapped back to reality and nodded solemnly. This was not deliberate flattery, but a heartfelt exclamation. He had never tasted such spiritual food before. 8th Master Jiang even had an illusion that the simple meal before him was not mortal food at all, but something akin to legendary immortal elixirs. One bite made his entire body feel light as air. An hour later, the dishes on the table were mostly devoured by the group. Only a few leftovers and cold remnants remained. Yet every face was written over with satisfaction. Mao Gaoshan let out a loud, unrefined burp. Rubbing his belly, he said, "I am stuffed, that was too delicious." His wife and daughter were equally content. Ruan Tang, on the other hand, was much more reserved. She gently placed her chopsticks flat across the center of her bowl, wiped her mouth with a tissue and said, "I'm full." The taste was indeed excellent. I looked at 8th Master Jiang, who was still savoring the flavor. "If you do not mind these leftovers, you can keep them for tomorrow. They can extend your lifespan by 3 years. If anyone else had dared to offer 8th Master Jiang leftovers, he would have flipped the table on the spot and made sure they regretted it instantly. But since I was the one who said it, and he knew full well of my abilities, these seemingly ordinary leftovers were suddenly life-extending treasures that money could not buy. 8th Master Jiang treated them like priceless gems, carefully packing up the remaining food. He also let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He knew this meal meant I had forgiven him. Just then, a sarcastic voice suddenly drifted over. "Oh, Su Lai, are not you guys being a bit too frugal? Even leftovers are being packed away for the old janitor to take." Everyone looked up. The speaker was none other than Lu Chengyin, who had returned. Several other fathers were following behind him. Hearing the words old janitor, 8th Master Jiang's packing movements paused slightly, but he did not look up. Instead, he stayed focused on the food in his hands. Mao Gaoshan was startled. He had been fearless when he did not know 8th Master's identity, but now he was terrified. This Lu Chengyin is practically begging for death. Mao Gaoshan hurriedly barked, "Lu Chengyin, shut your mouth. Trouble comes from the tongue. Learn to keep a low profile. Do not bring a disaster upon yourself without even knowing it." Hearing this, Lu Chengyin directly let out a disdainful laugh. This was the Jiang family's territory, and he was a close friend of young Master Jiang. In his eyes, he could do whatever he wanted here. Lu Chengyin mocked, "What is the matter, Mao Gaoshan? Are you actually planning to go against me? I am telling you, I am a friend of young Master Jiang." Mao Gaoshan glanced at 8th Master and said with a strange tone, "The issue right now is not whether I want to slap you, but whether this gentleman is willing to let you walk out alive." Mao Gaoshan's wife, terrified, tugged her husband's sleeve and pouted. Why bother warning him? If Lu Chengyin wants to seek death, just let him. Lu Chengyin feigned surprise. "Is this janitor's identity that frightening? Is he going to eat me alive or something? This is absolutely hilarious." 8th Master Jiang finally finished packing the food. He slowly stood up and walked over to me. He asked cautiously, "Mr. Su, how do you wish for him to be handled?" I did not even spare Lu Chengyin a glance, but simply said with a calm expression, "As you wish. Such a small character is not worth my concern." 8th Master Jiang bowed slightly and said, "Understood." That respectful attitude was as if he were facing a supreme emperor. Then 8th Master Jiang turned around. He looked coldly at Lu Chengyin and said, "Did you hear that? Since you understand, leave immediately. Do not be an eyesore to Mr. Su." Lu Chengyin laughed with disdain. "Mr. Su, Ruan Tang, your husband really is vain, is not he? Finding an old janitor to put on an act. Are not you embarrassed?" Ruan Tang was not angry. She looked at Lu Chengyin with pity. She knew that while some people are still breathing, they are already effectively dead and their fate would be worse than death. Just then, the hum of an engine was heard. A luxury resort sightseeing car stopped in front of them. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Wang Long stepped off the car, holding 2 gold-embossed room cards. He handed them to Ruan Tang and Mao Gaoshan's wife. "Ladies, the rooms have been prepared." Song Yan, trailing a step behind, saw Lu Chengyin, his eyes reflecting a towering rage. But he did not dare explode in front of 8th Master and could only endure. Ruan Tang took Xu Yiyi's hand and said softly, 8th Master, I will take the child back to rest now. I will leave the matters here for you to handle. Hearing this respectful title, 8th Master Jiang waved his hands in terror. Mrs. Xu, you flatter me, just call me Xiao Ba. Please, take your time. Then, he turned and barked an order to the driver. Drive steadily. Ensure Mrs. Xu and Missy reach their room safely. If anything goes wrong, you will answer to me. Mao Gaoshan's wife also took her daughter Mao Dou's hand. 8th Master, we will be going too. Although 8th Master Jiang was being very amiable, she still felt this old man was terrifying. Watching the retreating backs of his wife and daughter, Mao Gaoshan's lips moved, but he could not bring himself to follow them. He simply gritted his teeth and stayed behind to watch the drama. He thought that since 8th Master was so respectful to Su Lai, and he was Su Lai's friend, 8th Master likely would not do anything to him either. Lu Chengyin was still seeking death, mocking. Su Lai, surely you are not naive enough to think that by finding a random person to play 8th Master, Manager Song would play along just to upgrade your room. Other parents also shook their heads and laughed. President Lu, I just had a look. Those room cards actually said Section Villas 1 and 2. That is just too fake. Song Yen did not pay any attention to Lu Chengyin's shouting. Instead, he bowed his head and asked the old man cautiously, 8th Master, how do you want these people handled? Then an unexpected scene occurred. Standing on the side, I watched calmly as Lu Chengyin, this petty clown, jumped around. 8th Master Jiang suddenly remembered something. There is a young man in Donghai City using the name of the Jiang family and Jiangzhou to establish a company outside. This must be the person. 8th Master Jiang's expression turned flat as he said, all the families in Donghai start paying attention to his company immediately. He placed an exceptionally heavy emphasis on the words paying attention. Lu Chengyin and the parents beside him were all stunned. Looking at the scene before them, a terrifying thought flashed through their minds. This old man really is 8th Master. The moment the crowd confirmed this fact, all color drained from their faces, especially the few who had just been shouting. At this moment, they were so scared their souls nearly fled, their bodies trembling. 8th Master Jiang looked at me with an ingratiating expression. Mr. Su, are you satisfied with this handling? This scene falling into the eyes of the other parents left them utterly shocked. Looking at 8th Master Jiang, I said flatly, handle it your own way. Lu Chengyin's body staggered twice. If he had not been supported by someone next to him, he would have collapsed completely. The attention from major wealthy families that 8th Master spoke of meant a complete boycott. With this own simple sentence, 8th Master Jiang could easily turn him from the middle class into a penniless pauper overnight. He might never have a chance to turn his life around again. Under the cover of night, Lu Chengyin silently left with his wife and daughter. He booked flight tickets for the next day to a city in the north, leaving behind this Donghai city that brought him nothing but heartbreak and despair. Around 8:00 p.m., I arrived at a detached small villa in Section A. The interior decoration here was exceptionally luxurious. There was also a giant hot spring pool in the backyard. Xu Yiyi and Ruan Tang were playing in the water. I did not go into the water. Instead, I lay on a rattan chair by the pool, lamenting that having a wife, a child, and a warm bed really was the best. Xu Yiyi called out sweetly, Daddy, hurry and help me splash Mommy. We have to team up and defeat the big bad Mommy. Daddy, come down and help. Ruan Tang glared beautifully at Xu Yiyi. Why do not you team up with Mommy to splash him? Clearly, Daddy is the big bad guy. We should team up against him instead. Xu Yiyi said happily, Own Mountain cannot hold two tigers. Mommy is a tigress, and Yi is a cute little tiger. Roar, so I am on Daddy's side. Ruan Tang's face darkened. Su Lai, get down here, we need to have a serious talk. Is this what you have been teaching our daughter? What exactly do you say to her normally? I was dumbfounded. I did not teach her this. This truly has absolutely nothing to do with me. How am I getting shot while lying down? Which jerk taught you this? I played in the water with Yi for half an hour. Ruan Tang was beaten back steadily in the splashing war, and finally had to surrender and admit defeat. Our family of 3 had an incredibly fun time. Xu Yiyi high-fived me to celebrate. Justice always prevails. We defeated the great demon King Mommy. Daddy, we are the best superheroes. With an incredibly strong desire to live, I silently added a supplement. Daughter, actually we are the villains. Mommy is the messenger of justice. We just got lucky and won. Ruan Tang shot me a cold glare. This guy did not know the first thing about being tender and protective toward women. Was that even a splashing fight just now? I comforted her. Honey, although your defeat is regrettable, you really looked beautiful when you bent over to splash water. I was completely mesmerized watching you just now. Ruan Tang said angrily, Xu Yiyi, you hooligan. I am punishing you to make crawfish for a late-night snack tonight. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. During our late-night snack time, watching Ruan Tang eating crawfish and drinking an icy cola, I shook my head helplessly and sighed. If you wanted a late-night snack, just say so. Why did you have to find such a clumsy excuse? While eating crawfish, Ruan Tang asked, what exactly is your relationship with 8th Master? I want the truth. Do not think you can fool me with lies. I looked at Ruan Tang seriously and said, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Since you want to hear the truth, then I will tell you, he reveres me as if I were a god. Ruan Tang snapped in annoyance, speak like a normal person. Stop with this empty nonsense. What god? Are you bragging to me again? I said helplessly, it is roughly a cooperative relationship. I helped him out a bit so he is quite polite to me. Consider it him returning the favor. Ruan Tang was somewhat surprised. It is that simple. Then that time at Manhua tea house. And the time Ruan Lan was forced into an arranged marriage. Was 8th Master helping out because of you? I opened my mouth and said, yes. It is all because of our connection that 8th Master stepped in to help. Otherwise, with his status, why would he meddle in such trivial matters? Ruan Tang fell silent. She suddenly thought of something and asked with uncertainty. Then the cooperation with Huashang Company. Is that also because of you? I did not hide it and nodded. That is right, Huashang also did it as a favor to me, which is why they proactively sought to cooperate with a small company like ours. Ruan Tang's mood dipped a bit. No wonder Huashang, the industry leader, suddenly approached us for a partnership. So it was not because the company's products were good, but because of you. I comforted her, honey, whatever you do, please do not belittle yourself. Your capabilities are obvious to everyone. You just needed an opportunity. Ruan Tang glared at me. I am belittling myself. What do these little things amount to? Even if you plucked the stars from the sky for me, it would not make up for your mistakes. I said softly, that bracelet of yours is actually made of 10 stars. As long as you like it, even the moon in the sky, I can pluck it down for you. Ruan Tang rolled her eyes at me. You should drink a bit more wine. Let us see how much further you can brag. It is getting more ridiculous by the minute, plucking stars and the moon. Why do not you just ascend to the heavens? I said softly, actually, I just want you to know. Your husband is far more reliable than you think. With me around from now on, you won't have to work so hard. I continued affectionately, whether you suffer grievances in the future, or encounter difficulties, you do not have to fight through it alone. You must remember that you still have me standing behind you. Ruan Tang pouted. Save those words for when you become my official husband. For now, come back to the room with me, but you are only allowed to sleep on the floor. I sat by the edge of the bed. Seeing Ruan Tang's interested expression, I continued telling the story of Qingfeng Venerable. It was not until Ruan Tang fell asleep listening that I finally pulled the covers over her. I made a bed on the floor beside them, went to sleep, and had a dream. In the dream, Ruan Tang was gentle and virtuous. She was elegant in the drawing room and skilled in the kitchen. Her reputation for virtue was spread throughout all 4 immortal realms. Suddenly, I felt as if there was laughter by my ear. I opened my eyes. The morning sunlight was a bit dazzling. Then I saw my daughter lying next to me, holding a colored marker. Ruan Tang stood by the bed, covering her mouth and giggling playfully. This turtle you drew is not as pretty as mine. Next time mommy teaches you, you definitely have to draw it more vividly. I looked at this mother-daughter duo helplessly. What a virtuous wife and filial daughter. I confirmed that dreams and reality are indeed complete opposites. Why is my life so miserable? Xu Yiyi hurriedly raised her little hands and said with grievance, Daddy, mommy wanted to draw it. He does not know anything. He is innocent. Daddy, do not blame me. Ruan Tang quickly changed the subject. That 8th Master invited us to breakfast. I saw you were not awake, so I declined. So now we have to figure it out ourselves. I pointed at my face and said, so, my dearest lady wife, care to explain the turtles on my face? Is this how you two wake me up? Our family returned to Haitang Villa around dusk. Upon opening the door, we saw Ruan Lan sitting on the living room floor playing a console game. Ruan Lan complained in dissatisfaction, stupid game, what kind of broken setup is this? I clearly dodged, so how did I still die? I am so mad, I am not playing anymore, I quit. Xu Yiyi muttered, it is obviously because Auntie is too bad at the game, but she blames it. Even he can beat this level. Auntie, you need to practice more. You can't be lazy. Ruan Lan put on a stern face and flicked Xu Yiyi's forehead. You little ingrate, you do not even comfort your auntie. Do you not know who dotes on you the most? Xu Yiyi held her head and said in a soft, sweet voice. Daddy and mommy dote on ye the most. Auntie is mean, auntie hits people, ye won't be friends with auntie anymore. Ruan Tang put down her bag and headed straight to the storage room to organize things. Ruan Lan sneaked over suspiciously. Sis, how is it these past few days? Is Xu Yiyi impressive? Ruan Tang gave her younger sister an extremely annoyed glare. Looking for a beating, are you? How can you even ask such a question? What on earth is going on in that head of yours? Ruan Lan gave a playful smile. Sis, he told me all about how you two are just pretending to be married. I think you could consider turning the fake act into reality. Ruan Lan said with a serious expression. The most important thing is, he's his father. Although he has flaws, he also has merits. I see that he treats you quite well. Ruan Tang knitted her elegant brows. Did he ask you to be his lobbyist? I knew that guy was up to no good. To think he even bought you off. How despicable, Ruan Lan said solemnly. Since things have come to this, I can't hide it anymore. Actually, I am the mortal incarnation of the matchmaker god on earth. I specialize in tying the red thread for destined lovers. Understand? With a dark face, Ruan Tang knocked her sister's head. If you act chunibyo again, go back to living at the school. You are acting crazy all day long. Can you be normal for once? I'm getting annoyed to death. Ruan Lan laughed out of anger. But sis, what I just said was serious. If you really do not like Xu Yiyi, then step aside and let me have him. I actually find him quite pleasing to the eye, Ruan Lan muttered. Before I understood my brother-in-law, I only thought he was bad. Now, what a great guy. If you do not want him, I am really going to make a move. Ruan Tang gritted her teeth. You would not dare. If you dare to have any ideas about him, see if I do not break your dog legs. I mean what I say, Ruan Lan sighed. Forget it, I won't try to persuade you anymore, sis. You can't force feelings. Since you do not like Xu Yiyi anyway, rather than letting an outsider have him, it is better if… Ruan Tang gritted her teeth. Just watch how I deal with him. Let us see if he still dares to attract bees and butterflies outside. Even making a move on his own sister-in-law. He is courting death. Passing by the door and hearing all this, I suddenly felt some regret about asking my sister-in-law for ideas. Her professional level was right on par with Taotia's. It was incredibly worrying. Ruan Lan opened the door and yelled frantically, Su, I was helping you. And besides, how am I not good enough for you? What is with that look of disgust on your face? I silently glanced at her. I really envy your optimism. Most people could not manage that. You should just focus on your studies. Stop thinking about all this nonsense all day long. I patted Ruan Lan's shoulder with earnest sincerity. Sister-in-law, please do not sabotage me. It was my mistake for asking for your help earlier. I apologize. Ruan Tang stared at me and said word by word. If you dare lay a single finger on my sister, I will absolutely make you pay. No one can save you. Remember that. I guarantee, do not worry. I am only interested in you. Other women are nothing but fleeting clouds in my eyes. I absolutely won't give them a second glance. You have to believe me. Ruan Tang hesitated for a long time before making up her mind. I will try my best to look for your good points. As for whether we can be together, I can't make any guarantees. Also, you must swear not to touch Ruan Lan. I complained silently in my heart, and secretly apologized to Ruan Lan. I thought my sister-in-law was a useless teammate, but it turned out she was a master. She settled it in just a few words. Tan Chong opened his eyes on the bed in his rented house. He felt a dense murderous intent. With a complex expression, he said, Are they finally here, the Jiang family shadows? Watching the 10 people walk out, Tan Chong shook his head. 4 teams, 10 people in total, and all of them are peak 6th grade shadows. The Jiang family underestimates me too much. I stood on the 2nd floor balcony, gazing blankly at the night sky. I had long sensed what was happening at the foot of the mountain, but I did not even have the interest to take a single glance. They were truly too weak. I let out a soft and looked toward the foot of the mountain. The battle between Tan Chong and the Jiang family shadows had reached a fever pitch. 3 of the 10 shadows had fallen, while Tan Chong remained entirely unharmed. I saw that the remaining 7 shadows of the Jiang family did not panic. Instead, they maneuvered left and right, forming a circle to surround Tan Chong. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged in, and their cultivation realms skyrocketed. I recognized this as the blood kill array. It burned the lifespan, essence, energy, and spirit of the array setters, just to reach the absolute peak for a brief moment. This array formation originated from the ancient demon race. The corners of my mouth curled up. I realized that Earth seemed to hide quite a few secrets. Even the branding the Jiang family used to control the shadows bore the shape of the branding the ancient demon race used to control lower races. Tan Chong had already refined the void pierce into his innate divine ability. The sharp claws formed by mist rapidly expanded and exploded. All 7 shadows were sent flying backward simultaneously, vomiting blood non-stop. Feeling a bit bored, I withdrew my gaze. It was ultimately a broken array. Not even a billionth as powerful as the true blood kill array. Otherwise, Tan Chong would have died long ago and could not possibly have broken it. Xu Yiyi did not have to go to kindergarten today. So, for once, Ruan Tang was not in a rush to go to the office to handle work. Instead, she was slowly enjoying her breakfast. At exactly 9:00 a.m., an incredibly exaggerated shout suddenly came from the second floor of the villa. Ruan Lan's highly penetrating voice echoed through the hall. Ruan Lan rushed down the stairs in a whirlwind. She dashed to the dining table with a face full of shock and yelled, "Big disaster." Xu Yiyi held her milk cup with both little hands and took a sip. She then took a bite of her fried egg. Lifting her adorable little face, she asked curiously, "Auntie, what is wrong?" Ruan Lan excitedly pointed at her own eyes. She yelled in disbelief, "Just now, I discovered that my myopia, which I have had for years, is miraculously cured. I just slept for a night, and when I woke up, the world had become incredibly clear. I can even see the dust in the corners of the wall clearly." Hearing this, Ruan Tang also put down her chopsticks, looking at her younger sister in surprise. Then, she subconsciously looked at the calm man beside her. I sat at the dining table, still maintaining my nonchalant demeanor. A faint smile curled at the corners of my mouth. I said softly, "No need to thank me specially." Ruan Tang frowned slightly and asked strangely, "Why would we thank you? I was thinking of having you take Ruan Lan to the hospital today for a checkup, to see exactly what is going on." Hearing this, the smile on my face stiffened slightly. The modest words I had prepared instantly got stuck in my throat. I could only fall into a helpless silence. It was obvious Ruan Lan was in an exceptionally good mood. She happily hummed an unknown tune. I was woken up twice while sleeping this morning, and I vaguely heard Grandpa calling my name. Hearing this, Ruan Tang also showed a look of surprise. "What a coincidence. I think I heard someone calling you in my sleep too." The voice was very clear. The two sisters looked at each other in dismay, both seeing a trace of disbelief in the other's eyes. Could this be the legendary telepathy? Actually, it was not telepathy at all. Someone had indeed been calling out. I shook my head helplessly, thinking to myself, the thought process of these two sisters is truly peculiar. I slowly stood up. "Since we are done eating, I will take ye out for a walk. You two sisters remember to wash the dishes when you are finished." Ruan Lan immediately patted her chest and guaranteed, "Brother-in-law, you can rest assured and leave it to my sister. Although she looks aloof and cold, she is absolutely a master when it comes to chores. Do not be fooled by her icy exterior. Deep down, she is a girl with an incredibly soft heart. She is definitely the standard model of a virtuous wife and loving mother." Hearing this, Ruan Tang shot a fierce glare at her filterless younger sister. She scolded in annoyance, "Just eat your food. What kind of nonsense are you blabbering about?" Ruan Lan was not afraid in the slightest. She curled her lip and retorted, "It is not nonsense. Ruan Tang, put aside your prejudices, and give an objective evaluation of our brother-in-law's looks. How are they?" Ruan Tang was taken aback for a moment. She then turned her head and carefully examined me. After hesitating for a long time, she finally gave a fair assessment. "He's alright. He does not count as ugly." Hearing the word alright, Ruan Lan fell into a long silence, as if she had developed a massive doubt about her sister's sense of aesthetics. "This is a complete waste of a heavenly treasure. To be reasonable, my appearance belonged to the type that seemed ordinary at first glance. But the more you looked, the more harmonious my facial features felt. It was a unique type that grew increasingly pleasing to the eye the more you observed. This feeling was not simply being handsome. It was truly pleasing to the eye and soul. To use mysterious Taoist terminology, this was called the realm of unity of heaven and humanity, returning to the original simplicity." Ruan Lan then looked at my eyes again. They were so profound, as if hiding a vast universe. Own glance, and you would know this man carried countless untold stories. This kind of man was incredibly captivating. His entire being exuded a mysterious aura. If he were to stand in the wind carrying a jug of aged wine, which young girl in this world could resist? The unattainable pearl of the Xu family in Hang City, Xu Yiyi. just because she took an extra glance at me in the crowd. Had completely fallen into the depths of those profound eyes. Yet Ruan Tang actually had the nerve to say it was just alright. Ruan Lan curled her lip, shook her head helplessly and sighed. Ah, women. You really say one thing but mean another. Rendered speechless by her sister's words, Ruan Tang could only silently lower her head and drink her porridge. In her heart she had to admit, if she cast aside her prejudice, I was indeed highly outstanding. Xu Yiyi waved her little spoon in the air and shouted sweetly, Mommy, when he grows up, I want to find a husband as amazing and as handsome as Daddy. Xu Yiyi raised her soft pink little fists, her eyes full of little stars. That was the undisguised adoration and love for her father, as if her father was her entire world. I ruffled my daughter's hair dotingly, and laughed out loud. Then might have to grow old alone. Your daddy has been the strongest in the past million years. Hearing this, Xu Yiyi was not disappointed at all. Instead, she looked at me with even more adoration. She cheered loudly, wow, Daddy is so amazing. Daddy is number one. Standing to the side, Ruan Lan was startled by her brother-in-law's sudden narcissism. She could not help but sigh, if the heavens had not birthed you, Xu Yiyi, the world of handsome men would be a long, dark night for eternity. Hearing the phrasing coming out of her sister's mouth, Ruan Tang immediately put on a stern face, glared at her and scolded. As a young lady, you need to watch what you say. Ruan Lan blinked her eyes innocently. 3 question marks practically popped up above her head. How did I not watch what I say? This was a very cultured exclamation. Ruan Tang seemed to be touched by the phrase as well. She murmured softly, I remember the original quote should be, if the heavens had not birthed Qingfeng, the human race would be a long, dark night for eternity. Ruan Lan cried out dramatically, Qingfeng. Sis, who is Qingfeng? Are you seeing someone behind brother-in-law's back? That name sounds like a man's. Ruan Tang rubbed her forehead helplessly and sighed. I would actually like to meet this legendary figure, but he is just a fictional character. He does not exist in reality at all. Ruan Tang continued to lecture. Also, you should watch less of those trashy soap operas and read more books. What kind of nonsense is going through your head all day long? Ruan Lan made a funny face at her sister. I will watch them, I will. Not only will I watch them, but I will also bring Yi to watch them with me. Seeing that these two sisters were about to start bickering again, I took my daughter's little hand, and said gently, all right, stop arguing, let us go. We are heading out. Although today was the weekend, Xu Yiyi still insisted on going to Galaxy Kindergarten to take a look, because her good friend was there. Sure enough, the boss of Donghai Kindergarten, Qian Xiao, was still swinging alone on the swing. He stared blankly at a patch of clouds in the sky, his eyes looking melancholy. Qian Xiao was currently looking up, at a cloud on the horizon shaped like cotton candy. He was seriously wondering what that thing would taste like. Xu Yiyi ran over on her short little legs. She sighed with an old-fashioned tone. Being your big boss is so exhausting. I was afraid you would be lonely here by yourself, so I even had to come play with you on the weekend. Snapping back to reality, Qian Xiao saw Xu Yiyi, and was so moved he almost burst into tears. He choked out, Big Sister Yi, I knew you would not abandon me. Xu Yiyi patted his shoulder to comfort him like a little adult. Do not cry. You can't cry easily like a 3-year-old kid. Standing to the side, I listened to the conversation between these two little ones. Black lines of exasperation forming on my forehead. I thought to myself, you two combined are barely over 10 years old. Qian Xiao sniffled and tried hard to hold back his tears, but he still looked at Xu Yiyi with an extremely aggrieved gaze, as if he were a young wife who had been abandoned for years. Suddenly, Xu Yiyi pointed at the distant horizon and shouted in pleasant surprise. Daddy, look, a rainbow appeared in the sky. What a beautiful rainbow. I looked in the direction my daughter was pointing, smiled and said, since there is a rainbow, then we won't eat clouds today. Let us try a different flavor. Qian Xiao felt a bit disappointed hearing this. He had been eyeing that white cloud in the sky for a long time. We are not eating clouds anymore. Then what will I eat? Xu Yiyi looked at her daddy with a face full of expectation, her big eyes sparkling as she asked, Daddy, what are we eating then? Is the rainbow even tastier? Looking at the expectant eyes of the two children, I gave a mysterious smile and said, when you encounter a rainbow, of course you must taste the rainbow. Today, I will let you try the taste of a rainbow. Hearing this, Qian Xiao opened his mouth wide in shock, his jaw practically dropping to the ground. You can eat a rainbow too. Uncle Su, you are not tricking us, are you? I gave him a flat glance, and said with a straight face, originally, they can't be eaten. So you should not eat any later. I will give it all to my daughter. Qian Shao was instantly dumbfounded. He wailed in his heart, Uncle Su, are you a devil? You even trick kids. And you are so biased. That is too much bullying. 1 minute later, Qian Shao and Xu Yiyi were each holding a giant, 7-colored lollipop. Both little ones had incredibly happy and sweet smiles blooming on their faces. While delicious clouds can be found by the thousands, an interesting rainbow is owned in 10,000. With just one bite, 7 different fruit flavors burst in the mouth simultaneously. That wondrous sensation made Owen sincerely exclaim, how can a rainbow be this delicious? This was simply the most delicious candy in the world, bar none. As Qian Shao ate, his face was suddenly covered in tears. While crying, he whimpered, Uncle Su, have you ever eaten a rainbow? This is the taste of love. Wiping his tears, Qian Shao continued to lament, this is the taste of first love. I feel like I have fallen in love again. Even though I have not even held little Fang's hand from kindergarten yet. I looked at this little chubby boy, utterly speechless. I thought to myself, you said the exact same thing when you ate the cloud earlier. Is not this kid's emotional capacity a bit too overflowing? At this moment, I was in the kitchen, preparing delicacies from the Immortal Realm. Meanwhile, Ruan Lan received a call from her eldest uncle, Ruan Qingshan. Her wonderful mood over the past few days was completely ruined. On the other end of the line, Ruan Qingshan roared angrily. Ruan Lan, your sister ruined our family's reputation. And now you are doing the exact same thing. You have truly disgraced the ancestors of the Ruan family. Hearing this baffling accusation, Ruan Lan furrowed her brows tightly. She shot back with a hint of dissatisfaction. Uncle, what do you mean by that? Speak clearly. Ruan Qingshan felt exceptionally furious in his heart. He gritted his teeth and interrogated, stop playing dumb. Are you living in Haitang Villa? That is the most expensive mansion in all of Donghai. Ruan Lan was somewhat surprised. The fact that she was living in Haitang Villa was something she had never told any outsider. How did you know? Are you stalking me? Ruan Qingshan said furiously, I saw it with my own eyes. Do I even need to stalk you? At this moment, the phone was on speaker. Ruan Jin, Ruan Qingshan, and the others were all present, listening in. Filled with jealousy, her eldest aunt, Song Aryu, could not help but interject sourly, to think Ruan Lan can actually live in Haitang Villa. She must have a very deep relationship with that 8th master. Listening to the various sarcastic and mocking remarks coming from the phone, Ruan Lan's temper also flared up. Is there something wrong with your heads? Just spouting nonsense out of nowhere. Song Aryu was so angry her nose nearly went crooked. She screamed, you uneducated wretched girl. She had not expected the usually well-behaved Ruan Lan to have such a sharp tongue. Ruan Lan gave a cold laugh and said indifferently, those who insult others will always be insulted themselves. Also, let me tell you, Haitang Villa is the house my brother-in-law bought for my sister. After delivering that sentence, Ruan Lan gave them no chance to react whatsoever. She pressed the hang-up button without the slightest hesitation. On the other end of the line, the members of the Ruan family were utterly dumbfounded. Brother-in-law, could it be that 8th master actually took a fancy to Ruan Tang? Or did Ruan Tang find some other man who could afford Haitang Villa? Ruan Jin guessed in a low voice, this, brother-in-law, could it be that Su Lai? After all, Su Lai is Xu Yiyi's biological father. He is the only Owen she would call brother-in-law. A dead silence fell over the room. Ruan Qingshan was the first to shake his head. He curled his lip in disdain. Owen, look at that guy and you know he is a penniless loser. It is absolutely impossible for it to be him. Ruan Lan angrily tossed her phone aside. Sprawling on the sofa without any regard for her image, she said in frustration, sis, uncle and the others know I live here now. They are definitely plotting against us again. Ruan Tang had first-hand experience of her eldest uncle's family's greed, especially after enduring endless humiliation the last time she returned to the Ruan family. Her heart had been thoroughly broken, and she had no desire to look back. At this moment, Ruan Tang simply flipped calmly through the magazine in her hands. She said flatly, let them plot however they want. Anyway, I have no connection with them anymore, and I won't be going back. Ruan Lan curled her lip. It is easy to say that. You might be able to harden your heart and ignore grandpa and uncle's family. But what about our parents? Can you really completely sever ties with them? Hearing this, Ruan Tang fell into silence. The magazine in her hands remained unturned for a long time. A trace of struggle and pain flashed through her eyes. They were, after all, the parents who brought her into this world and raised her. Right on time, I walked out of the kitchen carrying plates. Teppanyaki starfish, stir-fried sea deer, steamed kunping eggs, and roasted phoenix. The dishes are ready, time to eat. Hearing the names of the dishes, Ruan Tang immediately bounced up from the sofa. Brother-in-law, I'm not trying to criticize you, but the names of these dishes are too flashy and ridiculous. They sound like something out of a fantasy novel. Even though Ruan Tang muttered complaints, her speed in washing her hands and getting to the table was faster than anyone else's. She chuckled as she looked at the dishes on the table, complete with perfect color, aroma, and taste. Her movements were swifter than anyone else's. Ruan Tang felt it was an absolute blessing to be able to mooch off my cooking every day. She would not trade these god-tier days for even a real god. Who even needs a boyfriend anymore? I took off my apron and looked at her with a half smile. Flashy, you actually have the option not to eat. Please do not force yourself. I can eat your share. Ruan Tang pretended not to hear me. She picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Her eyes instantly narrowed into slits of pleasure. She mumbled indistinctly, "So delicious." After Ruan Tang gently picked up a few pieces of food for our daughter, she also picked up her chopsticks. The delicious taste entering her mouth made her freeze momentarily. How wonderful would it be if life could always be like this? Suddenly, her daughter's confused and childish voice drifted into her ear. "Mommy, mommy." It pulled Ruan Tang back from her deep thoughts. Snapping back to reality, Ruan Tang asked gently, "What is wrong?" Looking at the concerned little face of her daughter, a warm current surged through her heart. Xu Yiyi blinked her big eyes and asked with concern, "Mommy, you were just spacing out and not eating. Did you think of something sad? You can tell me, you know." Ruan Tang stroked his hair and smiled. "No, Mommy was just thinking about something happy. Hurry up and eat. After dinner, Mommy will take you upstairs to wash up." For some unknown reason, Xu Yiyi suddenly cast a stealthy glance at me, then lowered her head. She muttered to herself in a low voice, "He has to be good this time." Hearing this, Ruan Tang froze instantly. 3 giant question marks popped up in her mind. She remembered the time he took the tablet into my room. Ruan Tang was even more dumbfounded. "Brother-in-law, this is way too bold of you. If you wanted to see cool photos of my sister, you should have just said so. This is not how you court a woman." I clutched my chest. I felt an immense pain right there. Even when I fought against the gods and demons of the heavens for hundreds or thousands of years, I had never felt as terrible as I did right now. Only then did Xu Yiyi realize she seemed to have caused trouble. A beat too late, she covered her mouth with her small hands and said weakly, "Daddy." He accidentally let it slip. Seeing the murderous glare in Ruan Tang's eyes, Xu Yiyi shrank her neck. "Mommy knows too. What should we do? Is Daddy going to get beaten to death by Mommy?" Facing my wife's murderous, icy glare, I carefully formulated my words and said cautiously, "Honey, if I said this was a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Ruan Tang looked at me coldly and shot back, "Do you believe it yourself?" That gaze was exactly like looking at an idiot. I gritted my teeth and nodded. I believe it, but looking at my wife's icy, jade-like face, I knew in my heart that this time, even jumping into the Yellow River would not wash me clean. I simply gave up explaining, because if I explained it clearly, Xu Yiyi would be in deep trouble. Even if she would not face corporal punishment, writing lines as punishment and being banned from watching cartoons would be inevitable. So, as an old father, I decided to take the fall for everything. I said helplessly, "All right, it is all my fault. I'm sorry. I should not have done that." Hearing her daddy admit fault, Xu Yiyi panicked. She lifted her little face and said nervously, "Mommy, it actually has nothing to do with Daddy. It is Yi's fault. He just wanted Daddy and Mommy to have a better relationship." Ruan Tang lectured from the side, "Little kids should not lie, you know. Especially lying to cover up for adults, that is even worse." She clearly believed that I was the one who instigated it. Xu Yiyi was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. "He is not lying." She then recounted the entire incident exactly as it happened. It was logical, well-founded, and highly convincing. Especially when Ruan Tang heard that Qian Xiao might have been involved in this idea. She instantly believed it a bit more. That kid was definitely capable of coming up with an idea like this. He has been led astray. Looking into her daughter's sincere eyes, Ruan Tang could not help but ask doubtfully, "Did Su Lai really not instruct you to do this? Do not be afraid. If it was him, Mommy will stand up for you." Xu Yiyi shook her head desperately. "Daddy is a good person. He even told me that I can't do this kind of thing ever again. Daddy is a true gentleman." Xu Yiyi blamed herself. "Mommy, I am sorry. At first, he just wanted you and Daddy to have a harmonious relationship. Qian Xiao said that if Daddy had a photo, he would be happy." Hearing this, I was instantly shocked. So it was actually that kid Qian Xiao's idea. He almost made me take the blame for this. Seeing this, Ruan Lan immediately changed her tune, speaking with deep gratification. Knowing your mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. I knew my brother-in-law was a man of upright character. I shot my sister-in-law a sideways glance, thinking to myself, as long as you are happy. You were the one kicking me hardest while I was down just a moment ago. And now you are the one playing the good guy. Ruan Tang felt a bit awkward at this moment. She looked at me. Then why did not you say so earlier? You just admitted it and made me misunderstand you. I looked deeply at Ruan Tang and said softly, prejudice in the human heart is like a massive mountain. You were already disappointed in me, so naturally, you were more willing to believe the worst of me. My voice was flat but carried a sense of tolerance. You did not believe me, but I do not blame you. As long as does not get punished, what does a little grievance on my part matter? Ruan Tang's heart was instantly filled with shame. In stark contrast, how gentlemanly I was, willing to take the blame just to protect our daughter, and how petty she had been. So, Ruan Tang bowed solemnly and apologized with utmost sincerity. I am sorry. I should not have misunderstood you, nor should I have condemned you without listening to your explanation. Please forgive me. I waved my hand and smiled. It is fine. Besides, I did actually look at the photos. I have to say they were taken quite well. Ruan Tang blushed and swung her fist at me. Shut up. You do not need to mention that. Forget it immediately. Asterisk, this guy actually dared to bring up looking at the photos. Asterisk. Standing to the side, Ruan Lan looked confused. It was clearly a serious drama of misunderstanding and explanation. So why did she suddenly feel like she was being force-fed PD? Were these two deliberately showing off their affection in front of her? The sickeningly sweet stench of their flirting was practically overflowing. Bullying a single person like she has no human rights, right? But thinking of her sister's aloof and cold personality, Ruan Lan figured it must be an illusion. However, a deep sense of anticipation suddenly welled up in her eyes. She wanted to see what her sister would look like in love. She wondered what her tsundere sister falling into the sea of love would actually look like. Would she continue being a tsundere and pretend not to care? Or transform into a gentle, sweet girl next door? Ruan Lan could not help but curl her lips into a smile. She really wanted to witness that scene with her own eyes. So, she patted my shoulder and encouraged, keep it up, brother-in-law. I stared straight at my sister-in-law. My intuition told me there was something wrong with this woman. She was just complaining a moment ago, and now she had an anti-smile on her face. How troublesome. Seeing me staring at her, Ruan Lan rolled her eyes at me and said, stop looking. I, Ruan Lan, will only ever be the woman you can never get in this lifetime. Who told me to be your sister-in-law? Black lines of exasperation appeared on Ruan Tang's forehead. This was happening right in front of her eyes. I was already making eyes at Ruan Lan. If they were behind her back, who knows what these two would end up talking about? Ruan Tang said in a deep voice, Xu Yiyi, do not forget your oath. You said you would only love me alone in this lifetime. If you dare to do me wrong, I won't let you off. Ruan Lan gasped in surprise from the side. But you two have already reached the stage of making eternal vows of love. Lightning fast progress. Looks like the day I get to hold a nephew is just around the corner. Mentally exhausted, I said, Ruan Lan, just eat your food, I am begging you. Stop digging pits for me to fall into. I felt my credibility in front of Ruan Tang was in imminent danger. Ruan Lan rolled her eyes hard. So boring. She then lowered her head and went back to tackling the delicious food in her bowl. Thinking to herself, this couple is truly too hard to please. After dinner ended, perhaps it was because she felt guilty about misunderstanding me during dinner. But Ruan Tang actually did the unprecedented and proactively brewed a cup of black tea for me. Carrying the tea, Ruan Tang walked over to me, and even personally blew on it to cool it down. She said softly, have some tea to help digestion. This kind of treatment was absolutely unprecedented. Lying on the sofa playing a PS4 game, Ruan Lan silently chimed in. Dang, it is time for your medicine. Brother-in-law, you would better be careful not to get poisoned to death. Ruan Tang turned back and spat, shut up and play your game. Own more word and I am confiscating your console. This sister really needed a beating every 3 days, or she would tear the roof off. Ruan Lan immediately made a zipping motion over her lips. Alrighty, I will shut up. You guys continue. She then predictably did not spare us another glance, focusing entirely on playing her game. I sat on the sofa, took the tea and took a sip. The aroma of the tea filled the air. He who is overly attentive usually has a hidden agenda. Tell me, do you need something from me? Ruan Tang sat opposite me somewhat awkwardly, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers. She stammered, "And no, it is nothing. I just purely wanted to brew you a cup of tea. Is that not allowed?" I nodded. Of course it is, but I could clearly sense that Ruan Tang seemed to have something hard to bring up, so I waited patiently for her to continue. Ruan Tang hesitated for a long time, before asking softly, "Do you have anything to do tomorrow during the day? If you have to go to the school, could you ask for a day off?" I put down my teacup, looking puzzled. Tomorrow is the weekend. It does not matter if I go to the school to work or not. Besides, those old men can study on their own. What is up? Ruan Tang took a deep breath, trying her best to keep her voice calm as she said, "Then let us go shopping tomorrow. He has a drawing class tomorrow, so it will just be the two of us at home." Ruan Tang's voice sounded as if she were just mentioning a trivial matter. However, I keenly noticed that my wife's heart was not as calm as her exterior suggested. Ruan Tang's fingertips subconsciously twirled a loose strand of hair resting on her fragrant shoulder. Her gaze wandered, not daring to look directly at me, as if she were desperately trying to conceal her inner nervousness and other emotions. Looking at her adorable demeanor, my heart stirred. I agreed gently, "Alright, I happen to want to buy some things too, so let us go together." Ruan Lan, who was playing her game, chimed in without turning her head. "I happen to have no classes tomorrow either, so I want to go too. I am going to be a third wheel and mooch off your food and drinks." Ruan Tang completely ignored her sister's words, looking straight into my eyes. She emphasized firmly, word by word, "Just the two of us. We are not bringing Ruan Lan, and we are not bringing Yi." Ruan Lan was completely dumbfounded, having no idea what was going on. Sis actually did the unprecedented and proactively proposed going shopping alone with Xu Yiyi. Is this the legendary date? Xu Yiyi, who was holding and eating a piece of sliced fruit, heard this and immediately looked over with expectant eyes. She yelled in a milky, childish voice, "Daddy, say yes quickly." Somewhat surprised, I carefully examined Ruan Tang. Then, softening my tone, I said seriously, "If you are planning to use this as an apology, it is completely unnecessary." But Ruan Tang gently shook her head, her beautiful hair swaying slightly with the motion. She looked at me with a firm gaze and explained, "It is necessary. I realize that I still know far too little about you." Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow slightly. With a bit of teasing laughter in my eyes, I said, "Do you want to know more about Yi's father?" Hearing this, Ruan Tang's beautiful peach blossom eyes blinked playfully. The corners of her mouth curled into a breathtakingly captivating arc. She said to me softly, "Well, take a guess." Ruan Lan screamed in shock from the sidelines. She thought, has Sis achieved enlightenment and finally opened her mind. She actually knows how to take the initiative to attack, and that wink just now was way too girlish, I turned to look at Ruan Tang, whose face was slightly flushed. Deliberately drawing out my tone, I said, "Honey, absolutely no need to rush. We still have all the time in the world." Ruan Tang shot me a fierce glare. This guy not only is not helping me explain things, but he is even joining my sister in her nonsense. To cover up her embarrassment, Ruan Tang immediately forced a change of subject. She said gently to our daughter, "It is getting late. You should go back to your room and sleep now." After settling our daughter down, Ruan Tang turned around and found me still standing in the same spot. She could not help but ask strangely, "What are you standing around for? Are not you going back to your room to rest?" Hearing this, I immediately stood up from the sofa. I stretched lazily and said casually, "I should go tell our daughter her bedtime story. It is a mandatory daily lesson." Hearing there was a story to be told, Ruan Lan wanted to join the fun too. But just as she took a step, she was stopped by Xu Yi's little hand. The little girl looked at her aunt with a serious face. "Auntie, you would better go to bed early. Tomorrow morning, you have to work hard to take Yi to kindergarten." Hearing this, Ruan Lan froze instantly. She asked in confusion, "I can take you, but is not tomorrow Sunday a day off? Why are you going to kindergarten?" Xu Yi blinked her big eyes and answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Because I already made plans with Qian Xiao. We are going to visit the science museum and play together." Hearing this, Ruan Tang and I stopped in our tracks at the same time. We both looked over with serious expressions and asked, "Just you and Qian Xiao, with no adults tagging along?" Xu Yi immediately waved her little hands to explain, "It is not just the two of us. There is also Mao Dou, Lily, and Shanshan too. Lots of kids are going together." Ruan Tang and I looked at each other, confirming that it was a group activity with many classmates. We finally felt a bit relieved. Ruan Lan listened with a headache and advised earnestly. Next time you can just say it is with your classmates. You do not need to recite every single name. Xu Yiyi agreed obediently. Hey Andy, I got it. Next time I will just say the whole class is going to the science museum. Suddenly remembering something, Xu Yiyi turned to Ruan Tang again and said, "Oh right, mommy, for this trip to the science museum, I want to buy some snacks for the road to share with my classmates." My sharp eyes spotted a wallet on the coffee table nearby. I immediately walked over, picked it up, and grandly pulled out 500 yuan bills to hand to my daughter. Ruan Lan watched this scene, utterly dumbfounded. It took her a long time before she blankly reminded me. "But, brother-in-law, I think that is my wallet. You are taking my money." With a completely justified expression, I turned to look at Ruan Lan and said, "I know it is your wallet. Otherwise, I would have only given her own 100. After all, my secret stash is not that big." Early the next morning, the sky over Donghai City was shrouded in endless dark clouds. Bursts of dull, oppressive air permeated the sky above the city. It carried the suffocating feeling of a coming storm filling the pavilion with wind. Although Ruan Lan complained about the bad weather in her heart, she still hailed a cab and took Xu Yiyi to the kindergarten to gather first. Acting as a temporary guardian to accompany the tour, Ruan Tang and I did not drive out. Instead, we chose to walk out of Haitang Villa. We walked side by side on the mountain road, enjoying a rare moment of being just the two of us. Ruan Tang gazed at the crabapple blossoms blooming all over the mountain, lightly sniffing the faint floral scent in the air. Although it was a cloudy day in Donghai, it was a sunny day in her heart. I turned my head and carefully examined Ruan Tang beside me. I noticed she was wearing the star bracelet I had given her. The crystal-clear chain accentuated her snow-white skin. The corners of Ruan Tang's mouth curved into a smile. That smile seemed capable of dispelling the gloom in the sky. In my eyes, at this moment, she was as beautiful as a celestial fairy untouched by mortal dust. I sighed inwardly. This was definitely not a case of beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I genuinely felt that Ruan Tang's beauty surpassed those so-called holy maidens by 100-fold. Ruan Tang also keenly noticed my admiring gaze. Her pretty face could not help but flush slightly. She rolled her eyes and said, "Could you use your eyes to look at the road?" Hearing this, I did not avert my gaze at all. Instead, I looked into her eyes and said with absolute certainty, "Why look at the road? You're my Dao. Looking at you is enough." Hearing this slightly cheesy romantic line, although Ruan Tang felt a sweetness in her heart, she still muttered, "Why does that sound so weird?" Smooth talker. Ruan Tang did not dwell on the topic further. Chatting casually, we slowly walked down the mountain. Most of our conversation revolved around Xu Yiyi. Just as we reached the foot of the mountain, a muffled crack of thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. Immediately after, bean-sized raindrops began to fall with a pitter-patter sound. Ruan Tang looked at the sudden heavy rain. She said with a headache, "Oh no, did not the weather forecast say no rain today? Su Lai, let us go home and get an umbrella." Before Ruan Tang could even finish her sentence, an expression of disbelief appeared on her face, because she saw that in my hand, an oil paper umbrella had somehow magically appeared. Ruan Tang looked at the umbrella in surprise. The canopy was painted with a traditional ink wash painting. In the painting, a small skiff drifted on the surface of the sea. On the skiff, a woman gazed into the distance. Ruan Tang looked closer. The woman in the painting was gazing at a distant bluestone bridge, and on the bridge, an old woman was looking back. This scene felt incredibly familiar to her. Ruan Tang's breathing suddenly became rapid. She asked in shock, "Is not this the dream I had the night before my birthday?" The scene is exactly the same. I opened the umbrella, shielding us from the wind and rain filling the sky, and said softly, "This umbrella is a gift to you. It can shelter you from the wind and rain, and carry your longing for a loved own." Ruan Tang reached out and took the oil paper umbrella. Her fingertips touched the handle. With a complex expression, she asked, "Sulai, how did you know about my dream and this umbrella?" I looked into Ruan Tang's questioning eyes and explained softly, "This umbrella is a relic left by your grandmother. I merely helped you find it and bring it back." Hearing the word grandmother, Ruan Tang's expression changed instantly. Her hand gripping the umbrella handle tightened slightly, her knuckles turning somewhat white from the excessive force. Seeing this, I did not say anything more. I just softly reminded her, "Hold the umbrella. We should go." Some things were not meant to be completely revealed just yet. I actually had not lied. This umbrella was indeed a trace left by Ruan Tang's grandmother in the sea of samsara. I had merely used my supreme divine ability to manifest that trace into reality. Ruan Tang stayed silent for a moment, then quietly held up the umbrella. She did not press me with any more questions, because she knew that sometimes, the more you know, the harder it is to bear. The raindrops went tick-tock as they hit the oil paper umbrella, and splashed onto the ground around us. The sound was somewhat muffled, but to the ear, it seemed to carry a unique crispness. Ruan Tang took a deep breath, composed her emotions, turned to look at me beside her, and said softly yet solemnly, "Xu Yiyi, thank you for everything you have done for me." I waved my hand dismissively. With a face full of expectation, I said, "Verbal thanks are too shallow. If you really want to thank me, why do not you treat me to a skewer of candied hawthorns?" I rubbed my hands together expectantly, thinking, when I was in the heavenly court, the seventh divine general was always going on about how delicious the candied hawthorns in the mortal realm were. But I have never had the chance to taste them myself. Ruan Tang looked at me with some amusement and said, "Where would we find candied hawthorns now? You have to wait until winter for street vendors to sell them. But Donghai has its own specialty snacks too. There will be some on the street we are heading to." Ruan Tang looked at the rain with a heart full of emotion. This Yuhua Alley was Donghai City's most bustling street 50 years ago. Now, though it has aged, it has even more charm. Later on, Yuhua Alley underwent renovations and became a characteristic pedestrian street. It gathered street food from all over the country, making it a paradise for foodies. Looking at the dazzling array of food stalls lining the street, Ruan Tang's eyes instantly lit up. She called out excitedly, "Xu Yiyi, hurry up and keep up." Seeing this, I smiled helplessly and quickened my pace to catch up with her. We walked shoulder to shoulder on the bluestone path. The space beneath the umbrella felt exceptionally warm and cozy. Because the street was crowded, Ruan Tang, in order to dodge the oncoming crowd, would occasionally bump into my shoulder. With every touch, her face would involuntarily flush slightly. Every time this happened, Ruan Tang's heart would race, because she would remember that this was their very first proper date. A feeling of sweetness welled up from within. Even though she already had a daughter, from high school all the way through university, Ruan Tang had always studied diligently and worked hard. She simply never had the time to date. So, when it came to romance, she was actually very inexperienced. Ruan Tang recalled the only time she had ever gone to a bar, which was also the first time she had ever gotten drunk in her life. And then she saw me sitting next to her. Fueled by liquid courage, she took the initiative and made her move. Thinking of this dark history she could not bear to look back on, Ruan Tang could not help but regret it and cover her face. She lamented inwardly, "Own single misstep truly causes a lifetime of regret. Why was I so impulsive?" So, strictly speaking, even though Ruan Tang was already a mother, and the ICCO in the eyes of her employees, when it came to romantic relationships between a man and a woman, she was just a little girl who had never even been in love. Ruan Tang spotted a stall, and immediately bought a snack. She said excitedly, "This is Donghai's famous stinky tofu. Hurry and try it." The taste is super authentic. Saying that, Ruan Tang shoved the entire box of dark stinky tofu into my hands. Meanwhile, she took a half step back, gently fanning the air in front of her nose with her hand. I looked at the box emitting a strong odor in my hands, asking in confusion, "What about you? Why are not you eating it? I clearly saw you looking like you really wanted to eat it just now." Ruan Tang answered self-righteously, "I do not eat stinky tofu. The smell is too strong. My mouth will smell bad later. You can just finish it all by yourself." I hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping myself, thinking to myself, "You really are a good wife." And here I was, feeling a tiny bit moved when I saw her buying things earlier. It turned out she was just using me as a garbage can. However, although this stinky tofu smelled awful, as for the taste, I tried a piece. It tasted genuinely weird. It really did not suit my palate. So I planned to quietly throw this portion of stinky tofu into the trash can. But just as I moved, Ruan Tang caught me. She glared with her beautiful eyes. "Wasting food is shameful." Holding the box helplessly, I asked, "Well, if we can't waste it, why do not you eat it? I can't eat any more of this anyway. I am really not used to this flavor." Ruan Tang immediately refused. "I do not eat other people's leftovers, especially own that has already had a bite taken out of it. You take responsibility and finish it yourself." Looking at her demeanor, I said with a half smile, "That is easy. I will just buy you a fresh own. You finish your portion, and I will finish mine." Ruan Tang pretended not to hear my words, and pointed directly at a milk tea shop 10 meters away, shouting, "Cha yen guanasi. That milk tea is delicious. I want to drink that." Helpless, I could only accompany her to line up. The two of us lined up for a full half hour. before finally getting 2 cups of steaming hot milk tea. Ruan Tang could not wait to stick the straw in. Holding the milk tea, she took a sip, a look of satisfaction appearing on her face. She narrowed her eyes happily like a little girl. So delicious, the queue was worth it. For the rest of the morning, Ruan Tang and I just strolled through Yuhua Alley like this. Although we were constantly eating and drinking and talked very little, in the eyes of outsiders, we were a sweet couple. As the two of us were walking, a white-haired old lady around 60 years old, holding a large bunch of white magnolias, said, "Young man, buy a bouquet of flowers." I stopped in my tracks, looked at the fragrant white magnolias in the old lady's hands, and smiled. "Madam, you misunderstood. She is not my girlfriend." Hearing this, Ruan Tang inexplicably felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Just as she was about to speak, she heard me add, "She is actually my lawfully wedded wife." Hearing this, Ruan Tang curled the corners of her lips. That bit of discomfort in her heart vanished into thin air instantly. Instead, a faint smile appeared on her lips. She decided not to voice any objections. The old lady looked a bit disappointed upon hearing this. According to her experience selling flowers on this street, generally, only young couples deeply in love were relatively willing to spend big money on flowers. But I smiled and said, "Madam, I will take all these white magnolias. Calculate how much it is in total. Such beautiful flowers. My wife will definitely love them." The old lady was overjoyed hearing this. She hurriedly counted the flowers in her hands and said, 3 yuan each. There are 13 here. The total is 39. Just give me 35. I directly pulled a 100 yuan bill from my wallet and handed it over. Here's 100. Keep the change. It is not easy coming out to sell flowers at your age. Ruan Tang took the large bouquet of white magnolias I handed her. She lowered her head and took a sniff, a brilliant smile blooming on her face. Then, shoulder to shoulder with me, we quickly walked away. As for the old lady behind us shouting, "I can't take this, I can't take this," who insisted on chasing after us to give change. Not only did we not stop, we actually walked even faster. Holding the flowers, Ruan Tang lowered her head to sniff the refreshing floral scent. She said softly, "I did not realize you had such a kind heart. You did not even want the change." I turned my head and looked at her profile, which was more delicate than the flowers. I smiled and answered, "That is the purpose of our date, is not it? To make you happy, and to make others happy as well." Ruan Tang gave a soft humph. This little tsundere gesture was incredibly adorable. I could not help but reach out and ruffle her hair, as if I were teasing a kitten. Feeling the large hand on top of her head, Ruan Tang felt quite annoyed in her heart. This technique was exactly like how I usually ruffled Xu Yiyi's hair. Am I just a child in his eyes? Ruan Tang slapped my hand away. She said angrily, "I took the initiative to ask you out on a date, and you rub my head like a child. In broad daylight with everyone watching, do not I have any pride?" I pulled my hand back, my expression suddenly becoming incredibly solemn. Staring at Ruan Tang's forehead, I said, "Ruan Tang, I have suddenly discovered a very serious problem." Ruan Tang was startled by my serious expression. She subconsciously asked, "What? Did something happen? Is my makeup smudged? Or is there a vegetable leaf on my teeth?" I spouted nonsense with a straight face. "I have noticed your hairline is a bit high. According to my professional analysis, you might face a baldness crisis after you turn 50. Ruan Tang froze for a second. Then, realizing what I said, she cursed with a dark face, "Bald your big head. You are the bald own, can't you speak like a normal human?" Furious, Ruan Tang stomped hard on my foot. The power of high heels is not to be underestimated. Then she stormed off ahead by herself, refusing to pay any more attention to this clueless straight man. I winced, inhaling a sharp breath of cold air. I had completely figured it out. Ruan Tang's temper was like a powder keg. She usually looked cold and aloof, but in reality, own tease and she exploded. I hurriedly quickened my pace to catch up with her, and promised to make stir-fried crawfish tonight to apologize. Only then did Ruan Tang finally, reluctantly, let go of her anger. Ruan Tang stopped in her tracks, turned to me, and made her final demand, "Besides the crawfish, I want you to add another dish, braised pig trotters. It absolutely must be pig trotters." Ruan Tang was clearly using this to subtly warn me, "If you dare to mess around again, I will directly braise your trotters and eat them." When it was time for lunch, the two of us chose an old-fashioned tea house deep within Yuhua Alley. The environment here was quiet and secluded, quite suitable for resting our tired feet. The taste of the tea and pastries here actually was not that great, and the prices were absurdly high. On top of that, its location was very poor. situated at the deepest corner of Yuhua Alley's 7 streets, making business quite slow. Ruan Tang poured herself a cup of tea and said excitedly, "We are really lucky today. We just happened to run into that old gentleman telling stories. Listen carefully in a bit." The tea house's interior was actually quite modern, and the waiters were all dressed in modern attire. But right in the center, an antique-looking theatrical stage was abruptly placed, making it look rather out of place. Sitting on the stage was a blind old gentleman. He was holding a purple clay teapot, drinking tea to clear his throat, looking incredibly relaxed. He did not seem in a hurry to start telling the story at all. Scattered around the hall were about a dozen customers. Everyone was cracking melon seeds and drinking tea, patiently waiting for the story to begin. They were clearly all regulars here. This wait lasted for over an hour. I was almost falling asleep. Only then did the blind storyteller suddenly slam his wooden gavel. The crisp smack instantly jolted everyone awake. The old gentleman cleared his throat and asked, "Where did we leave off last time? I am getting old and my memory is failing me. Which kind guest can give me a reminder?" Below the stage, a customer immediately yelled while cursing, "You terrible old geezer, you are the worst. Which story are you even talking about? Have you ever finished any of the countless stories you started?" The customer continued complaining, "You only know how to dig plot holes, but never fill them. I have listened to at least 7 of your unfinished stories. You are simply the king of dropped plots." The young girl at the cash register also kept nodding. She thought to herself, Elder Zhang tells stories better than anyone else, but it is pure torture how he always leaves people hanging. Hearing the scolding, the blind storyteller did not get angry. He just chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and said, "Since that is the case, then today, let us start another brand new story. It is called The Deviant." In the story, the young man named Xu Yiyi possessed extraordinary talents. No, in the path of martial arts, he should be called a heaven-sent genius. He could learn any martial arts move just by watching it once. However, this person was a bit too naive. Having lived in a mountain village since childhood, he had not seen much of the world. He thought everyone in the martial world was as heroic as written in books, and incredibly loyal. Therefore, the cruel martial artist quickly gave Xu Yiyi, who was blinded by this dazzling world, his first lesson in life, teaching him what it truly means that a person's heart is unfathomable. The blind storyteller actually paused right there. Unhurriedly, he lifted the lid of his teacup and took a sip. He even smacked his lips twice in satisfaction, seemingly savoring the tea's aroma. The audience below was ready to curse him out. We were just getting to the good part. Our hearts were in our throats. Why did he suddenly stop? Stopping the chapter here is just too wicked. Ruan Tang was also completely absorbed in the story. At this moment, she stared at the old storyteller with immense expectation, wishing she could rush up and shake his shoulders, demanding he quickly tell the rest. But right then I leaned into her ear and whispered a spoiler: "He did not die, do not worry." How could the protagonist die right at the opening? Then it would not be a story. Ruan Tang turned to look at me in surprise. She lowered her voice and asked curiously, "How do you know? Have you heard this story before? Or can you read fortunes?" I smiled mysteriously. I also picked up my teacup, took a sip, and said, "I used to have a friend who loved to give spoilers, and ended up getting struck to death by heavenly lightning." I put down my teacup, shrugged, and said, "So I can't go into details. I do not want to get struck by lightning. Anyway, just keep listening and you will see. It is very exciting." Ruan Tang rolled her eyes, utterly speechless. She thought to herself, "I do not believe he actually knows this story. This guy is definitely just trying to act mysterious. A blind cat bumping into a dead mouse." Fortunately, at that moment, the blind storyteller finally finished clearing his throat and continued the story. The long sword that should have chopped off Xu Yiyi's head was actually deflected by a flying dagger, and later, much later, Xu Yiyi spent 5 whole years, and relying on his extraordinary talent and reckless determination, he forcibly fought his way to become the recognized #1 expert in the martial world. With a single blade, he slew hundreds of thousands of deviants, guarding a lone city outside the realm all by himself. He protected the world for 100 years, and that Chang'an city remains unbroken to this day. Someone asked, "Where is this outside the realm? Is Chang'an the modern-day Anxi? Why does this story sound more and more like pure fantasy? Old man, are you just making things up again?" Someone else shouted in dissatisfaction, "You have been talking for 3 hours," and ended it by suddenly introducing deviants. What country are these deviants from? At least fill in the background setting. Facing the crowd's relentless questioning, the blind storyteller simply smiled mysteriously. If you wish to know what happens next, please tune in for the next chapter. This old man is tired today. Everyone, disperse. The crowd left while cursing and complaining. The tea house instantly lost its business. Ruan Tang also stood up and straightened her clothes, getting ready to leave with me. Today's date was pretty much wrapping up. Just as she walked to the door with me, the blind storyteller suddenly spoke up. The martial world having a Xu Yiyi is indeed good. But what about this nation of Hua having you? Hearing this, Ruan Tang froze for a moment. She looked left and right. Aside from the young cashier girl who was currently cleaning up, only she and I were left in the hall. Ruan Tang pointed at herself in confusion. Turning to me, she asked, "Is this old gentleman talking to us? Or is he talking to the air?" Without turning my head or slowing my pace, I just murmured softly, "Perhaps. If Xu Yiyi can guard own city for 100 years, why can't I guard the nation of Hua for 10,000 years? Hearing this arrogant yet powerful statement, the blind storyteller sat there expressionless. Only the hand gripping the purple clay teapot trembled slightly. I took Ruan Tang's hand, the playful, cheeky smile returning to my face. "Let us go, honey. Ignore this old man, he is just babbling nonsense. Let us go home." Being pulled outside by me, Ruan Tang curled her lip and said, 10,000 years, you brag without even drafting a script. Can you even live that long? You really think of yourself as some ancient monster, do not you? I immediately shot back, "Of course I can. Not only can I live that long, I will also love you for 10,000 years. No, 10,000 years is too short. I will love you for 1,000,000 years. Hearing this straightforward, cheesy declaration of love, Ruan Tang's face instantly turned red all the way to the tips of her ears, saying things like this in broad daylight. Your skin is truly thick. The blind storyteller's weathered face sighed as if talking to himself. Even those from outside the realm cannot live for 10,000 years, let alone us beings of mortal flesh and blood. The young cashier girl's eyes revealed a hint of confusion and curiosity. She asked softly, "Grandpa, do you know that tourist who just left?" The blind storyteller gently shook his head. Those eyes, though unseeing, seemed to gaze spiritedly into the distance. "I do not know him, but he is a martial artist with a cultivation of at least the 7th grade. The corners of his mouth curled into a self-deprecating smile. As he continued, a 7th grade junior grandmaster does not even have the right to know about outside the realm. Yet he delusionally dreams of guarding the nation of Hua for 10,000 years. Ruan Tang's pretty face was flushed from running. Under the setting sun, she looked incredibly charming and alluring. It made even me raise an eyebrow involuntarily. Looking at my stunningly beautiful wife before me, I thought to myself, the way this woman looks right now, she is clearly doing it on purpose. I nodded affirmatively in my mind. Definitely, this woman is usually so dignified and aloof. I did not expect her to have this kind of side in private. I deliberately put on a stern face and said with deadpan seriousness, "I promised your sister that I absolutely would not mess around." "Ruan, please conduct yourself with dignity." Ruan Tang froze instantly, her face covered in question marks. What kind of nonsense is this guy spouting? Everything was fine. Why is he suddenly talking crazy? When she realized what I meant, her beautiful eyes widened in humiliated anger. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Xu Yiyi, you jerk. If you dare spout nonsense again, see if I do not rip your mouth off." I feigned terror and took an exaggerated step back. I shouted loudly, "What? In broad daylight with everyone watching? You actually want to rip my clothes off?" It just so happened that a few pedestrians were walking past. Hearing this, they looked over with peculiar expressions. A few young girls even covered their mouths and smiled knowingly. Ruan Tang instantly felt her cheeks burning. She wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into right then and there. This was far too humiliating. How was she supposed to show her face in this area ever again? She hurriedly reached out and clamped her hand hard over my mouth. Dragging me, she quickly fled Yuhua Alley. It was not until we reached a secluded spot with no one around that she let go in frustration. Seeing that my wife was truly angry, I immediately dropped the cheeky grin. Lowering my voice, I humbly admitted my mistake. Alright, I was definitely in the wrong just now. Ruan Tang crossed her arms over her chest. Still unwilling to let it go, she interrogated, "Since you know you were wrong, then tell me, what exactly did you do wrong?" I pondered for a moment and summarized with a serious face. My mistake was that I should not have spoken the honest truth in my heart out loud in public, causing you embarrassment. Ruan Tang completely snapped this time. A mix of humiliation and anger, she screamed, "Xu Yiyi, you jerk. I'm going to kill you." Just as the two of us were messing around, a rather familiar female voice suddenly called out from a short distance away. Carrying a mix of surprise and delight, the voice called out, "Xu Yiyi, Ruan Tang." We looked toward the sound. To our surprise, the person calling out was Xu Yiyi. She was standing at the street corner a few dozen meters away, intimately holding a young man's arm. Seeing the two of us look over, Xu Yiyi excitedly waved her hand and called out, "Ruan Tang. I really did not expect to run into you guys here. What a coincidence." Ruan Tang straightened out her slightly disheveled clothes. Looking at her good friend Yao Yao with some surprise, she said, "What a coincidence indeed. Are you out shopping too?" Holding the man beside her, Xu Yiyi walked over. Smiling brightly, she said, "Yeah, my boyfriend and I finally both had some free time to go shopping." Xu Yiyi immediately introduced enthusiastically, "This is Lu Baiming. He is currently the vice president of the Third People's Hospital of Hang City, and the eldest young master of the Lu family, a famous family of traditional Chinese medicine." Beside her, Lu Baiming raised his chin slightly. His eyes were filled with unconcealed arrogance. The Lu family was a family of traditional Chinese medicine with a heritage spanning 300 years. Their foundation was profound and extraordinary. The Lu family was a towering mountain in the history of traditional Chinese medicine that could not be ignored. Ruan Tang directed her gaze to assess the man beside her best friend. She nodded secretly to herself, feeling that this person looked quite talented and distinguished. She gave a polite, light smile. "I am Ruan Tang. This is my husband, Xu Yiyi. Coincidentally, he is also a doctor, though currently he is a school doctor." "A school doctor? Which school does he work at?" Hearing this, Xu Yiyi widened her eyes in surprise. She truly had not expected that I was also in the same profession. Just as Ruan Tang was about to explain, Lu Baiming interjected flatly, "A school doctor who can't even perform a simple surgery, and only knows how to put band-aids on students. Does that even count as a doctor?" He shot me a disdainful glance. It was clear that this arrogant and haughty Vice President Lu had a massive prejudice against the profession of a school doctor. His words were completely lacking in politeness. Seeing this, Xu Yiyi looked incredibly embarrassed. She hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Ruan Tang, Xu Yiyi, do not misunderstand. Baiming's personality is just like this." Tugging on Lu Baiming's sleeve, she explained. "He is used to speaking his mind directly. He does not have any bad intentions. He does not actually mean any harm." I did not mind this at all, however. With my excellent temper, I gave a gentle smile. "It is fine. Everyone has a different understanding of professions. I do not mind." But Ruan Tang was a bit displeased. She pulled her best friend's arm and lowered her voice. "Yao Yao, is not your boyfriend speaking a bit too harshly?" Xu Yiyi pressed her hands together in a pleading gesture. Looking at Ruan Tang with pitiful eyes, she said, "I am sorry, I am so sorry. He is just your typical, clueless straight man. Please, for my sake, just forgive him." Looking at her best friend acting like this, Ruan Tang, although still feeling somewhat uncomfortable in her heart, could only drop the subject. After all, it would not be good to cause a scene to her face. To ease the tension, Xu Yiyi proactively suggested, "Let me treat you guys to dinner tonight. It has been so long since we hung out." However, Lu Baiming frowned imperceptibly and said in a low voice, "Yao Yao, I did not come to Donghai to eat with strangers. I came here to meet my professor." Xu Yiyi immediately glared at him. She scolded in a whisper, "Shut up. Own more word of nonsense out of you, and you can go back to Hang City. We are absolutely done." Hearing this, Lu Baiming instantly panicked. This was his first love. Both their parents had already met, and they were about to discuss a wedding date. How could they just be done like that? He was just about to open his mouth to defend himself, but seeing Xu Yiyi's angry expression, he knew she was genuinely mad. He instantly and obediently shut his mouth. He let out a helpless sigh in his heart, thinking, "It seems this is the only way. At worst, I will just invite the professor to eat together. I hope the professor won't mind a couple of outsiders." Although Ruan Tang instinctively wanted to refuse this awkward dinner, under Xu Yiyi's expectant gaze, she ultimately soft-heartedly agreed. Shooting Star Melody. This was a restaurant with an odd-sounding name, but it was a highly characteristic restaurant with extremely luxurious decor, and was incredibly famous in Donghai City. It was said that the boss of this place was a big spender, sparing no expense to hire top chefs from all 8 great culinary traditions of China to helm the kitchen, all to create top-tier gourmet food. Here, as long as you were willing to spend the money, Even if dragon meat from the heavens could not be eaten, there was no earthly delicacy they could not prepare. Inside the private dining room, Ruan Tang looked at the luxurious menu and could not help but tease her best friend. Just to apologize, you are really spending a fortune this time. Xu Yiyi rolled her eyes. While pouring tea for the two of us, she said, why would I hold back with you? With our years of friendship, what is own meal? She put down the teapot and lowered her voice. To tell you the truth, my boyfriend specifically took half a day off this time. But it was not mainly to accompany me. He found out that his university doctoral advisor recently came to work in Donghai. So he specifically rushed over overnight, wanting to have a meal with his professor to build connections. Black lines of exasperation instantly appeared on Ruan Tang's forehead. So, you were afraid of being bored by yourself. So you forcefully kept me here to act as a prop for you. Xu Yiyi feigned anger. Tang, saying that really hurts my feelings. Our sisterhood is so deep. I mainly just wanted to catch up with you. Ruan Tang gave a cold laugh. She said with extreme perfunctoriness, ha, woman. Is there a single word of truth that comes out of your mouth? I sat down quietly eating peanuts on the side. Then, a scene I completely did not expect occurred. Lu Baiming made a phone call to his professor, but after ringing only a few times, the call was hung up. Lu Baiming could not hold on to his pride. So, under his girlfriend's increasingly strange gaze, the stubborn man gritted his teeth and initiated a video call to his professor instead. This time, the call was answered very quickly. The moment the screen lit up, an extremely impatient, elderly voice rang out. What do you want? Are not you annoying? Lu Baiming was startled. He hurriedly coughed respectfully. Professor, it is me, Baiming. I heard you came to work in Donghai City, so I rushed over, hoping to treat you to a meal. On the other end, the old man flatly refused in a bad mood. I'm very busy, let us eat next time I am free. Saying that, he was about to hang up. Lu Baiming was left speechless, his heart feeling bitter. His professor was great in every way, except that he treated medicine like his own life. He often forgot to even eat when researching medical techniques. Seeing that the professor was about to hang up, Lu Baiming had no choice but to use his trump card, revealing the other purpose of this trip. Professor, I plan to get married, so I wanted to bring my girlfriend to meet you. However, the professor on the video call remained silent, not even batting an eyelid. Lu Baiming knew then that the professor truly did not want to come out and socialize. He could only helplessly abandon the idea of meeting his professor. Sighing, he turned the camera around, pointing it at Xu Yiyi beside him. Hurry and say hello. Xu Yiyi hastily composed her expression. Respectfully facing the camera, she said, "Oh, Professor. I am Baiming's girlfriend, Xu Yiyi." The professor's voice remained dismissive, clearly showing no interest in such worldly pleasantries. He just wanted to end the call as quickly as possible. But right at that moment, as the camera was moving, it briefly swept past my face as I sat opposite them drinking tea. Then, the previously disheartened Lu Baiming suddenly and clearly felt a massive shift in his professor's state on the other end. The professor became instantly agitated, his eyes widening like brass bells. He shouted urgently, "Wait, who was that just now? Why is the director with you? Turn your phone to the right. Quick, let me see who else is there." Director, what director? Lu Baiming looked bewildered, completely unable to make sense of the situation. He subconsciously complied anyway. That is Ruan Tang and Su Lai, my girlfriend's friends. The professor was so excited he was incoherent. Good, excellent. Where are you? Send me your location immediately. I am coming to find you right now. Before Lu Baiming could even react, he heard his professor turn around and roar to the people behind him. I found where the director is. Li Shouzhong, stop researching. Gather everyone and get ready to head out. Lu Baiming was a bit stunned. Holding his phone, he froze on the spot. He could not understand why his professor's attitude had changed so rapidly, practically becoming a different person. But upon second thought, he figured it must be because the professor cared about the lifelong happiness of his prized pupil. After all, he was a member of the Lu family. Thinking of this, his heart could not help but feel warm. Professor, do not rush. I will send you the restaurant's address right away. After hanging up, Lu Baiming could not hide the joy on his face. I have good news for everyone. My professor is willing to come over. Xu Yiyi gave a rather perfunctory response. She did not have much good feeling toward that eccentric old man. Lu Baiming thought for a moment, then looked at me and Ruan Tang solemnly, advising us seriously. You too, my professor has a rather eccentric temper. Not only are his medical skills superb, but his status is also extremely high. So later on, please try to speak less and eat more. Whatever you do, do not interrupt randomly, lest you upset the professor. Ruan Tang nodded obediently. She even made a gesture of zipping her lips shut. Understood, dear. Do not worry, we absolutely won't speak out of turn. Under the table, Xu Yiyi gave her boyfriend a hard kick. Why do not you try speaking a little less yourself? Why do you have to be so bossy? Lu Baiming looked innocent and confused. What did I do wrong? I am doing this for everyone's own good. He truly did not think there was anything wrong with what he said. He even felt he had phrased it quite tactfully. Xu Yiyi rolled her eyes hard, too lazy to argue with him anymore. But when she turned back to speak to Ruan Tang, she found the latter making a mysterious gesture. Lu Baiming originally thought it would take at least an hour for his professor to arrive. But in less than 20 minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the private room door. Not only did the other party arrive, but they brought heavy gifts. More accurately, they brought a massive, dense crowd of people, completely blocking the hallway. Lu Baiming looked closely. There had to be at least 15 of them. All of them were white-haired old men and women, each owned full of vigor and possessing a powerful aura. With his sharp eyes, Lu Baiming instantly recognized many of them as absolute titans of the medical field. Figures who frequently appeared in textbooks and on the covers of top medical journals. Among them were a few old masters of traditional Chinese medicine, whom even his own incredibly arrogant grandfather would have to greet with the etiquette of a junior, and respectfully address as senior. You could safely say, these 16 people before him were the absolute top-tier elites of the medical community. They were the pillars of the nation of Hua. A mere stomp of their feet could cause earthquakes in the medical world. Lu Baiming's eyes instantly filled with hot tears. He was trembling all over with excitement. What right did I, Lu Baiming, have to deserve this? It was enough for my professor to come, but he actually mobilized so many prominent figures. What does this mean? Aside from these seniors giving face to my professor, Li Shouzhong, it also shows how much they value me as a junior. Lu Baiming stood up excitedly. With a choked voice, he said, Professor, seniors, thank you all for your blessings. I will definitely hold Yao Yao's hand and grow old together with her. However, an awkward scene occurred. That group of old men and women completely ignored him, as if he were just a puff of air. They did not even spare him a single glance. They walked straight past Lu Baiming, heading directly for me, who was sitting by the window with my head down, drinking tea. Their eyes flickered with fanatical light. These medical titans did not even sit down. They just crowded around me, like a group of little fans meeting their idol. They all started chattering and talking over one another. My director said, why did not you come to work today? Our whole group has been waiting eagerly at the door of the school infirmary. Our legs went completely numb standing there. Old Li, your attitude is incorrect. What is wrong with waiting? For the sake of medical arts, I can wait. Whether it is a year or 10 years. Even until the end of my life, I would have no complaints or regrets. You old geezer, stop singing a high tune here. Who is it complaining about leg pain at the infirmary door just now? I heard everything. Nonsense, that definitely was not me. My body is tough and healthy. The old men continuously tore down each other's facades, completely abandoning the dignity of medical titans. The private room instantly became as noisy as a wet market. Lu Baiming was utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at this scene, saying weakly, Professor, seniors, did you mistake him for someone else? He is Xu Yiyi, I am Lu Baiming. Ruan Tang and Xu Yiyi were also bewildered. Blinking their large eyes, they wondered, what is going on here? Why did all these big shots make a beeline straight for Xu Yiyi? Only then did the titan known as Li Shouzhong turn his head. He pulled an old man out from the crowd. Yan Gui, your student is calling you. Hurry up and get rid of him. Do not delay our important business. The old man named Yan Gui looked back in surprise. You have not left yet. I thought you left ages ago. Lu Baiming felt as if an arrow had pierced his chest. So, Professor, you never even cared whether I was here or not. Yan Gui waved his hand. Forget it. It is fine that you did not leave. It just so happens we need someone here to serve tea and pour water. First, go tell the waiter to change us to a larger private room. This one is too small. We are packed like sardines. Only at this moment did Lu Baiming realize that I was the only one sitting steadily on the side, eating peanuts, with absolutely no intention of speaking. Meanwhile, his professor and the other senior medical experts were actually all standing, and standing with their backs straight, at that. It was exactly like subordinates waiting for a superior's inspection. A thought suddenly popped into Lu Baiming's mind, a thought so bold that it scared even him. Could Xu Yiyi be the director of some national-level medical association? But that should not be the case either. What kind of big shots has not my professor seen? He has met plenty of top-tier figures in various fields, yet he has never acted with such deference. Lu Baiming was utterly bewildered, feeling his worldview crumbling. He said cautiously, "Professor, Xu Yiyi is just a school doctor. Let me pour tea for you all first." Li Shouzhong cut Lu Baiming off directly. Shaking his head with a face full of regret, he said, "Sigh, it is hopeless. This child is ruined." Yan Gui frowned even deeper and said, "Lin Qiu, when you have time, give my student here a brain scan. See if there is a hole in his head or if he is missing a few screws." Lu Baiming wanted to cry but had no tears. He stood there at a total loss. What on earth is going on? What exactly did he do wrong to make these titans treat him like this? Lin Qiu gave a soft umph. "You want me to examine him? Sure. Give up your position as the night shift doctor at the school infirmary to me. Not only will I examine your student, but I will also give you a checkup while I am at it." Hearing this, Yan Gui reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Give you that position? Then I would truly have a hole in my head. Do not even think about it." Lu Baiming grew anxious and advised loudly, "Professor, with your status and medical skills, you should have far better prospects. Going to a school infirmary is a complete waste of your talent." Lin Qiu, however, nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Yes, exactly right. I think your student is absolutely correct. Yan Gui, hurry up and give up the seat. Stop occupying the latrine without doing your business." "Enough," Li Shouzhong suddenly shouted with full authority. "Look at the time. Do not forget our purpose for coming to see Director Xu today." The breathing of the doctors instantly hitched. The arguing stopped abruptly. Their gazes gradually grew fervent. As they looked at me in unison, Ruan Tang and Xu Yaoyao were frightened by this fanatical atmosphere. They silently shifted their chairs backward. This scene was not something small fry like them could get involved in. The two women had an illusion. If there was not still a shred of rational restraint holding this group back, these old men and women would probably have pounced on me like starving tigers long ago. Li Shouzhong took a deep breath. He straightened his clothes and took the initiative to speak. "Director Xu, actually, the reason we came today is that we have an important matter to discuss with you." However, I merely shot Li Shouzhong a flat glance. Still holding my teacup, I did not speak. I then went back to eating peanuts. Li Shouzhong and the others twitched their eyebrows, their hearts skipping a beat. "Oh no, Director Xu is unhappy." Seeing this, Yan Gui hurriedly added, "Director Xu, please do not misunderstand. We absolutely have no intention of stealing the credit. All the glory belongs to you." I put down my teacup and slowly turned my gaze to Yan Gui. Still I said nothing. That calm gaze made everyone's hearts turn cold once again. They all sighed inwardly. A medical breakthrough like this. If the nation of Hua cannot take full charge of it, what a massive regret that would be. This is the turning point for the rise of Hua's medical science. A few of the more emotional old doctors already had red-rimmed eyes. Tears were swirling, but they forced themselves to hold them back. On the other side, Lu Baiming, who had been watching the whole time, felt his brain completely short-circuiting. He could not believe everything he had just heard. Xu Yiyi, the husband of Xu Yaoyao's best friend, Ruan Tang, the deadbeat who made Ruan Tang the laughingstock of Donghai 5 years ago, a seemingly ordinary school infirmary director. His medical skills have actually reached a level where these titans bow in submission, even to the point of winning a Nobel Prize in medicine. And yet, just a moment ago, I acted like a jumping clown, mocking him for only knowing how to put band-aids on students, and saying he did not even count as a doctor. Lu Baiming felt a burning pain on his face, as if he were being slapped repeatedly. He was ashamed to the extreme, wishing he could disappear immediately. I finally opened my mouth slowly. My tone was as calm as if I were commenting on the nice weather. "Did not you tell me to speak less?" I glanced at Lu Baiming and added flatly, "You said you were afraid Ruan Tang and I would speak out of turn and offend your eccentric professor." The entire room fell dead silent instantly. Everyone looked confused. More than a dozen pairs of eyes swept toward Lu Baiming in unison. Their gazes were filled with shock, anger, and a questioning glare of "Do you have a death wish?" Lu Baiming was completely stunned. He had indeed said that. He had repeatedly warned and instructed them before entering. At this moment, Lu Baiming did not dare to utter a single word. Yan Gui wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked cautiously, "Director Xu, That was just this kid being ignorant. Do you have any objections to what we discussed earlier? I stretched lazily and said casually, I have no objections. I never said I disagreed. You guys arrange it however you see fit. Then I suddenly remembered something. But there is one most important thing. I put on a serious face. My only condition. If it can't be met, then the deal is off. Yenge and the others immediately straightened their backs. Looking extremely solemn, they pulled out their little notebooks, ready to record my demands. Even if it was an astronomical patent fee, they would accept it. I shrugged and glanced at Ruan Tang beside me. As for me, I do not have any grand ambitions. I just want to be a quiet salted fish, and accompany my daughter as she grows up. Therefore, I do not want to be famous. If you can accept this condition, then take it. If you can't, then there is nothing to discuss. I just do not want my daily life disturbed by the media. We can accept it, we definitely can. The crowd grew anxious and hurriedly agreed in unison. As long as the core technology remains in Hua, what does authorship matter? Only Lin Qiu cautiously advised, Director Xu. You are too indifferent to fame and fortune. At the very least, you should put a name on it. You should also consider the honor of Dongli University. I rubbed my chin and pondered for a moment. True, since we are taking up space at the university. How about this? Make Zhou Feng and Lu Nanwei the second and third authors. As for the rest, you guys arrange it as you see fit. Lu Nanwei, Lu Baiming, hiding in the corner, was stunned again. Is not that his rebellious younger sister who ran away from home? The doctors were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. Even if I asked them to put a dog's name as the author, they would have agreed without hesitation at this moment. In the face of the glory of the rise of Hua's medical science, the specific author's name was not important, as long as it was a citizen of Hua with a patriotic heart, as long as this technology belonged to the nation of Hua. Lin Qiu, doctoral advisor of neurology at Dongli University, on behalf of the nation of Hua, on behalf of all the people, and on behalf of countless medical professionals researching neurology, I thank you. The white-haired Lin Qiu, this titan who usually stood high above others, now had a face covered in tears. Her voice trembled but was resolute, as if using a lifetime's worth of strength to express her gratitude. Thank you, Su Lai. Lin Qiu choked out a sob and murmured softly once again. This time, she did not use the distant title Director Su. Instead, she called my name from the bottom of her heart. With boundless respect, I agreed to share my medical breakthrough with the top medical experts. Unexpectedly, the waitress mistook me for a cult leader preaching. She even called the police. The waitress could not understand why this group of white-haired old men and women before her would surround a young man with tears streaming down their faces, not only bowing deeply but also thanking him incessantly. Frightened out of her wits by this scene, the waitress held her breath and carefully closed the private room door. Trembling, she took out her phone, dialed the number, and called the police. About half an hour later, several police officers walked out of the private room with dark faces. Obviously, having confirmed this was a massive misunderstanding, they severely lectured the person who made the report. I looked at the terrified young girl before me, gently waved my hand and said, "It is no big deal. Stop scolding the poor girl. What she did was actually right." With a forgiving smile on my face, I swept my gaze over the somewhat embarrassed crowd around me, and added self-deprecatingly, "After all, our posture just now did look quite suspicious." Lin Qiu and her old friends were currently in high spirits. That kind of joy was even more intense than passing the imperial exams or the wedding night. They completely ignored this little interlude. Facing this minor misunderstanding, these titans of the medical world naturally displayed immense tolerance. They laughed it off and expressed their understanding. Soon after, they were moved to a larger private room. After everyone took their seats in the spacious and luxurious new room, Lin Qiu, Yengue, and the other doctors who were usually extremely disciplined acted completely out of character and began pouring wine. Especially Li Shouzhong, the director of the emergency department. Due to his profession, he usually did not touch a single drop of alcohol. This was not only to be responsible for himself, but more importantly, to be responsible for every patient. But on this special day today, they all made an exception. One by one, their faces glowing red, they raised their wine glasses. With feelings of profound reverence, they continuously toasted and thanked me. Ruan Tang sat to the side, looking somewhat worried. She shot me an angry glare, and complained in a low voice, "What if someone drinks themselves to death? Why are not you stopping them?" Looking at these elderly people in their 60s and 70s, she felt incredibly anxious. After all, They were not strong and healthy young men who could just chug alcohol casually. I gently patted the back of Ruan Tang's hand and gave her a reassuring look. Do not worry. With me here watching over them, absolutely nothing will go wrong. I looked at this group of old people with gentle eyes, thinking to myself, let these elders, who have worked hard their entire lives for the nation and its people, completely relax and rest for a moment. Taking advantage of the toasts going around, Xu Yiyi quietly tugged on Ruan Tang's sleeve and asked curiously, Ruan Tang, who exactly is Xu Yiyi? That is a Nobel Prize. Her heart was filled with complex emotions. Originally, she hated me to the bone, feeling that abandoning her best friend for 5 whole years was simply an inhuman thing to do. But the sudden reversal of everything that had just happened completely changed her view of me, especially when Lu Baiming told her that my research could benefit the entire world and bring light and hope to countless families plunged into darkness. Just the current research achievement alone could awaken vegetative patience. This was simply immeasurable merit. I seemed to hear their whispering, so I leaned over, looked at the 2 girls, and said in a flat tone but with a smile, me, I am just an ordinary person. Xu Yiyi's eyes widened. She lowered her voice and asked in disbelief, an ordinary person can win a Nobel Prize. You really are a fool. Why did you give up the chance to leave your name on it? She truly could not understand my thought process. This was a golden opportunity to become world famous. Do you have any idea how much glory this means? I turned my head to look at the woman beside me, my eyes filled with doting affection. I answered seriously, none of that is important. My main concern is that my wife might feel inferior. Hearing this, Ruan Tang stomped hard on my foot in shy annoyance. Gritting her teeth, she smiled. Well then, I really must thank you, sacrificing such a huge honor just for me. Feeling the pressure on the top of my foot, I did not mind it at all. Instead, I replied as if it were only natural, it is what I should do. Doing anything for you is exactly what I should do. Ruan Tang looked at my calm profile, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Fame, power, wealth, I had just cast them all aside, not caring about them in the slightest. She really could not see through this man anymore. He abandoned everything the world dreamed of having. What exactly did he want? Could it really just be for this family? As if seeing through Ruan Tang's thoughts, I suddenly leaned into her ear, my gentle breath brushing against the shell of her ear. I said softly, what I want is you. Ruan Tang pushed me away with a cold face. If you spout nonsense again, bear the consequences. Yet her face was frighteningly hot. I leaned back smoothly, a playful smile hanging on my lips. What consequences? Can you be more specific, so I can mentally prepare myself? Ruan Tang opened her mouth, but found she could not speak at all. Right, what could she possibly punish me with, aside from losing her temper? It seemed she had no other methods. Watching her adorable, flustered demeanor, I feigned remorse and said, actually, I regret it a bit. I should have given the state a condition earlier, to make you marry me. Rubbing my chin, I added with a straight face, the condition would be, I will hand over the research only when Ruan Tang marries me. I will let the state court you for me. Ruan Tang was so angered by this man's rogue logic that she laughed. She rolled her eyes at me, and snapped, in your dreams. The state would not care about something like this. I looked deeply at her, and said in a low, magnetic voice, if it is a dream without you, then even a beautiful dream would be completely tasteless to me. Ruan Tang knitted her delicate brows and fell into deep thought. These words did not sound like much at first, and upon careful consideration, they seemed to make sense. But why did it feel so weird? She felt as if this guy had taken advantage of her verbally once again. She simply turned her head away and ignored me, to avoid falling into my verbal traps again. I chuckled softly, thinking to myself that my wife really was thin-skinned. Just then, Li Shouzhong and the others came over with wine glasses to toast again. And then, with a collective thump, they all collapsed in a drunken stupor. I looked at the old professors collapsed all over the floor, shook my head with a light chuckle, picked up my wine glass and took a sip. My eyes carried the calm detachment of, everyone is drunk, but I alone am sober. Seeing this, Lu Baiming spoke with overwhelming bravado. Out drinking a bunch of old folks is no real skill. I will drink with you, let us not go home until we are drunk tonight. I put down my wine glass and nodded. My expression remained as calm as water. I replied flatly, sure, since you want to drink, then I will drink with you. The two of us started a drinking contest. Glasses of baijiu were downed one after another. Lu Baiming looked at me in surprise. He thought to himself, this guy can really hold his liquor. He is completely unaffected. He looked at me, whose expression had not changed at all. He silently calculated in his mind. We have already downed several pounds of baijiu. An ordinary person would have collapsed long ago. Yet this guy is still sitting upright. I swirled the empty wine glass in my hand, looking at Lu Baiming across from me, whose eyes were already glazed over. I asked, "Can you still keep going? If not, then let us call it a night." Lu Baiming curled his lip and forced himself to say, "I advise you to prepare a few plastic bags in advance. Otherwise you will throw up in the car on the way back. I am known as the Wine Immortal." I gave a light chuckle, and did not contradict him. Just a short half-hour later, the self-proclaimed Wine Immortal, Lu Baiming, was completely drunk under the table, dead to the world. In the taxi on the way home, Ruan Tang turned to look at me. "You drank so much just now. Is your body really okay?" I smiled and said it was not that much. To me, that little bit of wine is just like drinking water. It won't have any effect on my body at all. Ruan Tang raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing a word I said. "That was at least 5 pounds of baijiu, and you call it not much. Why do you love bragging so much? A normal person would have been sent to the hospital long ago." I said half jokingly and half seriously. "I would probably need another 100 pounds to actually get drunk. This amount really is not anything. It is not even enough for me to rinse my mouth with." Ruan Tang gave a flat after hearing that, and stopped paying attention to this bragging man. She turned to look at the night scenery rushing past the window, sinking into her own thoughts. The taxi driver glanced through the rearview mirror, and could not help but sigh. "You are still too young. You really do not understand a girl's heart." I raised an eyebrow, and looked at the driver's seat with some confusion. "Master, what do you mean by that? How am I too young? Please enlighten me." The driver spoke with the tone of a seasoned veteran. "Based on my years of experience, the girl next to you was likely prepared to let you rest your head on her lap if you were drunk." He shook his head, and said with frustration at my lack of progress, "You missed a golden opportunity. At a time like this, even if you are not drunk, you have to pretend to be. Do not you know how the game is played?" I fell into silence after hearing this. The atmosphere in the car instantly became a bit peculiar. Sensing that something was off, the driver stopped talking as well. The taxi drove toward Haitang Mountain in an eerily quiet atmosphere. Halfway there, I suddenly clutched my head exaggeratedly, and let out a cry of surprise. I put on a pained expression and shouted, "My head is suddenly so dizzy. The world is spinning. Honey, I can't take it anymore. I need a lap pillow to rest for a bit before I can recover." Ruan Tang shot me a cold glance. She heartlessly spat out 2 words, "Go away." Then she turned her head to the side, completely ignoring my clumsy acting. I looked helplessly at the driver in front of me. Why is not she following your script? Has your years of experience become obsolete in this version of the world? The driver said speechlessly, "I already broke the ice for you. She is shy, so of course she won't agree now. Besides, you called her Tiff. What kind of play are you acting out here?" I turned my head and looked at Ruan Tang earnestly. The latter seemed to sense my burning gaze, and turned her head to look back. Our gazes met in the air. I proposed with a face full of sincerity. "Can we pretend we did not hear what he just said? And could you ask me the question again? I feel like we could go through that routine one more time." Ruan Tang helplessly rubbed her forehead. "How can this man be so thick-skinned?" She said in annoyance, "You are not drunk. Stop pretending. That acting just now was way too flamboyant." I hurriedly waved my hands in denial, spouting nonsense with a straight face. "I am drunk, truly drunk. I am seeing double of you right now. If you do not believe me, hold up some fingers and test me." The driver could not help but chime in with a song lyric, "I am beautiful, so beautiful," but he instantly felt a chill down his spine. It felt as if 2 murderous gazes were sweeping over him. He quickly shut his mouth, shrank his neck and said, you two talk. I promise not to interrupt anymore. I will focus on driving and get you to your destination safely." Ruan Tang looked at my rascally behavior, and sighed, asking, "Are you really drunk?" There was a trace of scrutiny in her eyes, as if trying to confirm whether I was faking it. I nodded firmly. "More real than pure gold. I feel like the ceiling is spinning right now. I must find a soft place to lean on." Ruan Tang gave a calm but made no further move. I thought the fake drunk plan had failed. Just as I was about to give up, a hand suddenly pressed down on my head. I felt my body tilt, and following that force, I fell onto Ruan Tang's lap. The tip of my nose was instantly filled with a faint, pleasant fragrance, making my heart flutter. I was momentarily stunned, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of my mouth. Then I closed my eyes with peace of mind, savoring this rare tenderness and moment of tranquility. Under the cover of night, Donghai City's lights were colorful, shining through the car window intermittently onto Ruan Tang's face. The interplay of light and shadow made her expression hard to read. Beauty is always fleeting. It felt as if I had only closed my eyes for a short while. Before the car slowly came to a stop, the driver reminded us, "I can only take you this far. They do not allow cars further up." The driver said with a chuckle, "Are you two still coming to see the crabapple flowers this late? It is past 9 of the clock now. This place should be locked up. You won't be able to get in." I paid the fare, took Ruan Tang's hand, and said, "We live here." Then, under the driver's dumbfounded gaze, we walked up the mountain step by step. The driver watched their departing backs, utterly shocked in his heart. There was only own house on that mountain, the Haitang Villa, worth 500 million yuan. These two were actually the owners. He could not help but gasp, marveling that he had actually picked up such top-tier wealthy socialites today. And he had just been teaching them how to date. Talk about teaching a fish how to swim. I pushed open the door to our home, and immediately saw our daughter, Xu, standing by the door looking sulky. Seeing her parents return, the little girl immediately opened her arms and pounced over excitedly. She cried out in a milky voice, "Daddy, Mommy." Like a bird returning to its nest, she rushed into our arms, her face overflowing with a pure and innocent smile. Ruan Tang quickly leaned over to pick up E, and gave her a kiss on her pink cheek. She asked tenderly, "Sweetie, it is so late. Why are not you in bed yet?" Xu Yiyi did not say a word, only staring at Ruan Tang and me with those large, watery eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and there seemed to be a trace of grievance and unease in her gaze. Ruan Lan was standing not far away, leaning against the wall with a look of despair. She said weakly, "You guys are finally back. I was almost worked to death today." She let out a yawn and complained, "Your daughter adamantly refused to sleep. She insisted on waiting at the front door for you to come home. I am handing Yi over to you now. I am going to sleep." After Ruan Lan dragged her exhausted body away, Xu Yiyi leaned her head on Ruan Tang's shoulder and whispered, "I thought Daddy and Mommy did not want Yi anymore." Yi was so scared. This single sentence made both Ruan Tang and me freeze at the same time. It felt as if our hearts had been violently tugged by something. Filled with guilt and heartache, I reached out my long arms and pulled the mother and daughter into a tight embrace. I said in a low, firm voice, "Silly child. How could Daddy ever not want you?" My eyes flickered with a resolute light. "I can give up the Immortal Realm. I can give up my cultivation level. I can abandon everything in this world. But Yi, I will never let you go." Xu Yiyi blinked her bright, large eyes, and asked innocently, "Then what about Mommy? If Daddy only wants Yi, won't Mommy be very sad too?" I laughed and tightened my arms. "Is not Daddy holding both of you together right now? Both of you are the most important people to Daddy. I can't do without either of you." Xu Yiyi gave me a big, loud kiss on the cheek. She laughed happily. "Daddy, Mommy, it is so good to be your daughter." Hearing this, Ruan Tang inexplicably felt a sting in her nose and her eyes grew misty. She could not help but hug the daughter in her arms tighter, secretly vowing in her heart to protect all of this. She told herself inwardly that this time, she would never let anyone take Yi away again, even if she had to stake her own life, to ensure her daughter's safety. Deep in the night by the sea, Tan Chang stood alone in a lonely pavilion, letting the biting sea breeze beat against his body. At this moment, however, he felt his Tao heart become crystal clear. He bowed respectfully toward the void. "Senior Flower Fairy, I know you must be observing me from the shadows, though we have never met. Tan expresses his gratitude to you. If you truly wish to strike at the Jiang family, Tan will certainly assist with all his might, even if it means being smashed to pieces. I must repay your kindness and the favor of your teachings." Inside Haitang Villa, I stood by the window on the second floor, looking at the silhouette by the distant sea with a hesitant expression. There was not a soul within miles of Tan Chang. Who was he talking to? Moreover, this act of talking to himself and bowing to thin air was not happening for the first time. I could not help but wonder if Tan Chang had schizophrenia. In my doubt, I released my divine sense to scan him, and my expression became even more puzzled. Aside from having a shorter lifespan, his body and mind were perfectly fine. "How strange. Why did you stop the story?" Ruan Tang shot me a confused look. Tonight was bedtime story time as usual. Why had I suddenly stopped? "Daddy?" Xu Yiyi also poked her little head out from the covers. She called out adorably, "He wants to hear the story. I want to hear the story of Qing Feng Venerable." I withdrew my gaze and turned back to the bedside. Coming. I continued narrating the tale of Qing Feng Venerable. Before long, Xu Yiyi fell asleep to the sound of the story. I looked at my sleeping daughter and asked softly, "She is asleep. Do you still want to listen?" Only the bedside lamp was lit in the room, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Under the dim, yellow light, Ruan Tang sat up and asked with a strange expression, "Why would not I? I think it is quite interesting." "You have not finished yet." The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. I sat on the edge of the bed and whispered, "Actually, we could take advantage of this beautiful night to do something more meaningful." Ruan Tang felt her heart skip a beat. Her hands gripped the corner of the quilt tightly. She stuttered nervously, What do you want to do?" "I am warning you, he is right here." But Ruan Tang did not have time to react at all. She could only watch helplessly as I drew closer. A surge of inexplicable palpitations seemed to make her stop thinking. She subconsciously closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, like the wings of a startled butterfly, silently revealing the apprehension and expectation in her heart. However, after a long moment passed, the scene Ruan Tang anticipated did not happen. She opened her eyes in confusion, only to see my face right in front of her. I leaned in close and said with an extremely serious and solemn expression, "I see that you have an extraordinary constitution and innate talent. Why do not I teach you the path to immortality tonight?" The room fell into a deathly silence. Ruan Tang looked at the dead serious man before her, feeling as if a stampede of 1,000 beasts were charging through her heart. My eyes seemed to hold the sun, moon, and stars, filled with a lethal attraction. But Ruan Tang wished she could slap him right now, and then slap herself. What on earth was she expecting just now? To actually think this clueless blockhead was going to kiss her. Ruan Tang pinched herself hard and said coldly, "Get out." I had not realized the severity of the situation yet. Continuing to advise her, "The moon is bright and the stars are few. Tonight, the spiritual energy is easiest to absorb. It is truly suitable for cultivation. Do not miss this chance. Get out." Ruan Tang grew even more annoyed, her face turning red like a ripe apple. "Cultivate immortality, cultivate your big head." She grabbed the pillow behind her and hurled it at me with force. "Fine, no cultivation then." "Why the violence?" I nimbly dodged backward and caught the pillow, then suddenly froze. I asked tentatively, "Wait. You did not think I was going to kiss you, did you?" "I did not." Ruan Tang bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She denied it flatly. I realized then. "I am sorry, I did not realize you were thinking that." I quickly put the pillow down, adopting a cooperative stance. "Then let us start over. I won't mention immortality. You close your eyes first. This time, I definitely won't let you down." Ruan Tang wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She jumped straight out of bed, and pushed and shoved me out of the room. I was shut outside the door, yet I still persisted in calling out, "Maybe we really should cultivate. I know a dual cultivation method that is perfect for you." I stood outside the door and sighed, thinking, why can't I get through to this woman? In the southern Immortal Realm, there was a spirit clan. Though they numbered fewer than 10,000, they were famous everywhere, all because their cultivation technique was extremely unique, named Ling. Though the name was just own word, its effect made countless cultivators green with envy. The conditions for cultivation were not harsh. It only required blood-related kin to cultivate together. However, the total amount of spiritual power obtained was the product of the two individuals' quantities multiplied. In other words, if Ruan Tang cultivated this with her sister Ruan Lan or daughter Xu, given equal talent, a normal person would only get 10 points of energy. But under the magical effect of the Ling technique, Ruan Tang and the other person would both gain 20 points. If a normal person got 100, they would get 200. The higher the realm, the greater the benefit. To put it another way, as long as own person worked hard at cultivating, the other, even if they spent all day eating, playing, and sleeping, would still see their realm increase. I let out a sigh, turned back to my room, and prepared to continue my meditation. But I had barely sat down when the door was pushed open a tiny crack. A suspicious silhouette slipped through the gap. I opened my eyes slightly, recognizing the person by the moonlight. A smile could not help but curl onto my lips. Ruan Lan's small figure carefully closed the door. Looking at the pitch-black room, those lively eyes darted around in the darkness. Ruan Lan felt her way toward the bed on tiptoe, reaching out her small hand to feel the covers, but found no own. She froze in place, utterly confused. Listening to the noise, I could not hold it in any longer. My voice suddenly drifted out from by the window, breaking the silence with a hint of playfulness. What are you doing? Ruan Lan was already on edge, and was scared out of her wits by the sudden sound. She could not help but scream, "Ghost." I shook my head helplessly and turned on the room lights, thinking to myself, fortunately, this room is soundproofed. Otherwise, this would be impossible to explain in the middle of the night. As the lights came on, Ruan Lan finally saw it was me. Her face instantly flushed as she shouted angrily, "Brother-in-law, you scared me on purpose." I raised an eyebrow. Looking at the exasperated sister-in-law, I asked unhurriedly, "If I remember correctly, this is my room. What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Ruan Lan became a bit sheepish. After stammering for a while, she finally said embarrassed, "I have something I want you to help me with," but I was shy. My sister-in-law came looking for my help in the middle of the night. Hearing her words, my expression instantly turned serious, and I shrank back. "Ruan Lan, please conduct yourself with dignity." Ruan Lan's head was full of question marks. She was just too hungry to sleep and wanted me to make her a late-night snack. Hearing my words, her face darkened instantly. "I am hungry, go cook some food." I curled my lip and refused without hesitation. "I have to be responsible to my future brother-in-law. I can't feed you into a pig. Hurry back to sleep." A row of black lines instantly appeared on Ruan Lan's forehead. She gave a huffy snort and stubbornly planted herself in my room. "Then I am not leaving." I looked at my sister-in-law monopolizing my bed, my face turning dark. I asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing? Get up quickly. Your sister is about to come in." Ruan Lan lay lazily on the bed with her eyes closed, looking exactly like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. "I'm already asleep. I can't hear a word you are saying." I looked at this girl, who was a college sophomore but still acting like a child. With a serious expression, I warned her again, "Hurry up and get up. Your sister is really coming." Ruan Lan grunted twice, completely disbelieving me. She said confidently, "Stop trying to trick me. My sister never comes into your room. It has been like that since we were kids." I looked toward the door with a peculiar look in my eyes. I emphasized once again, "She is really here. I never trick people." "You still have time to run," Ruan Lan said loudly. "What kind of storms has not I, Ruan Lan, seen? You think this childish trick can fool me? Either cook for me, or I will just keep staying here." I glanced at my wife, who was already standing at the silently open door. I asked slowly, "Are not you afraid she will find out you are here?" Ruan Lan completely failed to notice the anomaly behind her. She continued to speak shamelessly, "If I was afraid, I would not have come. I am just going to stay here and see what you can do about it." I shrugged helplessly and stopped talking, thinking to myself, "You brought this upon yourself. I did my absolute best to warn you. You just refused to believe it." After Ruan Lan finished speaking, she suddenly felt the temperature in the room plummet. A cold wind sent a chill down the back of her neck. Her expression instantly turned blank. Mechanically, she looked toward the door. Ruan Lan turned her head incredibly stiffly, and saw her sister standing at the door with a face as cold as frost. She gritted her teeth, glaring at me, and roared in a low voice, "Xu Yiyi, you set me up." I spread my hands with a look of complete innocence. "I have been telling the truth the whole time. It is your own fault for not believing me. You can't blame me." Covering her face, Ruan Lan tried to slip away along the wall. She muttered softly, "You can't see me. You can't see me." Ruan Tang stood at the door with an ugly expression. She had originally come to discuss something with me, only to open the door and see her sister. She reached out and grabbed her sister by the scruff of the neck. "Since when did this start?" Caught by the scruff of destiny, Ruan Lan forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "Sis, this is a misunderstanding. Brother-in-law, hurry up and help me explain." Watching this scene, I shook my head slightly. With an expression of being utterly unable to help, I said, "Paper cannot wrap fire. Since the matter has been exposed, there is no way to cover it up." Ruan Lan clearly felt her sister's murderous aura growing heavier and heavier. Terrified, she cried out aggrievedly, "I was wrong, brother-in-law. I should not have stayed here to force you to cook. Help me." I looked at my sister-in-law, who was on the verge of tears from fright. Suddenly, I sighed with pointed meaning. "It seems the house has not been cleaned very well lately." Hearing this, Ruan Lan cursed me inwardly for being inhumane. But in order to survive, she could only grit her teeth and say, "From now on, I will sweep and mop the floors. Is that enough?" Taking a mile when given an inch, I continued to press, "What about the dishes? There are so many dishes and chopsticks at home. You can't possibly expect your hard-working sister to wash them, can you?" Ruan Lan shouted indignantly, "I will wash them, except for cooking. I won't let you or your wife lift a single finger." Are you satisfied now, you jerk? I nodded in satisfaction, looked at my wife, and said, all right, since she has achieved such self-awareness. Honey, just let her off this time. Ruan Tang kept a cold face and remained silent. I quickly explained the whole story from beginning to end, repeatedly declaring my innocence, and assuring her there was absolutely no illicit affair. Ruan Lan also kept nodding her head like a garlic pounder. She chimed in pitifully, I really was just hungry. We are completely innocent, sis, you have to believe me. After hearing the explanation, Ruan Tang's expression softened slightly, but she still looked at her sister suspiciously and asked, is that really all? You are not hiding anything else from me. Ruan Lan nodded repeatedly. After hesitating for a long time, she leaned into her sister's ear and whispered something. After saying it, she covered her face and said, sis, you absolutely must not tell anyone. Hearing those words, Ruan Tang instantly panicked. Her eyes widened as she said, you plan to stay single your whole life. No, you absolutely cannot have such thoughts. Seeing her sister's intense reaction, Ruan Lan decided to just lay it all out there and said loudly, games are fun, and anime is great. Why should I find a man and suffer? Being a salted fish is perfectly fine. Listening from the side, I kept shaking my head. I could not help but interject with a critique. This leak has very low self-awareness. To actually not want to get married, have kids, and contribute to society. Ruan Tang shot me a fierce glare and shouted, shut your mouth. Ruan Lan, come out with me. Tonight I must thoroughly correct these erroneous thoughts of yours. Ruan Lan grunted reluctantly. Just as she was closing the door, she suddenly gave me a sly wink, as if to say, even though I got caught this time, I still managed to drag you down with me. Looking at this mischievous sister-in-law, I could not help but chuckle. I shouted through the crack in the door, do not forget to clean the house. I will be supervising you. About an hour later, Ruan Tang returned to my room, her face full of exhaustion. It was clear that educating her rebellious sister had drained a lot of her energy. Seeing this, I immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, how is our sister doing? Has she been guided back to the right path by your powerful aura and reasoning? Ruan Tang said with considerable gratification, under my guidance. She has already given up those dangerous thoughts. She is a grown adult, yet she still makes me worry about her every day. I complained inwardly, my wife is too easy to fool. But outwardly, I did not hold back my praise. My wife is truly amazing. To even be able to persuade such a stubborn element. Ruan Tang's face suddenly turned cold. She gave a humph and said, do not think a few compliments will make me forgive you. Letting her into your room in the middle of the night. If word gets out, what will happen to her reputation? I said casually, then I will just take care of both of you. Anyway, herding own sheep is the same as herding two. As a dignified imperial sovereign, I can certainly afford to support a sister-in-law. Hearing this, Ruan Tang instantly misunderstood. With a dark face, she took a step toward me. You really do have ideas about Ruan Lan. I knew you were up to no good. Ruan Tang wanted to look me straight in the eyes at close range to create an imposing pressure, but awkwardly realized she was not tall enough. So she tried hard to stand on her tiptoes to increase her presence. Ruan Tang misjudged the distance, jerking forward suddenly. Her smooth forehead crashed heavily into my nose. The pain instantly brought tears streaming from her eyes. Looking at my wife clutching her forehead and crying out in pain, I genuinely could not hold back my laughter. I felt that the woman who was acting so fierce a second ago was now unbelievably adorable. Clutching her reddened forehead, Ruan Tang said furiously, you are laughing at me. You clearly are laughing. And you have not stopped. You are going too far. I tried hard to suppress my smile and explained with a straight face. Honey, I am a professionally trained individual. No matter how funny something is, I will never laugh. Ruan Tang looked at me with a face full of smiles. Gritting her teeth, she said, you won't laugh unless you can't hold it in, right? I have seen the mermaid. Stop giggling. I immediately dropped my smile, raised my hand, and swore seriously. I swear in the name of the imperial sovereign that I absolutely have no improper thoughts about Ruan Lan. Looking deeply at Ruan Tang, I said, because the space in my heart is very small. It only has enough room for you and T. It can no longer hold any other woman. Ruan Tang curled her lip, clearly not believing a man's words. Extending her pinky finger, she said, I do not believe your oaths. Come, pinky promise. No changing for 100 years. I looked at that slender pinky finger and froze slightly. I sighed inwardly. 100 years is a lifetime for a mortal. But to me, it is merely the snap of a finger. To make my wife happy, I still reached out my pinky and hooked it with hers. But in my heart, I silently extended this own 100-year limit to 1,000,000 years. After making the pinky promise, Ruan Tang's expression improved significantly. She said softly, "Actually, I came to you earlier because I had a favor to ask. Are your medical skills very advanced?" My interest was piqued and I asked, "Tell me." I knew that unless it was something important, my proud wife would not easily ask me for help. Ruan Tang said softly, "I want you to help me save someone. But saving her might bring you some trouble." So I was a bit hesitant. I gave a carefree laugh and said, "What a coincidence. I am least afraid of trouble. Since you are the one asking. Even if the king of hell wants her life, I will snatch her back." Ruan Tang said with immense relief, "She saved my life in the past. I have always wanted to repay this favor. Regardless of whether you can cure her or not, I thank you in advance." The next day, after taking my daughter to kindergarten, I headed to the Dongli University infirmary. Pushing open the door, I found it already packed with Li Shouzhong and the other senior experts. Li Shouzhong and the group of old men and women looked at me with incredibly fervent eyes. Their attitude was as respectful as if they had met the god of medicine. They greeted in unison, "Good morning, Mr. Zhou Feng and Lu Nanwei had complex expressions. When they learned they would serve as the second and third authors on the upcoming medical paper, they felt completely unworthy of the honor. Zhou Feng said with a solemn tone, "Director Su, Lu and I have discussed this. We cannot accept the authorship. This honor is too heavy. We cannot bear it." I curled my lip and said dismissively, "A Nobel Prize, right? Why are you declining such a minor award? Taking a bit more glory makes our time as colleagues worthwhile." Hearing the phrase minor award in reference to the Nobel Prize, Zhou Feng and Lu Nanwei felt their brains practically short-circuit. They stared at me blankly. This is just too arrogant. With my hands behind my back, I said flatly, "Compared to some award, I would much rather you two open up a new era for the medical path of Hua, and make the world look upon it with respect." My calm voice exploded like a clap of thunder in everyone's hearts. When that time comes, the highest awards in medicine and all other fields will all originate from Hua. And what you need to do is very simple. You merely need your medical skills to lead the world. Then scholars all over the world will consider it an honor to come to Hua for advanced studies. Li Shouzhong and the others felt their minds and bodies become utterly clear, as if a long closed window had finally been pushed open. Those previous awards, fame, and fortune instantly became completely uninteresting. Li Shouzhong cupped his hands, his breathing rapid as he said, "Mr. Su, we understand. We will certainly study your medical techniques diligently to make the medical arts of Hua the ultimate authority." I patted everyone on the shoulder and offered some encouragement. Suddenly, I looked at Lu Nanwei and asked, "By the way, who is Lu Baiming to you? You look a bit familiar." Lu Nanwei's body stiffened violently. Her eyes darted away as she said, "I do not know him." After speaking, she lowered her head and pretended to organize the medical records in her hands. Yen Gui suddenly exclaimed from the side, "I remember that the head of the Lu family in Hang City has a daughter who has not been heard from in years. Could you be the eldest miss of the Lu family?" Lu Nanwei interrupted with a cold expression, "I am not a member of the Lu family, and I certainly do not know any Lu Baiming. You have got the wrong person. Do not mention that name again." I turned to leave, saying flatly, "It is fine. Lu Baiming had a message he wanted me to pass on to his sister. Since you are not her, then I won't say it." Watching my departing back, Lu Nanwei finally lost control of her emotions. Her fingernails digging hard into her palms, she shouted, "Director Su, do not go. I am his sister." I stopped in my tracks, turned back, and said, "Lu Baiming said that the Lu family wronged you. He wants you to go back and visit when you have time. No matter what, that will always be your home." Lu Nanwei stood stunned for a long time but did not hear anything else. She asked blankly, "That is it, just that own sentence? Did he have anything else to say to me?" I nodded and said, "That is it." After speaking, I paid her no more mind. I sighed inwardly. Even an upright official finds it hard to settle family disputes. And these wealthy family feuds are even more complex. Lu Nanwei remained silent for a moment before her emotions suddenly erupted. Choking with sobs, she cursed, as expected of a hypocritical, sanctimonious jerk. "What is the point of playing the good guy now?" Crying, Lu Nanwei slammed the door and ran out. Everyone in the infirmary looked at each other in dismay. Li Shouzhong raised an eyebrow at Zhou Feng and lectured, "Your colleague ran off crying, and you are not going after her." Zhou Feng analyzed with a completely straight face. "From a psychological perspective, she needs quiet right now. Blindly comforting her will only cause negative effects. Therefore, I suggest letting her be alone." Lin Qiu slapped Zhou Feng hard on the back of the head and cursed, "Stop with the nonsense. Hurry up and go after her. And find out what the situation is while you are at it. This is a mission, understand?" Grumbling inwardly, Zhou Feng got up and chased after her. Right at that moment, Ruan Lan poked her head in and pushed the door open. She saw a room full of people and Zhou Feng, who had just run out. Lacking confidence, Ruan Lan said, "I am not feeling well, so I came to get checked out." Actually, she wanted to trick me into giving her a medical leave note, so she could dodge today's makeup exam. An enthusiastic, elderly female traditional Chinese medicine doctor immediately reached out her hand and said, Come, young lady. Let Granny take a look at you. You're so young. You can't afford to let an illness take root." Ruan Lan hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. She dragged me into the inner room and locked the door behind her. "Granny, I will just have my brother-in-law take a look. He is a miracle doctor." I looked at my sister-in-law who had pulled me into the inner room. With a serious expression I said, "Ruan Lan, conduct yourself with dignity. A lone man and woman sharing a room together. It won't sound good if word gets out." Ruan Lan's pretty face flushed bright red as she cursed, "Jerk brother-in-law. Williams, hurry up and write me a leave note. I have an exam today that I did not study for, and I do not want to go." I rolled my eyes and flatly refused. "You are not sick? Please respect my profession. I won't help you skip class. Hurry back and review for your exam." Seeing the soft approach was not working, Ruan Lan started acting coquettish. She hugged my arm, shaking it, and said in a whining voice, "Brother-in-law, as long as you help me, I am willing to do anything." I narrowed my eyes at Ruan Lan, who was suddenly acting shy, and asked back, "Willing to do anything? You said it yourself. Do not regret it later." Ruan Lan's beautiful eyes fluttered as she nodded shyly. "But you can't let my sister know." Inwardly, however, she was secretly pleased with herself, feeling that the honey trap truly worked every time. Suddenly, I slowly leaned closer to Ruan Lan. Lowering my head, I whispered like a devil, "What if I want you to?" I dragged out my magnetic voice. Ruan Lan's heart pounded wildly, thinking I was actually going to make a move. Although shocked, she stealthily turned on her phone's audio recorder, planning to keep this as blackmail material. Looking at her rapidly shifting expressions, I teasingly completed the second half of my sentence. "What if I want you to go back and continue with your exam? Are you willing to do that?" Ruan Lan froze instantly. She asked in disbelief, "Say that again. I think I just had an auditory hallucination. What did you say you wanted me to do?" I repeated, "What if I want you to go back and continue with your exam?" Seeing Ruan Lan's expression, which looked as if she had swallowed a fly, I felt a surge of amusement. Ruan Lan felt that both her intelligence and her charm had been severely insulted. She yelled frantically, "Then what did I even come to you for a note for? And what was the point of using a honey trap?" I shook my head regretfully and said, "How about you have your sister come over? If she uses a honey trap, I will definitely agree. Just for you. You would better go back to studying." Ruan Lan was so angry she burst into tears. Crying, she shouted, "Xu Yiyi, you are not even a man. You are going to pay a heavy price for looking down on this campus beauty." Ruan Lan ran out of the school infirmary crying. Li Shouzhong and the others looked at me with complex expressions. They all stated, "Director Xu, do not worry, we will keep this a secret." I looked at this group of old men and women, and sighed helplessly. She is my sister-in-law. You people are truly hopeless. 15 minutes later, Ruan Lan was walking huffily down the corridor, when she was stopped by Zhao Yiyi, who was beside her. Zhao Yiyi advised softly, "This is not a good idea, is it?" Ruan Lan glared and said, "Did not you say you were going to help me vent my anger?" Zhao Yiyi, "Do you also think that jerk Xu Yiyi did the right thing?" Zhao Yiyi panicked. She had merely been comforting Ruan Lan earlier. She did not expect to be dragged into a revenge plot. She said weakly, "For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late." Ruan Lan shouted angrily, "Who wants to be a gentleman? Have you forgotten who gave you the papaya drinks back then? I treat you so well normally, and now you won't even help me with a little thing." Her scalp tingling with exasperation, Zhao Yiyi complained, "It is clearly because you did not like drinking them that you forced them on me." But under Ruan Lan's murderous glare, she could only nod and agree to help. Just as Ruan Lan was about to instruct Zhao Yiyi on how to execute their revenge plan, an eerie voice suddenly drifted over from behind them. "Hurry back and read your books, you might still pass." Ruan Lan and Zhao Yiyi stiffened in fright. Ruan Lan turned around and shouted in humiliated anger, "Impossible. Today either you die or I live. We are not done here." I completely ignored my bristling sister-in-law. Instead, I looked at Zhao Yiyi and warned calmly, You would best be careful today. Do not touch water. Hearing this, Ruan Lan froze for a moment. Then, protecting her friend like a mother hen, she shot me a fierce glare. Puffing out her cheeks, she retorted, "Stop scaring Cece." "What do you mean, do not touch water? She is in the swimming club." Faced with this sudden, serious atmosphere, Zhao Cece was somewhat at a loss for what to do. She could only shrink her neck like a startled little quail, nodding continuously with a bewildered look on her face. I gave Zhao Cece a deep look. This woman before me was currently entangled in a dense aura of resentment. Clearly, without her knowing, someone had placed an extremely low-class curse on her. Information regarding this type of curse flashed through my mind. If the cursed person touches water, countless invisible, ghostly hands will tightly cover their mouth and nose, until they eventually suffocate and die. With a calm expression, I lightly snapped my fingers. The heavy resentment entangled around Zhao Cece vanished into thin air in an instant. It disappeared completely, as if it had never existed at all. I withdrew my hand and said flatly, "I was able to save you this time, but you need to be more careful next time. After all, with this kind of targeted curse, if no one discovers it in time, the consequences would be unimaginable." Although Zhao Cece had absolutely no idea what I was talking about, for some unknown reason, she inexplicably felt goosebumps break out all over her body. A chill crept up her spine. Disregarding her previous conflict with me, Ruan Lan, whose curiosity was extremely strong, could not help but ask, "What you just said sounded like mystical mumbo-jumbo. What exactly is going on?" My voice was perfectly calm, without a single ripple. Looking at the two of them, I said, "Someone wants to kill her. They want her to die in the water. I am not being an alarmist. That was the true intention of the curse just now." Hearing this, Ruan Lan's expression instantly became incredibly conflicted. On one hand, as a university student receiving a modern education, she did not believe in these strange, supernatural, and mystical things. But on second thought, through her interactions with me recently, she had gained some understanding of me. She knew I was not the type to speak nonsense. Ruan Lan instantly felt a surge of nervousness. She asked nervously, "Are you serious? Do not scare us. This kind of thing sounds too terrifying. It does not sound like something that happens in reality at all." At this point, Zhao Cece's pretty face was already frighteningly pale. Trembling, she tugged at the corner of Ruan Lan's clothes. "Sister Ruan Lan, is someone really trying to kill me? What should I do?" I glanced at these two women who had been badly frightened. I did not intend to explain much more, merely saying casually, "Believe it or not. Anyway, I have already stepped in and resolved it." Ruan Lan hurriedly waved her hands and said anxiously, "I believe you, I believe you. I won't hold the previous matter against you anymore. Since you were able to see it, is there a way you can save Cece? She is a year younger than me." Ruan Lan continued to plead, "I have always treated her like my own little sister. Brother-in-law, since you have the ability to see the problem, you definitely have a way to completely resolve this hidden danger, right?" I rolled my eyes helplessly. I thought to myself, my stepping in just now was actually to give Ruan Lan face. But since she had opened her mouth to plead again, I could not just leave it at that. I sighed, thinking if I am going to do a good deed, I might as well see it through to the end. So, I extended a single finger, and lightly tapped Zhao Cece's smooth, full forehead. A faint light flickered at my fingertip. I mobilized spiritual energy, rapidly condensing it, while she watched with a bewildered expression. I drew a strange symbol in the air. The symbol shimmered with faint light, quickly sinking into Zhao Cece's body and vanishing. I withdrew my hand, looked at the dazed Zhao Cece, and said, "Done. This amulet, drawn with spiritual energy, has been planted within your body. It will protect you from harm for one month." Watching from the side, Ruan Lan was dumbfounded. "Brother-in-law, that is it. Why was it so fast? That glowing thing just drilled right in. This is too amazing." Hearing her words, I could not help but feel they sounded a bit off. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly as I said, "This amulet can protect her for a month." Zhao Cece asked cautiously, "Then what happens after a month? If the person trying to harm me is still around, once the amulet loses its effect, will I face the same danger again?" I explained, "The master of that resentment won't live to see a month. If they dare to cast the curse again, they will suffer the backlash of this amulet and die. So you do not need to worry about what happens after a month." Hearing the word die, the faces of both Zhao Cece and Ruan Lan changed. To them, as freshmen and sophomores who had not yet entered society, the word death was still a rather heavy and distant concept. I looked at Ruan Lan, who was still in a daze, and said, "If you are done messing around, hurry back and review. Do not forget you have an exam today. If you fail, we will see how you explain it to your sister. Ruan Lan gave an O. After thinking for a moment, she turned to Xu Yiyi and said, Cici, wait for me in the school dorms today. Do not go anywhere. Once I finish my exam, I will take you home. Absolutely do not wander off. Suddenly, Ruan Lan's eyes darted around. Looking at me, she revealed a sly smile and said, Brother-in-law, do you happen to have nothing to do this morning, since you are free anyway? I looked at my mischievous and quirky sister-in-law and sighed inwardly. This girl not only plays games but is also incredibly pragmatic. When she does not need me, it is Xu Yiyi. When she needs something, it is brother-in-law. Her skin truly is unusually thick. I flatly refused. I have things to do. I had no intention of taking the bait. I knew exactly what this sister-in-law was scheming in her heart. It was nothing more than wanting me to act as a free bodyguard. Ruan Lan would not let it go, saying, Are not you the director of the school infirmary now? A director should do what a director is supposed to do. For example, caring about the safety of the students. This is also part of your duty. I raised an eyebrow and asked, for example. I wanted to see what kind of high-sounding excuse this girl could spin to boss me, her brother-in-law, around. This girl is truly getting more and more presumptuous. Ruan Lan stated self-righteously, for example, escorting a pretty and cute female freshman home. This is an important task of protecting the motherland's flowers. As the director of the school infirmary, it is your inescapable duty. Ruan Lan smiled brightly and said, Cici might even invite you upstairs for a cup of tea, and then maybe some romantic story will unfold. Brother-in-law, are not you even a little tempted? With a dark face, I cut her off. There will be no, and then. What kind of nonsense goes through this girl's head all day long? It seems I really need to find some time to properly educate her. Xu Yiyi blushed and said, Sister Ruan Lan, stop talking nonsense. I can actually just go back by myself. There is no need to trouble brother-in-law. I have hands and feet. I can take care of myself. Looking at Xu Yiyi's demeanor, I sighed and said, Alright, I will walk you back. You did call me brother-in-law, after all. I can't just stand by and watch you get into an accident. Suddenly, my gaze narrowed. With my acute senses, my sharp gaze instantly pierced through space. Looking through the first-floor window, deep into the dark and dense grove of trees by the roadside, I clearly caught the rustling sound of trembling leaves coming from there. A sneaky, shadowy figure flashed by and disappeared. Clearly, they had been secretly spying on the situation over here the entire time. My eyes flickered. I sneered inwardly, could not hold back this quickly. It seems the other party is truly impatient to seek death. If that is the case, then I will grant your wish. I turned to Xu Yiyi and said, Let us go, Cici. I will take you home. To ensure your safety, you must follow me closely the entire way. Do not leave my side for even half a step. Xu Yiyi nodded obediently and said, Thank you, brother-in-law. Although she still felt a bit afraid in her heart. Looking at my calm and composed expression, she inexplicably felt a surge of security. I accompanied Xu Yiyi all the way out of Dongli University. However, as we gradually moved further away from the campus, that figure who was observing from the shadows earlier never reappeared. I stopped in a secluded spot, gave a light chuckle and said, Stand right here and do not move. I will be right back. There is a troublesome little tale that I need to clean up. After I said those words, my figure instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light, vanishing from the spot in the blink of an eye. It was as if I had never been there at all. Xu Yiyi blinked her large eyes, completely stunned. Looking at the empty street, she stammered, where did he go? How did a living, breathing person just disappear in the blink of an eye? Meanwhile, Ruan Lan was wearing headphones and reading a book as she walked toward her classroom. Her elegant brows sometimes furrowed, sometimes relaxed. She was completely unaware that she had already become prey in someone else's eyes. Ruan Lan was studying hard for her upcoming afternoon exam, completely oblivious to the fact that a man wearing sunglasses and a face mask was rapidly approaching her from behind. The corners of Dai Yong's mouth curled into an incredibly mocking arc. He thought with a laugh in his heart, to think the illegitimate son of the world-renowned flower fairy, Xu Yiyi, could not even see through this. He could not even see through the simplest, luring the tiger off the mountain, stratagem. It seems rumors truly cannot be trusted. This guy is nothing more than a useless bum coasting on his bloodline. Dai Yong recalled the recent news, the flower fairy breaking through to the divine gate realm, and the news of Haitang Mountain becoming a spiritual vein had spread throughout the Hua martial arts world, attracting the covetous eyes of countless people. Greed flashed in Dai Yong's eyes. Even though the nation of Hua was vast and rich in resources, it only possessed a mere 10 spiritual veins. Every single own was controlled by 8th grade grandmasters and the big shots of the Martial Arts Association. According to his original plan, after luring me away, he intended to directly kidnap Ruan Lan, and then go kidnap Ruan Tang and the Flower Fairy's great-granddaughter, Xu Yiyi. Using them as leverage, he would demand half of the dragon vein. Seeing that he was within a meter of Ruan Lan, Dai Yong fiercely clenched his fist and struck out. He only used 30% of his power for this punch. It would only knock Ruan Lan unconscious, without injuring her. But the instant his fist struck out, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure envelop him from above. That suffocating sense of oppression made his expression change drastically, forcing him to abandon the attack. Dai Yong quickly dodged to the left. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, his heart filled with absolute terror. This pressure. It is the aura that only a martial arts grandmaster possesses. Damn it, the intelligence was wrong. Why is there a grandmaster here? With a calm expression, I walked over step by step. It was as if that terrifying pressure just now was merely a tiny bit of aura I released casually. Dai Yong could not help but exclaim in shock. Did not you leave? I clearly saw you escort that girl away with my own eyes. How could you have come back so fast? Did you see through the scheme all along? I said flatly. I purposely walked with Xu Yiyi for a bit, to see what kind of methods you had. And the result is you trying to kidnap my sister-in-law. Your methods are truly disappointing. I looked at him coldly and said, you have disappointed me. Kill yourself. If I strike, you won't even have a single shred of your soul left. This is my final mercy to you. Dai Yong gritted his teeth and roared, in your dreams. His figure rapidly retreated backward. At the same time, he pulled a small crossbow from behind his back. He pointed it at me and pulled the trigger without hesitation, his eyes full of murderous intent. Seeing me standing perfectly still in place, Dai Yong revealed a smug smile on his face. He really is trash. At this close range, there is absolutely no way he can dodge. But then a scene that shocked him occurred. The 3 arrows froze in mid-air, a meter away from my body. They shattered inch by inch, as if they had crashed into an invisible, terrifying barrier. Hearing a loud boom, Dai Yong felt his scalp tingle. This crossbow was custom-made from meteoric iron, and infused with his internal energy. Even a 7th grade grandmaster would be injured if caught off guard. How is this possible? With no time to think further, he fired another 3-arrow burst, desperately seeking that sliver of a chance to survive. Unfortunately, the arrows exploded once again. They still could not get within a meter of my body. Dai Yong's expression turned dark as he gritted his teeth. As expected of the Flower Fairy's illegitimate son, you are actually a grandmaster too. Only a martial artist of the upper 3 grades could block my attack so effortlessly. I frowned slightly and murmured to myself, Flower Fairy. This is not the first time I have heard this name. I heard it twice from Tanchong before, and now this guy is muttering it too. I wondered inwardly, could the mastermind behind everything be this Flower Fairy? Even this baffling martial artist in front of me is rambling about it. It seems there are quite a few secrets hidden behind this name. Dai Yong gave a cold laugh and said, nice acting. You are actually pretending not to know about the Flower Fairy's matters. Nowadays, who in the entire martial arts world does not know that Haitang Mountain belongs to the Flower Fairy? What are you pretending for? My frown deepened. I found this person increasingly baffling. Deciding to ignore him altogether, I casually waved my hand. A majestic surge of power instantly swept out, completely enveloping Dai Yong. Under this power, Dai Yong did not even have time to let out a scream, before he was reduced to specks of flying ash, vanishing into thin air. All traces of him were completely erased from this world. I raised my head and stared directly into the void before me. With a calm expression I asked, do you want to die too? This voice seemed to pierce through endless space, speaking directly to the spy hiding behind the scenes. Although there was no one in front of me and it looked like I was talking to the air, that aura of looking down upon the entire world made the surrounding air feel as if it had frozen solid, filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Ruan Lan was reading her book with headphones on. She was completely unaware of the battle behind her, and even less aware that a person had just evaporated right behind her back. She just kept listening to her music and reading her book as she returned to the classroom. After dealing with the matters here, I found Xu Yiyi and escorted her home. You should be safe for now. The person who wanted to harm you has disappeared forever. Seeing me suddenly appear, Xu Yiyi froze for a moment. Brother-in-law, are you a magician? Was your sudden disappearance at school earlier also a magic trick? I looked at Xu Yiyi's adoring face and smiled. Wanna learn? If this girl was really interested, casually teaching her a trick or two would not be impossible. After all, they were just petty parlor tricks. Xu Yiyi decisively shook her head and said, I do not want to. She felt that although this kind of thing looked magical, it must be very hard to learn. Clumsy as she was, she definitely would not be able to learn it. I rolled my eyes, utterly speechless, thinking to myself, if you do not want to learn, why did you talk to me about it for so long? Having completed my task, I turned and left. Hundreds of kilometers away, the old man in the bamboo hut looked horrified. He stumbled backward several steps. The mirror on the table, following my words, do you want to die too? Exploded violently. The old man gasped sharply, a bone-chilling cold permeating his entire body. Through the spiritual mirror, he had seen the entire process of his disciple Dai Yong's death, including my indifferent gaze right before the mirror shattered. The old man thought in terror that even separated by hundreds of kilometers, he still felt as if he had been targeted by a primeval, ferocious beast, facing an imminent threat to his life. This Xu Yiyi's strength was simply unfathomable. Ruan Tang returned to the villa, dejected. Like a salted fish, she slumped directly onto the sofa, her entire being drained of energy. It seemed today's exam had indeed dealt her a heavy blow. Xu Yiyi blinked her big eyes and asked cutely, Auntie, what is wrong? Looking at Ruan Tang's listless state, the little girl's face was full of concern. I chimed in from the side to rub it in. She bombed her exam. This made the already depressed Ruan Tang even more furious. Glaring at me fiercely, Ruan Tang said angrily, I did not bomb it. I just did not perform well, that is all. Besides, the results are not even out yet. How do you know I bombed it? Jinx, stop talking nonsense. Xu Yiyi said expectantly, then can Auntie get a perfect score? Mommy said Auntie's grades are super good, and wants you to learn from Auntie. Auntie, you are definitely the best, right? Ruan Tang rubbed her nose, pretending to be calm and said, Even if it is not a perfect score, it is pretty close. Yet she felt incredibly guilty in her heart. Brag too much. How am I going to wrap this up later? Ruan Tang happened to walk out of her room, and immediately spotted her sister's signature little lying gesture. She instantly rolled her eyes and said, Ruan Tang, play fewer games. It will be so humiliating when you fail your classes. Ruan Tang gave a listless oh and lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. However, as I brought plate after plate of delicacies to the table, she instantly recovered her form and feasted heartily. Ruan Tang's phone, which was charging, suddenly rang. Ruan Tang was closest to it and picked it up, but upon seeing the caller ID, her expression became somewhat complicated. Ruan Tang answered. There was a hint of whining in her voice. After all, having suffered grievances outside, hearing her mother's voice always put her at ease. Zhu laughed. My good daughter, how have things been at school lately? You have not come home to see your mom in so long. Mom misses you. When are you free to come back for a meal? Ruan Tang said with some guilt, I have been doing well. Ever since she left the Ruan family villa last time, she indeed had not been home to visit her parents in a while. A faint sense of sorrow could not help but well up in her heart. Ruan Yinshan took over the phone and said muffledly, tomorrow is your grandpa's birthday. Call your sister and come home together to celebrate his birthday. This is a big event. Both of you sisters must be present. Hearing this, Ruan Tang's originally guilty mood vanished into thin air instantly. Without a second thought, she refused flatly, not going. She had absolutely no desire to go back to that house and suffer their anger. The hand Ruan Yinshan used to hold the phone was trembling slightly. Dense cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He truly did not know how to explain this to the strict old man. Zhu grew even more anxious looking at her husband's cowardly demeanor. She could not help but urge him softly from the side, hurry up and tell her, stop dawdling around. Hearing his wife's urging, anger flared up in Ruan Yinshan's heart. It is all your fault. Do not promise things you can't deliver. Now look what happened. How are we going to explain this to Dad? Zhu face became extremely ugly. She recalled the scene from a few days ago when her eldest brother's family came to find her. That sister-in-law, who usually looked down her nose at everyone, actually poured tea for her personally. For the sake of that pitiful shred of vanity at the time, Zhu gritted her teeth and agreed to her eldest brother Ruan Qingshan's request. She promised to definitely hold this birthday banquet for the old man at Haitang Villa. Ruan Tang grew even more annoyed listening to their hesitant tone. She interrupted anxiously, what exactly is it? Just say it. You are driving me crazy. Seeing her husband fail to get to the point for ages, Xu Fun snatched the phone and explained the whole situation exactly as it happened. Before she could even finish, she started choking back sobs herself. Ruan Lan had the phone on speaker. Ruan Tang, who was right beside her, heard everything clearly. She said calmly, "If you two want to come visit as guests, I welcome you. But eldest uncle and grandpa are not welcome." Xu Fun was somewhat surprised to hear her eldest daughter's voice. Not understanding why Ruan Tang was next to Ruan Lan, she asked in surprise, "Ruan Tang, why are you at your sister's place?" Ruan Tang did not give her mother a chance to ask further. She cut her off directly. "We are about to eat. We will talk later, Mom and Dad." Having said that, she hung up the phone directly, leaving no room for discussion. Ruan Tang gripped her chopsticks tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white before slowly relaxing again. She picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her daughter's bowl. Xu Yiyi looked at the meat in her bowl, nodded obediently, and responded in her milky voice, "Yi is the most obedient. I will definitely eat all the meat up." I looked at my wife with some surprise. I originally thought my wife would soften up at her mother's tearful pleas, but I did not expect her to refuse so decisively without the slightest hesitation. Ruan Tang looked at my astonished gaze. A self-deprecating smile appeared on the corners of her lips. She asked softly, "Am I very cold-blooded, refusing even the requests of my own biological parents?" I hurriedly shook my head, my eyes full of deep affection. "I find that I am liking you more and more, honey. You did the absolute right thing." Listening from the side, Ruan Lan got goosebumps all over. She exaggeratedly rubbed her arms and said, "I can't believe I am being force-fed pita even in a situation like this. You two are way too lovey-dovey." Ruan Lan then raised her hand in agreement. "Sis, you were right to refuse. Otherwise, Grandpa's birthday banquet will be held here. Eldest uncle's family will have their birthdays here. And eventually, all their friends will want to come here too." Hearing that both Ruan Lan and I firmly supported this decision, the last bit of apprehension in Ruan Tang's heart vanished into thin air. She broke into a smile. "Hurry up and eat." Upon learning of this decision, Ruan Su flew into a thundering rage. He directly announced to the public that Ruan Lan was thoroughly expelled from the Ruan family, attempting to use this method to salvage his own pitiful shred of pride. We did not care about the Ruan family's reaction in the slightest. None of this had anything to do with Haitang Villa. As for how tomorrow's birthday banquet would be arranged, that was not in our consideration either. My sister-in-law, to mooch food and drinks, actually took the initiative to offer me strategies, vowing to help me win over her sister as soon as possible. I learned that Ruan Tang had to work overtime tonight and could not come home for dinner, so I turned around, went into the kitchen, and simply made 2 meat dishes. I looked at the braised pork in the pot, perfect in color, aroma, and taste, thinking that as long as my daughter Xu Yiyi loved to eat it, that was enough. As for what anyone else ate, it was not within the scope of my consideration at all. Ruan Lan looked at the table full of meat dishes her niece loved, and instantly felt a sense of indignation. Pouting, she complained that her brother-in-law was going too far. The moment my sister is not home, my treatment plummets. Listening to my sister-in-law's complaints, I did not even bat an eyelid. While picking up a piece of braised pork for my daughter, I casually retorted, "If you do not want to eat, then do not. No one is begging you." Hearing this, Ruan Lan instantly became unhappy. Giving a huffy snort, she sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and started feasting. She mumbled with her mouth full, "Why should not I eat? This is the food in my own house." While Ruan Lan stuffed delicious pieces of meat into her mouth, she indistinctly probed, "Brother-in-law, how are things progressing between you and my sister now?" I put down my chopsticks and thought about it seriously. I believed that everything was developing in a positive direction. At the very least, Ruan Tang no longer looked at me through colored glasses, and was willing to try and understand me. Ruan Lan curled her lip, putting on an expression of exasperation at my lack of progress. She continued to press, "With the way you two usually act. You have not even had any intimate gestures, have you?" Facing my sister-in-law's incredibly blunt question, I shook my head with a calm expression and answered, "No." The relationship between the two of us was indeed still kept very pure. Ruan Lan put down her chopsticks and adopted the posture of a love expert. "I am not trying to criticize you, but a man sometimes needs to take the initiative. Ask her out for a walk or a drive." The more Ruan Lan spoke, the more enthusiastic she became. She wished she could hold her brother-in-law's hand and teach him how to date step by step. She continued, "Aside from staying cooped up at home taking care of the kid, you do not go anywhere. You have to take my sister to see a movie or something. Listening to Ruan Lan's words, I fell into deep thought. Thinking about it carefully, she was right. Although I had lived for 100,000 years, I was truly completely clueless when it came to pursuing women. I sighed inwardly. I had once possessed countless female confidants, yet I had never actively pursued a single own. To me, this imperial sovereign, a woman's heart was truly like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Seeing her brother-in-law reveal such an expression of humbly receiving instruction, Ruan Lan's face instantly lit up with joy. She thought to herself, I am Ruan Tang's biological sister. I definitely understand her thoughts at least a little bit. Hearing this, I immediately focused my attention, my eyes carrying a look of intense thirst for knowledge. I signaled for Ruan Lan to continue speaking. This was indeed what I lacked the most right now. Ruan Lan extended a single finger and wagged it. She analyzed with feigned seriousness. First of all, you need to change your 3 dishes and own soup into 5 dishes and own soup. If you want to capture a woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. I nodded thoughtfully. I felt that although these words were meant to mooch more food, they did make some sense. So I signaled for Ruan Lan to continue and not stop there. Smiling like a blooming flower, Ruan Lan continued to offer her strategies. And then, you need to start with the people around her. Nowadays, when pursuing a girl, you need to curry favor with her best friends to have a chance of winning. Ruan Lan leaned in closer and lowered her voice. There always needs to be someone whispering in her ear, saying good things about you. You understand this logic, right? As long as the pillow talk is good, there is no fortress that can't be taken. I nodded repeatedly, indicating that I understood this logic. Indeed, if someone could frequently say good things about me in Ruan Tang's ear, our relationship would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Ruan Lan was getting a bit carried away at this point. She coughed and continued to hint, my sister has very few close friends. But she happens to have someone right beside her who lives with her every day and is easy to bribe. I rubbed my chin and pondered. As long as I curry favor with the person closest to Ruan Tang, I can capture her heart. This is indeed a brilliant idea. But this person is. At this moment, Ruan Lan looked at me with a face full of expectation. Those large, watery eyes blinked repeatedly, practically having the words "that person is me" written directly on her forehead. Looking at my sister-in-law's eager appearance, my eyes suddenly lit up as if I had attained a sudden realization. I turned and looked at Ruan Lan with pleasant surprise. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Ruan Lan's heart bloomed with joy. Smiling brightly, she waved her hand and said, you are welcome. She calculated inwardly, as long as brother-in-law makes me a luxurious late-night snack every day, I will help him in front of my sister. I completely ignored the rest of Ruan Lan's words. I directly took my daughter Xu Yiyi's little hand and said seriously, daughter, from now on, the task of giving your mother pillow talk is entrusted to you. Xu Yiyi, her mouth still stuffed with meat, looked at her daddy with a bewildered expression. Although she did not know what had happened, she still obediently nodded her little head and agreed. Xu Yiyi swallowed the meat in her mouth. Waving her little fists, she guaranteed solemnly, leave it to me, daddy. I will definitely praise daddy a lot in front of mommy. The smile on Ruan Lan's face froze instantly. Looking at this father-daughter duo, she was so angry she almost vomited blood. She thought to herself, this young lady wasted half the day dropping all sorts of hints, both subtle and obvious. And you actually managed to misinterpret it. Furious, Ruan Lan slammed her chopsticks onto the table. She thought indignantly, you actually tried to play games with me. I completely wasted my earnest, painstaking teachings. I shot a sideways glance at the exasperated Ruan Lan, thinking to myself, I might not understand how to pursue women, but that does not mean I lack intelligence. If I got fooled by this obvious scheme to mooch food, that would be terrible. Although I saw through Ruan Lan's scheme, I felt that what she said was not unreasonable, so I picked up my phone and called Ruan Tang, wanting to ask my wife out for a walk and some shopping. I frowned as I looked at the unanswered phone. My divine sense, vast as an ocean, instantly spread out, enveloping the entire city. When I sensed what was happening, my expression instantly turned ice cold. I stood up and left a single sentence in a freezing tone. I am going to bring Ruan Tang home. The chilling aura radiating from my body made the temperature in the room feel as if it had instantly dropped several degrees. Xu Yiyi obediently put down her chopsticks, waving her little hand at her daddy's departing back. She called out in her milky voice, Daddy, be careful on the way. You must bring mommy back. Ruan Lan puffed out her cheeks, sulking. Furious, she did not even call me brother-in-law anymore. She just replied testily, go on then. Her heart still mourning the loss of her late-night snack plan. Xu Yiyi scratched her little head, utterly baffled. She looked at her aunt's puffed-up, angry face. She could not understand why her aunt, who was perfectly fine a moment ago, had suddenly gotten angry. Ruan Tang had just finished an important business negotiation, standing at the entrance of a luxuriously decorated restaurant. She smiled, shook hands with her business partner President Jean, and exchanged pleasantries as they parted. Watching her business partner leave, Ruan Tang curled her lips into a light smile. The company had recently closed a major deal. At the celebration banquet tonight, she had drunk quite a bit of wine and felt a little dizzy. Ruan Tang gathered her beautiful hair, which had been messed up by the night wind. Feeling her head spinning, she leaned against a street lamp sign and waited for a few minutes but could not hail a cab. Taking out her phone, she found it was also out of battery. Ruan Tang thought for a moment, then slowly began walking forward. If she remembered correctly, there was a bus stop 500 meters away. The final stop just happened to be Haitang Mountain. It would be perfect to take the bus home. Ruan Tang completely failed to realize the danger descending upon her. Inside a black sedan a dozen meters away, a cold and incredibly vicious gaze was staring fixedly at her back. Sensing my wife was in danger, I urgently teleported to rescue her. Sitting in his car, Li Jie's eyes were filled with vicious resentment. Having frantically pursued Ruan Tang for 7 years to no avail, his heart was full of hatred. He dialed a number, as if issuing a death sentence. Ren Biu sat in a small truck parked at an intersection 100 meters away. Hearing the command on the other end of the phone, he took a fierce gulp of baijiu. His face was flushed, filled with excitement and murderous intent. Ren Biu was once a manager at Li Jie's company. Because he offended Xu Yiyi and 8th Master, the company went bankrupt, and he lost his job. Now, suffering from a terminal illness, his days were numbered. He only wanted to leave some money for his family. Hearing the roaring vroom vroom sound of an engine, Ruan Tang had not even reacted before the small truck accelerated to 130 kilometers per hour. The blinding headlights made her instinctively raise her arm to shield her eyes. Drunk, Ruan Tang's reactions were sluggish. For a moment she forgot to dodge. She just stared blankly as the small truck sped rapidly toward her, right up to her face. Countless memories flashed through her mind. In this life or death moment, Ruan Tang's more than 20 years of life flashed rapidly through her mind like a movie. The final frame froze on her daughter, Xu Yiyi, and me. Ruan Tang murmured in despair, "Mommy is sorry." Yet she did not know why I also appeared in the last second of her life. And it looked so real. I teleported there in the nick of time. Looking at the despairing woman before me, I asked softly, "So, do you have anything you want to say to me?" My voice was gentle and calm. Fueled by liquid courage, Ruan Tang shouted out the grievances hidden in her heart. "I do not like you, but I do not hate you either. Su Lai, you are just a hooligan. You delayed me for 5 years and ruined my innocence for life." Hearing these words, my expression dimmed slightly. So, in her heart, nothing has ever changed. I am still the main culprit who wasted 5 years of her youth. Ruan Tang reached out, touched the side of my face, and said softly, "So, in our next life, please meet me earlier, and whatever you do, do not disappear again." After saying that, she closed her eyes. I froze for a moment, then could not help but laugh happily. Gently ruffling Ruan Tang's hair, I said silently, "What a silly woman." I turned my head to look at the small truck frozen one step away. My brilliant smile gradually faded. Replacing it was endless coldness and the supreme majesty of an imperial sovereign. Ren Biu's expression at this moment was one of utter terror, because he realized the truck had actually lifted off the ground, as if grabbed by an invisible, giant hand. It was forcefully frozen motionless in mid-air. I said flatly, "In your next life, remember to be a good person." Then, a gentle breeze blew past. This small truck, weighing several tons, instantly turned to flour like dust and was scattered by the wind. Hiding in his black sedan not far away, Li Jie was soaked in cold sweat. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, the terror in his heart instantly swallowed all his reason. I silently withdrew my gaze and hugged Ruan Tang tightly in my arms. I have a very good temper, having experienced everything over 100,000 years. My sharp edges had been completely smoothed out by the long passage of time. But I know very well that my bottom line is Ruan Tang, and once that bottom line is touched, anyone must die. Whether it is an immortal venerable dominating the universe, or an ordinary person like an ant. With drunken, hazy eyes, Ruan Tang murmured, "I heard Grandma say that when people die, they turn into stars in the sky. Do you think my star will be next to Grandma's?" When Ruan Tang opened her eyes, she was so stunned by the dazzling brilliance in her sight that her little mouth gradually fell open. because she was surprised to find that she was not standing on the ground, but standing in the starry sky. I took Ruan Tang strolling through the Milky Way. Countless stars of various colors floated before our eyes. They were not flat images, but three-dimensional, swirling stars. Ruan Tang saw quite a few silver fish swimming through the Milky Way as well. They looked exactly like the fish I often cooked. She could not help but marvel. So heaven is actually this beautiful. Ruan Tang reached out her hand, carefully trying to touch those silver fish. But before she could touch them, the fish vanished with a whoosh, making her giggle with delight. A few lines of lyrics she particularly liked suddenly welled up in Ruan Tang's mind, and she sang them out loud. I fell from the cliff edge, plummeting into the vast starry sky. The Milky Way, neither clear nor murky, I know not how to break free. I stood behind Ruan Tang, smiling slightly. I felt that although the starry sky before me was beautiful, under Ruan Tang's breathtakingly beautiful smile, all this beautiful scenery lost its luster. That night, I did not take Ruan Tang to the movies, nor did I take her shopping. Instead, I held her warm little hand, and strolled within this starry sky. This was an exclusive romance. The next morning, Xu Yiyi leaned over the edge of the bed. In her sweet, sticky voice, she called out, "Mommy, time to wake up. It is already 9:00 a.m. Ruan Tang opened her eyes and stared at her daughter's face for a long time. She thought to herself, I did not die. No, this is reincarnation. God let me be reborn to make up for my regrets. Ruan Tang's eyes grew moist. She could not help but hug her daughter tightly, calling out, "E." Her heart was filled with the joy of regaining what was lost. She secretly swore to treat her daughter and husband well in this life. Pinching her little nose, Xu Yiyi warned, "Mommy, you smell all over like alcohol. Drink less next time. Yesterday, Daddy was the one who carried you back. Otherwise, you would have slept on the big street." Hearing the words "carried you back," Ruan Tang finally looked around. She realized this was her bedroom at home, not a hospital, which meant she had not died, let alone been reborn. She had just blacked out from drinking. Leaning against the door frame, Ruan Lan teased with a smile, "Sis, still sleeping in?" Looking at her sister's completely bewildered face, she could not resist the urge to spill everything that happened yesterday. Ruan Tang rubbed her forehead in embarrassment and said, "I am a little dizzy." She tried to change the subject to cover up her awkwardness. After all, the hangover headache was indeed making her feel terrible right now. Ruan Lan mercilessly exposed her. Brother-in-law went out to buy groceries. It is just the three of us at home, so stop pretending. But the way you pretended to be drunk and clung to brother-in-law's chest yesterday was absolutely legendary. Hearing this, Ruan Tang's pretty face instantly turned bright red. She shouted in humiliated anger, "Ruan Lan, say one more word of nonsense and I will beat you." She simply could not believe she had lost her composure to such an extent. Xu Yiyi chimed in from the side, "Mommy, Auntie is not talking nonsense. You also pulled Daddy, babbling about the Milky Way and fish. The dead serious way you said it, it was totally like you were sleep-talking." Xu Yiyi scratched her head and sighed with the maturity of an adult. "Can you parents let your children worry a little less? I am only 5 years old. The pressure is too high." Ruan Tang got up at 10:00 a.m., finished washing up, and gathered intelligence from her daughter and sister. "I got dead drunk yesterday and was carried back by him, and I even got touchy-feely." When Ruan Tang saw the video recorded on Ruan Lan's phone, she was so ashamed she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Furious and flustered, she tried to stomp on the phone to destroy this damning evidence. Terrified, Ruan Lan quickly yelled, "Do not stomp, that is my brand new phone." Having finally managed to snatch her phone back from her sister, she hurriedly deleted the video and swore she knew nothing. Ruan Tang raised her head, looking at Ruan Lan with a dark, brooding gaze. She thought to herself, the video on the phone can be deleted, but how do I delete the memories in their brains? How am I supposed to face Xu Yiyi after this? Ruan Lan was also very sharp. She immediately cupped her hands together and said, "Rules of the martial world. I have amnesia, I have forgotten everything that happened yesterday." Deeply afraid her sister would do something drastic like silencing her to protect her innocence. Afraid that her sister would vent her anger on her, Ruan Lan slipped away incredibly fast. Standing by the door, she kept waving her hand, shouting, "Come quick, I will take you and run." Xu Yiyi also sensed that the atmosphere was off. Carrying her backpack, she said weakly, "Then Mommy is leaving now." Left alone at home, Ruan Tang hugged a throw pillow and rolled around on the sofa in extreme embarrassment. She was filled with remorse. Why did I lose my composure after drinking again? Ruan Tang thought to herself. 5 years ago, I also got drunk, clung to Xu Yiyi, and ended up with And now it happened again. My tolerance for alcohol is clearly decent. So why does it become so terrible the moment I encounter Xu Yiyi? I had appeared at some unknown point, carrying a grocery basket, and sat down beside Ruan Tang. With a gentle voice I asked, "Are you okay?" This startled Ruan Tang, who was lost in her wild thoughts, causing her to let out a scream. With her heart pounding, Ruan Tang clutched her chest, glared at me and complained. "Why do not you make any sound when you walk? You scared me to death." Her face still carried an unfaded blush. It was unclear whether it was from shyness or fright. I said with a tone of annoyance, "You were quite scary yesterday too. If I had known, I would have just given in. I do not know when the next time will be." What a pity, what a pity. As I spoke, my face was filled with regret. Seeing Ruan Tang silently get up and walk toward the kitchen, I chuckled and reminded her, "I hid all the knives in the kitchen. Come, eat a cucumber to cool down." Ruan Tang took the cucumber and took a huge bite, pondering over dropping a couple of harsh words to warn me not to push my luck. Then she heard me remind her that cucumber has not been washed. Ruan Tang instantly felt her stomach churn violently. 10 minutes later, she was holding the millet porridge I had just warmed up for her. The tips of her ears were red from my intense gaze. She glared at me angrily. "Have you looked enough?" However, I answered affectionately, "The more I look, the prettier you are." "I can never look enough." This cheesy romantic line caused Ruan Tang's heartbeat to skip a beat. "Clearly you were the one who wanted to forcefully push me down. Why on earth am I the one getting angry?" Ruan Tang gritted her teeth. "Xu Yiyi, do not think that just by saying a few nice words, I will stop being angry." I looked at Ruan Tang's bashful and furious appearance. As if I had seen right through her thoughts, I said to myself, "Actually, I should give you a way out of this awkward situation. After all, you are thin-skinned." "So, I have decided." Ruan Tang's heart beat faster. She asked hesitantly, "You decided what? Does he have something to say to me?" I said with a completely straight face, "So, I have decided not to give you a way out." This plot twist almost made Ruan Tang choke on her breath. I looked at Ruan Tang's completely flushed cheeks and said affectionately, my eyes filled with absolute doting, "Honey, do you know that you look incredibly charming like this? I want to look at you for a little while longer." Ruan Tang shot me a fierce glare. "Then do you know that the way you look right now makes me really want to beat you up? I really want to slap you." Although her words were fierce, a trace of sweetness rippled in her heart. "Of course I know. Because you are not the first person to say that, but I know very well that those who once said that to me, most of them have already turned to dust." I recalled my youth when I was invincible among my peers. With a mortal body, I defied the heavens and forged an invincible Tao path. Back then, my untamed arrogance offended countless heaven-sent geniuses and divine children. Thinking of those people who used to hate my guts, but could not beat me, acting utterly exasperated, I could not help but laugh out loud. But as I laughed, I became somewhat dazed. I sighed at how time truly flies. Sensing the shift in my emotions, Ruan Tang said softly, "I am sorry, I spoke too harshly just now. If you miss them, go find your friends to drink and chat." I gave a bitter smile, shook my head and said, "It has nothing to do with you." My laughter gradually grew hoarse, because I no longer have any friends. As the imperial sovereign unrivaled in the universe, I had crushed the dreams of countless people. Under the same starry sky, there can only be one person in the sovereign realm. My very existence is an absolute form of loneliness. With a lonely figure, I walked into the courtyard and sat on the grass covered in crabapple blossoms. Taking out a jar of 10,000-year-old newer Hong wine, I raised it high, turned the mouth downward, and poured the wine onto the ground. In a voice only I could hear, I murmured to myself, "To us back then. To myself back then." This cup of wine was a tribute to that faded youth and those blood-boiling years. Ruan Tang silently sat down beside me and asked softly, "Do you want me to drink a little with you?" Perhaps her heart ached for me, and she did not want to see me lonely by myself. I teased, "I am afraid that after you get drunk, you will try to force yourself on me again, and I am afraid I will make a mistake." With this interruption, the atmosphere instantly lightened. Ruan Tang blushed, kicked me testily, and scolded, "You lecher. If you act like this again, I am really going to ignore you. All you know how to do all day is bully me." Laughing heartily, I grabbed the newer Hong and took a massive gulp. As the strong liquor slid down my throat, my gaze became even more profound. At that moment, the phone in my pocket suddenly rang urgently. Taking it out, I saw it was Lu Nanwei. Lu Nanwei's voice came through the receiver. It was as cold as usual, but if Owen listened carefully, they could detect suppressed joy in her voice. Clearly, she was very happy at this moment. Relying on my acute intuition, I instantly detected the subtle change in her emotions. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. I then asked if there was good news. Lu Nanwei had no intention of hiding anything. She stated directly that her family called her yesterday, and for some unknown reason, their attitude toward Li Mi suddenly changed. They said she could pick a date to get married. Hearing this news, I raised an eyebrow slightly. I felt this change in attitude was indeed a bit sudden. So I half-joked to the other end of the phone, "Is not that a bit too hasty?" Lu Nanwei retorted with a firm tone, saying it was not hasty at all. After all, she and Li Mi had known each other for a full 7 years. They knew each other inside out. She had long since decided he was the own. Lu Nanwei suddenly fell silent on the other end of the phone for a moment. She then said sincerely, "Thank you, Director Xu. It might just be an illusion, but I feel like ever since I met you, my fate has been completely rewritten." I thought to myself, it is far more than just rewritten. The Dongli University Infirmary went from being completely unknown to an institution that even top-tier medical universities look up to now. I joked into the phone, "Since there is such great, joyous news, merely treating me to own meal is definitely not enough. I suggest you treat me for a whole month to truly express the gratitude in your heart." Lu Nanwei hurriedly refused, saying she would only treat me to own meal. She still needed to save money with Li Mi to buy a house. "However, you can bring your family along." After saying that, deeply afraid I would actually mooch food for a month, she hung up the phone. I put away my phone and turned to look at the beautiful and moving Ruan Tang beside me. I asked casually, "Do you want to go?" In my heart, I did not actually hold much hope. After all, she was always very busy with work. Ruan Tang reached out her fair hand and gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Unexpectedly, she nodded and said, "Why not?" Those usually aloof eyes now carried a trace of a gentle smile. Hearing this affirmative answer, I inexplicably felt a warm sensation in my heart. This showed that Ruan Tang had begun to acknowledge my identity as Yi's father, and was willing to accept me. My mood could not help but soar. With a grand wave of my hand, I said heroically, "I have both the beauty and the empire. I ask, who in this world could be happier than me?" The smile on my face was brighter than the sunshine. Ruan Tang looked at the somewhat smug man before her, and could not help but roll her eyes hard. She thought to herself, who is his? This man's skin is truly getting thicker and thicker, but she did not voice any objection. I brought Ruan Tang to the place where we were having lunch. It was an open-air food stall by the sea, specializing in seafood barbecue. Ruan Tang and I were the last to arrive. When we got there, we found a dense crowd occupying 2 whole tables. Not only had Zhou Feng arrived, but doctors like Li Shouzhong, Yan Ge, and Lin Qiu were also there. Lu Nanwei spotted us from afar. She quickly waved and called out, "Director Xu, over here." When she saw Ruan Tang, a flash of stunning amazement crossed her eyes. She thought to herself, "What an incredibly beautiful woman, asterisk." Lu Nanwei secretly marveled that this woman lacked the youthful immaturity of Ruan Lan, but possessed an extra touch of elegance, especially her figure, which made even Lu Nanwei envious. I do not understand how 2 biological sisters can be so different. With a smile on her face, Ruan Tang greeted everyone with poised elegance. The crowd continuously responded, "Hello, sister-in-law." This made her, who was usually resolute and decisive in the business world, feel a bit embarrassed at this moment. It was own thing for Lu Nanwei, Zhou Feng, and the others to call her sister-in-law. But even Li Shouzhong and this group of old men and women were following suit. This scene was truly somewhat comical and left her feeling helpless. On the surface, Ruan Tang maintained a proper smile, but secretly she gave me a hard kick. She thought to herself, being aged 50 years for no reason is so infuriating, I will settle this score with him when we get back, Enduring the pain in my foot, I pretended nothing happened and asked, "Have you ordered yet?" However, my eyes did not dare look at Ruan Tang beside me, deeply afraid of drawing any more unnecessary physical suffering. Lu Nanwei hurriedly handed over the menu and explained, "Not yet, because we did not know your and sister-in-law's tastes. We specifically waited for you to arrive before ordering. It is a form of respect for our guests." I took the menu and shouted directly to the waiter, "Peanuts, smashed cucumbers, and preserved eggs with soy sauce. We do not want these 3 appetizers. Bring own portion of everything else on the menu for every table." Li Mi rubbed his signature blonde hair. He chuckled and said, "Nanwei said you helped her a lot. Order the heavy dishes as much as you like. Do not be polite." Consider this meal today as a small token of our appreciation. I looked at the waiter and added, we do not want the 3 appetizers I just mentioned. Bring every other dish on the menu. Own portion for each table. I am never polite. Hearing these words, the smile on Li Mi's face froze instantly. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He thought to himself, asterisk, this is way too impolite, asterisk. Asterisk, if we were at a star-rated hotel, he would probably eat away the value of a whole house, asterisk. Lu Nanwei secretly rejoiced on the side, thankful that the place chosen today was an affordable food stall. If they had actually gone to a high-end restaurant, this meal today would probably eat up their house-buying fund. Watching my extravagant display, Ruan Tang could not help but remind me in a low voice, we won't be able to finish all this food. It is not good to waste food. Plus, it will cost our friends too much. But I was unconcerned and asked back, what if I can finish it? My eyes were full of confidence, as if this little bit of food was nothing to me, and I was not worried about wasting it at all. Ruan Tang retorted angrily, then you are a pig. Although her voice was not loud, everyone seated heard it clearly. It caused the people around to lower their heads, struggling to hold back their laughter. Choked by this sudden roast, I coughed. I rubbed my nose awkwardly. I thought to myself, asterisk, at least leave me some face when we are outside, asterisk. My status in this family is truly plain for all to see. Trying hard to suppress his laughter, Zhou Feng chimed in, serve the dishes just like that. Today we are going to fleece the rich guy. Anyway, this kid Li Mi has been in high spirits recently because of his happy event. He can afford this meal. We did not notice that. In the distance, 2 gazes were firmly fixed on our side. These 2 were a burly middle-aged man and a young girl wearing glasses who looked particularly quiet, named Yao Yun. Feng Yuanzi stared at me gloomily and said in a deep voice, furthermore, the flower fairy's illegitimate son, Xu Yiyi, is also here. I did not expect to have such an unexpected harvest coming out this time. This is simply heaven helping me. Yao Yun's eyes flickered with excitement. The flower fairy has entered the divine gate realm. Her son holds a very important strategic position. Brimming with confidence, Yao Yun and Feng Yuanzi stood up and walked toward my 2 tables. In their eyes, this group of people were already lambs waiting to be slaughtered, with absolutely no possibility of resisting. At this moment, Lu Nanwei was introducing Li Mi to everyone with utmost solemnity. She also briefly mentioned the fact that he was a 2nd-grade martial artist. She thought this would elicit gasps of amazement, but the crowd's reaction was very flat. Doctors like Li Shouzhong did not understand martial arts. Zhou Feng also did not understand. As for me, even the pet dragon Vane kept at home was a terrifying existence comparable to the divine gate realm. So naturally, I had no special expression either. Seeing everyone's cold reaction, Lu Nanwei was completely stunned. She could not help but ask, are not martial artists very powerful? Why does everyone have no reaction at all? Did I explain it wrong? Li Mi, however, was used to this. He waved his hand and said, they are not people of the martial arts world, so they do not understand these things. Just like the other diners at this food stall, have absolutely no idea how high the status of the doctors sitting here is. Lu Nanwei nodded, feeling that this logic made sense. Every profession is like a different world. So, she raised her wine glass and said, this glass is a toast to all the seniors, and also to Director Su. Thank you everyone for taking care of us. This time, Li Shouzhong and this group of old men and women did not let themselves go wild. They all substituted tea for wine and drank a cup. Amidst the delicious food and laughter, the atmosphere at the scene appeared exceptionally harmonious and joyous. Yao Yun and Feng Yuanzi were only a few short steps away from the 2 dining tables. They stared vigilantly at Li Mi. Their eyes revealed the glint of a hunter looking at its prey. Feng Yuanzi calculated secretly in his heart. In their eyes, Li Mi's realm was at least at the peak of the 9th grade. He was a worthy opponent who required them to treat him seriously now. Even though the other party had fallen to the 2nd grade. Suddenly, Li Mi felt a surge of murderous intent. He stood up abruptly and slammed the table with full force. The commotion startled the people around him. His acute intuition told him that danger was approaching. The expressions of Feng Yuanzi and Yao Yun changed drastically. They thought inwardly, asterisk not good, we have been discovered, asterisk. With perfect tacit understanding, the 2 took 2 steps back simultaneously. Their faces were vigilant, as if facing a formidable enemy, ready to fight at any moment. Alarm bells rang loudly in Yao Yun's heart, although the intelligence said his realm had fallen. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Li Mi was ultimately once the supreme powerhouse of the human race. It was inevitable that he had one or two secret ultimate techniques hidden away. The intense movements of Feng Yuanzi and Yao Yun attracted the gaze of many people at the food stall. As a result, Li Mi shot the two of them a strange look, then raised his wineglass and said, "I also offer a toast to everyone." Yao Yun and Feng Yuanzi froze on the spot. Their faces inexplicably felt a burning heat. So the other party was just offering a toast, This feeling of being played made Feng Yuanzi fly into a humiliated rage. He no longer suppressed his realm, releasing his full pressure. The color of the sky and earth changed in an instant. The originally clear sky over Donghai City instantly became densely covered with dark clouds. A terrifying aura permeated the air. The customers at the food stall cried out in pain one after another. "My heart hurts so much I can't breathe." They only felt their vision going dark and their heartbeats accelerating rapidly. Completely unaware of what was happening, Li Mi raised his wineglass and was just about to drink it all down. But he was so shaken by that sudden, terrifying pressure that his vision went dark. His hand slipped, and the wineglass flew straight out, emitting a powerful pressure. Feng Yuanzi's body was as if struck by a heavy hammer. He flew straight backward, smashing violently into the shell statue on the seaside plaza 10 meters away. With a blurg, he spewed out a massive mouthful of fresh blood. Before he could even let out a single cry, Feng Yuanzi's head lolled to the side, and he passed out completely. The terrifying pressure dissipated along with it. The surrounding crowd, who had been feeling dizzy and tight-chested, gradually recovered. Li Mi looked at the blood all over the ground and the middle-aged man lying by the statue. He was completely dumbfounded. Being warm-hearted, he hurriedly cried out anxiously, "Nanwei, quickly, save him." Yao Yun was greatly alarmed in her heart. The intelligence was wrong. Li Mi's realm has not fallen. She was just preparing to crush a jade slip in her palm, ready to self-destruct her spiritual root and perish together with everyone. Sitting in my original seat, I slightly furrowed my brows. I sent out a trace of divine intent to suppress her. Yao Yun's spiritual root, which was frantically absorbing spiritual energy, shattered with a loud boom. The self-destruction was interrupted. Blood spilled from her mouth as she collapsed to the ground in despair. I looked at Yao Yun expressionlessly, and everything I had just done was mistaken by Yao Yun as Li Mi's trick. Yao Yun's expression gradually turned to despair. "What realm are you exactly? To think I could not even see your movements when you struck." As expected, intelligence reports are all deceiving. Li Mi, however, had a face full of black guy question mark memes. He looked around blankly and said, "Did I just run into an extortion scammer? What terrible luck." Zhou Feng nodded from the side and said, "Not, probably. You have 100% been targeted by an extortion scammer. The tricks these scammers use nowadays are truly endless." Li Mi's face grew even darker. He shouted at Yao Yun, Hey miss, hurry up and get up, I do not have any money. Are you and that old guy over there a gang? If you do not get up right now, I am going to call the police and have you arrested." Yao Yun was so angry her entire body was trembling violently. She pointed a shaking finger at the man before her, roaring in her heart, "I am not an extortion scammer. I am from the noble deviant race. You people are too despicable." Looking exasperated, Li Mi dug through every pocket on his body, only managing to scrounge up 137 yuan. He hesitated for a moment, put 2 coins back in his pocket, and handed the rest over. "Here's 135 for you. I need the remaining 2 yuan for the bus." "That is about enough. Right, the ground by the sea is quite cold. Take the money and hurry up and leave. Stop acting here." Hearing these words, Yao Yun spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, her eyes rolled back into her head, and she actually fainted from sheer, unadulterated fury. To think a dignified 9th grade powerhouse of the deviant race would be humiliated in such a manner. It was truly a case of extreme anger attacking the heart. Li Mi was completely dumbfounded. He thought to himself, "It is own thing to have my dojo challenged 32 times in a month, but I just came out happily to have a meal, and now I am being targeted by a scammer gang. Why is my life so difficult?" At this moment, Gao He hurried over, leading a group of plainclothes officers. As the head of the Donghai City Martial Arts Association, he had been under immense pressure lately. After sensing the terrifying pressure earlier, he had rushed over without stopping. Gao He had not expected to find a middle-aged man and a quiet-looking young girl lying on the ground. Moreover, he sensed from both of them a terrifying pressure that made his heart palpitate. These are 2 powerhouses. Gao He cautiously rolled up the sleeves of Yao Yun and Feng Yuanzi, and discovered a totem printed on both of their wrists. Did this heaven-sent merit just fall into my lap so suddenly? I paid no attention to these interludes. Sipping peach blossom wine, I was somewhat lost in thought. I thought to myself, Earth is truly a lively place. Not to mention the suspected ancient demon race. The two people who were just suppressed were also proper cultivators. I suddenly smiled, thinking so that is how it is. They are deviants from outside the realm. Lu Nanwei and Li Mi thoroughly enjoyed this lunch. Only Ruan Tang found the food tasteless. She only wanted to eat the food I cooked personally. Ruan Tang used to like food stalls too, but now her palate had been spoiled by me. No matter what earthly delicacies or rare seafood it was, in her eyes, they were not even a 10,000th as good as the food I cooked, even if it was just egg-fried rice. Hearing my wife's stomach rumbling slightly, I asked softly, "Does it not suit your taste? How about I go home and make you some noodles?" Ruan Tang said in pleasant surprise. My zhajiangmian fried sauce noodles was an absolute masterpiece. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. With a signal from Ruan Tang's eyes, I left the table early. By 2:30 p.m. Ruan Tang was holding a bowl of zhajiangmian, eating with immense satisfaction. Completely disregarding her image, she wolfed it down. I said helplessly, "Mind your image. You are, after all, the young miss of a prominent family." But Ruan Tang replied casually, "Image is for outsiders to see." Pondering the meaning of her words, my smile instantly became radiant. "Then let me add 2 more eggs for you, so you can get some extra nourishment." Ruan Tang put down her chopsticks and asked with a half smile, "Who was the last woman you gave extra nourishment to? Could it be Ruan Lan?" A murderous glint gradually rose in her eyes. Sensing the air stagnate, I could not help but cough and change the subject. "Are we still going to treat that friend of yours?" Ruan Tang fell silent, then said softly, "She says she has a terminal illness, does not need treatment, and does not want to see anyone. But I still want you to try. Can you do me this favor?" I nodded and said, "It would be my absolute pleasure." Ruan Tang and I drove for 2 hours before finally arriving at that remote village. The environment here was abysmal, emitting wafts of nauseating odors. Ruan Tang recounted, 5 years ago, when I was driven out of the Ruan family, Wei Qing lent me 30,000 yuan. You could say Wei Qing gave me a lifeline. In those short 5 years, she saw through human nature. 2 years ago, feathers suddenly started growing on Wei Qing's body. Because of her condition, she was shunned and moved to her deceased grandmother's house to live alone. It took me a lot of effort to finally find her here. She is living a very bitter life. Ruan Tang pushed open the door to the dilapidated house. In the messy courtyard, she saw 3 obese women, holding tools and bullying a strange woman covered in red feathers. Ruan Tang's face instantly turned icy cold. She rushed over, hugged Wei Qing and shouted, "What are you doing? This is illegal, I am calling the police." The 3 women were startled and hurriedly fled. Wei Qing stopped Ruan Tang, who wanted to call the police, and whispered, "I told you not to come. It is contagious. You guys hurry up and leave." I carefully examined her. I noticed that the surface of Wei Qing's skin was covered in blood-red feathers. Her mouth was also oddly shaped, like a bird's beak. A strange look flickered in my eyes. I muttered to myself, "You must have a lot of physical strength, right? And your voice is a bit strange. Logically speaking, your voice should be like heavenly music." Ruan Tang said in surprise, "How did you know?" Wei Qing was once fiercely fought over by record companies. But after this condition appeared, the record companies simply dropped her. I smiled and said with a tone of absolute certainty, "Not only do I know that, I also know she is not sick at all. Because this is not a disease. It is the extremely rare legendary double pupil bird." I was just about to continue explaining Wei Qing's condition. But before I could finish my sentence, I was interrupted by a sudden burst of violent noise from outside the door. A burly, rugged middle-aged man, holding a bottle of cheap baijiu in his hand, stumbled in with drunken, hazy eyes. His entire body reeked of pungent alcohol. That fat, bloated woman had a face full of vicious resentment. Pointing her thick, stubby finger fiercely at Ruan Tang, she screamed, "Hubby, it is this woman. She actually dared to say she would call the police." The middle-aged man rubbed his cloudy eyes vigorously. His name was Zhu Lu, a notorious local bully in these parts. He usually threw his weight around tyrannically, and simply no one dared to provoke him. Seeing these 2 vicious thugs, Wei Qing's face became extremely ugly. She fumbled around on her body for a long time. Before finally pulling out a crumpled 100 yuan bill, she carefully handed it over. Wei Qing fought back the terror in her heart, and said with a trembling voice to the drunkard, "Brother Zhu, they are my friends and do not know the rules here. Please, give me some face." Zhu Lu snatched the money, casually stuffed it into his pocket, and let out a loud alcoholic burp. The stench of the alcohol was nauseating. He chuckled and said, "All right, I will give you some face." Hearing this, Wei Qing let out a small sigh of relief in her heart. She hurriedly lowered her head and nodded humbly, "Thank you, Brother Zhu. Thank you, Brother Zhu, for being magnanimous and letting us off." A hint of a smile appeared on Zhu Lu's face. He pointed his finger at Ruan Tang, who was standing nearby. "Have your friend have a couple of drinks with me, and I will let you off." I simply could not listen to this anymore. My eyes instantly turned ice cold. Before he could even finish speaking, I directly slapped him hard across the face. "If you do not want to die, leave immediately." Zhu Lu dares to have designs on the wife of a dignified imperial sovereign. I reached out and simply slapped him flying. Seeing my action, that obese woman was filled with pleasant surprise. "I am calling the police right now. These two outsiders actually dared to strike us. We absolutely cannot let them off." The obese woman rejoiced secretly in her heart. "Over the past 2 years, we have pretty much extorted everyone in the village. I did not expect this outsider to be so cooperative, to actually dare to strike us. We are going to be rich now." Watching the performance of these two scoundrels, I was stunned for a moment, then could not help but laugh. I crouched down and took back Wei Qing's 100 yuan bill from Zhu Lu's hand. Looking at Zhu Lu's greedy face, I said seriously, "I have lived for 100,000 years. You are the first person who has ever dared to try and extort me. Based on that alone, you are very brave." A trace of playfulness appeared in my eyes. "When you reach the sea of samsara, you can ask for an extra bowl of mangpa soup. After all, for someone like you, it is better to forget everything completely in your next life." Hearing this, Zhu Lu ignored the blood stain at the corner of his mouth and yelled, 100,000 years. "Not only did you beat me up just now, but you also robbed me of 100 yuan. The nature of your crime is vile." With the face of a scoundrel, Zhu Lu stared at me with vicious eyes. "In our Dragon Kingdom, the nature of what you did is extremely serious. Think about it yourself. Do you want to settle this privately, or go to the authorities?" Wei Qing's face was pale. She knew all too well the methods of these people. She cried out anxiously, "Ruan Tang, hurry up and take your boyfriend away. Anyone in the village targeted by Zhu Lu gets a layer of skin peeled off." Seeing this, Zhu Lu's wife directly lay down right at the doorway. Her mass of fat actually blocked the door. She chuckled and said, "Leaving is impossible. Do not even think about leaving without paying up." I gave a soft "oh," then unceremoniously kicked her out the door like a rubber ball. How dare he act tough in front of me? Immediately after, I delivered another kick to Zhu Lu on the ground. The force was perfectly controlled, making them feel pain worse than death, yet not immediately taking the lives of these two scoundrels. Outside the door, the two of them screamed heart-wrenchingly in agony. But then, a bizarre thing happened. They discovered in horror that they seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing spell. Zhu Lu and his wife felt their bodies were completely unable to move. It was as if some invisible, 10,000-ton weight was pressing down hard upon them. They could not even twitch a finger. Their hearts were currently filled with terror. They kept trying to struggle to their feet, but it was entirely futile. That invisible force pinned them firmly to the cold ground. Watching that bizarre scene outside the door, Wei Qing was so frightened her face turned pale. She said anxiously, "It is over. They are going to cling to you guys and extort you. Hurry up and run away. There is still time." Turned around and looked calmly at the panicked Wei Qing. I said slowly, "I came to save you, not to run away. Ignore those two." My tone was firm, deliberately emphasizing the word, saying it was not to cure an illness, but to save her, as if what Wei Qing was experiencing was not a simple illness, but a life or death tribulation. Hearing this, Ruan Tang looked at me in confusion. "What did you mean just now when you said Wei Qing does not have an illness? If it is not an illness, then what is it?" Although Wei Qing had long since given up all hope regarding this, she also subconsciously raised her head. A trace of longing flashed in those dull, lifeless eyes, wanting to know the truth about her condition. I looked deeply at Wei Qing. My gaze seemed to pierce through all illusions, and at this moment, I finally saw Wei Qing's eyes clearly. Nodding with certainty, I said, "This is your blessed fortune." I observed carefully. Wei Qing did indeed have double pupils, but they were not as obvious as typical double pupils. Her eyes were very clear, exceptionally clean without the slightest impurity. I discovered that the second pupil in Wei Qing's eyes was extremely blurry, like a star hidden in the deep depths. Unless Own carefully used divine sense to observe, it was completely invisible. Hearing the words blessed fortune, Wei Qing's expression became incredibly bitter. because of this so-called illness. Her parents' company, which brought in millions a year, was dragged down, leading to the ruin of her family. Wei Qing recalled the past. Her family was still buried under a mountain of debt. Now, she was forced to hide in this remote mountain village, enduring constant eye rolls and bullying, just to eke out the remainder of her life. Seeing her sorrow, I said softly, "Do not be afraid of what I am about to tell you. It might overturn your understanding of the world, but this is the absolute truth." Seeing that Wei Qing's emotions had stabilized slightly, I continued, "You are actually not human." Sitting on the ground, hugging her knees tightly, Wei Qing's voice gradually grew quieter, carrying endless grievance and an inferiority complex. She looked exceptionally pitiable. "The people in the village all call me a monster." I did not deny this statement, however. Instead, I nodded very seriously. "You are indeed a Yao monster/spirit. Your intuition on this point is not wrong." Listening from the side, Ruan Tang could not take it anymore. She glared fiercely at me and said angrily, "Xu Yiyi, do you have any idea what you are saying? How can you join the others in insulting her?" Facing my wife's anger, I could only shrug helplessly. "I know exactly what I am saying. I am not insulting her. I am merely stating a fact." Ruan Tang said huffily, "Wei Qing has already been ostracized by her classmates and shunned by the villagers. She is already very fragile psychologically. And here you are poking at her wounds. You are going too far." I felt helpless in my heart. Wei Qing truly was a Yao, and not just any ordinary Yao. She possessed a fraction of the noble bloodline of the double-pupil bird. Although the concentration of that bloodline was very thin, I knew very well that Wei Qing's current state was known in the cultivation world as atavism. This was indeed an immense blessed fortune. If this were in the Immortal Realm, countless people would beg for this and still not get it. I marveled inwardly that a human Yao hybrid like Wei Qing, whose bloodline was so incredibly thin, could actually undergo atavism. It could entirely be said that she was favored by the heavenly Tao. It was a own in several 100,000 miracle. Looking at the angry Ruan Tang, I gently reached out and stroked her hair. "Be good, do not be angry. Give me 5 minutes, and I will show you a brand new Wei Qing." Ruan Tang looked at me dubiously. She was momentarily stunned by my words. She even forgot to slap away the hand that was messing up her hair. Muttering in her heart, "What kind of trick is this guy playing?" I turned to Wei Qing and said seriously, "I will give you a choice. You can choose to live out a simple, happy life on Earth, as an ordinary person, and forget everything." I paused, then continued, "Of course, you can also choose to leave this place and head towards a vaster world to fight for a future. But that path is destined to be perilous. You do not need to rush to answer me right now. This is a lifelong matter. You can take your time to think about it. But for now, I will first help you resolve the pain in your body." Amidst Wei Qing's bewildered expression, I extended a single finger and lightly tapped the center of her brow. Instantly, a massive amount of information flooded into her mind like a tidal wave. Feeling the roaring in her mind, Wei Qing involuntarily closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly. It seemed she was undergoing an unprecedented baptism of the soul. The expressions on Wei Qing's face shifted unpredictably. Sometimes she frowned, as if enduring pain. Sometimes she looked stunned, as if seeing an unbelievable sight. Sometimes she looked fearful, and sometimes she broke into a light smile. Standing to the side, Ruan Tang had no idea what was actually happening to Wei Qing. She only saw that the feathers on the other woman's body, which had caused her such an inferiority complex, were actually falling off own by own. In the blink of an eye, Wei Qing revealed the skin that had been hidden by the feathers. Her entire being was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, completely transformed and radiant. Xu Yiyi had actually cured Wei Qing's strange illness. The joyful smile that came straight from my wife's heart made a warm wave of affection surge within me. Ruan Tang, who usually kept a straight, icy face, did have a bit of that domineering CEO vibe, but I felt she still looked her absolute best when she smiled. It was as if the whole world lit up. I thought to myself, our daughter Yi takes after Ruan Tang perfectly in this regard. Her smile is just as captivating. It seems I will have to spoil these two darlings to the heavens in the future, so they can smile like this every single day. A full 5 minutes passed, and Wei Qing still had not opened her eyes. Ruan Tang started to panic a little. She could not help but ask me, "Is she okay? Why has not she woken up after so long?" I said in a relaxed tone, "Do not worry, she is fine. She is just digesting all that information and the changes in her body. She will wake up very soon." Ruan Tang was still somewhat worried. looking at Wei Qing sitting there like a statue. She said anxiously, but she is completely motionless. It looks really scary. Are you sure we do not need to call an ambulance? I teased. The only thing that is completely motionless is a turtle. Her eyelashes are fluttering. That means she is consciously awake. Look closely. Stop scaring yourself. She is perfectly fine. Ruan Tang was rendered speechless. She rolled her eyes at me testily. I really have a way with words. If Wei Qing heard herself being compared to a turtle, she definitely would not let this guy off when she woke up. Another 10 minutes passed, just as a deep look of worry surged on Ruan Tang's face once again. Wei Qing finally, slowly opened her eyes. Her entire aura had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The second pupil within Wei Qing's eyes was no longer blurry. It was incredibly clear, like two brilliant gemstones embedded within, exuding a mysterious and noble aura. Turned around, looked at those bizarre eyes, and praised sincerely, "Your double pupils are truly beautiful, much purer than any I have ever seen in the Immortal Realm." Looking closely, I could faintly see a soft golden light radiating from the depths of Wei Qing's pupils. It was more than just beautiful, it was simply dazzling, containing the endless, profound mysteries of the Great Tao. Ruan Tang's heart tightened. She knew that in the past, Wei Qing cared most about people talking about her eyes. She was just about to open her mouth to defend my bluntness, afraid it would make Wei Qing feel uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, Wei Qing bowed deeply to me. Choking with emotion, she said, "Thank you. I have no way to repay the grace of saving my life, except to weave grass into rings and carry them in my mouth to repay you in my next life." I hurriedly waved my hand to interrupt and joked, "Let us skip the pledging your life to me part. Having Ruan Tang is more than enough for me. I already have too many washboards to kneel on at home. Please do not get me in trouble." Wei Qing's face flushed red. She finally got the chance to finish the second half of her sentence. "Except to work like an ox or a horse for you." She had originally intended to express her most sincere gratitude, but my joke left her not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ruan Tang walked over and hugged Wei Qing tightly. Her heart aching, she said, "What do you mean, work like an ox or a horse? You saved me 5 years ago. It is only natural that he saves you today. This is just repaying a debt." Ruan Tang said sincerely, "As long as you are okay, I am relieved. No one will ever be able to bully you again. Those people who called you a monster, let them all go to hell." Wei Qing's face was a bit red. "Ruan Tang, I'm going to go change my clothes first. This is truly too indecent." Ruan Tang realized the situation and hurriedly said, Right. Hurry inside, do not catch a cold." Saying that, she pulled Wei Qing along into the humble house. From the corner of a small cabinet on the heated brick bed Wei Qing carefully took out a neatly folded white dress. Stroking the hem of the dress, her eyes gradually grew red. Wei Qing's voice trembled. 2 years ago, on my birthday, when my body became covered in feathers, my grandmother personally went to the mall to pick this out and gave it to me. She hoped I would recover quickly and dress up beautifully. Ruan Tang knew very well what happened next. While Wei Qing was abroad seeking medical treatment, her grandmother was in a severe car accident and tragically passed away. This became an eternal pain in Wei Qing's heart. Looking at the dress, Ruan Tang felt a pang of sorrow. She could not help but say gently, "Hurry up and put it on. Grandma is watching from heaven. Her taste must be excellent. You will definitely look beautiful in it." Wei Qing changed into the white dress. Although there was no mirror in the room, she knew she must look beautiful right now. Just as Grandma had hoped for her, she had finally done it. After changing her clothes, Wei Qing composed her emotions and walked out of the inner room. She invited me into the room to sit. Although she had nothing but 4 bare walls, this was the only place she could currently host guests. The house was surprisingly, exceptionally empty. There was absolutely no clutter, making it look particularly cold and desolate. It was as if the owner of this house was ready to leave this world at any moment. Mainly, any halfway decent furniture or valuable items in the house had long been looted by those greedy villagers. All that remained was that battered bedside cabinet embedded in the wall. However, although the bedding was old, it was washed exceptionally clean and carried a faint, fresh scent of laundry detergent. Clearly, even though she had become a monster in the mouths of the villagers, Wei Qing had never given up on life. Looking a bit constrained, Wei Qing rolled up the bedding to make room. "I have nothing in my home. Please do not laugh. Come sit on the Kong. It is warmer here." Only after saying this did she suddenly remember that Ruan Tang was now a top executive worth tens of millions. Only after saying this did she suddenly remember that Ruan Tang was now a big boss worth tens of millions. Accustomed to fine clothes and rich food every day, she would probably find this place dirty, messy, and poor. A wave of regret instantly washed over her heart. Just as Wei Qing was feeling awkward and uneasy, Ruan Tang sat down on it without hesitation. With a nostalgic smile on her face, she chuckled lightly. This Kong is heated so warmly. Ruan Tang reminisced, when I was little, I went back to my hometown with grandma. During the northern winters, with heavy snow falling outside the window, sitting on the warm head of the Kong was so comfortable. In the blink of an eye, it has been over 10 years. The heavy stone hanging in Wei Qing's heart finally dropped. She smiled along and said, there is still plenty of firewood at home. Tonight I will heat the Kong up really warm. You guys stay here for a night before you go. Ruan Tang was just about to refuse, mainly afraid of inconveniencing Wei Qing. When she saw Wei Qing's clear gaze, which carried a hint of pleading, the words that reached her lips were forcefully swallowed back down. For some unknown reason, Ruan Tang suddenly had an intuition. For a very long time in the future, she probably would not be able to see Wei Qing again. This illusion made her heart feel incredibly empty. Ruan Tang involuntarily asked, "Are you leaving?" She stared intently into Wei Qing's eyes, hoping to get a negative answer. But logic told her it was true. Wei Qing nodded gently, her gaze becoming firm. She was indeed leaving. The information transmitted by my finger tap had let her know just how vast this world truly was. The flame of hope had ignited in Wei Qing's heart. She wanted to go to that legendary Immortal Realm. She wanted to visit the ancestral land of the double-pupil bird to take a look, and seek out the place where she truly belonged. From the side, I mercilessly poured cold water on her, saying, "You might die." My voice was flat, but it spoke the most cruel truth of the cultivation world. The cultivation world has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak. Although Wei Qing possessed the noble bloodline of the double-pupil bird, and the blessed fortune of atavism, making her an undisputed heaven-sent genius, the number of geniuses who died prematurely on this path was uncountable. I looked at Wei Qing and analyzed seriously, but if you stay on Earth, even if you can't completely break through in your cultivation, with your talent, living a peaceful life for 100 or 1,000 years would not be difficult. Hearing this, Wei Qing's expression did not waver in the slightest. I have already died once. The inhuman torment of these past 2 years has long since tempered my will to be as solid as a rock. I saved Wei Qing's life. She bowed respectfully to me. I, Wei Qing, owe you and Ruan Tang my life. In the future, if you ever need me, even if it means going through a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I will not hesitate. I looked at her deeply. A trace of admiration added to my gaze. I said meaningfully, we owe each other nothing. The karma is settled. Walk your own path well. Listening from the side, Ruan Tang was completely lost, but was also infected by the atmosphere. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, she said, "What, mountain of blades or sea of fire? What, working like an ox or a horse? You really have not changed a bit." Ruan Tang reminisced. In the past, Wei Qing was incredibly straightforward and hearty. I heard she especially loved Mr. Jin Yong's martial arts novels. Even the way she spoke carried the flavor of the martial world Jianghu, full of the demeanor of a heroine. Wei Qing muttered softly to herself, "Have I not changed a bit?" She gave a bitter smile and shook her head. She had changed, after all, having experienced so much, that innocence was long gone. The words might be the same words, but the state of mind when speaking them was no longer the state of mind from back then. Wei Qing took a deep breath, suppressing that feeling of sentimentality at the bottom of her heart. A smile reappeared on her face. Wei Qing stood up, rolled up her sleeves and said, "You guys sit for a while. I am going to the field to pick some vegetables. I will make you guys a good meal tonight, so you can taste the pollution-free vegetables I grew myself." The meaning of Wei Qing's words was clearly that she wanted to show off her cooking skills. Afraid that Wei Qing would continue to be bullied by the villagers, Ruan Tang immediately jumped off the Kong, put on her shoes and said, "I will go with you. I happen to want to move around a bit too." The two women left together, watching their backs disappear into the distance. I squatted at the doorway. Reaching out my hand, I patted Zhu Lu's face, which was swollen like a pig's head. Still trying to run an extortion scam. At this moment, Zhu Lu's inner world was collapsing. It was not that he did not want to speak. The key was that he could not speak. It was as if his mouth had been sealed with heavy-duty duct tape. He could only stare at me with widened, terrified eyes. Zhu Lu's heartbeat continuously accelerated, almost jumping out of his throat. At this moment, he suddenly realized, that the man before him was the true demon. Seeing Zhu Lu remain silent, curled my lip and said, "Not talking, your mouth is pretty tough. You have got backbone. Then continue lying here and enjoy this sunbath properly." I ignored these two guys anymore. Getting up, I returned to the Kong in the room. Finding a comfortable position, I narrowed my eyes to take a nap, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. At the doorway, Zhu Lu was on the verge of tears. He wailed in his heart, "Big brother, please do not go. I have no way to speak. Have some mercy and dispel this magic before you leave." The sun set in the west. The golden afterglow covered this barren little mountain village. Wei Qing and Ruan Tang finally returned carrying a basket. Not only did Wei Qing show off her skills, but Ruan Tang also enthusiastically joined in to show off hers. As a result, because they were not familiar with controlling the heat of an earthen stove, the dishes were all burnt. The entire kitchen was filled with the smell of burning. In the end, I was forced to cook personally to salvage this dinner. However, those fresh melons and vegetables they picked had all been turned into dark cuisine by the two women and were truly inedible. I shook my head helplessly. I simply pulled out a long, emerald green bamboo stalk from my storage space. That bamboo was crystal clear, with a warm, smooth luster flowing over its surface. This bamboo looked as if it were carved from top-quality jade, emitting an enticing, fresh fragrance. With one look, Wei Qing subconsciously swallowed her saliva. An instinctive craving surged in her heart. Wei Qing's stomach betrayingly began to rumble continuously. The sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Realizing her slip-up, she hurriedly covered her stomach, her face completely flushed. While preparing the bamboo, I explained, "This is called jade bamboo. Only top-grade jade marrow, supplemented by heavenly materials and earthly treasures, can allow it to take root and sprout. It is a rare treasure between heaven and earth." I continued to share some trivia. In the ancestral land of the double-pupil bird, there is a jade bamboo forest. It takes 10,000 years to grow a single segment. A 10-segment jade bamboo is already rare. 20-segment jade bamboo can be counted on one's fingers and is extremely precious. I paused, then said, "There are only a mere handful of jade bamboo with more than 50 segments. And starting from 70 segments, it becomes the supreme treasure of your double-pupil bird clan. No one but the clan leader is allowed to consume it." Wei Qing looked at the exaggeratedly long bamboo in my hand. She did a rough count. This bamboo actually has a full 100 segments. Every single segment contained a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. Wei Qing could not help but feel her scalp tingle. With a trembling voice, she asked, Where did you get this? This is too unbelievable." She simply could not believe her eyes. Wei Qing, having now received her inheritance, knew many secrets regarding the double-pupil bird clan. For example, this jade bamboo was a top-tier treasure. It held a fatal attraction for their clan. While slicing the bamboo, I gave a chuckle. In my early years, when I was a guest at the Yao Monster race, I strolled from house to house and had some very friendly, in-depth exchanges with them. Moved by my sincerity, they gave me quite a few things. This bamboo was enthusiastically forced upon me by them at that time. Friendly exchanges, given because they were moved. The corners of Wei Qing's mouth twitched slightly. She might be innocent, but she was not a fool. The scene her mind conjured up was definitely a completely one-sided crushing defeat. Wei Qing did not know my identity as the imperial sovereign, but from these words she could also infer that my realm was probably very high, frighteningly high at that. So high that even the royal families of the Yao race had to bow their heads. I tossed the sliced bamboo pieces into the pot and rubbed my hands together. "You are in luck. I only have this own 100-segment jade bamboo. Normally, I can't even bear to eat it myself. But today you guys get to enjoy it." I smiled and said, "Since you are here today, let us stew a pot of soup. This is a highly nourishing item," which was to say, I still had plenty of jade bamboo with fewer than 100 segments in my possession. Wei Qing was utterly dumbfounded. This was no longer just a friendly exchange with the Yao race. This was clearly looting the ancestral land of the double-pupil bird completely bare, was not it? Just who exactly is this Mr. From the Kong, Ruan Tang called out, "What are you guys muttering about?" Wei Qing, do not worry and just leave the kitchen to Su Lai. His cooking is an absolute masterpiece. I am practically starving flat. Ever since I entered the kitchen, Ruan Tang very self-awarely stopped insisting on her dark cuisine. Instead, she obediently sat on the Kong, set up the bowls and chopsticks, and waited for the food to be served. Wei Qing turned her head and gave Ruan Tang a deep look. Towards Ruan Tang, she held a heart full of immense gratitude. This friendship was like a beam of light during the darkest days of her life. Back then, Wei Qing simply could not stand seeing Ruan Tang being kicked while she was down. That was why she extended a helping hand. She had completely never thought about getting any reward from Ruan Tang in the future. It was purely out of her true nature. The act of kindness was very small. But Wei Qing did not know that this tiny act of kindness back then had saved Ruan Tang, who was on the verge of despair. It allowed Ruan Tang to feel a trace of warmth in the human world. And Ruan Tang also did not know that this small reciprocation of kindness from her had also saved Wei Qing, who was in hell today. It allowed Wei Qing to gain a new lease on life. This is the wondrous nature of fate. As I used the iron pot to stew the jade bamboo, I inexplicably felt a bit emotional. Looking at the rolling broth in the pot, I thought to myself, good and evil truly operate in a cycle of karma. Plant a good cause, reap a good result. The ancients did not deceive me, because she knew the 100-segment jade bamboo was extremely precious. When drinking the soup, Wei Qing drank it with extraordinary care. Every mouthful was kept in her mouth to be savored carefully, deeply afraid of wasting a single drop. Ruan Tang, on the other hand, ate very casually. How could she know that this soup was invaluable? She even felt the flavor was too bland, and casually added a large spoonful of bright red chili oil into it. Ruan Tang took a huge gulp. She said in pleasant surprise, delicious. Xu Yiyi, Wei Qing, you guys try it too. This bamboo is sweet, spicy, and crispy. The texture is amazing. It is simply an earthly delicacy. Looking at that red oil soup base, Wei Qing kept muttering in her heart, what a reckless waste of good things. You are clearly supposed to savor the spiritual energy little by little. But seeing Ruan Tang's happy face, she let it go. After finishing dinner, Wei Qing told my wife and me to share a room. Hearing this arrangement, Ruan Tang instantly panicked a little. She hurriedly waved her hands and said, no, no, no. There is only one quilt on the Kong. How are we supposed to sleep? With blushing cheeks, Ruan Tang said hesitantly, Wei Qing, let me sleep with you. Let Xu Yiyi sleep on the floor or in the outer room. Although she had me in her heart, she was not ready yet. Wei Qing was stunned for a moment. She carefully lowered her head and asked tentatively, did you two have a fight? If that is the case, then I will give you the inner room and I will go next door. Ruan Tang stammered, It is not a fight. It is just a bit inconvenient. As she said this, Ruan Tang secretly shot me a glance. Her eyes carried a hint of fluster. Seeing that the two women were about to whisper to each other, I gave a light chuckle. Very tactfully, I got up and left the house, giving them some space. Not long after I stepped outside, I heard Ruan Tang let out an utterly terrified scream from inside the house. Burning with anxiety, I instantly teleported back inside. But unexpectedly, the moment I entered the door, Wei Qing's somewhat perfunctory voice reached my ears. It is just a mouse. Do not be afraid. Ruan Tang was curled up in the corner of the earthen Kong like a frightened little deer, illuminated by the dim light. Her originally beautiful and delicate face was now as pale as paper. While gently patting Ruan Tang's back, Wei Qing, upon seeing me enter the room, said meaningfully, Xu Yiyi, hurry up and comfort her. As she spoke, Wei Qing also gave me a playful wink. That look was clearly filled with the hint, this is as far as I can help you. During their casual chat just now, she had already thoroughly figured out the couple's relationship status. As a good best friend, she naturally had to create opportunities to bring this couple together. Understanding perfectly, I nodded secretly. I thought to myself, so this is what they mean by planting a good cause and reaping a good result. This Wei Qing is not only beautiful, but her judgment is also exceptionally sharp. Right at this moment, ignoring Ruan Tang's pleading gaze for help, Wei Qing stood straight up, waved her hand and said, I am going to sleep in the wing room. You guys make yourselves comfortable. Before stepping out the door, she turned back and added one more thing. Oh, right, there are quite a few mice and cockroaches in the countryside. Xu Yiyi, do not even think about sleeping on the floor in the wing room. Ruan Tang widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. She cursed inwardly, we were just acting like long-lost friends a moment ago. And in the blink of an eye, she sold me out completely. What kind of intimate best friend is this? She is a genuine 100% fake plastic sister. Even her own little thoughts had been exposed. Closing the door, Wei Qing murmured silently in her heart, silly girl. I can't let you miss out on your happiness. A man like Xu Yiyi is worth entrusting your entire life to. The room fell silent. With a calm expression, I looked at the person on the Kong and chuckled lightly. Alright, you go to sleep. I will just meditate for the night. Hearing this, Ruan Tang's elegant brows shot up. Her original shyness transformed into a trace of anger. She said coldly, "What do you mean by that? Are you disgusted by this environment, or are you disgusted by me?" I was stunned, then hurriedly waved my hands to explain, my tone carrying a strong desire to survive, and no, I did not mean anything by it. I was just afraid of crowding you. Ruan Tang said no more. As if throwing a tantrum, she patted the pillow beside her, and ordered coldly, "Cut the nonsense. Lie down and go to sleep." She quickly lay back down on her pillow with her back to me, and added in a cold, clear voice, "I am not as squeamish as you think, and this bed is big enough." I hesitated for a moment, then probed tentatively, "Honey, you really do not have to force yourself. I am a martial artist. Meditating is really no problem for me. I am afraid." Ruan Tang's heart softened slightly, feeling that this man was actually quite a gentleman. She subconsciously finished my sentence, "You are afraid you won't be able to control yourself and make a move on me," I said however, and corrected her with a completely serious face. "No, I am afraid you will make a move on me. After all, in the middle of nowhere like this." Ruan Tang's face instantly flushed red all the way to the tips of her ears. A mix of humiliation and anger, she turned around and roared, Why you Xu Yiyi, you jerk." With an innocent face, I continued to twist the knife. "Look at the facts. The first time we met, and the night you got drunk. Which time were not you the one taking the initiative?" Ruan Tang was so humiliated and annoyed that she truly wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Out of shame and anger, she suddenly lunged at me, vowing to get her dignity back from me today. Several black lines instantly popped up on my forehead. I thought helplessly, is my wife part dog, biting people when she can't win an argument? This is killing me. I subconsciously reached out my hands, wanting to push this woman away. To break this suffocatingly awkward atmosphere, I stiffly changed the subject. "Look, the moon tonight is so beautiful." Ruan Tang lowered her head, burying her face in the quilt. Her voice was muffled, making it impossible to tell her emotions. She merely gave a soft hum in response. I gave a dry cough, and continued making small talk. "Yeah, the moon in the countryside is just bigger than in the city, both big and round." Ruan Tang was completely speechless in her heart. This full moon is indeed very round. But discussing the moon at this awkward moment is just bizarre to the extreme. I seemed to realize the inappropriateness as well. I hurriedly explained, do not misunderstand. I really did not do that on purpose just now." Ruan Tang silently shifted further inside, giving me a cold back. Her voice returning to its calm state, she said, "Stop talking. Go to sleep." I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and carefully slipped under the covers as well, trying my best to control my breathing. The room was so terrifyingly quiet that we could hear each other's intense heartbeats. After a long time, Ruan Tang suddenly spoke up faintly, "Tomorrow, I will let you see you own last time. Then I am sending you to the palace to serve the emperor as the chief eunuch." I did not know whether to laugh or cry. Helplessly I replied, "My dear wife, what era are we in? Where is there an emperor anymore?" Ruan Tang gritted her teeth and said, "I do not care. I am going to have you taken care of anyway. So you won't be able to put your hands where they do not belong anymore." With a face full of helplessness, I stared at the beams on the ceiling. I thought to myself, to be reasonable, I really did not do it on purpose. This is simply an undeserved calamity. I grumbled secretly in my heart, if we must say whose fault it is, it must be the moon's fault. If the moonlight were just a little brighter, could there have been such a beautiful misunderstanding? This night felt exceptionally long, but for some unknown reason, Ruan Tang, even though her heart was still angry, found her body relaxing very honestly. She slept exceptionally soundly and peacefully. Owen must know that aside from her familiar bed at home, when traveling for business, she basically suffered from insomnia all night. Tonight was truly quite strange. Early the next morning, Ruan Tang rested her head on the soft pillow without making a sound. She just quietly watched my back, an inexplicable emotion surging in her heart. Without turning around, as if I had eyes in the back of my head, I suddenly spoke, "You are awake. Breakfast is ready. Hurry up and get up to eat." Somewhat surprised, Ruan Tang sat up, tidying her messy hair. She asked, "You did not even turn around. How did you know I was awake?" The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. With a hint of a mysterious smile, I said, "Take a guess." "If you guess right, I will tell you." I exposed the fact that the mother of my child had been secretly watching me after waking up. Ruan Tang shot me a testy look, and huffed, "You guess if I will guess or not. What a boring trick." I turned my head, and seriously played a tongue twister with her. "Then you guess if I guess whether you will guess or not." Ruan Tang decided to stop entangling with this childish man. She turned toward the door and called out sweetly, Wei Qing, do you have a pair of scissors in the house? A knife will do too. Terrified, I hurriedly raised my hands in surrender. Stop messing around, stop messing around. I will tell you, alright, spare my life, heroine. Ruan Tang turned her head to look at me smugly, waiting for a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, she did not mind actually finding a pair of scissors to wave around. I pointed to my ear and said softly, I heard the rhythm of your breathing change. It is lighter than when you are sleeping. So I guessed you were looking at me. Ruan Tang felt an inexplicable panic in her heart. Her cheeks grew slightly hot, but she still stubbornly retorted, you are flattering yourself. You guessed wrong. I was not looking at you. I leaned forward slightly. Closing the distance a bit, I smiled faintly. So that's so. Let me listen to the voice of your heart, and I will know if I am right or wrong. Ruan Tang shrank back vigilantly and asked, listen to the voice of my heart. You're not a doctor. How are you going to listen? I gave a cheeky chuckle, held out my palm and gestured. Simple. I will just put my hand on your chest and feel the rhythm of your heartbeat. Ruan Tang instantly flew into a humiliated rage. Did he really think she was that easy to bully? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she lunged straight at me. By an extremely unfortunate coincidence, Wei Qing pushed open the door and walked in at that exact moment. She was still asking Ruan Tang, did you ask me to bring a knife earlier? Before she could finish her sentence. Wei Qing saw the scene on the Kong, Ruan Tang pouncing into my arms. Wei Qing hurriedly backed out, muttering, it is nothing, you guys continue. Backing out the door, Wei Qing took a light breath. She thought to herself, it has only been own night, and these two are progressing way too fast, are not they? Hearing the commotion, Ruan Tang blushed bright red in panic and shouted, Wei Qing, do not leave. It is not what you think. She wanted to chase after her to explain. I grabbed her wrist. Do not go. Explaining will only make it worse. Looking at her puffed up, angry face, I suppressed a smile, put on a serious face and said, be good. Go wash up and eat breakfast first. Ruan Tang casually grabbed a pillow and hurled it hard at me. She scolded coquettishly, be good your big head, it is all your fault. Now you have made Wei Qing misunderstand. After eating a simple farmhouse breakfast, Ruan Tang and Wei Qing bid a reluctant farewell, preparing to leave this small village full of memories. Before leaving, Wei Qing leaned into Ruan Tang's ear and whispered a reminder. I think Xu Yiyi is a very good match for you. Whatever you do, do not hold a grudge over what happened 5 years ago anymore. Ruan Tang cast a complex look at me waiting in the distance, and said in a low voice, we have already talked that out. Do not worry. Wei Qing gave her a deep look, her tone somewhat mournful. Some fate once missed, is missed for a lifetime. Whatever you do, do not do something you will regret. After leaving the village, I drove the car along the highway heading towards Donghai City. In the passenger seat, Ruan Tang was still pondering Wei Qing's words. She suddenly remembered something, turned her head and asked casually, by the way, Xu Yiyi, you drive so steadily. How many years have you been driving? Holding the steering wheel, my eyes fixed forward, I answered calmly, actually, I have never driven a car. In reality, I am using spiritual energy to envelop the car and fly close to the ground. Hearing this, Ruan Tang instantly panicked. Her face changed drastically. Pull over right now, I will drive. Under Ruan Tang's intense insistence, the two of us ended up switching seats. Ruan Tang rubbed her forehead and sighed. I know the principle of a driving school. If you have nothing to do today, go learn how to drive. Once you get your driver's license, I will buy you a car. I did not refuse this kind gesture, although I did not need mortal modes of transportation. To set my wife's mind at ease, I nodded and agreed. By the time we got home, it was already 8:30 am. As soon as we walked in the door, we heard a clattering noise from the kitchen, along with Ruan Lan's complaints. Little Yi was sitting at the dining table. In her sweet voice, she called out, Auntie, when will your love fried egg be ready? My tummy is hungry. Ruan Lan stared at the strange egg in her hand that simply would not crack, her expression utterly depressed. She had been struggling with this egg for the past half hour. This egg was as hard as granite. Ruan Lan seriously suspected this was a stone model I had deliberately gotten, just to prank her. She placed the egg on the cutting board, took a deep breath, picked up a heavy kitchen knife, and slammed it down hard. A crisp clink of metal hitting metal rang out. The massive recoil numbed Ruan Lan's arm, and the kitchen knife was sent flying. Aggrieved, she cried out, what kind of broken egg is this? Let us just go out to eat. Hearing the sound of the door opening, He happily pounced toward the door. Daddy, mommy, you're back. Ruan Lan also hurried out of the kitchen to complain. Brother-in-law, why is this egg you bought so hard? Are you trying to chip my teeth? I walked into the kitchen, picked up the completely undamaged egg, and said helplessly, this is a special kind of free-range egg. It is normal for the shell to be hard. Actually, it was a precious phoenix egg. An ordinary iron kitchen knife obviously could not crack it. I did not want to explain too much. With a casual squeeze, I easily cracked 2 of them, and made a hearty breakfast for the family. Urged by Ruan Tang, I went to the Dongli University infirmary, handled some miscellaneous matters, and then went to the driving school. The driving school principal, Du Qinghua, received me warmly. Pointing to a cold and glamorous beauty behind him, he introduced, this is my daughter, Du Li, our star instructor. However, Du Li raised an eyebrow with a displeased look. Dad, can you stop forcing these connections on me every time? And this guy is that legendary deadbeat. Du Li had clearly heard the rumors from 5 years ago, and had an extremely poor impression of me. She gave a cold, unceremonious snort. Follow me, you great Romeo. I was not angry either. I followed Du Li into the instructor car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Du Li asked in a stiff tone, have you ever driven a car before? I answered honestly, I have driven once or twice, but I have not learned it systematically. Du Li instantly blew up. You dare to drive without a license. If you get into an accident driving without a license, it is entirely your fault. I fell silent helplessly, and began attempting to start the car under Du Li's harsh scolding. As a result, my first press of the accelerator revved it up to 30 kilometers per hour. Du Li slammed on the passenger brake and roared, are you trying to launch into space driving this fast? Step on the clutch, control your speed, do it again. However, the subsequent subject 2 practice exercises made Du Li's jaw drop. My reverse parking was textbook perfect, accurate down to the millimeter. Annoyed, Du Li interrogated, are you pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger just to mess with me? With this kind of skill, why do you even need to learn how to drive? Seeing me calmly reject her speculation, Du Li could not suppress her anger. She decided to regain her pride during the subject 3 road test, and severely discipline this guy who got in through connections. The car drove onto Haibin Road. Du Li began to constantly nitpick, slow down, slow down. Can't you see the ant up ahead? Drive faster. Even bicycles are overtaking you. No matter how good my temper was, I was getting annoyed by this unreasonable behavior. I suddenly slammed on the brakes, stopping by the side of the road. Looking calmly at Du Li, I said, you want to launch into space? Du Li thought I was going to resort to violence. She sneered, what, trying to scare me? If you are so capable, then drive. An unreadable smile curled at the corners of my mouth. I advise you to fasten your seatbelt and hold on tight. The instructor found me an eyesore and made things difficult for me in every possible way. She even said bluntly, if you are so amazing, why do not you fly to the heavens? The moment her words fell, I slammed my foot on the gas pedal all the way to the floor. The car shot out like an arrow released from a bow. The speed instantly skyrocketed to 120 kilometers per hour. Du Li was truly panicked this time. Straight ahead was the seaside plaza, and at the end of it was the ocean. She stepped on the passenger brake desperately, but there was no response at all. She screamed, slow down, hurry. I calmly spat out 2 words, too late. The car roared as it charged off the embankment, flying directly into the air. Du Li closed her eyes and screamed in despair, believing she was undoubtedly going to die. However, the expected feeling of impact never came even after a long wait. She tremblingly opened one eye. The scene before her made her worldview collapse. The instructor car was actually driving steadily above the clouds. Beneath her feet was the tiny city and the azure ocean. Du Li was so terrified her soul nearly left her body. She cried and screamed, Mommy, are you a human or a ghost? Hurry up and let me down. Daddy, save me. I smiled brightly, however. Do not be in a rush, instructor. This is just the beginning. Let me take you to experience what flying to the heavens truly means. The car transformed into a streak of flowing light, circling and flying in the air for a full hour. It was not until Du Li was vomiting so much she could barely stand that the car slowly landed back at the driving school. Du Li pushed open the car door and vomited violently while leaning on her father, Du Qinghua, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Her face was as pale as paper, as if she had just taken a trip through hell. At this moment, Ruan Tang happened to arrive to visit. She asked nervously what happened. Why does Instructor Du look so terrible? I shrugged with an innocent face. Who knows, maybe the instructor is pregnant and having morning sickness. Hearing this, Du Qingguo was overjoyed. Daughter, you are pregnant. Who did this? Du Li pointed at me with a voice as weak as a thread. It was him. I eerily reminded her, instructor. Man acts, heaven watches. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Hearing the words heaven watches, Du Li's entire body violently shivered. That was her terror of the high altitudes. She hurriedly changed her tune. I am not teaching anymore. After this farce, Du Li developed a deep psychological trauma regarding me. During the subsequent teaching process, she was as docile as a frightened little deer. Sitting in the passenger seat, Du Li tightly clutched her quick-acting heart pills and mineral water, deeply afraid that if I got unhappy, I would take her for another spin in the clouds. Holding the steering wheel with own hand, I asked casually, Instructor, I heard you used to be a professional race car driver. Was your leg injury from that accident? Du Li's expression dimmed, and she said in a low voice, my foot got injured, and I had to retire. I said flatly, I am a doctor. Come to the school infirmary when you have time. I might be able to heal your leg. Du Li muttered softly, what can a school doctor cure? I do not even know how many so-called famous doctors I have seen. I suddenly slammed on the brakes. Startled, Du Li hurriedly changed her tune. I think highly of you. School doctors are the most amazing. I will go tomorrow. Returning home in the evening. In order to reward my family, I personally cooked a luxurious feast of 5 dishes and own soup. Looking at the table full of delicacies, Ruan Lan was so happy she was about to faint. She winked smugly at Ruan Tang. My pillow talk strategy really worked. Under Ruan Tang's dark-faced interrogation, Little Yi acted as a sweet, caring little jacket, and spilled the beans completely about how her aunt had incited her to whisper pillow talk. In the kitchen, I helplessly rubbed my forehead. I decided to pretend I did not hear anything, lest this family war spill over onto me. After dinner, Yi clamored to soak in the hot spring. Only then did Ruan Lan remember the backyard of Haitang Villa had an infinity pool connected to hot spring water. A casual smile curled at the corners of Ruan Lan's mouth. Brother-in-law, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come soak in the hot spring with us. The water temperature today is quite comfortable. Oh, thanks. Since you sisters are soaking, I won't join the fun. Besides, I happen to have a friend visiting. I am going down the mountain to meet them. Ruan Tang was sitting to the side at the moment. Hearing that I was leaving, she said, since a friend is here, why not bring them to the house? I will go wash some fruit to entertain them. We should not neglect our guests. No need to trouble yourself. The person coming is own of our own. There is no need to be so polite with her. You guys just go soak. I will be right back. Once my figure had completely disappeared, Ruan Lan instantly became secretive and mysterious. My brother-in-law going to meet a friend late at night like this. Is that person a man or a woman? Ruan Tang rolled her eyes at her sister helplessly. Whoever it is, it has nothing to do with us. He has his own social circle. We should not interfere too much in his private affairs. Ruan Lan, however, was unconcerned. Letting her imagination run wild, she muttered to herself. That is not necessarily true. What if it is a huge beauty? Brother-in-law is so outstanding. Who knows, he might have been targeted. Seeing her sister close her eyes to rest and stay silent, Ruan Lan gave a cheeky chuckle. Her eyes darted around, and she leaned in close to Ruan Tang. Sis, should we follow him and take a look? With a crisp thwack, Ruan Tang really could not listen to this anymore. She raised her hand and knocked Ruan Lan hard on the head. What kind of nonsense is going through your head all day long? You silly girl, you have to trust Xu Yiyi. He is absolutely not that kind of person. Ruan Lan clutched her forehead and let out an exaggerated ouch. Then, she revealed a sly smile. Sis, you completely treat brother-in-law as your own husband now, do not you? Looking at her sister's teasing gaze, Ruan Tang finally realized she had fallen into this mischievous girl's trap. Her cheeks flushed slightly. At the same time, at the security checkpoint at the foot of Haitang Mountain, a young girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old stood quietly outside the security barrier. Seeing this young girl standing there for a long time, the security captain felt a sense of pity, so he walked up and asked in a very friendly tone, Little girl, are you here to see the crabapple flowers? The gates are already locked now. If you want to see them, come back after 9:00 a.m. tomorrow morning. He kindly reminded her, there is own last bus arriving in 5 minutes. Hearing his words, the young girl slowly raised her head. The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a sweet smile. Thank you for your kindness, uncle. But I am not here to see the flowers. I am waiting for someone here. Waiting for someone. A hesitant look appeared on the security captain's face. waiting for someone at the foot of the mountain in the middle of the night? Who could it be? Right at this moment, the young girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Her originally calm expression instantly became incredibly respectful. He's here. The security captain subconsciously looked toward the sound. On the road leading to the top of the mountain, a tall and slender figure was slowly walking over. It was the only male resident on the mountain, wearing casual loungewear with my hands in my pockets. I walked over with a relaxed demeanor. The security captain's eyes were instantly filled with various complex emotions. The way he looked at me was simply like looking at a god. It is his own thing to already have two top-tier beauties at home, but now he is not even letting the young girl in front of him off the hook. He sighed secretly in his heart. These detestable rich people. Their lives are truly so dull, making people envious, jealous, and hateful. I paid no attention to the security guard's strange gaze. I walked straight ahead, my footsteps steady, carrying an invisible majesty. The seemingly fragile young girl before me was surprisingly the ancestor of the Yao race's double-pupil bird clan, possessing the terrifying strength of the peak immortal venerable realm. Chongyang, running off to Earth so suddenly this time. Have you figured out a reasonable explanation to give me? With my back to the young girl, my voice was so flat that neither joy nor anger could be discerned. Imperial Sovereign. Hearing my question, Chongyang's face instantly turned pale. Her body could not help but tremble slightly. Looking at her acting like this, I could not help but laugh. What? Now that you have become a Yao king, you are full of confidence. You do not even call me brother, Kanu. Chongyang's eyes instantly turned red. Unable to control her emotions any longer, she threw herself into my arms like an aggrieved child. 70,000 years ago, before she became the clan leader of the double-pupil birds, when she was just a little Yao out experiencing the world, she had encountered a life-or-death crisis. It was I who descended from the heavens and saved her life. At that time, I was only a quasi-sovereign. And back then, Chongyang did not know my identity. She only felt that this person was very kind and approachable. So she happily called me brother with every breath. It was not until later, when I proved my Tao and became an imperial sovereign, suppressing all realms with my might, that Chongyang learned the true identity of that brother. As she gradually grew up, she buried these feelings deep within her heart. And today, my long-absent brother completely shattered the defenses at the bottom of her heart, making Chongyang break down in tears instantly. I gently patted her back. I said somewhat helplessly, all right, stop crying. You are an adult now. If someone saw this, they might think I am bullying a little girl. Chongyang sniffled, nodding obediently. She hurriedly wiped away her tears, recovering a bit of calmness. Thinking of the situation back home, began to instruct her. Wei Qing is a friend of my wife's. You need to take good care of her within the clan. Hearing this word, Chongyang's eyes instantly dimmed. The sorrow in her heart was beyond words, but she quickly adjusted her emotions. She dug out an archaic jade pendant from her storage space. I came in too much of a hurry this time, and did not bring any good things. Give this to sister-in-law as a meeting gift. Looking at that precious jade pendant, I smiled and said, then you might have to prepare another gift as well. I have a daughter now. Chongyang's heart jolted violently. You actually have a daughter? She was so excited she was incoherent. Where is she? Hurry up and take me to see her. Let me see what our little princess looks like. Only after saying this did Chongyang realize her slip-up. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes. If this were in the Immortal Realm, this would probably be seen as gross disrespect toward the imperial sovereign. I, however, did not mind at all. I reached out and ruffled Chongyang's head. I smiled and said, there is no rush to see her. He is not going anywhere. You must be hungry after traveling so far. First, I will take you to eat some Earth specialty barbecue. Once you are full, I will take you home. Barbecue. Chongyang's delicate little face was written with massive confusion. Is this some kind of special cultivation resource? She had practiced in Nidia abstaining from worldly food for tens of thousands of years and had long since lost the need to eat. I chuckled and said, this is an Earth specialty. Do not let it slip when we get home. Otherwise, if they find out we ate by ourselves. I made a Xu gesture. If my wife finds out, I will probably be made to stand in the corner again. That is a miserable fate, you know. Chongyang was so shocked her hair almost stood on end. She thought to herself, sister-in-law is way too fierce to actually dare to make the imperial sovereign stand in the corner. And listening to the imperial sovereign's practiced tone, it seems he has been punished more than once. This is simply unimaginable. In her heart, towards this Ruan Tang she had yet to meet Chongyang. could not help but hold a deep sense of awe and dread, while Chongyang followed closely behind me step by step, heading to a lively barbecue stall by the sea. Someone moved in the shadows. Tan Chong, who had been lurking in the dark, slowly walked out. His gaze was profound, carrying doubt and deep incomprehension. This little girl's face is very unfamiliar. She appears to have not the slightest fluctuation of cultivation realm on her body. But my intuition tells me she is far from simple. Could this be another illegitimate daughter of the Flower Fairy? Who is the Flower Fairy? As a powerhouse at the Immortal Venerable Realm, Chongyang had sharp hearing and sight. She naturally heard Tan Chang's whispers in the distance. But she secretly glanced at me, and seeing that my expression remained normal and I did not speak, she very sensibly did not ask any further questions. Actually, my heart was equally filled with doubt. Just who exactly is this Flower Fairy that these people keep bringing up repeatedly? It truly left Owen completely baffled. I picked up the menu, waved my hand grandly, and ordered a massive pile of food. As for whether we could finish it, we definitely could. Come try this. This is whole roasted lamb, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. These spices do not exist in the Immortal Realm. I personally tore off a roasted, golden, crispy lamb leg and handed it to Chongyang. Chongyang extended her little nose and sniffed it. She opened her mouth wide, and without seeming to chew much, directly swallowed the entire massive lamb leg in one bite. She did not even leave the bone. I looked at the empty skewer in my hand, and the corners of my mouth could not help but twitch twice. Restrain yourself, a little girl. This is Earth. When you eat things, you have to spit out the bones. Chongyang's eyes lit up. The taste is indeed quite good. The texture is much better than eating it raw. After saying that, she reached out and tore off another lamb leg herself. Again she swallowed it in one bite. Her movements were smooth and flowing, fast as lightning. The scene made the scalps of the diners at several surrounding tables tingle in shock. One after another, they put down their wine glasses and kept rubbing their eyes. They all seriously suspected if they had drunk too much and were hallucinating. The little girl's mouth is so small. Where did the lamb leg go? Seeing this, I calmly waved my hand and called out, "Boss, bring 2 more whole roasted lambs, the biggest ones you have. Add extra spice and extra salt. My little sister has quite a good appetite." The barbecue shop boss kindly reminded me, "Young man, these lambs are not small. Can you finish them? If you can't, do not waste them." Insolent. Chongyang suddenly slammed the table. Her voice was as cold as frost. An invisible pressure instantly diffused outward. She stared sharply at the boss. "You actually dare to be disrespectful to the imperial sovereign? Are you seeking death, you ant?" A monstrous murderous intent instantly permeated the air. The temperature in the entire Donghai city plummeted several degrees in an instant. The shop boss was completely dumbfounded. Holding the skewers in his hand, he froze on the spot. "I just kindly reminded you not to waste food. Was it really necessary to slam the table?" I silently withdrew the divine intent I had enveloped the surroundings with. If I had not stepped in to suppress it in time, Donghai city would probably already be in ruins. When you are here, do not release your murderous intent at the drop of a hat. There is a saying in the nation of Hua, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." Since we have come here, we must abide by the rules here. Be an ordinary person. Chongyang did not quite understand. Why would a dignified imperial sovereign wrong himself to become an ordinary person? But she still nodded obediently. The two ate this meal for a full hour. When it came time to pay the bill at the end, it cost a full 7,000 yuan. Mainly because the whole roasted lambs Chongyang ate were too expensive. When Wanlan saw me return with a beautiful young girl in tow, she felt her scalp tingle in shock. Pointing at Chongyang, her voice trembled. "So, I can't believe brother-in-law is this kind of person. He actually brought her home." With a dark face, I said testily, "Stop talking nonsense. She is just a distant younger cousin of mine, who came here to seek refuge with me." Smiling without the smile reaching her eyes, Ruan sized Chongyang up. "Cousin Fa, looking this young. Is she even 14 yet?" Looking somewhat constrained, Chongyang answered, "Actually, I just passed my 70,000th birthday." Ruan froze. Her brain failed to process this for a moment. She thought to herself, 70,000 years old. Could that be a dialectical way of saying 7 years old in his hometown? She instantly gasped, looking at me with eyes full of contempt. "He is done for. He is hopeless." Absolutely hopeless. I was utterly speechless. This sister-in-law's thought process was truly bizarre. She was definitely overthinking things. I could not be bothered to explain it to her. Ruan Tang, on the other hand, looked at Chongyang with a calm expression. She wiped her hands and smiled gently. "Oh, I am Xu Yiyi's wife, Ruan Tang." Looking at Ruan Tang, Chongyang felt a surge of nervousness in her heart. She timidly said, "Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Chongyang." Sister-in-law truly has an incredible aura. Even though she is immortal, that aura of the Empress of the main palace is simply innate. She felt utterly and completely defeated. Her aura was completely crushed by her sister-in-law. Ruan Lan leaned in close to me and analyzed in a whisper. "Look at how this little girl's eyes are darting away. She is feeling guilty seeing the main wife. There is definitely something fishy going on." I felt that any explanation right now would be completely superfluous and would only make things worse. So I simply shut my mouth and chose not to explain. Xu Yiyi suddenly spoke up, "Auntie, I think you are wrong. Daddy is not that kind of person." She lowered her voice and said, "Did not you notice? Although this older sister is pretty, but..." Ruan Lan asked in confusion, "But what? What kind of blind spot did a little kid like you discover?" With a completely straight face, Xu Yiyi said, "Her figure is just like yours, Auntie, completely flat. Daddy could never like that. Daddy likes figures like mommy's." This stab was not only accurate but also viciously deep. Chongyang lowered her head to look at herself, weeping silently in her heart. It has been 70,000 years, and they really have not grown much. Ruan Lan instantly blew up. She said angrily, "Xu, why you little ingrate? What is wrong with me? I thought we had a united front." Ruan Lan brandished her claws in fury. Terrified, Xu Yiyi immediately hid behind me. "Daddy, save me. The tigress is going to eat me." "Help what?" Ruan Tang specifically washed a plate of fresh fruit for Chongyang. Unlike her sister's immaturity and suspicion, Ruan Tang believed this truly was my distant cousin. So, her attitude was very gentle. Holding Chongyang's hand, she asked about her well-being with deep concern. But the friendlier she was, the greater the pressure Chongyang felt in her heart. This is the wife of the imperial sovereign. Even if she is just an ordinary mortal, Chongyang did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect or negligence. Bracing herself, Chongyang took the jade pendant out of her pocket again and handed it to Ruan Tang. "Sister-in-law, this is a gift for you." The jade pendant looked plain and unadorned, but it was refined from the extremely rare 777 segment jade bamboo. Even the double pupil bird clan, with their profound foundation, could never produce a second own. She then pointed to, "And there is own for Yi too. It is just a small token of my appreciation. Please, you must accept it." As for Xu Yiyi's gift, it was a massive egg, with a faint luster flowing over its surface, still carrying a trace of warmth. Looking at that egg, my expression became somewhat hesitant. I could not help but ask, "What is the situation with this egg?" Looking a bit embarrassed, Chongyang whispered, "This is a Chongyang bird egg. Just laid." She did not have any other treasures suitable for children in her storage space. Looking at the egg in my hands, I was momentarily speechless. Silently, I stuffed the egg back into Chongyang's arms. With a complex tone, I said, "I accept the sentiment on Yi's behalf, but you should keep this egg for yourself." Afterward, I left the women to chat amongst themselves in the living room. I turned and went up to the second floor to prepare the guest room for Chongyang. By the time I finished making the bed and came back down, the scene in the living room had completely changed, making my jaw drop. Ruan Lan had actually brought out a huge case of beer and was drinking with Chongyang, their arms around each other's shoulders. The two acted as if they regretted not meeting sooner. They kept whispering secrets to each other, so close that they seemed like biological sisters who had not seen each other in years, calling her Yang Yang with every breath. As for Ruan Tang, she had also been persuaded by these two drunks to have a few glasses. At this moment, her face was flushed pink, and her eyes were somewhat hazy. Looking at this chaotic scene, I advised, "That is about enough. You have to work tomorrow, do not drink too much." Ruan Tang's alcohol tolerance was already poor, and her behavior after drinking left much to be desired. If she drank too much, things would easily get out of hand. I was very worried. "Move aside, do not boss me around." Ruan Tang waved her hand and pushed me away. Looking expectantly at Chongyang, she said, "Come on, let us keep drinking." I was completely baffled. I only left for a little while. What on earth did these three women talk about just now? I could not help but look at my precious daughter sitting in the corner. Xu Yiyi was resting her chin on her hands, pouting cutely. "Daddy, I tried to persuade Mommy and Auntie, but they said, this is adult business, little kids should not interfere." My heart aching, I picked up my daughter to leave. Let us ignore these drunks. Daddy will take you to bed and tell you a story. By the time I coaxed Yi to sleep and came back downstairs, the living room was a complete mess. Beer bottles were scattered everywhere, and the air reeked of alcohol. Ruan Tang was already dead drunk, her eyes hazy. Her body lay limply on the sofa, still mumbling something indistinctly. Ignoring Ruan Lan's objections, I directly scooped her up in my arms and strode toward the bedroom. The reason I did this was because I was afraid Ruan Tang's drunkenness would act up in the middle of the night. Just as I placed Ruan Tang on the bed and carefully covered her with the quilt, I saw her suddenly open those hazy, beautiful eyes. Breathing out an orchid-like fragrance, she said, "Xu Yiyi. What do you want to say?" My heart stirred. I leaned in close to Ruan Tang and listened attentively. I rejoiced secretly in my heart. Could it be the truth coming out after drinking? Is she going to say she likes me? However, Ruan Tang frowned and mumbled, "Who said anything about that? I want to drink water. I'm so thirsty." Women. I gave a bitter smile in my heart, using the gentlest tone to say the most heartbreaking words to a man. Resigning to my fate, I picked up the water glass, helped Ruan Tang up, and carefully brought it to her lips. However, her ladyship did not lean toward the water glass. Instead, as if possessed, she leaned directly toward my face. I was completely stunned, my mind going blank. Ruan Tang's movements suddenly paused. Her body fell limply backward, and she actually fell straight asleep just like that. She was still continuously sleep-talking water. "I want to drink water." Hearing the sound, I opened my eyes. Looking at the soundly sleeping Ruan Tang, I fell into a long silence. But what could I do? Looking at her peaceful sleeping face. Since I love her, of course I choose to forgive her. The next day, Chongyang came to my side. "Immortal sovereign brother, I need to return to the Immortal Realm. Please say goodbye to sister-in-law for me." I fell silent for a moment. I knew the burden on Chongyang's shoulders was very heavy. Not everyone could be as carefree as me. Be careful on your journey. If you encounter any difficulties, contact me anytime. I will take Wei Qing and leave together. She has stayed on Earth long enough. After saying that, she cast a reluctant glance upstairs. That was the direction of Ruan Lan and Ruan Tang's rooms. Although it had only been a short 10+ hours on Earth, whether with Ruan Lan or Ruan Tang, she had chatted very happily with them both. Especially Xu Yiyi, that little dumpling carved from jade and powder, was so adorable it made her want to stay by her side forever. Knowing her thoughts, I said, "The Immortal Realm is vast, but it is also very boring. Come stay on Earth for a while whenever you have free time. The room here will always be kept for you." Chongyang's heart warmed, her eyes growing slightly moist. Her figure flickered, transforming into a streak of flowing light and vanishing completely. Because she was afraid that if she chatted any longer, she would choose to stay in this gentle embrace of a home. Not long after, Ruan Tang also woke up. She only felt a splitting headache. The smell of the pillow and quilt was very comfortable, carrying a faint, fresh fragrance. Holding her forehead, she looked at the room, which felt both unfamiliar and familiar. "This is Xu Yi's room. Why am I sleeping here?" Ruan Tang scrambled back to her own room in a panic. Seeing that Yi was still sound asleep, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, closed the door, and went downstairs. Just as Ruan Tang was about to ask about what happened last night, I put on a stern, serious face and said, "Ruan Tang, do you have any idea how big of a mistake you made yesterday?" Ruan Tang keenly noticed that I, who was usually cheeky and flirtatious, did not call her honey, but used her full name. She was also a bit stunned for a moment, her heart feeling like 7 buckets were going up and 8 were going down. Did I really, fueled by liquid courage, commit some heinous, unforgivable mistake yesterday? Ruan Tang tried hard to recall the fragments of last night, but she only remembered drinking. After that, she completely blacked out. She could not remember anything no matter how hard she tried. "You got drunk yesterday and insisted on trying to kiss me." My straightforward words were dropped like a bomb. Ruan Tang was dumbfounded. Her face instantly flushed red down to the base of her neck. Just as she was about to say impossible, she remembered she had a prior conviction. She could not help but feel a surge of guilt. "Is this true?" I sighed regretfully, looking deeply hurt. "And then, you passed out drunk before you could even kiss me." While breathing a sigh of relief, Ruan Tang flew into a humiliated rage. "You call that a mistake? How is failing to kiss you a mistake?" "Xu Yiyi, stop spouting nonsense." I spouted nonsense with a completely straight face. "Do you have any idea that your small action kept me awake all night? This caused immense trauma to my soul." Ruan Tang was startled. Looking at my pained expression, she said, It can't be that serious, stop trying to guilt trip me. I stood up and approached Ruan Tang step by step. The aura radiating from my body made an incredibly guilty Ruan Tang retreat continuously. Soon, she was backed into a corner of the wall. Ruan Tang's heartbeat accelerated inexplicably, and even her breathing became rapid. Xu Yiyi. What are you going to do? I chuckled softly. Although you tried to take advantage of me, I am a magnanimous person. I am willing to let you bully me. Do not speak. Rows of black lines appeared on Ruan Tang's forehead. She testily reached out and pushed me. Stop messing around. I need to go wash up and head to work. If I do not leave now, I will be late. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I did not press the issue and took a step back with the push. My expression became incredibly forlorn. With my head lowered and a hoarse voice, I said, I should not have come to Donghai in the first place. If I had not come to Donghai, I would not have met you, and I would not be like this right now. Seeing me rambling on and on endlessly, Ruan Tang instantly panicked. Stop talking. It is my fault. I am apologizing to you. Is that enough? No, you are not wrong. I am the one who is wrong. It is this era that is wrong. I should not have come to Donghai in the first place. I continued muttering. Ruan Tang completely panicked. Why is this man so difficult to deal with? She subconsciously blurted out, fine then. She closed her eyes, looking as if she were facing death with equanimity. You do not truly want to kiss me. The price of your compromise is unhappiness. I was still acting. I feel like this girl looks quite cute when she is acting serious. Ruan Tang suddenly felt extremely mentally exhausted. Why is this man harder to coax than Yi? At this point, I decided to quit while I was ahead. Honey, since you insist on kissing me, then I will reluctantly agree. But the mood is not right now. Let us do it another day. You owe me this own. At this point, Ruan Tang still had not realized she had been played. With a blushing face, she negotiated softly. In her mind, dodging it for now was the best option. As a result, she said with a completely serious face, I will listen to whatever you say. Then, Ruan Tang fled to the bathroom as if escaping for her life. She turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on her burning face. She looked at herself in the mirror, her face flushed like peach blossoms, and suddenly felt like something was not quite right. Did I just get scammed? After finishing breakfast, Ruan Tang gathered her emotions and left for work early, fleeing this place that made her heart race. Meanwhile, I leisurely took my daughter out the door. Father and daughter went to kindergarten hand in hand.